Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4CDO41 Be a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Seek full order. This. Bernard Issan, Saint Kaimandola didn't do it on purpose. The man in black bent even deeper and responded tremblingly. If you don't choose again, I will choose for you. Yi glanced coldly at the two men in black. Whether it's a maid or a friend, as long as it's the people around him, he won't allow others to bully him. This Kaimandola is the one who directly broke into his castle and wanted to take him away. Can this be tolerated? Are you okay? The tornado floated to the side of the maid behind Yi, sending she asked. No, it's okay. The maid shook her head. At the moment of crisis, Yi suddenly appeared to save him, otherwise she would be caught by celestial dragons. You go back to the castle first, Yi will take care of this matter. Longjuan patted her on the shoulder comfortingly and instructed. Thank you, Miss Longjuan. The maid nodded gratefully towards her, then looked at Yi and said emotionally, thank you. Only at this moment did she deeply feel how good it is to stay beside celestial dragons Bernard Yi. Not only is he handsome, he has a high status, is powerful, and is admired by others, but most importantly, he also protected her, which moved her very much. Thank goodness she wasn't sent to the homes of the other celestial dragons. After she finished speaking, she trotted all the way and returned to the castle. Bernard Issan, as long as you let Kaimandola Sheng leave, we promise to send you a large number of top-quality female slaves. The man in black wants to negotiate terms with Yi. Kaimandola has a violent personality. If he breaks his leg and hand today, he will go back. They will most likely be executed. They're just a group of ordinary people with a little bit of force, but the celestial dragons are the nobles of the world. Has the right to kill them at will. I'll give you 3 more seconds. If you don't choose, I'll do it myself. Yi stretched out 3 fingers and said indifferently. Bernard Issan, we. 3. Yi's voice fell, and he retracted 1 finger. His voice was like a countdown to death. The same celestial dragons, please let him go. Bernard Issan backquote. The man in black continued to beg. But Yi ignored their words at all, continued the countdown, and put away 1 finger. Ahem. UB**************. At this time, Celestial Dragon's Kaimandola, who was stuck on the wall, woke up. With that punch just now, Yi didn't kill him because it would be too troublesome if the Celestial Dragons also killed him. Advertisement, yo, you're awake. Bernard Yi slowly withdrew his last finger, then suddenly rushed up and stepped on one of his legs forcefully. Crack. Yi's strength was so great that he stepped on his leg directly and broke it into a comminuted fracture, with no possibility of recovery at all. What? Saint Kaimandola screamed in pain, snot and tears flowed, and the sound of pain spread all over the place. Many celestial dragons in the holy land of Myriad were attracted by this scream. Because they noticed that it was Bernard Yi's castle that sent out. They came to watch outside the castle and they could see it. A celestial dragons lay on the ground and shouted in pain, and it was Yi who did it. Bernard Issan, what are you doing? Doric asked in surprise when he came to the gate of the castle. In the entire holy land of Myriad, he is the only one who can talk to Yi. Others just watched without daring to speak, and some of these celestial dragons were taught by Yi. It's nothing, he wants to catch my man, I just teach him lesson, Yi said lightly. Yes. Dolak swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and looked at Kaimandola who was curled up in pain on the ground. You bloody b******************, how dare you hit me? Kaimandola, trembling all over, growled ferociously. Holy Doric. Yi said. What's the matter, Bernard Issan? Doric asked nervously. Help me throw him out, if I do it myself, my hands will be dirty, Yi instructed lightly. It is good. Doric nodded, then dragged Kaimandola to drag him out. Can't you just stand here and watch? Yi glanced over the celestial dragons who were watching not far away and said coldly. There was a trace of cold sweat on their foreheads, they glanced at each other, and then helped carry Kaimandola out together. You be ******************, I won't let you go. Kaiman yelled at Yi. Put him down, I don't think he wants the other leg anymore. Yi walked to their side. Advertisement the celestial dragons next to him hurriedly put him down. Crack. Yi stepped forward and stepped down. Kaimandola also suffered a comminuted fracture in the other leg. Yi waved his hand, and the surrounding celestial dragons quickly carried him out. The farce was over and Kaimandola was sent back to her father, but his father was powerless to dare to defend Yi. Not to mention that Yi is a person that 5 elders value, just because of his record of finishing locks, he has nothing to do with Yi. After solving this matter, Yi had a daily training until the evening. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely and his whole body was drenched. He took the clothes to be changed and walked into the path of the artificial hot spring. The sides of the path were already full of people. A dozen top-quality maids watched him coming, bent slightly, and respectfully cleared him. Hello, master. Yi has long been accustomed to it and nodded slightly. Then he walked into the artificial hot spring. After the daily training, soaking in the hot spring is an indispensable item for him. As soon as he stepped into the artificial hot spring, the maid started talking outside the door. Let me serve the master today. The master saved me today. I want to repay the master well. A maid said softly. Jiao Jiao, with a slightly red face. Go, I'll leave it to you tonight, Rosminian said with a smile. Okay. Thank you, Miss Minion. The maid nodded, and then opened the door and entered. A dozen maids were standing outside, and she was the only one who went in. Yi lay in the hot spring with a face full of enjoyment. After training, she came to soak in the hot spring exhausted, this feeling. Simply not too cool. Step, step, step. Today is different from usual, only the crisp footsteps of one person can be heard in the artificial hot spring. The maid came behind Yi Si, gently massaged him and asked, "How is the strength, master?" "It's okay." Yi Si nodded lightly. "Clatter it up." After massaging for a while, the maid stepped into the hot spring and came to Yi Si. She bent down slightly and then looked at Yi Si. Yi Si did not refuse, but nodded slightly. A sleepless night. 042 Ancient weapon Pluton warship design. In the past few days, Yi Si has been living a daily life in the holy land of Myriad. But he could notice that he was being watched, not that Kahimandala wanted to retaliate against him. But other people who hide in the dark are extremely concealed. If it weren't for the fact that he has the observation hockey that can predict the future for a short period of time, otherwise he might not be able to find the person who is watching him. There is no doubt that it is the 5 elders who can send out such a level of monitors. Yi Si was not surprised, because now his reputation, strength, and influence have all reached unprecedented strength. 5 elders may be afraid of his rebellion, so they sent someone to monitor him. Grand Line, Tianjishuidu. The 7th water capital is the first half of the Grand Line and the best place for shipbuilding. There are world-renowned boatmen here, such as Tom. Even Luojia's boat was made by Tom. Even 800 years ago, a warship named Pluton was manufactured by shipwrights on this island. One day on the coast, an unusually large ship came. The captain of this ship is the Bernard World, who will be known as the World Destroyer in the future. When the Lox pirates in the New World 737 world were in the limelight, he had been developing silently in secret. Rarely showed great strength and did not attract the attention of Lox. After Lox died, he surfaced like a fish and destroyed a lot of marine base, hence the name. Bernard World looked at the bustling 7th water city in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously. He asked around in 7 waters, and finally got Tom's information. In a certain ship repair yard in the capital of 7 waters, Tom was resting on a chair when suddenly a loud noise came. Boom! The gate not far away was destroyed, and a tall man walked in from the outside. "We won't be repairing the ship today. If you are in a hurry, you can go to other shipyards, but you have to pay me the door money first." Tom lay on the chair and opened his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Advertisement? No, I'm not here to repair the ship." With a meaningful smile on his face, Bernard World shook his head slightly and said hoarsely, "Then pay me the door money." Tom said coldly, "I came to you to pick up something." Bernard World familiarly sat down on a chair not far from Tom. "BFBG, what?" Tom questioned, frowning slightly. "Pluton blueprints." Bernard World grinned. Hearing this, Tom was shocked into a cold sweat, but he still pretended to be calm and replied, "I don't have any here." "Ha ha ha. Don't pretend to be an old man with me." After he laughed, his complexion suddenly became gloomy, and he said coldly, "I'm just a ship repairer. How could I have the Pluton blueprints on me?" Tom continued to pretend to be stupid with a serious expression. Bernard World didn't respond to him, and snapped his fingers, and the Japanese pirates came in and started smashing. The walls, the ground, all the tools for repairing the ship, and countless precious ship design drawings were all destroyed, leaving the scene in a mess. "What on earth are you trying to do?" Tom asked in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. He can accept other things being destroyed, but the ship design is his precious effort. "Hand over the Pluton design," Bernard World said lightly. "Impossible." Tom stood up abruptly, refused, and then attacked Bernard World. Although he is just a ship repairman, he is extremely powerful. Boom! Bernard World covered hockey with his arms and slammed towards Tom's fist. The fist collided and set off a violent air current. "Abe!" Tom was half kneeling on the ground, fists twisted, blood dripping. Compared with Bernard World, his strength is really too big. "I'll ask you again, where is the Pluton blueprint? If you don't tell me, I'll kill the 7th water capital." Bernard World grabbed Tom by the neck and threatened. "Pluton blueprints are in." Tom knew he couldn't resist, although he didn't want Naughty World to get the Pluton blueprints. But now he has no choice, and he has always kept the Pluton design by his side for insurance. Bernard World kill him can be found. Advertisement. If he doesn't explain it this time, not only will he die, but 7 waters will also usher in a disaster. "Captain, I found it." After a while, a pirate excitedly took out a complicated blueprint and shouted. Hearing this, Bernard World strangled Tom's neck with his arms. The body of the world-famous shipwright Tom was lying on the ground, his pupils were wide open, and he could not close his eyes when he died. Bernard World is out of here. In just a few days, the news spread all over the world. Although Tom does not have strong strength, but the world-renowned pirates and marines have asked him to design ships. His death caused quite a stir. He did not die of old age, but was killed by an attack. A few days later, the breaking news appeared. It was Bernard World who killed Tom, but the more exciting news is that Bernard World took the ancient weapon, the blueprint of Pluton. To this day, Holy Land Myriad, Yi Si and others who were eating were all attracted by the news. Does a shipbuilder actually have the Pluton blueprint on his body? Yi Si took a sip of tea and looked at the newspaper on it with interest. "What is Pluton?" Ram asked suspiciously. The ancient weapon Pluton is a super battleship developed by the 7 capitals of water 800 years ago. It is said to have the power to destroy the world. One shell can destroy an island. Senju Hashirama explained to them. He came to this world, in order to understand the world, he would still read some books when he was bored. Destroy the world? Ram was a little shocked. Can a battleship destroy the world? Ram also asked in disbelief. Who knows if it can destroy the world, but it can be called an ancient weapon, and its power must not be small. Uchiha Madara responded. The blueprint for Pluton is actually in the 7 capitals of water, but it's no wonder, after all, it was their predecessors who developed the Pluton warship 800 years ago. Guoyuan ate the apple while reading the newspaper in his hand. Yi Si summons people who have been in this world for a while, and it can be said that they are all knowledgeable and have read some books. If the Pluton battleship is matched with his ability, it may not be impossible to destroy the world. Yi Si stared at the newspaper in his hand and whispered. The devil fruit of Bernard world is a momo fruit, which can make the object's speed and volume multiplied. If it is paired with the Pluton warship, which is known as destroying the world, it may not be impossible to truly destroy the world. 043 prevent Bernard world from making the Pluton warship full order. It can be said that the capabilities of Bernard world are a perfect match for the Pluton battleship. If it is true that Bernard world develops the Pluton battleship, even Yi Si will find it very troublesome. A pirate got the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Will it be a threat to us? Yunohana Retsu asked. No matter how you say it, the Pluton battleship is one of the 3 ancient weapons, known as destroying the world. This is something that was developed 100 years ago. If she encounters it, even she doesn't think it can resist it. If he builds the Pluton battleship, even we may suffer disaster. Yi Si picked up an apple calmly. So serious? Yunohana Retsu gasped after hearing this. Then do we need to stop him, Yi Si? The old master stroked his beard and asked solemnly. We don't even know where he is now. How can we stop him? Yi Si said helplessly. Is there no way? How is it possible? The structure of a ship is very complicated, let alone a Pluton battleship that can destroy the world. It will take at least a few months, or even longer, to manufacture it. Not only that, but he also needs to find a large number of senior shipbuilders. It takes a lot of time to find these people. In the past few months, the Marine and the world government have always had to find him. As long as you can find him, isn't it easy to kill him? Yi Si calmly explained. If Bernard world develops the Pluton battleship, then the world will face catastrophe, and even he is not sure about the confrontation. But the problem is, he has to be able to develop the Pluton battleship while he is alive, otherwise everything will be useless. That's true. Ji Guoyuan flipped through the newspaper and nodded. Don't worry, stop this kind of thing and leave it to Marine to do it. Bernard world's idea of building a Pluton battleship is destined to be difficult to realize. Lox was dealt with by him in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and Marine had no loss. Today, Marine's strength is still at its peak, and it can still deal with the Bernard world. And it's not just the Marine and world government that will stop him, other pirates will surely too. Bernard world killed Tom in the 7 waters and stole the blueprints for the Pluton battleship. This news shocked many high-level officials in Marine and world government. They convened an urgent meeting to discuss the matter in the holy place of Myriad. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, the blueprint of the Pluton battleship is on the possession of a shipbuilder. Kong sighed solemnly. No one thought that the design of the Pluton warship, one of the 3 ancient weapons that could destroy the world, was in the 7 water capitals. Bernard world's ability is very troublesome. If he is allowed to forge the Pluton battleship, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sengoku pushed his glasses and reminded in a deep voice. The Pluton battleship claims to be able to destroy the world. Although this is exaggerated, there is still a basis for destroying a small island with one shot. If Bernard world's ability is used on the Pluton battleship, it will fire a cannonball dozens of times larger than the original volume. So presumably even the red line can be worn through. It's not easy to find his clues. That guy must be hiding and casting a ship now. Garp's expression is rare now. Although Garp usually does nothing, he has to seriously think about countermeasures for Bernard world. After all, this is related to the balance of the world. Damn it, this pirate who has always kept a low profile in New World, why did he create such trouble for us as soon as he was born? Factory, this is destined to be a difficult problem, we must stop him, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Crane, who had been silent for a long time, was thinking about something, and suddenly said, although I haven't seen the Pluton design, but the Pluton battleship is a ship that was jointly manufactured by all the shipbuilders in 7 waters 800 years ago. If Bernard world wants to build a ship, a few people are not enough, so he will definitely go to the shipbuilder. You are a genius. Hearing what he said, Sengoku's dull face was finally relieved, and he laughed and praised. The meaning of the crane is already very clear. That is to say, Bernard world will return to the 7th water capital, and the shipbuilder will build a ship for him, another marine executive said suddenly when he thought of something. It appears that we now have a grasp of his motives and goals. As soon as the words fell, the corners of many people's mouths rose slightly in the originally dull conference room. The design of the Pluton battleship that can destroy the world is undoubtedly very complicated. There must be a large number of shipwrights, and they must be skilled shipwrights. The only ones who could meet this requirement were the shipbuilders of the 7th water capital, because that was the most famous shipbuilding place in the world. Ask for flowers, send people to garrison in Kijishue. As long as there are suspicious people, they will be arrested and interrogated. Kong solemnly ordered. Let me go, Kong. Anyway, there are no good missions recently. Garp volunteered to go. Advertisement. There are also several high-level Marines who agree, including Garp. There are a total of 4 Marine Vice-Admirals, and they will go to the 7th water capital together. It is unlikely that Bernard world will go to the 7 waters to arrest the shipwright himself, so he will send someone to arrest him. So their Marines don't need to send too many high-level combat forces, they only need to send enough Marine soldiers to station in various areas of the 7 water capital. Definitely catch the Bernard world crew. A certain sea area in New World. There is a huge ship driving here, and the name of the ship is the Olo Jackson. Quote. This ship is the ship of the Luogia pirates, and the ship is made of precious trees as the main material. The world-renowned shipbuilder, Tom the Murloc, was the designer and builder of the ship. When Luogia saw today's news, his complexion suddenly became gloomy. Damn Bernard world. It was the first time for Luogia, who was always optimistic, cheerful and carefree, to feel such emotions. His boat was designed and built with Tom's help. At that time, he didn't have enough money to buy Adam's treasure tree to build a boat, and Tom helped him pay for it. He was very grateful to Tom, and the two hit it off. For Luogia, he had long regarded Tom as a friend, but his friend was killed by Bernard World. How can he continue to stay calm at this time? The damn Bernard World guy actually killed Mr. Tom in order to get the design of the Pluton battleship. Jabba looked at the newspaper in his hand and said in a deep voice. He has already obtained the blueprint of the Pluton warship that can destroy the world. If he is allowed to develop the Pluton warship, then his threat will be several times greater than that of Locke's. Rayleigh pushed his glasses and analyzed calmly. Captain Luogia, what should we do? Stop Bernard World? A crew member asked. Although their Luogia pirates are also pirates like Bernard World. But once Bernard World develops the Pluton battleship, it even has the possibility of ruling the world. At that time, they will also surrender and work at each other's feet. 044 The world is in turmoil, chasing Bernard World, full order. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Luogia looked gloomy, and after a long silence, he said solemnly, I must kill Bernard World myself. Luogia's meaning is very clear, not only to stop Bernard World, but also to kill him. It's not easy to find him. He must have been hiding and secretly building a ship, Jabba said with a sigh. Now he will definitely become the target of the whole new world. He can't go anywhere. We will find him sooner or later, Rayleigh reminded. Not only them, the Luogia pirates want to find Bernard World. Other pirates, including the world government, Marine, must want to get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Bernard World has finished killing Tom in the Seven Waters and snatched the Pluton battleship. At this time, he will not take the risk of appearing in the Sabadi archipelago coding to go to New World. Now he should be in the first half of the Grand Line, Jabba analyzed coldly. One thing to say, his analysis is quite correct. The current Bernard World is indeed still in the first half of the Grand Line. Set sail, go to the first half of the Grand Line, Luogia shouted. Their ship started sailing, headed in the direction of the first half of the Grand Line. Besides them, other pirates also want to get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Like Golden Lion, Shiki. After he broke away from the Locke's pirates, he began to plunder and rob money on the sea to build ships. When he learned from the news that Bernard World actually possessed the Pluton design, he quickly dispatched. Start searching for Bernard World all over the world. He needed a ship, and the Pluton was the ship of his dreams. Once the blueprints are obtained and developed, his ship alone will be enough to recruit countless pirates to join. Jiahaha. The Pluton warship, the weapon that can destroy the world, is only suitable for Laozi. Bernard World Laozi will find you. Golden Lion robbed a merchant ship in certain waters of New World, stood on the bow of the ship holding two famous knives and laughed ferociously. In addition to Golden Lion, other pirates have also taken action. For example, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and many other remnants of the Locke's pirates. Without exception, all of them were interested in the blueprints of the Pluton battleship. A few days later, in the holy land of Mariajoy, Yi Si is practicing his martial arts in the backyard of his castle. At this time, Rosminian appeared in the backyard, and whispered to Yi Si, Master, please see Doric outside. Advertisement, Doric. Yi Si stopped when he heard the words, and turned to ask. Yes. Rosminian nodded. Let him in, Yi Si nodded. Yes, Master. Yi Si stopped training, went to change into clean clothes, and then returned to the living room of the castle. There was no one in the living room at this time, only Rosminian and Doric were there. Master. Rosminian looked at Yi Si and greeted. Doric greeted Yi Si quickly. Excuse me, Bernard Issan. What's the matter, Tuku? Yi Si sat on the sofa calmly, picked up an apple, and motioned for him to sit down and talk. Bernard Issan, do you still remember Kehimandola 2 days ago? Doric reminded while sitting on the sofa. The person whose leg was broken by me 2 days ago. Why is he trying to trouble me now? Yi Si took a bite of an apple and asked with interest. No, Bernard Issan, he didn't want to trouble you, but he wanted to get your forgiveness. Doric quickly waved his hand in response. Get my forgiveness? Yi Si was taken aback for a moment. What kind of operation is it to get his forgiveness after being trampled on and broke 2 legs? 2 days ago, because of his reckless behavior, he annoyed you, so today they asked me to serve you some top-quality maids, as well as a large amount of gold, silver and jewelry, hoping to get your forgiveness. It's not that Kehimandola wants to get Yi Si's forgiveness, everything is his father's instructions. Yi Si has a high status in the holy land of Mariajoy, so Kehimandola's father is afraid of Yi Si's revenge. He searched a lot to find out what Yi Si likes. After hearing that Yi Si likes clean maids, he spent a lot of money buying clean maids all over the world. After many screenings, the best of the best were selected. But he didn't dare to come to Yi Si's castle in person, so he had to ask Doric to help, and in the name of his son, he presented precious jewels and maids. To get Yi Si's forgiveness, another batch of superb maids? Yi Si, who was eating an apple, heard this, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Advertisement, guaranteed to be the best of the best, and not marked with slave marks. The body has not been touched by anyone, very clean, no disease, and of course they have not been abused. What they eat is all good food for the body, yes. Of course, you know my Bernard Issan, I will not send you defective goods. Okay, I'll go and watch. Yi Si stood up and burned the apple core in his hand with purple flames. He first went to see what Doric said about the maid before making countermeasures to see if he should stay or let go. Follow me, Bernard Issan. Doric nodded, and then led Yi Si outside the castle. I saw several women in different clothes standing outside the castle. Their skin is delicate and smooth, and there is no trace of abuse on their bodies. They're very good looking and have a good figure. Even better than the maids sent by Doric before. Behind the maid stood a few men in black. They were preventing the maid from escaping, and there were several treasure chests at their feet. Not bad. Yi Si swept his eyes over the maids in front of him, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Although he already has quite a few maids, the maids in front of him are too top-notch. That's natural. In order to ask for your forgiveness, Amendola has made a lot of preparations for the maid. Several maids in the distance were taken aback when they saw Bernard Issan. In their impression, the celestial dragons were ugly and fat. But Yi Si is completely different from what they imagined. He is Bernard Issan 3.6. A maid shouted in surprise when she recognized Yi Si. She had read newspapers about Yi Si before, but she never imagined that their future master would be a man named God by the world. How could she not be surprised? You little maid, how dare you call Bernard Issan by name? When Doric heard the maid's words, his complexion suddenly became gloomy. Walked towards the maid, trying to teach her a lesson. It's okay, Saint Doric, I don't care. Yi Si stopped Doric from shaking his head lightly and said. But as a maid, he called you by your first name just now, which is disrespectful, Doric reminded. I don't care about such things. Okay. Doric nodded. Since Yi Si didn't care about it, he naturally wouldn't say anything. 0.045 Saboti's encounter. Whitebeard vs. Golden Lion, full order. The maids standing in the yard were all attracted by Yi Si's appearance and the elegance of his conversation. They were especially afraid to serve celestial dragons before. But after seeing Bernard Yi Si, there was no thought of running away in their minds. Instead, there is an extremely strong desire to let Yi Si take them in. They even feel that being with Yi Si is better than their previous life. Are you satisfied with these maids, Bernard Issan? Seeing that Yi Si was seriously admiring the group of maids, Doric asked. Of course I'm satisfied, Saint Doric, Yi Si laughed. The few maids standing outside the castle immediately became excited when they heard this. When they saw Yi Si for the first time, following Yi Si's side had already become their wish. Luckily it came true, and they were not rejected. I wonder if Bernard Issan has any interest in gold, silver and jewelry? Dolac asked with a smile. Kaimandola's father thought that only the maid might not be forgiven by Yi Si, so he also prepared a lot of gold, silver and jewelry. Gold, silver and jewelry? Bring it up and let me see. 15 Yi Si said lightly. He has no interest in gold, silver and jewelry, but this is a free gift, don't take it for nothing. Hey, you bring up the jewels and show Mr. Bernard Issan. Doric said to the men in black standing at the gate of the castle. Yes, Saint Doric. The man in black picked up the big treasure box on the ground, walked up to Yi Si, put it on the ground, and opened it. Boxes full of gold, silver and jewels shone brightly under the sunlight, but Yi Si's face was always calm. Instead of giving her gold, silver and jewelry, it's better to give him a top-quality maid. Are you satisfied with these jewels, Bernard Issan? Well, not bad, Yi Si said lightly. Although he has no interest in gold, silver and jewelry, there is no harm in accepting this thing. So Bernard Issan, are you going to forgive Saint Kaimandola? Dolac asked. I never paid attention to his affairs, Yi Si said dismissively. That's good. Doric nodded. This time he helped Kaimandola's father, and Doric also received a lot of benefits. Now that the task has been successfully completed, he is also relieved. Advertisement. Put the treasure in Bernard Issan's castle quickly. Doric continued to order. Yes, Saint Doric. The man in black picked up the treasure and stepped into the living room and put the treasure inside. I have a heart for Doric Saint, Yi Si nodded and said. Just kidding, Bernard Issan, it's a piece of cake. After several men in black came out, Dorukshun continued. Then I'll leave Bernard Issan first if I have something to do. Then I won't give it away, Saint Doric, Yi Si nodded. No need to send, no need to send. Doric had already left the castle while speaking. After Doric left, Yi Si once again set his sights on the maid. This time he took in a few more maids, although he considered that there were many maids in the house, so he wanted to let some of them go. But these few maids are all the best of the best, and it's hard for him to let go. Minion. Yi Si yelled. Rosminion ran all the way from the castle, came to Yi Si's side, and asked softly. Master, what are your orders? These people are in charge of you, tell them about the rules here. Good master, Rosminion agreed. Yi Si nodded, and then left the front yard. He was too lazy to tell these people the rules here, just leave it to Rosminion to do it. He still has to continue training. Sabadi Archipelago, a certain area. Whitebeard appears here holding Kong Yunki. Since the disbandment of the Lox Pirates, he has searched for some buried treasures of the Lox Pirates. Then bought a boat and found some crew, formed his own pirate group. He heard the news that Berndy World had the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, and after analyzing it, he learned that the current Berndy World should still be in the first half of the Grand Line. So he came here straight from the New World, but in the Sabadi Archipelago, he meets a familiar figure. G.U. Lala. Shiki, it's been a while since I saw you. Advertisement. Whitebeard looked at the golden lion in front of him and greeted with a smile. Edward, why are you here? Shiki asked with a slight frown when he saw Whitebeard. Didn't Whitebeard recruit crew in New World? How come Sabadi Archipelago? Our goal is the same, Shiki, Whitebeard reminded with a smile. Damn it, do you want to snatch the design of the Pluton battleship from me, Edward? Shiki asked with a grim expression. Golden Lion didn't expect that even Whitebeard was interested in the blueprints of the Pluton battleship, but it was true after thinking about it. The ancient weapon Pluton battleship has the power to destroy the world. Who in this world would not want to get this thing? That kind of thing, anyone who has the ability can get it, Whitebeard sneered. The Pluton battleship is an ancient weapon with legends that can destroy the world. Even Whitebeard is very excited. Only Laozi can get ancient weapons, Pluton warship blueprints, don't even think about Edward. Shiki lit a cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke, sneering. Hee hee hee. Shiki, you still like to talk big as always, Whitebeard sneered disdainfully. Do you want to fight with me here, Edward? Golden Lion asked with a gloomy expression. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Shiki? Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki and pointed at Golden Lion and said calmly. The two of them didn't get along very well on the boat, they only had a superficial relationship with the same boat. Now that they are separated from the Lock's pirates, the two dare to fight without saying a word. Sabahadi Archipelago, Whitebeard and Golden Lion fight. On the other side of the Seventh Water City, Marine's people have been in various places in the Seventh Water City in casual clothes. They are like tourists in the past, wandering around in the Seven Waters. In fact, they are secretly looking for suspicious characters. Garp also wandered around in the Seven Water capitals for casual clothes. He passed a certain shipyard and suddenly heard a small cry for help. Boom! Garp smashed the gate of the shipyard with his fist and saw a pirate pointing a knife at a shipwright. Are you a crew member of Bernard World? Garp asked with a smile when he saw this scene. You? How do you know? The pirate was stunned. He didn't know why the other party recognized his identity directly just by looking at him. Ha ha ha. I actually ran into it. Garp laughed loudly. 046 Bernard World location, head to North Blue to dig. You? Who are you? The pirate held the boatman hostage and pulled him back slowly. The boatman looked terrified, raised his hands, stepped back obediently, and whispered, Help me. Where is your captain now? Garp asked after taking off his camouflage clothes. Cut. Garp. The pirate was startled when he saw Garp's face clearly, his whole body trembled, and the hand holding the knife kept shaking. Standing in front of him is Marine Vice Admiral Garp. He is just a little pirate. He never thought that he would meet Garp when he hijacked a shipbuilder in Seven Waters. At this time, the boatman saw a chance, broke away from the pirate, and ran to Garp. Stop. The pirate reacted, holding the short sword and ran towards the shipbuilder. Help. The boatman turned his head in fear. The pirate was already approaching and made a stabbing motion. But at this time Garp suddenly appeared in front of him, covered with armament hockey. The pirate's knife did not cause any damage to him. How is it possible? His hand holding the knife trembled slightly, and he stepped back in fear and sat on the ground. The gap between them is really too big. He can't pose any threat to Vice Admiral Garp at all. Your captain, where is Bernard World? Garp asked indifferently. He was. The pirate confessed the location of his captain, Bernard World, very shamelessly. Holy Land Mariajoy. Ding, the mining times have been refreshed, please dig in time. Yi Si, who was training in the backyard, suddenly heard this prompt sound in his mind, and his own attribute panel popped up in front of him. Host. Bernard Yi Si mining level 2, 210 500ths, number of excavations, 1, 15 15ths. As the excavation level increases, the excavation opportunities will increase. Advertisement physique. Advanced body art, 100%, ninja art, meiotic regeneration, 25%. Increase the progress to gain stronger resilience, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can gain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 68%, Tornado, 38%, Akunologia, 43%, Unohana Retsu, 33%, Ji Kunichi, 27%, Senju Hashirama, 37%, Leoshinchi, 32%, Rem, 22%, Ram, 21%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 1,805 thousandths, Mara Fruit Awakening, Purple Color and Temperature Increase, 505 thousandths, Conqueror's Hockey, 802 thousandths, Armament Hockey, 1,302 thousand, Observation Hockey, 902 thousandths. Inheritance. Susano, Sage Mode, Wood Style. Digging Position. Positioning can be turned on. Warehouse. None. Yi Si simply glanced at the panel, and opened the positioning without any hesitation. Enable Location Mode, ding, it's on, still as usual. After the system's voice fell, a virtual map location template popped up in front of Yi Si. It's a little far away this time. Yi Si mused. This time, the location was located in a certain country on the Grand Line North Blue. He took a rough look, and it was very far away from the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Take it as a trip. Yi Si murmured. If it is a relatively close location, Yi Si will go there by himself. But this time the distance is far away. If he goes alone, he may not come back for a few days. If he does not come back, Senju Hashirama and others will also be worried. So this time, let's take them with us. Akuno, Madara, want to hang out? Standing in the shade of a tree, Yi Si asked Akunologia and Uchiha Madara who were basking in the sun. Going to play? Where are you going to play? Akunologia sat up and asked. North Blue, it's quite far from here, do you want to go together? Of course, I haven't gone out for a while. Akunologia responded with a smile. What about you, Madara, are you going? Yi Si asked Uchiha Madara by placing Yuguang on Uchiha Madara's body. You have all gone, how can I not go? Advertisement. Okay, I'll inform the others, Yi Si nodded and said. After questioning, Yi Si found that everyone was willing to go. He called the world government and asked them to start preparing the boat. He was going to the North Blue, the first half of the Grand Line. A few minutes later, the news that Yi Si was going to travel far reached the ears of 5 elders. Now they are always paying attention to Yi Si's news and movements, for fear that he will make any rebellious actions. Yi Si is going on a long journey, what do you think? The bald old man sat on the sofa, looking solemnly at the 4 people around him. The sea is not stable recently. Pirates and marines have all returned to the first half of the Grand Line and started to search for news about Bernard World. Yi Si is sailing at this time. Do you have any other ideas? The old man with straight white hair stroked his beard with his hand and said solemnly. So far, the remnants of the Locks Pirates, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, John, Ochaku, Silver Axe have almost all returned to the first half of the Grand Line. It also includes the Luogia Pirates. Their purpose is very clear: in order to find Berndy World, get Pluton Battleship Blueprint. No one can resist the temptation of ancient weapons. Yi Si, do you want to take this opportunity to get the blueprint of the Pluton Battleship to rebel? The old man with a scar on his face said hoarsely. After his words fell, the entire conference room was silent for a while, and they all had an ominous premonition. Today, Yi Si's strength, influence, and reputation are unprecedentedly strong. If they get the blueprint of the Pluton warship, they may not rebel. They say that it is impossible not to worry. What should we do? Although the design of the Pluton warship is what the powerful people in the whole of the sea are looking for, but with Yi Si's strength, how many people in the whole sea can fight against him? If he meets when it comes to the strong man holding the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, there is no doubt that Yi Si will get the blueprint in the end. The old man with the knife said these words with a heavy face. To ensure his safety, let the CPO organization dispatch. No matter who has the design of the Pluton battleship, it cannot fall into the hands of Yi Si. The bald old man said after a long silence. Yi Si is a double sword. He is endowed with the title of God, and he can suppress the tongue of pirates in the world. But he also poses a threat to the world government. This time, Yi Si chose to sail for the first half of the Grand Line, and has been identified by 5 elders as having rebellious intentions. It must be treated with caution. Yi Si is the man they valued before, who can carry the banner of celestial dragons. But now Yi Si is almost out of their control. 0475 Elders decision, followed by the CPO organization, full order. 5 elders discussed for a long time in the conference room. Call the CPO organization and ask them to follow Yi Si to the first half of the Grand Line. And warn them, if Yi Si is going to get the Pluton battleship blueprint, no matter the cost, snatch the Pluton warship blueprint. Once Yi Si got the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, they lost control of Yi Si completely. This kind of thing must not happen. Holy Land Myriad. Yi Si soaked in the artificial hot spring for a while, and everyone else basically changed into nice clothes and got ready. Where are Ram and Ram? Yi Si asked in the living room after changing into clean clothes. The maids said they have to dress them themselves, so it will take a little longer. Yuno Retsu responded softly. Really? Yi Si nodded upon hearing this. This outfit suits your Yi Si very well. Long Wan folded his hands in front of his chest and watched carefully. My face fits all clothes. Yi Si spread her hands and said calmly. Cut. Narcissism. Tornado turned his head arrogantly. This time we are going to North Blue to compete for the design of the Pluton battleship Yi Si? Yuno Retsu asked 097. Berndy World is in the first half of the Grand Line. This is the news that everyone can guess. In the past few days, countless pirates have returned to the first half of the Grand Line, which is enough to explain the problem. Pluton battleship design. That's not true, it's just that new members can be summoned. Yi Si shook his head and straightened his tie. It seems that we will have a new companion again. Guoyuan picked up an apple on the table and said with a smile. Are Ram and Ram still okay? Senju Hashirama asked while picking up a banana on the table. As soon as he finished speaking, Ram and Ram came out after changing into nice clothes. Although they are cute enough in maid outfits, but now she has changed into a new dress that was jointly dressed and selected by many maids, making her look even cuter. It's so cute, Long Wan couldn't help but praise. It's really cute, Yuno Retsu nodded in agreement. Others also set their sights on the two of them. I have to say that the two of them are really cute now. Thank you. Ram and Ram thanked with reddish faces. Advertisement. Okay, it's time to go. The boat is ready. Yi Si looked at Ram and nodded as a reminder. He had already called the world government, and with world government efficiency, there was no question that the ship was now ready. Let's go. Tornado flew over and grabbed Ram's hand and said with a smile. Everyone left the living room and came to the gate of the castle. A group of members of the CPO organization have been waiting here for a long time. You are? Yi Si looked at the members of the CPO organization standing outside the castle and asked suspiciously. He was also the first person to meet the CPO organization head-on. Bernard Issan, we are the CPO organizing this voyage and we will protect you. The captain of the leading CPO organization bowed slightly and said respectfully. No, you go back. Yi Si glanced at the people in front of him and responded with a faint shake of his head. He is on top of this group of strong CPO organizations. Feeling a familiar atmosphere among the crowd in front of him, there was a masked man who was the one who had been monitoring him. No, this is an order from the 5 elders, we must abide by it. Please also Bernard Issan, give us a chance, let us escort you. The captain of the CPO organization bowed his waist and put his hands on his chest and said respectfully. 5 elders. Yi Si muttered to himself, frowning slightly upon hearing this. 5 elders knew his strength, after all, he was the one who finished Locks. With his current strength, there is no need to send anyone to protect him. 5 elders insists on sending CPO to follow him, is it because he is afraid that he will make some treasonous move, BFAJ? He just wants to dig. Okay, Yi Si nodded after a moment of silence. Just go to the country of North Blue, get rid of its CPO, and go digging alone. Now if you refuse to follow the CPO organization, presumably, 5 elders will think that there is a motive for treason, and he may not even be able to do without the Holy Land of Myriad. Although he is no longer afraid of anyone with his current power, but I am still unwilling to face it. Advertisement because he doesn't know anything about I am. Now he doesn't want to stand on the opposite side of the world government. His current status is lofty, and he doesn't want to abandon this position of celestial dragons. Thank you Bernard Issan for giving us the opportunity, we will always protect your safety. The captain of the CPO organization heard that Yi Si agreed, and said with a sigh of relief. No, you are too weak, just follow me, you don't have to be close, Yi Si said calmly. Please Bernard Issan, don't underestimate us, we will definitely protect you. Really, you probably can't even beat my bodyguard? Then please Bernard Issan, give us a chance to challenge your bodyguard. The captain of the CPO organization bent down and said respectfully again. Madara, show him your hands, Yi Si shouted, sure. Uchiha Madara, who stood behind Bernard Yi Si, took out a huge sickle, put it on his shoulder, and walked slowly to Yi Si with a calm expression. The captain of the CPO organization looked at Uchiha Madara in silence for a moment, then greeted the subordinates behind him and said, go and show him your hands. I saw a man with a strong figure and a mask on his face walked in front of everyone. Although he is wearing clothes, his bulging muscles can still be seen. Start now, Uchiha Madara said calmly. Then let's start. The muscular man didn't say much nonsense, tore off his clothes, covered hockey with his fist, and threw it at Uchiha Madara. Boom. Uchiha Madara swung the sickle in his hand and slashed. His fist collided with the sickle, and a strong air current burst out, sweeping all directions. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Garp has given them information about the location of Berndy World. He did not wait for reinforcements from Naval Headquarters. After reporting the information, he took a group of Marines to capture Berndy World directly. Berndy World has gone to North Blue. Kong hung up on Garp's report and muttered to himself. Damn Garp, doing such a dangerous task alone again. Sengoku on the other side couldn't help cursing. He listened to the conversation between Kong and Garp. Regardless of Kong's persuasion, Garp resolutely pursues D-World. 048 The powerful gather on the Grand Line, full order. Sengoku, you go to North Blue. With Garp alone, I'm afraid he won't be able to catch up with Berndy World, Kong told Sengoku. He is not underestimating Garp's strength, but Berndy World's ability is very troublesome. It is not easy to catch, I see, Sengoku nodded in agreement. Boom boom boom, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Click, the door was pushed open, and a muscular man in marine clothing walked in from the door. He was wearing sunglasses, and his face was a little dignified. When did you come back, Zephyr? Kong asked in a little surprise when he saw the visitor. Zephyr, like Sengoku, was promoted to Marine Admiral. But shouldn't the current Zephyr be in New World, chasing down the remnants of the Lox pirates? When did Naval Headquarters return? Why no notice? Kong, the big pirates from New World have poured into the first half of the Grand Line. It seems that they all guessed something, Zephyr said with a heavy tone. His mission is not to hunt down Berndy World, but to hunt down the great pirates of New World. His first target in New World was Charlotte Linlin. But according to the information he got, the current Charlotte Linlin has returned to the first half of the Grand Line. Not only that Zephyr found, there are no more powerful pirates in New World, and almost all returned to the first half of the Grand Line. It seems that the temptation of the Pluton battleship design is still too great. A few days ago, Edward and Shiki had a big battle in the Sabaody archipelago. It seems that all the big pirates should have gathered in the first half of the Grand Line. Kong looked serious and analyzed solemnly. There is no one in the entire world who would not like to have blueprints for the Pluton battleship. But it's okay. Garp has got the Berndy World location. No matter which pirate's blueprint of the Pluton battleship falls into the hands, it poses a big threat to our Marine Headquarters. Why? Even if it does not fall into the hands of Berndy World, the Pluton battleship is always one of the 3 ancient weapons and has the legend of destroying the world. Zephyr, you go to pursue Berndy World with Sengoku. No matter what, even if the Pluton battleship design is destroyed, it cannot be obtained by any pirates, Kong said with a heavy tone, solemnly. Advertisement: every ancient weapon can affect the balance of the world, because they are too powerful. If you can't get it, destroy it. Anyway, the balance of the current world structure is tilted towards their naval headquarters and world government. Without the ancient weapons, they can boil frogs in warm water and slowly wipe out all the big pirates in New World. I see. Zephyr nodded. Zephyr Admiral travels to the North Blue with Sengoku Admiral in pursuit of Berndy World. The other side. Holy Land Mariajoy. Uchiha Madara is still fighting with the powerful of the CPO organization. However, it was not a battle of equal strength that was fought back and forth. This battle can be said to be crushing. Uchiha Madara crushes members of the CPO organization. Shua. Uchiha Madara jumped high, then waved the sickle in his hand and slashed heavily on the members of the CPO organization. A member of the CPO organization had a long scar on his entire abdomen, gushing out countless blood. Then he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Is that all? Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully. He didn't even use any armament hockey the whole time, playing very casually. But the members of the CPO organization in front of him are really too weak. He didn't even have the strength to entertain him, so he ended the battle with a single blow. You can't even beat my bodyguard, and you still want to protect me personally? EC looked at the captain of the CPO organization with a sneer of contempt. The captain of the CPO organization said without changing his expression, Bernard Issan, the one just now was the weakest member of our organization, but your bodyguard does have extraordinary abilities. Then do you want to fight him? EC said lightly. I will only attack the enemies who want to attack you, Bernard Issan, and naturally I will not attack the bodyguards around you. The organization leader of the CPO was very calm from the beginning to the end. No matter what, he was also a strong person cultivated by the world government. Undoubtedly, it also has some strength. The boat is ready. EC was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he changed the subject and asked. The boat is already ready, Bernard Issan. Bar. After Yi Si turned his head, everyone nodded. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. The crowd left the holy land of Mariajoy, took the lift, and came to the Sabaody archipelago. Their arrival immediately attracted the attention of countless residents of Sabaody archipelago. Because it was the first time for them to see with their own eyes all the powerful people around Yi Si. Everyone exudes a do not disturb aura. Behind them, there are many powerful CPO organizations escorting them. Yi Si stood at the C position with a calm expression. Along the way, no one dared to stand in front of them, and everyone unconsciously stepped aside. Boom! Suddenly a gunshot was heard. Yi Si turned his head and found that a strong person from the CPO organization had shot. When you see Bernard Issan, how dare you not kneel down? The members of the CPO organization said coldly. Zero hear what he said. Countless pirates standing on both sides of the road, including the original residents, knelt down in unison with terrified faces. Yi Si didn't care and continued to walk towards the coast. On the coast of Sabaody archipelago, there's a huge marine warship docked. On the shore, there were still a few men in black standing. Great Bernard Issan, we have been waiting for you here for a long time. A few men in black stood by the seashore. They bent over and said respectfully when they saw Yi Si's eyes. With the arrival of Yi Si, a ladder was lowered on the marine battleship. Everyone stepped up the ladder. Marine battleship, start sailing, head to the direction of North Blue. Yi Si has already looked at the map, and this time the country they're going to is the Gadobriel country in North Blue. The world government had notified the king of that country earlier and let them get ready to welcome Yi Si. Celestial dragons are world nobles, and Bernard Issan's status is even higher than ordinary celestial dragons. After all, he is a person named God by the world. His status in the holy land of Mariajoy can be said to be only under 5 elders and I am. His arrival made the kings of Gadobriel's country ecstatic, although they didn't know why Yi Si was going to their country. But they knew that before long, they would see a man of the highest status in this world. Therefore, all over the country, all over the world, are preparing for Yi Si's welcome ceremony. .049 Garp vs. Berndy World, full order. On the other side, Marine Vice Admiral Garp has brought many Marines to an island in North Blue. This island is called Mikoto Island, and Berndy World sent men to kidnap many shipwrights in the world. And secretly build ships here. A marine warship attacked, instantly attracting the attention of the pirates on the shore of the island who were investigating intelligence. Captain Berndy World, it's bad. At this time, Berndy World was watching the shipbuilder build a ship, and a pirate ran over in a hurry. What's wrong? Berndy World kept its eyes on the shipbuilder without even looking at the pirate, and asked in a cold voice. The people from Marine are here, pirates hurriedly reported. What did you say? Hearing this, D World was shocked. Mikoto Island is a deserted island in North Blue. It is located in a remote place. How did the people from the 930 army find him? Could it be that a spy betrayed his news? Hi. Marine's people were here. Marine swallowed a mouthful of saliva and repeated again. Damn Marine. Berndy World's arms were throbbing with veins, but he calmed down quickly and ordered solemnly. Notify the others, take these boatmen and leave first. He still has a lot of trustworthy crew members on this ship. Let these crew members leave with the shipbuilder and the Pluton battleship design. He went alone to stall for time. He had to create the Pluton battleship because it was the tool with which he could rule the world. Yes, Captain. The pirate responded quickly. Then go to the depths of the island to inform other pirates. Berndy World quickly rushed to the other side of the island, and sure enough, a marine warship was rushing towards their island. Standing at the bow was Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, Berndy World saw Garp's complexion suddenly darkened. If it is other Marine Vice Admiral, he still doesn't pay attention to it. But Garp is no ordinary Marine Vice Admiral at all. Garp has repeatedly clashed with the cadres of the Lox pirates, and pursued the Luogia pirates, and his reputation has long been established. He's good enough to be promoted to Admiral, but he just doesn't want to be. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Berndy World, I finally found you. Garp stood at the bow of the ship with his arms crossed, looked at Berndy World standing on the island and laughed. Damn it, do you Marines also want to get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship? Berndy World asked coldly. If the ancient weapon is made by you, our Marine will be in trouble, so let me send you to prison. Garp took off his justice cloak and rushed towards Berndy World. Send me to jail if you can. Try Garp. Berndy World covered hockey on his arm, also jumped up and rushed towards Garp. Berndy World clashes head on with Garp. Equals 8 the first half of the Grand Line, a certain sea area in North Blue. A marine battleship is sailing. It was Yi Si and the others on board. Their current course is heading for the North Blue country of Godot Bailey. They are now enjoying a meal on the deck of the marine battleship. The members of the CPO organization, except for sleeping, are by Yi Si's side almost all the time. Bernard Issan, this is today's paper. A member of the CPO organization handed today's newspaper to Yi Si. Yi Si didn't bring any maid with her because she was away from home. Therefore, the matter of delivering the newspaper fell on the CPO organization. Huh? Berndy World is in North Blue? Seeing the newspaper in his hand, Yi Si was taken aback for a moment. The content in the newspaper is that Berndy World clashed with Garp and fled, and is now missing, and should still be in North Blue. Escape from Garp, this Berndy World is not easy. Uchiha Madara looked at the newspaper in his hand, took a sip of tea and said. He has played against Garp many times, and he knows that Garp's strength is not easy. Berndy World can escape from Garp's hands, it is impossible without strength. Berndy World escaped because of his devil fruit ability. Members of the CPO organization interjected from the side. Advertisement, what devil fruit? Guoyuan asked. Except for Yi Si who knows the devil fruit of Berndy World, Senju Hashirama and others don't know. The devil fruit of Bernard World is exactly Momo fruit. Members of the CPO organization brought out information about Bernard World and an introduction about Momo fruit. Handed it over to everyone. Their organization is best at assassination and intelligence investigation. They have collected information about the world's great pirates. His ability is a perfect match with the Pluton battleship. After seeing the introduction of Momo fruit, Senju Hashirama couldn't help sighing. No wonder Yi Si said that he got the Pluton battleship. We will be destroyed. It seems true. Yunohana Retsu also gasped. Devil fruit deserves to have the ability beyond miracles, although they haven't seen the Pluton battleship with their own eyes. But I have learned a little about the Pluton battleship in books. One cannonball can destroy a small island. If it is paired with Momo fruit to strengthen the volume of the shells fired by the Pluton battleship, the power is unimaginable. After seeing the introduction of the Momo fruit in his hand, the old master thought for a while, and warned. Ye see, since Bernard World is also in North Blue, we have to go to stop him, and we can't let him create the Pluton battleship. Otherwise we will be in trouble. If you can meet it, let's deal with it, Ye Si responded indifferently lying on the chair. The whereabouts of Bernard World were exposed too quickly, and he will be hunted down by the strong men of the whole world next. How is he going to build the Pluton ship on the hunt? With Bernard Issan's strength, isn't it easy to solve Bernard World? But the people in Marine have already done this. Bernard 2.6 Issan should enjoy this journey. The captain of the CPO organization flattered Ye Si. However, he said the words of praise from the bottom of his heart. Ye Si's strength is so strong that even Locks can handle it. What is a Bernard World? But they don't want Ye Si and others to meet him. After all, once they meet, with the means of Ye Si and others, it is very likely that Bernard World will be left behind. At that time, once Ye Si gets the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, it will be troublesome. Although he is confident in his own strength, he can snatch the design of the Pluton battleship. But if they do this, it is very likely that Ye Si will turn his face on the spot and stand on the opposite side of them. To be honest, he really didn't want Ye Si to stand against them. 050 Ye Si, please order in full. It's not just that they follow the news. In the first half of the Grand Line, there are still many pirates who are paying attention to this news. West Blue, on a certain sea area. Damn it, how did that be ******** D end up in North Blue? Golden Lion floated in midair, read the latest newspaper, and said with a gloomy face. West Blue is far from North Blue. He can only hope now that Bernard World won't be caught by Marine's people. The battleship Pluton can only belong to Laozi. Golden Lion roared, then tore the newspaper in his hand. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't stay in this place too much, but headed in the direction of North Blue. Grand Line, in a certain sea area. Kaido turned into a dragon, paraded rapidly in the ocean, and began to head for North Blue. He's already got information from Bernard World in North Blue. A huge sea kings was suddenly intercepted in front of him. Damn it, why do Poseidon 15 always trouble me? Kaido couldn't help complaining. He has been in the sea area for the past few days, and he has encountered several sea kings blocking his way. Logically speaking, he doesn't look like a human being, so sea kings can't treat him as the same kind. He quickly solved the sea kings in front of him, continued to swim in the sea, and headed for North Blue. It's not that he doesn't want to fly, but that the time for him to get the Phantom Beast fish fruit is not too short. Can't fly at all. Grand Line, East Blue, a certain sea area. There is a big ship sailing here, and Whitebeard, the head of the future 4 emperors in the original book, is on board. He had guessed that Bernard World was on the Grand Line, but he didn't know exactly where. Advertisement, so he took his crew to East Blue. Has Bernard World been discovered by Marine so quickly? Whitebeard took a sip of the wine and carefully read the newspaper in his hand. It's a good thing he wasn't captured by Marine, and the blueprint for the Pluton battleship should still be on him, a crew member said. Now Marine and the world government are strong enough. If Marine gets the Pluton warship again, we will not be able to survive in this sea area. The crew on the side looked at the newspaper in their hands and said in a deep voice. In this era, celestial dragons has a different kind. We pirates are at a disadvantage in the sea today. We must not let Marine get the design of the Pluton battleship. Another crew member echoed. Bernard Ye Si, he is indeed a different kind, Whitebeard said solemnly. I really don't understand why he, as a celestial dragons, doesn't just sit around and wait to die, but insists on standing out. A crew member complained helplessly. The power of Bernard Ye Si is almost known to everyone in the whole world. He was the man who ended Locks, after all. Sigh, Marine is troublesome enough for us pirates. There's a celestial dragon's Bernard Ye Si. This simply doesn't want us pirates to live. It's not just Ye Si who is strong alone, the men around him are also terrifyingly strong, Whitebeard added after taking a sip of his wine. He has played against Senju Hashirama before, and the opponent's strength is not weak, and the two can't tell the difference in a short period of time. Father, let's go to North Blue as soon as possible, and we must not let the Marines get the design of the Pluton battleship, a crew member said. Whitebeard nodded when he heard the words, stood up, threw the newspaper in his hand into the sea, and shouted, set sail. The other pirates, including Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, Ochaku and other pirates of the Locks pirates, all saw the news and set off for North Blue. North Blue, a certain sea area. After a few days, Ye Si's ship is finally approaching the country of Godobriel. In the past few days, Ye Si didn't have any activities. She moved a rocking chair and lay on the bow of the boat, watching the scenery, blowing the sea breeze, and enjoying snacks, newspapers and drinks. Not only Ye Si is like this, Akunologia, G. Guoyuan, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and others are also like this, and they catch up with a few words from time to time. Dragon roll, Yunohana Retsu, follow Ram, learn how to cook in the kitchen. The old celestial master has not been idle since he came to this world, he is practicing his own skills. Before their ships arrived at the port, they could see the grand formation of Gadabriel's country. Advertisement in the center of the port, a long red carpet was laid out. At the end of the red carpet, the king and queen of this country had been waiting for a long time. And around the red carpet is full of people, some of them are the aborigines and nobles of this country. There are also many nobles from other countries, and even kings from other countries. The sole purpose of their coming here is to meet the alternative of the Celestial Dragons family, Bernard Issan. In their minds, ordinary celestial dragons, titled celestial dragons. Because of this, the kings of other countries were also attracted, wanting to meet Issan. The crowd cheered as the world government ship approached. Issan stood at the bow of the ship, opened the map of the virtual template, and checked again that it was this country. The one standing in the middle is the world's top nobleman, Uncle Bernard Issan, the 10 most ethnic members said excitedly. It's him. It's him. I've seen Bernard 627 Issan many times in the newspapers. I can't be wrong. It's him. Another nobleman also shouted excitedly. You must know that they are elegant nobles on weekdays. But when they saw Bernard Issan, they couldn't hold back their excitement. I didn't expect to see Bernard Issan in my lifetime. My life is worth it, said a certain aristocratic nympho. How handsome, if I become his wife, how happy I would be. Next to her, a 20-year-old woman covered in extravagant accessories said. Just you. You don't care whether you are worthy, but you want to stand beside Bernard Issan? Only I am worthy to stand beside Bernard Issan. A nobleman next to him said coldly with his hands on his hips. Just you. You don't talk big just because you don't look at how much you weigh. You're not as good looking as my nanny who wipes the floor. What did you say? The two noblewomen fought when they disagreed, not at all refined. But the fight between the two female nobles did not attract anyone's attention. There were even louder shouts from the crowd, because at this time, Bernard Issan had already disembarked from the boat, landed in this country, and stepped on the red carpet. Behind him are Senju Hashirama et al. Their status is also noble, and they are Issan's subordinates, so they are qualified to step on the red carpet. 051 Encounter Bernard World. Full order. Behind them are all members of the CPO organization. They either wear masks, or have a cold and ruthless face. Their eyes glanced around, as if they were wary of assassins. The country and princess of this country saw Issan stepping on the red carpet and hurried forward. He bowed deeply towards him, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully. Great, Sir Bernard Issan, you are welcome. As the king's words fell, all the guards behind him knelt down collectively, and then all the people watching. Among this crowd were kings from other countries. In front of Issan, they also need to kneel on this cold floor. The two female nobles who were fighting, although their clothes were disheveled at this time, it was too late to clean up, so they quickly knelt down. Great, Lord Bernard Issan, welcome to come, all the people in the crowd said in unison. If there is anything I can do to help you, please ask Mr. Bernard Issan. I will do my best. The country knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. No, I'm just here for a stroll. I see, Bernard Issan. Issan did not refuse the kindness of the king of the country and had a great meal at this place. After eating, he left the palace at a speed that members of the CPO organization could not feel. And asked Senju Hashirama and others to find a reason to let them stay in the palace for a short time. After he came outside and determined the direction, he saw the paper separated from his back and gathered into wings. With the flapping of the wings, he flew up at an extremely fast speed. Avoiding crowds along the way, he finally reached his destination in about 10 minutes. This time, like the last time, it was a black ground. A shovel appeared out of nowhere in Issan's hand, just as he was about to dig. Suddenly he became aware of people around him. He looked up and saw a familiar figure not far away. The two looked at each other. Bernard Issan. When Bernard World saw Issan with a shovel in his hand, he was startled. Bernard World? Issan also called out his name in some confusion. Bernard World wears an old helmet, a long light green beard on his chin, a tattoo on his left arm, a gold necklace around his neck, and ordinary pants on his legs, wearing a black coat. Advertisement. Issan never thought of it. He even met the future world destroyer, Bernard World, in the country of Gadabriel. Damn, why are you here, Bernard Issan? Bernard World reacted and stepped back. He has been being hunted by the marine for the past few days, so he hid in this country for the time being. But he never expected that in this country, he would meet celestial dragons. Bernard Issan. I still want to ask you, Issan sneered with a shovel in hand. You come North Blue is also looking for me, and wants to get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship in my hand? Bernard World looked at Issan vigilantly, and slowly backed away. He doesn't want to conflict with Issan now, not to mention that Issan's strength can end locks, he can't beat him. Another point is that once the two fight in this place, it is possible to attract Marine's attention. It will be troublesome once Marine also arrives here. I said I met you by accident, do you believe me? Issan said calmly, spreading her hands. Bernard World sneered for a while, his brain was running fast, trying to stir up a topic, attracting Issan with the topic, and then slowly backed away. Bernard Issan, you have great strength and reliable subordinates, why do you still want to be inferior to others? Bernard World retreated step by step, sowing discord. It's useless to sow dissension, Bernard World, since we met today, then leave the design of the Pluton battleship behind, Issan said calmly. He didn't deliberately look for Bernard World, it was really by accident. Now that they have met, they must not let the other party go. He is still somewhat interested in the design of the Pluton battleship, one of the ancient weapons. After all, it is something that can destroy the world. I don't have the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. If you let me go, I'll go back and get it for you, Bernard World responded. Are you fooling a 3-year-old? Do you think I will let you go if I meet you today? Issan sneered. Bernard Issan, how about the two of us joining forces? I know you definitely don't want to be inferior to others. I created the Pluton battleship. After ruling the world, we will divide the world equally. What do you think? Bernard World initiated to Issan invite. The condition you mentioned is quite attractive. Issan thought seriously, resting his chin on his hand. You agree? Bernard World was overjoyed and asked hastily. How is this possible? A sneer suddenly appeared on Issan's face and continued. Why don't I kill you, get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, and rule the world by myself? Advertisement right now. Issan has no interest in ruling the world, but if he can, why not? You exposed your ambition, Bernard Issan. If first tell the marine and world government about your ambition, what do you think will happen? Bernard World has a meaningful smile on its face. Do you think they will believe what you say as a pirate? Issan smiled disdainfully. Bernard World kept backing away during the conversation, and at this time had already retreated far enough away from Issan. Momo 50 times. He suddenly took out 2 bullets from his pocket, and the bullets suddenly became 50 times bigger on the way to Issan. The shovel in Issan's hand covered hockey. Dang dang. Issan swung the shovel in his hand vigorously, knocking off the 2 flying bullets. But at this time, Bernard World had already run away, and he did not choose to confront Issan head-on. Issan can even end locks, and under Locke's rule, he doesn't even want to show his face. He knew he was no match for Issan. Want to run? I saw the paper separated from behind Issan and gathered into wings. With the flapping of the wings, Issan chased Bernard World at an extremely fast speed. Damn it. Bernard World turned around and saw Issan behind him chasing up, and quickly used his devil fruit ability. Momo 10 times faster. Bernard World increases its own movement speed by 10 times, which is 5 times faster than that of shaved in 6 forms. Paper was separated from Issan's body, and then a crossbow and several bows and arrows were formed in his hands. The bow and arrow were covered with purple flames. Shish. Level. He fully pulled the crossbow and shot a few bows and arrows burning with purple flames. The bow and arrow flew very fast and rushed towards Bernard World, but he dodged it flexibly. Boom. Suddenly the bow and arrow that fell on the ground exploded, forming a small cloud of mushrooms and clouds of smoke. Bernard World's body was lit with purple flames, but he covered hockey and continued to flee. He is not stupid to fight hard with Issan. 0.052 CP0 Organization versus Summoner, full order. In the kingdom, at this time Senju Hashirama and others have stopped the CPO organization. Get out of the way. The captain of the CPO organization scanned the crowd with cold eyes and ordered in a deep voice. Issan has something to do, and I'll be back in a while, but you need to stay here until then. Senju Hashirama folded his hands on his chest, stood at the door and said coldly. While eating, Issan had quietly ordered them to let the CPO organization stay in the palace for a short time, and he would be back in a while. Where's Bernard Issan? Asked a member of the CPO organization. They didn't know why Issan deliberately left them and left alone. He felt that there should be a secret in it, so they must know the purpose of Issan's leaving the kingdom this time. Celestial Dragons is doing something. Do I still need to report to you? The old master stroked his beard with a calm face and a calm tone. Bernard Issan will inevitably be in danger if he goes out alone. The duty of our 720 is to protect him every step of the way, so get out of the way and let us find him. A member of the CPO organization said coldly. Hee. Protect Issan? Issan killed Locks. Are you capable of killing Locks? Guoyuan laughed out loud when he heard this. I'll say it again, get out of the way, the captain of the CPO organization said coldly. Stay here obediently, this is Issan's order. Uchiha Madara responded impatiently with a huge scythe on his shoulder. The captain of the CPO organization did not speak, but glanced around. None of Issan's subordinates was a simple person. If he did it rashly, he didn't think he could gain the upper hand. But the suspicion of Issan's sudden departure this time is too great. Why did Issan, who was dubbed the title of God, come to North Blue, a small franchise country? Advertisement. Why did he order his men to stop them during the meal? BFFG. What is Issan going to do during this time? Could it be that they want to collude with the pirates to instigate rebellion against the world government? He has considered all kinds of possibilities, but it is difficult for them to leave now. Because Senju Hashirama and others are all guarding in the palace. Many members of the CPO organization stood in the middle, and it was doomed to be very difficult to break through. At this time, the king and the princess were already scared to death. Didn't they still get along with each other and have dinner together just now? Why is the sword drawn so arrogantly all of a sudden, as if a fight is about to start? Are you determined to stop us? The leader of the CPO organization scanned everyone with menacing eyes and said coldly. Hee. So what if I stop you? Senju Hashirama sneered. Either tell me why Bernard Issan is leaving, or get out of the way. Both options are impossible. It is your choice and our responsibility to stay where you are obediently. Yuno Hanaretsu said indifferently while holding the sword. It seems that there is nothing to talk about. The captain of the CPO organization put his hand on the blade at his waist. The members of the CPO organization next to him are also ready to fight. Isn't it good to stay here obediently? Do you have to ask for trouble? Akunologia said contemptuously. The captain of the CPO organization didn't talk nonsense with them, and rushed towards Senju Hashirama directly. The two teams began to fight in the palace. On the other hand, Issan is still chasing Bernard World. But Bernard World uses the Momo fruit to increase the speed by 10 times, and it keeps moving at high speed along the coast. Advertisement. Even Issan can hardly catch up with him. At this time, Bernard World's body was still lit with purple flames, but he was covered with hockey, and the flames did not cause much damage to him. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Issan let out a light zaw, and a huge wooden dragon suddenly appeared under his feet, with long spikes and fangs. Quickly dashed to Bernard World. Momo 30 times faster. Sensing the crisis, Bernard World uses its Devil Fruit ability again. Now his speed can be said to be approaching the limit, his body left afterimages on the ground, even Yi Si is a little dazzled looking at it. Boom. The wood dragon slams into the ground, but doesn't touch Bernard World at all. What a troublesome Devil Fruit ability, Yi Si frowned and complained. The 10 times faster Bernard World moves 5 times faster than Shave, and now he is 30 times faster, so fast that only afterimages remain. Bernard World was moving at a high speed along the coast, and suddenly he saw a boat on the coast, and shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. God help me, I didn't expect to meet a boat on the coast. He ran to the boat with great speed, and a huge purple fireball appeared in Yi Si's hand, and the fireball turned into a dragon form in his hand. With a strong arm, the purple fire dragon rushed towards Bernard World with high temperature. It's useless, Bernard Yi Si. Bernard World turned to look at the attacking purple fire dragon without any panic, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. He jumped high, easily dodged the purple fire dragon's attack, and then landed on the boat. 053 inheriting the Sharingan, full order, ha ha ha. With a boat, I think it would be easy to leave here, Bernard Yi Si. Bernard World stood at the bow and couldn't help laughing. His ship was wrecked on reaching the country, but he didn't use this to find the boat, but found a hidden place and hid it. Although his ability is very pervert, but it also consumes a lot of stamina. The fight with Garp and the escape from Marine's pursuit consumed a lot of his stamina. For the past few days, he has been hiding here to recover his strength. Although he accidentally met Yi Si and was chased by Yi Si, but he was very lucky and just met a boat, otherwise he didn't know if he would be able to escape today. It seems that today is destined to miss the design of the Pluton battleship. Yi Si floated in midair, frowning slightly and said helplessly. Having read the original book, he is very clear about the power of Bernard World's Devil Fruit. Using the power of Devil Fruit on the ship can greatly increase the speed of the ship. We have to say goodbye, Bernard Yi Si. After I leave, I will give you a big gift. Bernard World stood at the bow, with a meaningful sneer on the corner of his mouth. What big gift? Yi Si asked while floating in the air. It won't be long before you know, Bernard World sneered. Really? Then let me look forward to it, Yi Si sneered. Yi Si held a shovel in both hands and headed towards the Bernard World army. A sword chi like a shark's fin pierced the sky, tearing apart the space at high speed, rushing towards Bernard World with overwhelming momentum and destroying everything. Such an attack is futile, Bernard Yi Si. Bernard World saw the flying slash and shook his head slowly. Momo 50 times faster, Bernard World held the rudder in his hand, and released Devil Fruit's ability on the boat. The boat rushed towards the distance like an afterimage on the sea. Advertisement, boom. The chop fell on the surface of the sea, split the surface of the sea, formed a bottomless chasm, but did not hit Bernard World. Goodbye, Bernard Yi Si. Wait to accept my big gift. Bernard World's ship disappeared on the sea level and only such a sentence remained. Big gift, Yi Si muttered to himself, but he didn't pay attention to what Bernard World said. Bernard World ran and ran. In this nautical world, it is fate. Since he couldn't get the design of the Pluton battleship this time, he naturally wouldn't force it. He didn't stay in this place too much, but returned to the excavation site. He looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Then he set his sights on the black square, and without any hesitation, he raised the shovel and dropped it. Boom. If you haven't worn it for a while, Yi Si will wear it a few more times. When? Dang dang dang. The shovel kept colliding with the black square, and the black square continued to crack, and finally completely shattered. At this time, Yi Si also heard the system beep, so he stopped swinging the shovel. Hint. Get the selection inheritance card X1. Use the ability in the character card that can be selected by yourself. Open black lens bracket hint. Gain experience 100 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket hint. Gain experience 100 close black lens bracket. Is there no character summoning card? Yi Si stood still and scratched his head. The last digging directly exploded 2 character summoning cards, but this time none of them were revealed, but the experience was twice as much as usual. Forget it, at least there is a character inheritance card. Advertisement ***0 Yi Si set her sights on the character succession card. Use, ding, successfully used. Please choose the inheritance ability. A. Tornado. Superpower. B. Uchiha Madara. Sharingan. C. Rem. Ghost form. D. Ji Guoyuan 1. The Breath of the Sun. E. Unohana Retsu. Kido. F. Celestial Master. Jingwang District. Yi Si glanced at it, and then fell into deep thought. The abilities above were all good, and he didn't know which one to choose. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to choose B. Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. He can improve a lot of strength by turning on Sharingan, and he can also use Susanoo. Without much hesitation, Yi Si chose Sharingan and inherited Sharingan's ability. It's time to go back. This time the excavation has ended. Although nothing good has been unearthed, at least a lot of experience has been added. Wait until the excavation level is improved. There must be something better coming out. Paper grew out of Yi Si's back, and quickly formed a pair of wings. With the flapping of the wings, Yi Si began to return to the palace at an extremely fast speed. On the other side of the palace, Senju Hashirama and others have already organized it. Ram and Ram fought against a strong CPO organization at the same time. Although they couldn't gain the upper hand, the opponent couldn't take them down in a short time. Ram is in ghost form, with a horn growing on her head, and her strength in this form has increased a lot. In her hand is a handle, a barbed iron ball connected to an iron chain, also known as a meteor iron ball. Boom. Ram swung the meteor hammer at the members of the CPO organization, but was easily dodged. The meteor fell to the ground and made a big hole. 054 Yi Si appears. The battle ends, full order. After the strong members of the CPO organization dodged the attack, they quickly rushed towards Ram. Elfra. Ram suddenly used wind magic, and a gust of wind blew towards the strong man of the CPO organization. When the strong CPO organization was about to approach Ram, he suddenly felt a gust of wind, which made him lose his mind for a short time. Boom. The next moment, Fumu's meteor iron ball hit him heavily in the face. His body flew upside down in an instant, and then lay on the ground. Rem's meteor iron ball comes with Haki, although Rem's time in this world is very short. But their mastery of Haki, 4-2-3, is unexpectedly very talented. It hit. Rem pulled back the meteor iron ball with a smile on his face. Don't take it lightly, he's not that easy to deal with. Ram warned softly not far from old Mew. Are all the women around Bernard Issan so strong? The strong man from the CPO organization stood up, with a lot of blood pouring out of his face, and said with a grim expression. He thought that his opponents were just two weak women who could be easily dealt with, but he didn't expect that under the combination of the two of them, he would suffer a disadvantage. The strong CPO organization covered Haki with his arms, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. He did not underestimate Ram and Ram in front of him anymore. Boom. Rem swung the meteor hammer and threw it at him again, but the strong CPO organization who got serious easily dodged her meteor iron ball attack, then charged towards Ram. Ulfra. Seeing the powerful CPO organization approaching her constantly, Ram stretched out his right arm, and a mass of white light rushed towards the strong man of the CPO organization, and the white light quickly formed a powerful air current. Advertisement, shave. The first time he was affected by Ram's wind magic, causing him to be hit by Ram's meteor hammer, but this does not mean that he will be affected twice. He used the shaved, high-speed movement to avoid the range of the wind magic in an instant, and then rushed to Ram again at an extremely fast speed. Ram knew that he was in danger, turned his head to look at Ram, and yelled out. Successful. The strong man of the CPO organization swung the fist covering Haki and smashed it at Ram. Boom. But before the fist touched Ram, he suddenly sensed the crisis, and saw a meteor iron ball smashing towards him. He was kicked out again. How is this possible? The strong man in the CPO organization feels unbelievable. His speed is very fast. How did Ram attack him? Sister, are you okay? Ram rushed to Ram worriedly and asked. When Ram was in danger just now, Ram suddenly foresaw something and sensed the attack organized by the CPO, so he was able to hit him with a meteor iron ball at a critical moment. This is exactly observation Haki. Thank you, Ram. Ram thanked. If it wasn't for Ram just now, she probably would have suffered a lot of damage. I will protect my sister. Ram smiled softly. Damn it, I don't believe that I'm no match for you two. The strong CPO organization became furious and rushed towards the two at a faster speed. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for Rem's sense of knowledge to be detected. After all, she had just awakened her sense of knowledge and didn't use it very well. Advertisement, go to hell you two. The powerful CPO organization shook their fists and attacked them, completely ignoring that the two in front of them were Yi Si's subordinates. A sword she struck, and before the fist of the strong CPO could touch the two of them, an arm appeared on the ground. On the other side, Guoyuan, who was about to strike, also withdrew his blade. He originally wanted to help remove Ram, but now it seems that he doesn't need it. The strong man of the CPO organization held the position of the broken arm in pain, half kneeling on the ground. He slowly raised his head, and saw a person he would never forget. Bernard Issan. Following his words, the battle in the entire palace also stopped. All eyes were on him. You guys, how brave you are. You dare to take action against my people after I left for a while? EC said in a deep voice as he scanned the surroundings with cold eyes. Sorry, Bernard Issan, we were worried about your safety, so we wanted to find you, but they insisted on blocking it, so. The captain of the CPO organization bowed slightly and explained respectfully. Members of the CPO organization around 1.5 also bowed down one after another. Worried about my safety? Are you kidding me? EC said coldly. He was the one who ended locks, and he also sank the Valley of the Gods, and now the CPO organization actually says they're worried about his safety? Isn't this ridiculous? Of course not, our duty is to protect you. The captain of the CPO organization shook his head and responded. Is that why you shot at my men? It was they who insisted on blocking us, so sorry, Bernard Issan. The motive of our action is to protect your safety. Hee. Yi Si sneered. 055 leaving North Blue, returning to the Holy Land Mariajoy, full order. Shua. He suddenly swung his knife and cut the body of the CPO organization member who was kneeling on the ground with a broken arm in half. Call. A massive purple flame appeared in his hand, and he threw the flame at the broken corpse. The purple flame possessed extremely high temperature, and burned the corpse clean within a short while. Yi Si killed a member of the CPO organization, but the people in the CPO organization were extremely calm. They didn't even frown. They didn't care about the dead people at all. Are you all right, Ramlam? Yi Si turned her head and asked with concern. It's fine, thank you, Master Yi Si. Ram shook her head and responded with a smile. Just now she thought she was going to be in danger, but Yi Si suddenly appeared to save them and let her out of danger, which made her heart full of emotion. Lam is fine, thank you Lord Yi Si. Ram shook his head and thanked. Yi Si smiled and rubbed their hair. Then he turned his head and greeted Uchiha Madara. Madara, today's fighting power is not good, why didn't you kill them all? 15. Didn't your order tell us to keep him? Replied Uchiha Madara, with a scythe over his shoulder, shrugging. They're not celestial dragons, it's okay to kill one or two, Yi Si said calmly. 5 elders sent the CPO organization to monitor him because he was afraid of his rebellion. He could bear it, but soon after he went out, the CPO organization dared to attack his people. Such behavior made him very angry. I see. Uchiha Madara held a sickle, nodded, and was about to continue attacking. I'm all here, it won't be right for you to kill them again. Seeing that Uchiha Madara wanted to make a move, Yi Si hurriedly stopped him. Going back to the CPO organization this time, there is no doubt that they will report today's situation to 5 elders. Advertisement, but he just killed a strong man from the CPO organization, and 5 elders probably wouldn't attack him directly. After all, he can make a lot of contributions to the world government. If he doesn't betray him face to face, 5 elders should still be used to him. After all, with him around, he can suppress countless pirates. However, he is still not sure how the 5 elders will make a decision. Okay. Uchiha Madara nodded. May I ask, Bernard Issan, what is the purpose of your leaving? The CPO organization leader bent down and asked suddenly. Do I still need to report to you when I do things? Do you think your status is higher than mine, or your strength is higher than mine? Yi Si said indifferently. No, in order to ensure your safety, we must understand your purpose, so that we can better protect you, the captain of the CPO organization explained. Don't mess around with those nonsense, I know what your purpose is. Yi Si didn't beat him around the bush, and talked to him straight to the point. Hearing this, the captain of the CPO organization also stood up straight, with a calm face, and said in a heavy tone. Bernard Issan, you are very strong, and your subordinates are also very strong, but if you rebel against the world government, you will definitely regret it. If I want to rebel, do you think you can still live and talk to me now? Yi Si sneered disdainfully. I hope you don't have any thoughts about this, the captain of the CPO organization said coldly. Is this the tone you spoke to the celestial dragons? Sorry, Bernard Issan. Is anyone injured? Yi Si stopped talking to him, but asked Senju Hashirama and others. This person is not qualified to be injured, Akunoya said disdainfully. If it wasn't because they obeyed Yi Si's order to keep them here instead of killing them, otherwise they would have killed at least a few members of these CPO organizations. Not injured. Yunohana Retsu and others shook their heads. That's good. Yi Si nodded upon hearing that advertisement. If the people around him were injured, he would not let the CPO organization go easily, but luckily after some fighting, none of the people around him were injured. Leaving? Bernard Issan? Asked the captain of the CPO organization. Let's go. Yi Si's goal of coming to North Blue has been achieved. Although it is a pity that a character card has not been released, but if he digs again next time, he will surely be able to increase his mining level. Who knows what kind of good things can be unearthed by raising the excavation level by 1 level. Plus 177, the center of the royal palace, has almost been destroyed by Senju Hashirama and others. The king and queen are fine, but they are almost scared to death. Everyone left North Blue on the marine battleship. Afterwards, Yi Si used his celestial dragon's privilege to send Bailey to Gadobriel Nation to repair the damage caused by the battle. A few days later, Holy Land Myriad, the CPO organization returned to the Holy Land of Myriad and informed the 5 elders of today's conflict. And there was a piece of news that shocked the world that day. Holy Land Myriad, backyard of Yi Si Castle. Yi Si returned home and started training, but at this time Rosminian rushed into the backyard with a panicked expression and shouted. Owner, what's wrong? Yi Si turned around and saw Rosminian standing at the door asking suspiciously. Master, have you read today's newspaper? Rosminian asked nervously. 056 Yi Si wants to betray the world government? Seek full order? Not yet. Yi Si responded, shaking his head. After returning to the Holy Land of Myriad, he returned to the backyard to start training, naturally not paying attention to the newspaper. Master, take a look at today's newspaper. Rosminian handed the newspaper to Yi Si. Is there any interesting news? Yi Si said while taking the newspaper from Rosminian. Bernard Yi Si betrayed the world government. The moment the newspaper was unfolded, Yi Si mumbled to himself the headline on the newspaper. I have to say that Yi Si was a little dazed when he just opened the newspaper, but he continued to read. The meaning in the newspaper clearly stated that Yi Si had the intention of rebelling against the world government, and the person who released the news was Bernard World. So this is the big gift you said? Bernard World? Yi Si muttered to himself while looking at the newspaper in his hand. When meeting Bernard World in Gadobriel country, Yi Si teased him verbally. But I didn't expect that the other party thought it was his ambition and even released a news. This surprised him a bit. But to be honest, Yi Si has no interest in dominating the world, but if he is 100% sure of dominating the world, then he might have such an idea. After all, he has nothing to lose after dominating the world. But he will not rebel for now. After all, the position of celestial dragons is still very comfortable. But the 5 elders began to be wary of him, because his influence was already enough for the end of the day. The powerhouses around him are almost stronger than naval headquarters and all high-level battles combined. Yi Si didn't pay attention to this news and continued training. The key to this kind of news depends on how the 5 elders make a decision. Advertisement Sanctuary Myriad in the highest hall. 5 elders looked gravely at the newspaper in his hand. What do you think of the latest news about Yi Si? The bald old man asked solemnly. This news was released by Bernard World, so it is inevitable that they want to sow discord. The old man holding the sword in his hand expressed his point of view. However, Yi Si went to the North Blue Gadobriel country just a few days ago. In the palace, Yi Si asked his men to stop the CPO organization. Where did Yi Si go during this period? Why did Bernard World release such a statement today? News. A 5 elders thought for a moment and expressed his doubts. Could it be that when Yi Si's subordinates stopped the CPO organization, Yi Si secretly went to meet Bernard World? One of the 5 elders turned pale with shock as he thought of a terrible truth. Only when the two met in North Blue, Bernard World would release such news. You mean that the two are in a cooperative relationship? Could it be that Yi Si has obtained the design of the Pluton battleship now? However, if the two of them have a cooperative relationship, why did Bernard World release such a piece of news, which aroused our suspicion? What is the relationship between the two of them? No matter how 5 elders thought about it, something was wrong. They dare not jump to conclusions. After all, this matter is of great importance. Yi Si is about to get out of our control, a 5 elders said helplessly with a sigh. They have always wanted to push Yi Si to the top position, and the position has been reserved for Yi Si long ago, but the recent actions of Yi Si really aroused their suspicion. They don't know what the purpose of Yi Si going to North Blue is, and they don't know where Yi Si went when he was dismissed from the CPO organization. This matter is of great importance. I'd better go and ask Mr. IM for advice. We won't be able to negotiate a result, a 5 elders suggested. Agree. Advertisement. The other 5 elders also agree with this proposal. The corridor outside Pangu City. AAA. Several 5 elders stepped into this area, and crisp footsteps sounded in the corridor. Several people came to Guoyuan's gate, hesitated for a while, but pushed the gate open. Ka ka ka. The door was pushed open and the 5 elders walked in. IM heard the sound of the door being pushed open, and slowly opened his evil-like eyes. 5 elders, come and meet Lord IM. 5 elders came to the center of the hall, knelt down on one knee, and their voice was loud, resounding throughout the hall. Do you want to talk about Yi Si? IM asked lightly with his hands on his face. 5 elders looked at each other when they heard the words, and were really surprised by Yim's words. The bald old man was silent for a moment and said, Good Jiao Hao. What does Lord Yim think of Yi Seguang? Yi Si is a talent that can be used, but only if he can be used by our world government. Yim also admires Yi Si a little bit, and in the future he may even become a 6-star star, but it all depends on whether Yi Si is willing or not. Bernard World released news that Yi Si wants to rebel against our world government. What does Lord Yim think about this? The bald old man asked. Yi Si is a person you cultivated. You ask me what I think about this matter? Yim sneered. After Im's words fell, 5 elders couldn't help shivering. Yi Si has gradually left us and mastered Lord Yim. One of the 5 elders bit the bullet and said, 057 Golden Lion versus Bernard World. Full order. Are you forcing me to treat you as trash? Im's words without any emotion passed into the ears of 5 elders. Their heads were on the ground, and their faces were a little nervous. As I said before, Yi Si is a double sword, which may benefit us or destroy us. The key lies in how we grasp him. Master IM means. I don't know the purpose of his trip to North Blue, but if he wants to betray our world government, he needs the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. If he wants it, let him go. 5 elders didn't speak, and none of them really understood what IM meant. North Blue now gathers most of the pirates in the entire world. If he wants to get the design of the Pluton battleship, he needs to grab it from these people. While he grabs the design of the Pluton battleship, he can help us solve many big pirates. Although Yi Si was born as celestial dragons, his power is too huge, so big that even the current 5 elders can hardly restrain Yi Si, plus Yi Sis moved to North Blue. Although IM trusted Yi Si before, he now has 550 doubts about Yi Si. He sat in this position for 800 years, and he wanted the whole world under his control, including the celestial dragons. Yi Si is gradually out of control. If she doesn't take this matter to heart, once Yi Si betrays, it will be a big trouble. Does Master Yim also think that Yi Si has the intention of betraying our world government? Asked the 5 elders. I'm not Yi Si. I can't guess what he's thinking. IM faintly shook his head. As our way of doing it today is to keep monitoring Yi Si? Asked one of the 5 elders. No need. Master IM means. You don't think Yi Si can notice your surveillance? IM sneered. Hearing this, the 5 elders glanced at each other. Advertisement. Let's make a decision based on Yi Si's next move. I hope he doesn't betray us. IM sitting on the throne of the void and slowly closed his eyes. Back off. Yes. Master IM. The 5 elders responded in unison. Grand Line, Wang Yi. At this time, Bernard World is still on the run. He is in this sea. He has met Garp twice, but he has run away. During the period, he also met a talking sea kings, but was beaten away by him. Gee ha ha ha. I finally found you, Bernard World. Bernard World, who was driving on the sea, suddenly heard a loud laugh. He turned his head and came across a man he had only seen in the newspapers. Shiki. Hand over the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, and I will spare your life. Golden Lion stood in midair and laughed ferociously. If you want it, get it. Shiki. Bernard Val reacted and roared with a grin. It seems that you want to be buried in this sea. Golden Lion said coldly with his hands folded on his chest. If you can do it, try it, Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Swish swish swish. Golden Lion pulled out the 2 famous knives around his waist, and unleashed countless golden slashes, slashing towards BFED, Bernard World. Momo 50 times faster. Looking at the countless golden slashes, Bernard World showed no fear on his face. He held the rudder with both hands and used Devil Fruit's ability to increase the speed of the ship by 50. Advertisement. The ship disappeared instantly and appeared in the distance. So this is your ability? Golden Lion looked calmly at the distant ship with a calm expression. Want to get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship Shiki? Then grab it. Bernard World laughed loudly. As long as the ship is not destroyed, it is difficult for anyone to catch up with him in this sea. Although he is a lion fruit and can fly, D-World still doesn't think the Golden Lion is faster than him. Shua. A sneer appeared on the corner of Golden Lion's mouth, and then he shot a terrifying sword aura towards the sea ahead. Shua. The sword energy instantly split the ocean and spread to the end of the horizon. Bernard World saw that the Golden Lion's sword energy was not attacking his ship, which made him a little puzzled, wondering what the other party was planning. Boom. I saw that the sea area affected by the Golden Lion's sword energy just now turned into waves in an instant, and the waves that covered the sky and the sun rose up, trying to swallow his boat. Such is the Golden Lion Devil Fruit's ability to manipulate whatever is touched by his attack. Damn it, can he control both his devil fruit and the ocean? Bernard World looked at the waves rising high in front of him, covering the sky and the sun, and his complexion suddenly became gloomy. He has demon fruit power. Once swept by the ocean, he will lose the ability to fight. Bernard World's ship did not dare to stay where it was, and rushed towards the distance. But the Golden Lion has been chasing after him, manipulating countless waves to attack Bernard World, leaving him with nowhere to run. At this time, Bernard World saw a huge island in the distance, and without any hesitation, drove the boat to the island. He has no chance of winning if he continues to stay at sea. 058 Order of the Five Elders, to North Blue. Bernard World and Golden Lion are fighting on an island in North Blue. The news quickly spread throughout the world, and all the big pirates in North Blue all started to go to the island where the two fought. Marine's people also got the news and organized troops to attack North Blue, intending to wipe out all the big pirates. Holy Land Marie Hoya, inside the castle of Yi Si. Yi Si and others have also seen the news of the battle between Naughty World and Golden Lion. It seems that Shiki also wants to get the design of the Pluton battleship. Guoyuan looked at the newspaper in front of him, took a sip of coffee. There is no one who is not interested in the design of the Pluton battleship, Yi Si said lightly, lying on the soft sofa. Yeah, the other big pirates who got wind of it should be here soon. Senju Hashirama looked at the newspaper in his hand and reminded. Are we going to grab the blueprints for the Pluton battleship, Yi Si? Yunohana Retsu put the newspaper on the table, looked at Yi Si and asked. The five elders have started to be wary of us now. Going to North Blue now will only increase their suspicion. Maybe they will find a way to destroy us. It's better not to act rashly. Yi Si shook his head slowly. Today, he doesn't want to abandon his identity as celestial dragons. He has no pursuit of world domination. Unless the world is sent to his face, or he has absolute strength and can rule the world 100%. Otherwise, he would not risk offending the world government, arousing the suspicion of the world government, and abandoning this comfortable position. Yi Si, now we are strong enough, why should we be inferior? Akunalogia asked with his hands on his face. If we break away from the world government, then we can only be pirates. The enemies we will face will be the world government, marine, and other pirates. It won't do us any good. Yi Si shook his head in response. Road. That's right. Akunalogia nodded. Boo. Advertisement. Boo. Boo. The phone bug placed on the table suddenly rang. Yi Si picked up the phone bug and put it to his ear. The appearance of the phone bug slowly changed into that of a bald old man. This made Yi Si slightly startled, but he still didn't make a sound, but waited for the other person to speak first. Yi Si, you should know about North Blue, the bald old man asked calmly. You mean Shiki and Bernard World? Right. There are a lot of pirates gathered in North Blue this time. We want you to set off and try your best to destroy these pirates. The old man above his head ordered slowly. Yi Si frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't know what the five elders were planning. Isn't five elders afraid that he will go to North Blue, grab the blueprints of the Pluton warship, and rebel against the world government in the future? Now he is still taking the initiative to let him go to North Blue? This is completely unexpected to him. Are you going to decline this mission, Yi Si? No, I took this task. Although Yi Si was full of doubts in his heart, he still nodded and accepted the task. That's good, don't let us down, Yi Si, the bald old man said with relief, and then hung up the phone. They actually took the initiative to let us go to North Blue? Senju Hashirama was also a little puzzled after hearing this. Advertisement. Aren't they suspected of betrayal now? How dare they go to North Blue? Who knows, but they must have their own plans, asking for flowers. Yi Si also doesn't understand the meaning of five elders at all, but five elders can sit in the position of the highest leader of the world government, so they must not be burials. This time he was allowed to go to North Blue. It is very likely that after their deliberation, they agreed that the incident this time was within their controllable range. Then shall we go to Yi Si? Uchiha Madara picked up the apples on the table and asked while eating. Of course, the task has been accepted. Yi Si took a sip of juice, stood up and responded. Sanctuary Mariajoy, in the highest hall. There are 5 top leaders of the world government here. Yi Si's going is destined to wipe out many big pirates, and also cause casualties to people around him. Sitting on Yi Si, the bald old man said. Now the purpose of their 5 elders is to weaken Yi Si's power and let him destroy the world's great pirates. As I am said, Yi Si is a double sword, the key is how they use it. What if Yi Si got the blueprint of the Pluton battleship? Asked the 5 elders with some concern. Sending Yi Si to North Blue this time has both advantages and disadvantages. It can weaken the power of the pirates, and it can also weaken his own power. But it is also possible that Yi Si could have a blessing in disguise and snatch the blueprints of the Pluton battleship. Don't worry, I've already said hello to Marine. No matter what, we can't let Yi Si get the design of the Pluton battleship. The old man with the sword in his arms said calmly. He had warned Marine, in the Battle of North Blue, to focus on Bernard World. Snatch the Pluton battleship design at any cost, even if it is destroyed. Can't Yi Si get it? 059 Whitebeard and Linlin join the battlefield one after another. Please order in full. Although they don't want to target Yi Si either, but Yi Si is gradually out of their control and has become a factor beyond their control. It is necessary to weaken his power and regain control of Yi Si. North Blue's battle is between Bernard World and Golden Lion, but with the release of the news, the sea area and island they fought has long been exposed. On the shore of the island where Bernard World fought with Golden Lion, a pirate ship slowly sailed. Standing at the bow was a muscular man with 2 long white beards, wearing a red and white cloak, and holding a handful of Kong Yunki. He is Whitebeard. G. Ulala. Finally found you. 0. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the boat, holding Kong Yunki in one hand and a flagon in the other. Edward. When the Golden Lion floating in midair saw Whitebeard coming, his complexion suddenly became gloomy. Golden Lion knows how strong Whitebeard is, and his arrival is destined to increase the difficulty for him to snatch the blueprint of the king's warship. Damn, why is there another one? Bernard World stood on the ground, looking at the huge ship on the coast, with a cold light in his eyes. One Golden Lion is enough for him, and now there is another Whitebeard. How can this be beaten? Whitebeard grinned, jumped up, held Kong Yunki, and came to the huge island. FK off Edward, the blueprints for the Pluton battleship are mine. Looking at Whitebeard approaching, Golden Lion reprimanded with a bad expression. Whoever grabs it gets his Shiki. Do you still need me to teach you about this kind of thing? Whitebeard sneered. When I grab the blueprint of the Pluton battleship and create Pluton, I will let you be the first to be buried in the sea, Edward, Golden Lion said coldly. Advertisement, then let's wait until you snatch it. Whitebeard smiled disdainfully. I don't have the plans for the Pluton battleship with me, Bernard World interrupted suddenly. At this juncture, do you think we'll trust you? Golden Lion turned around and waved the famous knife in his hand, and shot out two extremely powerful sword chi, slashing towards Bernard World. Bernard World quickly dodges. Holding Kong Yunki in hand, Whitebeard quickly rushed towards Bernard World. Shua. Suddenly a sword energy struck Whitebeard, and Whitebeard turned around and swung Kong Yunki, splitting the incoming sword energy. What do you want, Shiki? Whitebeard glanced coldly at the Golden Lion floating in midair. We are not allies, Edward, Golden Lion reminded with a sneer. Golden Lion will not only attack Bernard World, but will also find an opportunity to attack Whitebeard. He must get the blueprints of the Pluton battleship, and he also needs to find a chance to see if he can kill Whitebeard. Looks like I need to get rid of you first, Shiki. Whitebeard showed a sinister smile, held Kong Yunki with both hands, and shot a powerful sword aura towards Golden Lion. Bernard World looked a little confused. Weren't they both members of the Lox Pirates before? He thought that the two of them would join forces to kill him first. But I didn't expect that the two would fight after a disagreement. Run. Taking advantage of the battle between the two, the idea of escaping appeared in Bernard World's mind. There's no way he's going to beat the Golden Lion teaming up with Whitebeard, even though the two are now in conflict. Advertisement, but Bernard World knows that their target is the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Even if he said that he didn't have it, they couldn't believe it. Now it's better to take advantage of the two to fight and escape from here quickly. Waiguo. Suddenly a figure appeared in midair, holding a weapon in both hands, and swung it heavily towards Bernard World. A terrifying sword energy instantly attacked him. Momo 30 times faster. Observation Haki of Bernard World sensed the danger, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Using the power of his own devil fruit, he instantly disappeared in place, dodging the slash. Damn, why is there another one? Bernard World appeared not far away, staring at the figure in midair with cold eyes. She is Charlotte Linlin, standing on a white cloud, with a pirate hat on her head and pink and red clothes. So far, 3 sea pirates have come to this island. Now his hope of escaping became even slimmer, and he could even say that he couldn't escape. The blueprint for the Pluton warship is mine. Charlotte Linlin smiled strangely and rushed towards Bernard World. Shua. Suddenly, a sharp and unparalleled sword energy rushed towards Charlotte 0.3 Special Linlin, and she quickly covered Haki with her arms to resist the attacking sword energy. What do you want, Linlin? Golden Lion sneered. Do you think you can grab the blueprint of the Pluton battleship from our hands? Whitebeard held Kong Yunki in his hand and stared at Charlotte Linlin coldly. You don't think that the design of the Pluton battleship is already in your pocket? Do you think that Marine can't reach this island since we can get the news? Charlotte reminded Linlin with a strange smile. The location of their island has been photographed by that daring intelligence agent. It won't be long before the Marines arrive here too. 060 Garp. I don't believe YC will betray. There was a melee among the 4 people on the island. Although Bernard World always wanted to escape, there was no chance. Once he tried to escape, the other 4 strong men would directly attack him. After a long time, while Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and Bernard World are fighting on the island, Silver Axe, Ochaku, John and other 3 cadres of the Lox Pirates also arrived on this island. Damn it, a blueprint for a Pluton battleship has attracted so many people? Bernard World glanced gloomily at the 3 people who landed on the island again. Now there are 7 people on the island plus him, and none of them is a simple character. The others except him are all cadres of the Lox Pirates. Design 15 drawings for the Pluton battleship. This is the first time that the remnants of the Lox Pirates have gathered together. John, Silver Axe, Ochaku, just the 3 of you. Do you also want to grab the design of the Pluton battleship? Golden Lion floated in midair, watching the other 3 on the island with cold eyes. Although the Golden Lion and the 3 are also cadres of the Lox Pirates, there are differences between the cadres. Golden Lion's strength and bounty on the ship were higher than the 3, so he naturally looked down on them because of his arrogance. Although we don't think we are your opponents alone, but now the 3 of us are teamed up. Do you think you can defeat the 3 of us? John responded indifferently, touching the knife at his waist. The 3 of them know that they are not strong enough, and the hope of fighting alone to snatch the design of the Pluton battleship is very slim. So when they arrived on this island, they chose to join forces, so that other people in the battlefield would not underestimate them. The weak always like to stick together. Golden Lion sneered disdainfully. Advertisement, hee. Silver Axe sneered. We will accept the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. When the time comes, you will be the first to die, Shiki, Ochaku said coldly. It seems that you don't want to live until tomorrow, so I'll make it happen for you. Golden Lion smiled grimly. Hey, Shiki, why don't we join forces first and drive this little devil out? Junawo Linlin suddenly invited the Golden Lion. The fewer people on the island, the better her chances of getting the blueprints for the Pluton battleship. Damn it, John's expression darkened when he heard Charlotte Linlin's words. If Golden Lion joins forces with Charlotte Linlin, they will not be sure that they can stand on this island. This is troublesome now. It seems that the design of the Pluton battleship is destined to miss us, Silver Axe said with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, tightly holding the axe in his hand. Are you kidding me, Linlin? Golden Lion lit a cigar and gave her a cold look. Do you think I'm joking with you? Laozi is the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion said indifferently. He disdains joining forces with others. That's a pity, Shiki. Charlotte and Linlin shook their heads slightly disappointed. Fine. Silver Axe and the others also relaxed when they heard what Golden Lion said. The proud Golden Lion didn't bother to join hands with others, which also gave them a foothold on this island. Advertisement. The seven didn't talk nonsense, and a big scuffle broke out on this island. The other side. North Blue, a certain sea area, the Marine of the Marine headquarters has been dispatched at this time. They are Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane leading the team, and many Marine elite vice admirals. This combat power, no matter who sees it, will be intimidated. On the Marine battleship, Sengoku was on the phone with Kong with a solemn expression. I see. Sengoku took a deep breath and hung up the phone. Is Bernard Issan going to compete for the blueprint this time? Garp sat aside and took a sip of tea, and slowly put it on the table. He was no longer careless as usual, and now his face was a little heavy. I heard from Kong that the current Bernard Issan is suspected of betraying the world government, so our main task in this operation is to try our best to prevent him from getting the design. Sengoku held the 660 bars in both hands, and said in a heavy tone. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't think Bernard Issan was a person who would betray the world government. But this is an order from above, and he can't ask too much. Does Bernard Issan have the idea of betraying the world government? Garp bluntly expressed his doubts. No one knows this, but don't forget that none of Bernard Issan's subordinates is a simple person. His subordinates do not belong to the world government, but only belong to Bernard Issan, and they only obey him alone. He has so many powerful helpers, he doesn't want to be inferior to others, and it is not impossible to instigate rebellion against the world government, he explained. I don't think Bernard Issan will betray the world government. Hearing this, Garp said solemnly. This kind of thing is a dispute between the world governments. It has nothing to do with our marine. We just need to do what we should do, Garp. Sengoku took a sip of tea and said calmly. 061 YC arrives on the battlefield, full order, marine is marine, and world government is world government. They just need to do what their marine should do and obey orders. As for the political disputes in the world government, it has nothing to do with them. After a long time, on the other side, a certain sea area in the North Blue. We're coming. Standing on the bow of the boat, YC saw the huge island at the end of the sea level. A dark cloud is densely covered in the sky above the huge island, and it is split apart irregularly, looking gloomy. Ripples agitated on the island from time to time, shaking the four directions, and the sea level set off waves of waves. Even though they are separated by a certain distance, they can still feel the aftermath of the powerful force erupting on the island, which is enough to prove what kind of war is happening on the island now. In order to snatch the design of the Pluton battleship, these big pirates are really hardworking, Akunologia said lightly while lying on the rail of the ship, blowing the sea breeze. There are now 7 great pirates on the island, and they attack each other for the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Even though they knew that the people from Marine would get the news and come here to encircle them, they still didn't run away, just looking for an opportunity to kill Berndy World and snatch the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Because they almost all fought independently, when everyone wanted to kill Berndy World and take the blueprints of the Pluton battleship from him, the others would stop them. So after fighting for so long, no one killed Berndy World, and no one got the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. The battle situation is so stalemate, knowing that as time passes, they will become more dangerous, but they still don't want others to have the opportunity to get the blueprint of the real main battleship. Pirates are basically full of ambition or psychological distortion. They all want to rule the world or destroy the world. The Pluton battleship can realize their dreams, so it is normal to be so desperate. Yunohana Retsu commented while sitting on a chair. Advertisement, are you going to kill them all here, YC? Uchiha Madara was carrying a sickle and was ready to fight, and asked YC from the corner of his eye. If you can kill them all, then let's do it. YC picked up the cup on the table, took a sip of tea and responded. As their ship approached, many pirates on the island also noticed a marine battleship driving on the sea level. The people from Marine are already here. Charlotte Linlin held Napoleon in both hands, stood on the body of Bayan Zeus, and looked gloomy at the marine warship driving in the distance. Damn, Marine is still here. Golden Lion left the battlefield, floated in the air, and turned his head to look at the coming Marine. Boom. When Golden Lion focused on the sea, John suddenly pulled the trigger and fired, and the bullet covering Hockey rushed straight to Golden Lion. Shua. Golden Lion turned his head, held the famous knife, and cut the approaching bullet in two. John, seastone bullets are useless to me. How many more times do you want to try? Golden Lion said calmly. Seastone bullets are for restraining ability users. As long as the bullets can hit the Golden Lion, it will prevent the Golden Lion from exerting its full strength. But the problem is, it can't be played. As long as you can hit one shot, you will be at a disadvantage in this battle. John retracted the pistol and said lightly. During the battle, he kept looking for an opportunity to attack the Golden Lion with a pistol, but he never succeeded. Wait. The one standing at the bow is YC. Advertisement. Whitebeard suddenly discovered that the man standing on the bow of the marine battleship was YC, the man who killed their Captain Lux. What? YC? The Golden Lion also looked at the marine battleship in surprise, and sure enough, the one standing on the bow was the Celestial Dragon's Bernard YC, a man who was dubbed the title of God by the world. Damn it, why is he here? Cold sweat broke out on Charlotte's Linlin's forehead. Even if Marine Marshal Kong came, they would not be so afraid, but it happened to be YC. Damn it, I've been on this island for too long, even the Kailong people have come. Yin himself stared coldly at YC, the figure standing at the bow of the ship in the distance. Shall we go? His strength is not even a match for Captain Locke's. John thought of retreating, because the name Yi Si is too famous in the world. The Lion Thousand Slice Valley. While the three were discussing retreat, Golden Lion floated in midair, swung two famous knives directly, and slashed at the marine battleship Yi Si was on. Mama Jiao. Shua shua shua. Countless golden slashes rushed towards the South Blue warship at an extremely fast speed. Shiki, shouldn't you run when you see me? Yi Si said flatly. The paper was separated from his body, and a long sword was gathered in his hand, and the long sword was covered with armament hockey. Shua. Yi Si swiped vigorously with the knife in one hand, and a terrifying sword energy swept out, cutting off all the golden slashes in front of him. However, some of Golden Lion's sword chi slashed into the sea, cutting open the sea level. Golden Lion grinned, as if the plot had succeeded. He shook his fingers, and saw the sea surrounding Yi Si's sea area suddenly rising with waves tens of feet high. .062 Pirates team up versus Summoner. On the sea level, the waves rolled, and on both sides of the marine battleship Yi Si was on, waves of tens of feet rose. Yi Si, you are demon fruit power. Can you still show your strength after falling into the sea? Golden Lion said, standing in the air with a triumphant smile on his lips. Although he doesn't know what type of Yi Si's devil fruit is, he can be sure that Yi Si must be a capable person. At this time, the marine battleship is still far away from the island, so it is impossible to directly land on the island. He believes that the battleship that Yi Si is on at this time must be sunk. Snapped. With a calm expression, Yi Si slapped the deck under his feet, and the ship quickly separated the paper, and then a huge wing appeared on both sides of the ship. With the flapping of the wings, the ship flew straight up. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion's pupils constricted, his fingers shook, and the waves on both sides of the boat rushed towards their boat in an instant. But the 847 flight of the ship was controlled by Yi Si, and the flying speed was very fast and very flexible. It easily got rid of the sweeping waves and reached the coast. Ram, you stay on the boat. Akuno, Anichi, you two are responsible for protecting them. Uchiha Madara, it's time for us to appear. Yi Si leaned the boat against the shore and instructed everyone on board. This time he went to North Blue. He actually wanted to keep Ram in the holy land of Myriad, but he always felt a little unsafe, so he took it with him. However, their current strength is completely incomparable with Golden Lion and others. In order to ensure their safety, Guoyuan and Akunologia were left on the boat, so he felt at ease. Ah, Yi Si, should I stay and watch the ship? Akunologia said, dissatisfied. Advertisement, he came here to show his talents, but Yi Si actually let him keep the BFDD boat. Don't you just want to have a good time? When you are free, I will accompany you. Yi Si turned his head and smiled. Really? Akunologia asked excitedly. Of course, when have I lied to you? It's a deal. It is good. Akunologia agreed to stay and watch the ship. Guoyuan didn't have any objections. He sat on a chair, drank tea, ate fruit, and left the fighting to other people. He just needed to protect Ram. Yi Si jumped up and landed on the huge island from the boat. Behind him, the old master, Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu, and Senju Hashirama also entered the arena one after another. Long time no see, Bernard World. Yi Si walked into the arena, smiled and greeted Bernard World covered in scars in the distance. Yi Si. Bernard World glanced gloomily at Yi Si and the people behind him. The news he released before was to stir up conflicts between Yi Si and the world government, but since there was no movement from the world government, he knew it had failed. And he has offended Yi Si because of the news. Shiki joined forces, otherwise we have no chance of winning. Charlotte Linlin once again invited the Golden Lion to form an alliance. Advertisement Golden Lion didn't speak, but just stared at Yi Si with a gloomy expression. He didn't know whether he should run at this time, or stay here and try to get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Damn it, I should have known better than to grab the Pluton blueprints. Bernard World couldn't help cursing secretly at this time. He knew that it would be very troublesome to snatch the design of the Pluton battleship. But the degree of trouble has exceeded his imagination. If he had the design of the Pluton battleship on him, he would have given it to Golden Lion and others and fled, but the problem is that he doesn't have it on him. He also said that he didn't have it, but Golden Lion didn't believe it at all. What should we do? We will be in danger if we continue to stay here, and it will be difficult for us to defeat Yi Si. Silver Axe looked at Yi Si and said timidly, covered in cold sweat. The Pluton warship has the power to destroy the world. Once you get it, you can even rule the world. Let's take a risk today. Ochaku gritted his teeth, determined to stay here to grab the design of the Pluton warship. Then fight at once. John also made up his mind to stay here. Although Silver Axe was afraid of death, he also knew that if he left this time, he would never have the opportunity to rule the world again, so he was silent for a moment and decided to stay. Edward, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Bernard World, let's drive Yi Si out first. Ochaku shouted towards the big pirates on the island. Why should I join forces with you? Bernard World sneered. It is very likely that his deadline is approaching today, whether it is Yi Si or this group of pirates want to take his life and get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. We only need the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, and we will let you go when we get it, but if you are captured by Yi Si, you will not only lose the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, but you will also stay in prison for the rest of your life, John reminded coldly. Make a choice, Bernard World, join us to fight against Yi Si, lose the Pluton design, or want to watch and lose your life in the end. Wang Zhang shouted at him. Drive me away. It's up to you. Yi Si glanced at the pirates on the island and smiled disdainfully. 063 Yi Si's Golden Lion. Don't underestimate our Yi Si, we are also improving during this time, Charlotte Linlin sneered. Yes. Yi Si set his eyes on Charlotte Linlin, and the next second Conqueror's hockey centered on him and spread rapidly. Shua. In an instant, the power of the conquerors swept across the small half of the island, and the surrounding broken places and fallen trees suffered physical damage again. Charlotte and Linlin felt the hockey and felt uncomfortable all over. Did you think I didn't? Shua. Not to be outdone, Charlotte Linlin released the conqueror's hockey, and the two groups of air currents collided together, stalemate for a short time. But soon Charlotte Linlin's hockey lost to EC, but the next moment there was a powerful hockey rushing towards EC. It was the white-bearded hockey. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin used Conqueror's hockey in conjunction with Yi-Sis Conqueror's hockey. The three of them were at a stalemate, and Yi-Sis Conqueror's was still vaguely gaining the upper hand, flying sand and rocks around, setting off bursts of smoke and filling the sky with yellow sand. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and also used Conqueror's hockey, a domineering aura united with Yi-Sis hockey, and hockey soon devoured all the pirates present. Conqueror's hockey's duel, they're completely incomparable with Yi-Si at all. Is that all? Yi-Si glanced at the many pirates present, his face full of disdain. Boom! John quickly pulled out his pistol, pulled the trigger without hesitation, and shot at Yi-Si. Yi-Si covered hockey with his arms, pinched the incoming bullet with one hand, and crushed it with his fingers. Even a bullet containing sea stone can be crushed. John was a little shocked when he saw this scene. Advertisement: the purity of this bullet seafloor stone is not low, it is very hard. He did not expect Yi-Si to crush the bullet so easily. Give me the bullets, Bernard World yelled at him. What do you want? John demanded. My devil fruit ability can increase the flying speed of the bullet. As long as Vice Admiral's bullet hits his physical strength in the battle, we have a chance of winning this battle, Bernard World responded coldly. Now he has no choice but to unite with the pirates. Although the design of the Pluton warship may not be guaranteed afterwards, at least he will not lose his life or live in prison for the rest of his life. John hesitated for a while, and gave the pistol and bullets to Bernard World. He knew that it was wishful thinking to shoot seastone-rich bullets into Yi-Sis' body with his own strength. However, the special ability of Bernard World may be realized. Bernard World took the thrown pistol and bullets and put them on his waist. Time to do it, Madara. As soon as Yi-Si finished speaking, he rushed towards the Golden Lion. Damn, why are you staring at me? Golden Lion broke out in a cold sweat in midair, but still fought with two famous knives. When the long knife in Yi-Sis' hand collided with Golden Lion's knife, and a strong air current erupted immediately, causing waves to stir in the surrounding sea area. Boom! Bernard World took advantage of Yi-Sis' fight with Golden Lion, took out the pistol on his waist in an instant, and pulled the trigger, increasing the bullet's flying speed by 30 times. It's done. Bernard World saw that the bullet was approaching Yi-Si at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Yi-Si was caught by the Golden Lion and couldn't get out of the way. Ask for flowers. Advertisement: when Uchiha Madara appeared in midair, brandishing a scythe, cutting off the bullets. Don't think it's just Yi-Sis battle. Uchiha Madara landed on the ground, with a scythe on his shoulder, and rushed towards Bernard World quickly. Senju Hashirama also found Whitebeard to sit on. Yuno Hanaretsu approached Charlotte Linlin. The old master found John and others, and the battle has begun. Dang dang dang. Yi-Si in midair brandished a long knife, colliding with Golden Lion's two famous knives continuously. The high-altitude clouds were scattered by the shock. Yi-Si, this time you came to North Blue to snatch the design of the Pluton battleship. Is it to instigate rebellion against the world government? Golden Lion asked while fighting. Although the news released by Bernard World is not reliable, Golden Lion believes that Yi-Si is not the kind of person who likes to be inferior. In his opinion, a person with great power and influence should have the ambition to rule the world like Locks. Yi-Si can even end Locks. There are not many people who can be his opponents in this era. With his strength and influence, he can completely instigate the rebellion of the world government. Why the government? Please ask. Do you want to always be inferior to others? Golden Lion asked puzzled. I don't want to, but Celestial Dragons is a position I'm comfortable with, so there's no need. If Yi-Si is not absolutely sure that he can rule the world, he will choose to sit in the position of Celestial Dragons all the time. Now he is not sure that he can overthrow the world government. If he does it rashly, he may be in a desperate situation. If he does so, the gain will outweigh the loss. 064 Golden Lion's Devil Fruit ability awakened. Yi-Si, I can join forces with you. With me joining, I believe we can overthrow the world government. Golden Lion backed away, avoiding Yi-Sis' attack. Are you kidding me, Shiki? How can I join forces with pirates? Yi-Sis' long knife was covered with Conqueror's hockey and rushed towards the Golden Lion. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Looking at the approaching Yi-Si, the Golden Lion figure continued to back up. On the ground behind Yi-Si, the pieces of cloth gathered together to form a huge lion head. The lion's head opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Yi-Si. Shua. The moment Yi-Si approached the lion's head, he turned his head and swung the long knife, chopping the lion's head made of stones behind him into two pieces. Shua. Golden Lion suddenly appeared behind Yi-Si, brandishing two famous knives, slashing heavily from top to bottom. Boom. 15 inches. Yi-Si turned around and swung his long knife to fight. Two explosive forces centered on the two of them and stirred up all directions. Both of them exerted their strength, and then they went backwards. Yi-Si. Why not join forces with the pirates? Golden Lion asked Yi-Si, standing in front of Yi-Si with knives in both hands. We have Shiki's identity. I am a world nobleman, and you are just a pirate. Are you qualified to join forces with me? Yi-Si responded contemptuously. It seems that we have no chance to join forces. Golden Lion shook his head regretfully and then quickly attacked Yi-Si. If the two just competed in swordsmanship, Golden Lion was slightly stronger than Yi-Si. Because no matter how you say it, Golden Lion is also an old pirate of the sea, and he is also a great swordsman. Advertisement: Shua. During the swordsmanship duel, Golden Lion found a flaw in Yi-Si. and both of them swung their famous knives and swept away. At this time, Golden Lion's knife was very close to Yi Si. Yi Si wanted to leave the place quickly. It was almost impossible to dodge this attack, but he didn't panic. Crack. The Golden Lion's knife slashed at Yi Si's body, cutting him off in half. However, it was not as blood-splattered as Golden Lion imagined. Instead, it made his face a little dignified, because what was in front of his eyes was not Yi Si but a chopped wood. This is exactly the wooden double in wood style. When Yi Si is attacked, he replaces himself with a wooden double. Can this be avoided? Golden Lion glanced at Yi Si in the distance with a gloomy expression. He originally thought that the attack just now was a must. Although it couldn't kill Yi Si, it could at least hurt him. But unexpectedly, the attack was dodged. Your swordsmanship is very strong, but mine is more than just swordsmanship, Yi Si said calmly. Yi Si has not trained hard in swordsmanship, so swordsmanship is naturally inferior to that of Golden Lion. Don't underestimate my ability, Yi Si, Golden Lion sneered. Shark Weediden. Boom. The ground began to shake under Yi Si's feet. Suddenly, a huge shark made of stone swallowed Yi Si in an instant. The ground was like an ocean in the eyes of the shark where the rocks gathered, and it quickly brought Yi Si to the bottom of the island. Caw caw caw. Advertisement. Numerous large rifts appeared on the ground. Yi Si crushed stone sharks rushed out of the ground. You may not know that my devil fruit has been awakened a long time ago, and I can control all non-living bodies within a certain range of my range. Golden Lion laughed ferociously. Has devil fruit awakened? It's really troublesome. Yi Si patted the dust off his body, and said coldly without even looking at him. Damn it. The veins on Golden Lion's forehead popped out, and Yi Si's attitude made him very unhappy. Slash wave. Golden Lion raised his two knives high, and then shot out a shark fin-like sword aura in front of him. The sword aura tore through the ground at high speed, and rushed towards Yi Si with a terrifying aura. Your attack is too slow, Shiki. Yi Si turned his body slightly, dodging the slash easily. He has the observation haki that can predict the future for a short time. In his opinion, the sword energy of Golden Lion is too slow. Don't get too complacent, Yi Si, Golden Lion roared. From the beginning to the end, he felt that Yi Si's aura was overwhelming him, which made him very unhappy. If I'm not proud of my strength, should I still hide it? Yi Si spread his hands and sneered. Wood-style wood clone. Several trees appeared on Yi Si's body, followed by several wood clone. These avatars are dressed exactly like Yi Si, and their appearance and demeanor are so similar that ordinary people can't tell them apart. The scene in front of me froze suddenly. Why did so many Yi Si appear? Although Golden Lion has seen in the sea, he can use clones of devil fruit powerhouses, but with his strength, he can easily see through which one is the real one. After all, the avatar and the real person are bound to have some differences and flaws, but the avatar released by Yi Si in front of him, he can't tell who is the real body at all. Because the breath of the avatar is also extremely similar. 065 Uchiha Madara's Brandy World, full order. Can you tell which one is Mishiki? Several wood clone of Yi Si stood not far from the Golden Lion, and one of the wood clone made a voice. How is it possible that even the breath is so similar? Golden Lion said in a deep voice. No matter how he observed the several wood clone in front of him, he couldn't detect any flaws. These avatars are exactly the same as human beings, and it is difficult to distinguish them. The Lion Thousand Slice Valley, swish swish swish. Golden Lion floated in midair, swung two famous knives at the fastest speed, hit Yi Si with countless golden slashes. But this wood clone still has some self-awareness, scattered in all directions, and easily dodged the sword attack of the Golden, 743, Lion. Several wood clone, including Yi Si himself, held a long knife and quickly surrounded the Golden Lion. Damn it, which one is real? Golden Lion floated in midair, his eyes quickly scanned Yi Si around him. He knew that the people Yi Si shared with him must not be strong. But there is Yi Si himself in this avatar. Once he fails to guess that it is Yi Si's real avatar, it will be very troublesome if he is attacked by the opponent in close quarters. Several Yi Si surrounded Golden Lion, and rushed towards Golden Lion quickly. Ghost Snake. The moment Yi Si approached him, Golden Lion hastily used the power of his devil fruit to unbalance the surrounding gravity. Yi Si's center of gravity tilted the moment he approached the Golden Lion, so he didn't attack, and the Golden Lion also took advantage of this time to leave the spot. Damn it, I can't possibly be his opponent by myself. Why don't they come to help me? Golden Lion appeared in the distance in midair, complaining with a gloomy expression. The other side. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara is fighting Brandy World. Brandy World's idea is to find Yi Si's weakness during the battle, and shoot a sea stone containing bullet into his body. But he found that the opponent in front of him was so powerful that he couldn't protect himself, and he couldn't care about the battle on the Golden Lion's side at all. Dang dang dang. Brandy World's arm is covered with haki, and Uchiha Madara holding a scythe is constantly colliding with each other. Although Brandy World's haki is not low, Uchiha Madara's haki is much better than him. How can I cover haki? It still hurts so much. Brandy World's fist collided with Uchiha Madara's sickle, and there was a sudden pain in his hand. Shua. Uchiha Madara suddenly brandished a sickle, and slashed from top to bottom. The sickle was covered with haki, and it slashed heavily on him, drawing a beautiful arc of blood. The figure of Brandy World stepped back, panting heavily. Uchiha Madara's haki still remained at the wound on his body, which made him feel a lot of pain. You brat, you really deserve to be Yi Si's subordinate. Brandy World praised with a trace of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Today's Brandy World has realized that Yi Si is not only strong himself, but his subordinates are also as strong as monsters. Are you as strong as this? I thought you were very interesting, Uchiha Madara said with a slight disdain while carrying a scythe. Hee. Our battle has just begun. Brandy World tore off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, and his whole body was full of strength. Holding a sickle, Uchiha Madara rushed towards him again, and Bernard World also rushed towards him not to be outdone. After a short confrontation, Bernard World quickly distanced itself from Uchiha Madara, took out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and fired a bullet containing sea stone. Advertisement: Momo 50 times faster. During the flight, the speed of the bullet increased 50 times in an instant. The speed was so fast that almost only an afterimage could be seen. Whoosh! The speed of the bullet was so fast that Uchiha Madara didn't even have a chance to react, and it went into his body. Ha ha ha. It seems that I won this battle, kid. Seeing this scene, Bernard World laughed. During the battle, he thought that the Uchiha Madara in front of him was also a capable person. Shooting bullets containing sea stone into his physical strength will make him unable to use the ability of Devil Fruit, and his whole body will be weak. It's too early to tell the outcome, Uchiha Madara said calmly. The bullet has already entered your body. How are you going to fight me now? Bernard World laughed jokingly. Although the bullet entered Uchiha Madara's body, it was not too deep. Uchiha Madara stuffed his fingers into the wound and took out the bullet. And the injuries on his body also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye at 0.3. When Bernard World saw this scene, his pupils constricted violently. He never expected that the other party would directly take out the bullet in his body. And the injury also recovered quickly. What the hell is this Devil Fruit? Wouldn't it be exhausting to be shot into the body by a bullet containing sea stone? How did he manage to take the bullet out? It seems that you didn't win, but you hurt me a little. Uchiha Madara threw the bloody bullet aside and said with a disdainful sneer. This little injury was nothing to him at all. 066 The Luogia Pirates Decision. North Blue, a certain sea area. There's a world-famous pirate ship named Oro Jackson on the sea. This pirate ship is exactly Luogia's ship. After they got the news that Bernard World was on an island in North Blue, they quickly went to North Blue. However, they encountered a storm on the way, which caused them to lose their way, so they haven't arrived yet, and they're still on the way. Captain Luogia, according to the information we just received, not only Marines people have gone to North Blue this time, Yi Si and his men have also gone. Jabba stood beside Luogia, reporting the information he just received. Yi Si. Luogia frowned when he heard this name. The last person he wanted to face in this sea was Celestial Dragon's Bernard Yi Si. Do you want to move on, or return to Captain Luogia? Rayleigh asked seriously. Bernard World killed Tom and made them very angry. They all want to avenge Tom, but now Yi Si is also in that battlefield. If they go, they may be stayed by Yi Si, so they have to carefully consider whether to go or not. Luogia frowned and remained silent for a long time before asking, Rayleigh, do you think we should return? When Rayleigh heard this, he was immediately stunned. Jabba on the side was also silent, not knowing what to say. Rayleigh, Jabba, you have to know that Tom is not only our friend, but also the benefactor of our Luogia pirates. Luogia spoke earnestly, twitching the shoulders of the two of them and said heavily. No matter they bought Treasure Tree Adam back then or asked Tom to design the boat, they didn't have enough money to pay. Tom valued their determination, so he was willing to help them design the boat at a very low price and buy Treasure Tree Adam for them. Material. Advertisement Luogia didn't have much interest in the design of the Pluton battleship, so he went to pursue Bernard World. It's all because Bernard World killed his friend, or rather their Luogia pirate's benefactor, Tom. Let's go. Yi Si is strong, but we are not weak. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and smiled lightly. I have to kill Bernard World, otherwise it will be difficult for me to face my dead friend Tom. Anger appeared on Luogia's face when he thought of Bernard World. Captain Luogia, keep going forward, just right, I want to see how strong Yi Si's men are, Jabba laughed. The Luogia pirates continued to sail towards the battlefield where Yi Si was, and they were not timid to return because of the presence of Yi Si on the battlefield. On the island, Yi Si is still fighting the Golden Lion. Yi Si's wood clone has caused a lot of trouble for Golden Lion, but Golden Lion's Devil Fruit ability is also not simple. Golden Lion finally destroyed all of Yi Si's wood clone, but at this time Yi Si had already arrived in front of him and swung a knife towards him. Shua. Yi Si's saber slashed at Golden Lion's shoulder, but at the same time, Golden Lion's two famous knives also slashed at Yi Si's waist and abdomen. Then the two backed away separately. Jihahaha Yi Si, your swordsmanship is still a lot worse than mine. Golden Lion laughed ferociously. Although Yi Si's knife was cut on his shoulder, which made him very uncomfortable. But at the same time, both of his knives fell on Yi Si's body. In this wave of injuries, in his opinion, he won the victory. Advertisement, after being hacked by me, you can still laugh out loud Shiki. Yi Si stared at Golden Lion like he was looking at an idiot. I was only slashed by you once, and you were slashed twice by me. If you continue to change your injuries, I will win sooner or later. Golden Lion grinned and responded calmly. But the next moment his smile stopped abruptly, and the wound on Yi Si's waist and abdomen was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. And there is a trace of white steam. In the blink of an eye, Yi Si's wound was completely healed. You? How is that possible? Golden Lion was stunned again. The speed of the wound recovery is too fast. You must know that his knife is a famous knife, and it is covered with armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. The power of Haki and sword energy remains in his wound. No matter how exaggerated it is impossible to recover so quickly. Are you surprised, Shiki? That's why I said, I don't understand you laughing after being hacked by me. Yi Si smiled and shrugged with contempt on his face. Damn, no wonder Lox is not your opponent. Golden Lion now knows exactly how Lox lost. Fighting against this kind of monster, if you can win, you will have a ghost, Getchian Zhao. At this time, Golden Lion had the idea of running away. He thought that someone would come to help him fight Yi Si. But all the pirates on the island are restrained by the people around Yi Si, and it is impossible to help him. Don't dare to fight. Do you want to escape Shiki? Yi Si sneered as if he had seen through Golden Lion's inner thoughts. I don't believe I can't hurt you Yi Si today, Golden Lion said with a grim expression. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat Yi Si today, but he was not convinced. No matter what he wanted to save face, it was impossible for him not to get angry at being so despised. The thought of running was put aside first, and now he had to give himself some psychological comfort and trauma to Yi Si's group trip. 0.067 The background of the Golden Lion, full order required. Dang dang dang. Golden Lion constantly clashed with Yi Si, and the blades collided, creating electric sparks one after another. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Boom. On the ground around Yi Si, several huge lion heads appeared. Snapped. Yi Si slapped the ground, and the paper quickly separated from the ground. Behind the huge lion's head, a big snake made of paper appeared. The big snake quickly wrapped around the lion's head and destroyed it. Is your devil fruit awakened too, Yi Si? Golden Lion asked with a heavy and hoarse expression. Awakened earlier than you, Shiki, Yi Si replied lightly holding a long knife. It seems that I need to use my background, Golden Lion muttered to himself. With a flick of the Golden Lion's finger, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Looking up, you can see the sky above, with countless buildings densely packed. Over the years, I've been storing things destroyed by Locke's Pirates 477 in the sky, but I haven't found a chance to use them. Let's use them on you today, Yi Si. The corners of Golden Lion's mouth raised, his fingers shook, and the broken buildings that covered the sky rushed straight down. On the coast, on the marine battleship. Akuno, what do you think that is? As soon as Guoyuan was lying on the chair, he suddenly saw the island covered in darkness, and quickly patted Akunologia beside him and said, What's wrong? Advertisement Akunologia, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes, stared at Guoyuan and asked. Look at the top. Guoyuan pointed to the sky and said. Huh, what's that? Akunologia glanced at it and asked suspiciously. I'm asking you. Guoyuan shrugged and said, I don't know either. Akunologia shook his head. They didn't see what it was until the countless broken buildings in the sky were close enough to the island. Isn't this the ability of the tornado? Guoyuan thought while looking at the buildings above. As their companion, Tornado naturally understands that Tornado's ability is to freely manipulate anything. No, this should not be the ability of the tornado. Akunologia stretched his waist, took a sip of tea, and said lightly. Then whose ability is this? Yuichi, have you forgotten Shiki from the Locke's Pirates? Akunologia reminded lazily lying on the chair. The Golden Lion's ability has long been well known by Marine's investigation. And when Akunologia is bored, he will also pay attention to the strength and ability of the members of the Locke's Pirates. So he knew it wasn't Tornado's ability, but Shiki's ability. I remembered, the inanimate matter touched by Shiki can be freely manipulated and stored in high altitudes, right? Guoyuan suddenly thought of something and said. Akunologia turned over, lay on his side on the chair and continued to sleep. On the island, Yi Si looked at the buildings, BFCB, that were about to land from above, with a calm expression on his face. Black dragon form. Yi Si let out a light zaw, and then his body began to change, becoming huge and growing black scales. Advertisement, but in an instant, he changed from a person to an extremely huge dragon. So the Sabadi Archipelago news is true. Golden Lion saw that Yi Si in front of him turned into a huge black dragon, his pupils constricted violently, and a strand of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Someone posted news about Yi Si in the Sabadi Archipelago before, saying that he can transform into a huge black dragon. At that time, Golden Lion didn't believe the news that Yi Si could turn into a black dragon at all, because it sounded too ridiculous. But what he saw today let him know that the news is not fake, but true. Yi Si in the form of a black dragon gathered a mass of black energy fluctuations in his mouth, and then spit it out suddenly. The black energy fluctuations contain very terrifying power. They rush to the buildings that are about to fall from above with the momentum of overwhelming, distorting space, and destroying everything. Boom. The black energy wave ball that Yi Si spat out hit the building falling from the sky. The clouds in the sky were suddenly dispersed, and there was a terrible roar, and even the island below shook for a while, which was enough to prove how terrifying this energy fluctuation was. The shattered buildings in the sky fell completely, but they were scattered by Yi Si's power, and they were all broken into tiny pieces, causing no harm to people. Damn it. Golden Lion looked at the black dragon in front of him, with dense cold sweat appearing on his forehead. How to fight this? The gap is too big. Instead of continuing to use the black dragon form, he switched to the human form. With Yi Si in black dragon form, the Golden Lion can be easily killed, but he doesn't intend to do so. He was going to pluck wool from Shiki's body before he died. Before you die, do something for me Shiki, Yi Si said with a smile on his lips. What do you mean? Golden Lion felt his scalp go numb and his back feel cold when he heard those words. 068 Opening of Sharingan, full order, Sharingan. Yi Si turned on Sharingan, the originally dark pupils turned blood red, and there were Guyu rolling in the eyeballs. Sharingan is an ability exclusive to the Uchiha family. One of his abilities in the original book is to copy and see through the opponent's ninja, body, and phantom skills. In this pirate world, there are no ninjutsu and genjutsu. But with swordsmanship and pressure, he is in the Sharingan of Pirate Awakening, and the ability he has is to copy and see through the opponent's swordsmanship and physical skills. Although Golden Lion can be easily killed, the opponent's sword skills are definitely not weak, even above him. Instead of training swordsmanship hard, why not just copy Golden Lion's swordsmanship directly? Doesn't this save a lot of time? Let's continue Shiki, Yi Si said with a smile on his face while holding a long knife. Seeing that Yi Si's eyes turned blood red with an inexplicable weirdness, Golden Lion couldn't help swallowing. Yi Si's strength is too monster. Now Golden Lion doesn't want to lose face, and wants to run away. Shua. Yi Si didn't give him a chance to escape, so he quickly rushed towards the Golden Lion with a long knife in his hand. Golden Lion hastily swung two famous knives to resist. When the blades of the two collided together, creating a destructive ripple that swept across the four directions. Around the two, there was no complete ground or a single towering tree. Advertisement. Dang dang dang. At this time, Golden Lion was fighting and trying to get away, but Yi Si didn't give him a chance to stick to him and attack and didn't let him run. During the fight, Yi Si was also copying Golden Lion's moves as well as his sword skills. But after all, Golden Lion is at the level of a great swordsman in the world. It is somewhat difficult to completely replicate and see through this level of swordsmanship. Damn it, as long as someone helps me, I'll run away now, Golden Lion secretly said with a grim expression. While fighting, Golden Lion backed up and ran towards the other pirates. He wants Yi Si to divert his target, he picks a weak opponent and after a while he runs straight away. Golden Lion retreated to Bernard World and shouted, Bernard World, you fight Yi Si, I'll fight that brat. What are you kidding Shiki? Bernard World looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him, then at Yi Si who was chasing Golden Lion in the sky, and refused without hesitation. The scene of Yi Si turning into a black dragon and destroying the buildings above is still engraved in his mind just now. Does he think he is dying to fight Yi Si? Bernard World, I don't want the design of the Pluton battleship, you fight with Yi Si, Golden Lion shouted. Golden Lion believes that as long as he doesn't fight with Yi Si, he can run out with great confidence. Before I learn your moves, you don't want to go to Shiki anywhere. Yi Si reminded with a sneer while attacking Golden Lion. Bernard World couldn't protect itself and didn't dare to be distracted at all and didn't talk to Golden Lion. The coast. A huge ship sailed slowly in the distance. This is the ship of the Laozi pirates, advertisement. After wasting a lot of time, they finally arrived at North Blue, the war-torn island. It seems that many big pirates have arrived before we arrived. Rayleigh looked at the boat on the shore of the island and said in a deep voice. Asking for flowers. Zero on the shore of the huge island, there are many pirate ships docked. These pirate ships must undoubtedly be the ships of Charlotte Linlin, Ochaku and others. After all, those who dared to come here to find Bernard World and snatch the blueprints of the Pluton battleship are not ordinary people. The people from Marine have also arrived. Jabba looked at the Marine battleship not far away, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself. Wait. There is only one Marine warship nearby, and the others are pirate ships, which means that Yi Si hasn't come yet. Rayleigh looked around carefully, suddenly thought of something, and was a little excited said. Isn't Yi Si here? Jabba was slightly taken aback when he heard the news, and then smiled. It seems that today will go well, Luo Jia said with a slight upturn of his mouth. As long as Yi Si is not here, what is a mere Marine? This time we will be able to defeat Bernard World. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and said with a smile. Their Luo Jia pirates fought against Marine's main force several times, so they have no fear of Marine's main force at all. What they fear most is Yi Si and Yi Si's subordinates. Now it seems that Yi Si has not arrived, and they are relieved. Speed up, we must kill Bernard World before Yi Si arrives. Luo Jia pulled out the western knife from his waist and shouted with a smile on his lips. Yes, Captain. The pirate at the helm shouted, and then accelerated the speed of the ship. When they heard that Yi Si was not on the battlefield, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, would you be willing to face Yi Si who is crowned as a god in this world? 069 The arrival of the Luo Jia pirates. The boats of the Luo Jia pirates approached the island slowly. Even though they were separated by a distance, they could still feel the ripples on the island shaking all directions. Brothers. Go to the island. The pirate ship was completely approaching the island. Luo Jia stepped on the railing of the ship and shouted excitedly. The crew also shouted excitedly. They thought that this time their Luo Jia pirates could not only kill the Bernard World, but also get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. We'll have the qualifications to rule the world. Luo, Captain Luo Jia. Just when everyone was excited to board the island, Jabba's face was a little nervous, and even a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What's the matter? Luo Jia noticed his abnormality and asked. Look over there. Jabba gasped, pointing to the position of the Marine battleship and said. After Jabba's reminder, Luo Jia also set his sights on the Marine battleship. After seeing the two people on board, his brows immediately frowned. Rayleigh also followed Luo Jia's gaze and looked towards the position of the Marine battleship. The next moment he felt a basin of cold water pouring over his head, which was cold from head to toe. Damn it, this is Yi Si's boat. Luo Jia cursed. They thought it was the boat carrying Marine, but they didn't expect it to be Yi Si's boat. They thought Yi Si wasn't there, but they didn't expect that Yi Si had already gone to the island to fight the pirates. They are so excited. Before they rushed to the island, they were prepared to face Yi Si with the determination of casualties. But when they were about to reach the island, they thought Yi Si was not there, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement: if Yi Si is not there, they are destined to save a lot of casualties, and they seem to see hope. But when the ship got close to the island, their hope was wiped out. This is not the boat that Marine's main force is on, but the boat that Yi Si is on, because it is Yi Si's subordinates who are on board. This is called giving them hope and making them despair. Is Yi Si still there? Many members of the Luo Jia pirates gasped when they mentioned Yi Si. The Luo Jia pirates, Ji Guoyuan, who was lying on a chair drinking juice, also noticed Luo Jia and others on the boat not far away. But he didn't care. Luo Jia pirates. When Akunala Jia turned over and was about to continue sleeping, he saw the Luo Jia pirates when he opened his eyes, and sat up immediately. Since you're here, just give me some practice. Akunala Jia stood up and looked at the Luo Jia pirates with a smile on his lips. Wait Akuno. Seeing Akunala Jia, he wanted to fight with Luo Jia pirates and others. Ji Guoyuan Shi quickly stood up. What's the matter, Yuanyi? Seeing Guoyuan standing in front of him, he asked with some doubts. Yi Si's mission is to let us protect Rimu Ram. Attacking Luogia pirates is not our mission, Guoyuan persuaded. He knew that Akunalagia was itchy and wanted to fight, but protecting Remram was the task Yi Si gave them. Okay. Akunalagia nodded and lay helplessly on the chair. He didn't want to disobey Yi Si's order. Advertisement staying on the boat and protecting Remlam well is his current duty. Seeing Akunalagia lying back on the chair again, everyone in the Luogia pirates peeped at each other, not knowing what happened. Go to the island first. It seems that the two of them don't intend to participate in this battle. Luogia stared at the two people on the marine battleship with a heavy expression, and spoke after thinking for a moment. The fact that Yi Si is here, he can't change it. It's better to go to the island. Anyway, they have already made up their minds to face Yi Si. Many members of the Luogia pirates, at this moment, have the idea of retreating in their hearts, peeking at each other, a little nervous and afraid to go to the island. It's just a Yi Si. Why are you so afraid? Jabba pretended to be calm and said. It's all here. Do you still want to back down? Rayleigh looked across the crew and asked. Captain, according to my inference, Berndy World is doomed this time. Why don't we go back? A crew member said with some panic. What are you kidding? A Yi Si scares you like this? Jabba sternly said. If you don't want to go to the island, just stay on the boat. After this battle is over, you quit the pirate group. Luogia said with a disappointed sigh. This era really deserves to be 3.9 as the era of Yi Si, and no pirate will not panic when facing Yi Si. Even Luogia himself is unwilling to face Yi Si, but he has no choice but to kill Berndy World to avenge Tom. This is his determination. Even in the face of a strong man like Yi Si, he still strengthened his determination. After Luogia's words fell, he jumped up and landed on the island, and Rayleigh behind him followed him without any hesitation. Many crew members on the ship looked at each other. Nearly half of the pirates chose to land on the island, and the remaining half chose to stay on the ship. After the battle is over, quit the Luogia pirates. 070 Luogia Golden Lion team up to fight Yi Si North Blue, a certain huge island. A fierce battle is going on here. The summoner of Yi Si is fighting against many big pirates on the sea. However, the summoner of Yi Si has always been in the upper hand, and the other pirates have been in a state of being suppressed. The Luogia pirates have also arrived on the battlefield. Although half of the crew of the Luogia pirates stayed on the ship because of fear, the high-level combat forces on their ship chose to join the battle, and the pirates who stayed on the ship were dispensable to them. Luogia. As soon as Luogia landed on the island, he heard a loud shout. Hearing the sound, he looked over and saw the golden lion flying towards him, followed by Yi Si. Seeing Yi Si, Luogia's complexion suddenly became serious, and he drew out the western knife from his waist. Luogia 15, help me. Golden Lion turned to confront Yi Si while charging towards Luogia. Even the Luogia pirates are here. Yi Si flew backwards, looking at the many strong men not far away with great interest. Shiki, where is Berndy World? Seeing the Golden Lion standing beside him, Luogia took a deep breath and asked. Don't worry about Berndy World. Didn't you see Yi Si right in front of us? If you don't defeat him, let alone get the design of the Pluton battleship, it's a question of whether we can survive. Standing beside Luogia, Golden Lion looked solemn. Road. We didn't come to Shiki for the blueprints of the Pluton battleship, we wanted to kill him. Rayleigh explained aloud. We won't be able to go anywhere unless we get rid of Yi Si in front of us. Golden Lion glanced at him and said solemnly. Let's go together. Yi Si stood in the air not far away, holding a long knife and said lightly. Advertisement. Hearing Yi Si's words, cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of many Luogia pirates. This is the aura possessed by Yi Si, who is dubbed the title of God by the world. Luogia, let's work together to get rid of Yi Si first, and get rid of Yi Si. The blueprint of the car owner's battleship is in our pocket. Golden Lion sent an alliance request to Luogia. Shiki, my purpose is not Yi Si, I just want to kill Berndy World. Luogia shook his head and responded lightly. Kill Berndy World to grab the blueprints for the Pluton battleship? Do you think Yi Si and his men will give you this opportunity? Golden Lion sneered. I don't want to get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Luogia shook his head. Then do you think Yi Si will believe you and let you go to find Berndy World? Unless you kill Yi Si, you won't be able to reach Berndy World at all. Golden Lion reminded earnestly. Okay Shiki, let's join forces for now. Luogia took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice. With your help, we will be victorious. Golden Lion grinned. When the Luogia pirates didn't arrive, he was full of thoughts of running away, but now that the Luogia pirates are here, does he still need to run? Luogia, Rayleigh, and Jabba are all first-class powerhouses in the sea. Golden Lion believes that the combination of the four of them alone is enough to defeat Yi Si. Shua. Holding a long knife in his hand, Yi Si slashed towards them with a devastating blow. The sword energy tore through the ground at high speed and shot towards them. Spread. Luogia shouted. Everyone hurriedly left the place, but those who reacted slowly were still hit by this attack and died on the spot. Have you discussed how to deal with me? With a playful smile on the corner of Yi Si's mouth, he scanned the many strong men in front of him and asked Joe. Advertisement, Yi Si. Are you sure you can deal with so many of us at once? Golden Lion questioned with two famous knives in hand, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Don't you have confidence in me, Shiki? Yi Si said coldly. I'm full of confidence in our alliance. Golden Lion laughed sinisterly. With the help of the Luogia pirates, instead of avoiding Yi Si, the current Golden Lion even rushed up directly. He wielded two famous knives and slashed from top to bottom. Yi Si held the knife with one hand and collided with Golden Lion's two famous knives. The ground level under their feet suddenly dropped several meters, 940. Shua. Luogia rushed towards Yi Si quickly, holding the western knife with both hands, approached Yi Si and swept across. Crack. Yi Si was cut in half by Luojia's western knife. Win so easily. Rayleigh, who was about to make a move, was startled when he saw Yi Si cut in half. I thought I was going to go through a hard battle, but I didn't expect it to end so soon. As this Bernard Yi Si who is called God by the world? It's nothing special, I thought he was very strong. A strong member of the Luojia pirates sneered when he saw Yi Si's figure in the end. It's not that Yi Si is too weak, but our Captain Luojia is too strong, another pirate added. This is too fast. Is this really Yi Si? Jabba pushed his glasses and said with a heavy face. Although their Captain Luojia is very strong, Yi Si is the man who ended the locks. If his strength is too weak, he will not be cut off by Luojia so soon. 0711 on 1 versus Heroes. Many experts in the Luojia pirates are talking about their Captain Luojia. But Rayleigh Jabba is always a little puzzled. They always think that Yi Si can't be solved so quickly. Wait, he's not bleeding. Rayleigh suddenly thought of something to remind him. Hearing his words, the other pirates also set their sights on Yi Si, who was cut in half by their Captain Luojia. Sure enough, Yi Si's body was severed in half, but not a trace of blood flowed out. It's not real Yi Si, Jabba said in surprise. Hasn't Yi Si been killed by our Captain Luojia? A pirate couldn't help swallowing when he remembered what he said belittled Yi Si just now. Yi Si ended locks. How could he be killed so quickly? Rayleigh reminded in a deep voice. The Luojia pirates are very clear about how powerful Locks is. After all, they were almost wiped out by Locks. If this is not the real Yi Si, where's the real Yi Si now? Jabba turned on observation hockey, looked around 927, trying to find Yi Si's breath. Isn't showing up yet, Yi Si? Luojia asked while standing next to Yi Si's corpse, holding a western knife. You guys are really interesting, and I'd like to hear you talk about it for a while. Yi Si came out from the forest not far away and smiled. I can't feel his breath. Rayleigh saw Yi Si come out and turned on observation hockey perception, but found that within the range of his perception, it seemed that there was no such person as Yi Si. Hearing Rayleigh's words, other powerhouses also use observation hockey to perceive their surroundings. Indeed, as Rayleigh said, no one can feel Yi Si's breath. As if he didn't exist. Advertisement, how could paper have breath? Yi Si sneered. Yi Si has mastered devil fruit very well now, covering his body with the power of paper can shield his own breath. BFFH, after all, paper is not a living body. Yi Si's corpse, next to Luojia, became piles of papers floating around. The moment Luojia attacked him, he used wood clone to hide in the forest, but wood clone alone was easily found to be a dummy. He also used his devil fruit ability on wood clone, except that he didn't bleed blood and organs. The appearance is exactly the same as Yi Si. The reason why Yi Si did this was to add some interest to this boring battle. This battle is much more difficult than I imagined. Luojia's complexion was heavy, and he tightly held the western knife in his hand. Yi Si is just playing tricks, we can't lose this battle. Golden Lion said slowly. Not yet, do you want to wait for me to go first? Yi Si looked at the two and reminded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion charged directly towards Yi Si, while Luojia attacked from the side. While Rayleigh and Jabba walked around to the other side of Yi Si, the other strong members of the Luojia pirate group glanced at each other and rushed up quickly. When Yi Si's knives collided with Golden Lion's double knives, and the next moment Luojia approached, swinging the western knives, wanting to slash at Yi Si again. Boom. Yi Si's arm was strong, and the Golden Lion was thrown out, and the long knife rested on his waist to defend against Luojia's attack. Rayleigh and Jabba were less than 1 meter away from Yi Si, and they waved their weapons together. Boom. The next moment, a group of purple flame pillars rose up under the feet of the two, and the flames instantly swallowed the two of them. The severe pain caught them off guard and they forgot to swing the knife. Advertisement not far away, other powerful members of the Luojia pirates are also approaching. The ground under Yi Si's feet instantly separated countless pieces of paper, and the paper gathered large snakes under the feet of the powerful Luojia pirates, entangled them. Shua. The veins in Yi Si's arm bulged, and he swung the long knife vigorously, sending Luojia flying. In an instant, the combination of many powerful Luojia pirates and Golden Lion was disintegrated by Yi Si. Damn it, it's too strong, a strong pirate complained. They were almost completely neutralized by Yi Si in just a split second. Your speed is too slow, Yi Si said casually. He who opened Sharingan has extremely strong insight, and the joint encirclement and suppression of Luojia pirates and Golden Lion seems to him to be extremely slow. So he has plenty of time to react and hit back. I don't believe that so many of us can't beat you alone, Golden Lion said with a grim expression. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. As the words of the Golden Lion fell, several huge lion heads appeared around Yi Si and surrounded him. The Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Swish swish swish. Golden Lion brandished two famous knives, struck Yi Si with countless golden slashes. Many powerful members of the Luojia pirate group also quickly approached Yi Si again. The Shadow Tree realm is coming. On the ground under Yi Si's feet, countless huge trees appeared. Countless trees rose from the ground and gathered around Yi Si's body. Withstood countless golden slashes, it also destroyed the huge lion heads around it. 072 Luojia's favor, full order. The tree realm descending released by Yi Si resisted the golden lion's slash and destroyed the giant lion's head, but also all the trees were destroyed by the golden lion. God avoids. Luojia appeared on the side of Yi Si, holding a western knife in both hands, with bulging veins on his forehead and arms, and swung towards him heavily. A red slash attacked Yi Si with destructive power. Paper was separated from Yi Si's body, and a long knife was gathered in the other hand. Swish swish swish, Yi Si imitated the Golden Lion's swordsmanship, with both swords out at the same time, making countless slashes in an instant, attacking the red sword energy that Luo Jia fired. The sword energy counteracts and destroys each other. Yi Si turned around and swung his blade at Jabba and Rayleigh who were approaching. When the weapons of the two of them collided with Yi Si's knife, they felt like ants were shaking a tree, and their strength was completely unable to match Yi Si's beauty. Yi Si flicked it away with all his strength and then slashed at the other Luo Jia pirates. No matter what tactics they use, they just can't seriously hurt Yi Si. After a long time, the faces of many powerful members of the Luo Jia pirates were very embarrassed. Rayleigh and Jabba, including Luo Jia, Golden Lion, all looked very heavy at this time. They underestimated Yi Si's strength too much. Even if so many of them join forces, it is still difficult to defeat Yi Si. Do you want to defeat me with this level of strength? Yi Si said calmly and indifferently. Advertisement. Although he was hit by several people's attacks during the battle, he has a strong resilience, and his wounds can heal in just a moment. So Golden Lion, Luo Jia and others joined forces and couldn't do anything about him. This is too strong. How could we be his opponents? A strong member of the Luo Jia pirates said in horror. He never gave up his attack when Yi Si cut off an arm, but after a long time, he was still desperate. He found that Yi Si's strength was far above them, and a conclusion came to his mind, that is, no matter what they did, they could not defeat Yi Si. Captain Luo Jia, what should we do? Rayleigh held the blade tightly with both hands, watched Yi Si vigilantly, and asked Luo Jia beside him. So many of them combined could not subdue Yi Si, and now even he is a bit desperate. A person's physical strength is limited after all, and sooner or later we will exhaust his physical strength. Captain Luo Jia thought calmly. But the time has been delayed for a long time, the captain of Marine will also come. Jabba stood beside Luo Jia and reminded in a low voice. Marine? Mentioning the fact that Marine Luo Jia's face suddenly became gloomy, he knew that it was impossible to use up Yi Si's physical strength to win. After a long delay, Marine came. Yi Si teamed up with Marine's people. Isn't it easy to destroy their Luo Jia pirates? Yi Si, I didn't come here today to snatch the blueprints of the Pluton warship. Luo Jia wanted to negotiate with Yi Si. So you came here just to get beaten? Yi Si sneered. No, Tom is my friend. Bernard World killed him. I just want to avenge him. Luo Jia explained. You came here to kill Bernard World? Advertisement? Give me a chance, Yi Si. I don't want to be your enemy. Luo Jia responded with a nod. You don't want to be my enemy? You are the first Luo Jia to say that you can't beat me. Yi Si laughed out loud. Yi Si, I just want to trouble Bernard World today. After killing him, we will leave. We will not compete with you for the design of the Pluton battleship. Luo Jia talked with Yi Si calmly. To defeat Yi Si, Luo Jia thinks that the only way is to wear down Yi Si's physical strength. But time has passed, and Marine's people will come. Once Marine comes, their Luo Jia pirates will be in trouble. Not only will they not be able to avenge Tom, but they may also be caught in prison. I dragged the battle to the people who arrived at Marine, and all of you will be imprisoned at that time, and I can also get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, so what is the bargaining chip for you to talk to me? Yi Si blankly said with an expression. A favor of mine. Luo Jia said solemnly. Yes, Yi Si said with a slight upturn of her mouth. You agree? Luo Jia asked in a daze. He didn't expect Yi Si to agree to Gong so quickly. Certainly. Thank you, Yi Si. Luo Jia nodded gratefully. For Yi Si, Luo Jia can be killed or not. After all, he is strong enough now. Even if Luo Jia is allowed to grow, Yi Si is not worried at all. After all, Luo Jia will grow, and so will he. And to be able to get the favor of a big sea pirate, to be honest, it is not a loss for Yi Si. Although I don't know what it will be useful in the future, but at least it won't be bad for him. Bernard World must die, and Yi Si doesn't care who kills it. Since he left the opportunity to Luo Jia, he could get a favor, and he had no reason to refuse. 073 Uchiha Madara. Let's go together, full order. After Yi Si agreed to Luo Jia's proposal, Luo Jia set off directly to find Bernard World with Rayleigh and others. Hey, you guys. Golden Lion froze in place as he watched Luo Jia's leaving back. Why is he the only one left on the scene? How can we fight? Okay, Shiki, let's continue, Yi Si said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sharingan has powerful insights and the ability to replicate. Yi Si focused on Luo Jia during the battle just now, and now Luo Jia's swordsmanship moves have basically been copied and seen through by him. And he has not fully mastered Golden Lion's swordsmanship, so it is absolutely impossible to let Golden Lion go now. Vic, I owe you a favor for letting me go, Golden Lion said seriously after thinking for a moment. Although he is a pirate, he is also very trustworthy. That's not okay, Shiki, you are still useful to me, I can't let you go now, Yi Si responded with a faint shake of his head. 5 elders send him to North Blue to encircle and suppress the pirates. Although he has the ability to kill them all, think carefully. If they were all killed, wouldn't the sea become boring? Golden Lion Luo Jia is an interesting person. If they are in this sea, they will add a lot of fun to this sea. The two of them, Yi Si, cannot be killed, but he will not let go of the other pirates. Damn Yi Si, that be asterisk 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 D Luo Jia gave you a favor and you asked him to leave. Why can't I? Golden Lion couldn't help cursing in a low voice. I'm not saying, it works for me. 21 Yi Si threw away a long knife in his hand, holding a knife with both hands and laughed. Damn it, Golden Lion said with a grim expression. God avoids. Advertisement. Yi Si held the blade tightly with both hands, and suddenly swept towards the front. The blade rubbed against the space, making a slight violent sound. Then a terrifying sword chi tore through the space at high speed and rushed towards the Golden Lion. Divine avoidance is the essence of Luo Jia's swordsmanship, and it is also his most lethal move. Yi Si used Sharingan's insight to copy and see through and got his trick over. He has enough physical strength to make such a slash. His slashing power is even stronger than that of Luo Jia himself. You are so good at this trick. Seeing the incoming sword energy, Golden Lion was completely stunned. Isn't this Luo Jia's move? Why did Yi Si do such a move? Although he was surprised, he still tried his best to resist the sword energy. The other side of the huge island, Uchiha Madara is fighting the Berndy World. However, Uchiha Madara has been playing against Berndy World, and now Berndy World has a lot of injuries. But he still insisted not to fall, because once he fell, he would not die, and he would stay in prison for the rest of his life. He also wanted others to come and help him. Luo Jia. Suddenly, Berndy World saw Luo Jia coming, and shouted excitedly. Luo Jia is a pirate anyway, and Uchiha Madara is Yi Si's subordinate, and Yi Si is Celestial Dragons, so Yang Zibo Madara is the common enemy of pirates. The arrival of Luo Jia made him see hope. With Luo Jia's help, he will surely defeat Uchiha Madara. Huh? Is it Luo Jia? Uchiha Madara stopped attacking Berndy World, calmly looked at Luo Jia not far away. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Berndy World's strength is too weak, so that he can't get interested in fighting seriously. The Luo Jia pirates came just in time. There are so many strong people, enough for him to fight seriously. Long time no see, Uchiha Madara. Rayleigh greeted Uchiha Madara with a smile. They had conflicts before, so they still know each other. Let's go together. Uchiha Madara thought they were coming to fight, so she carried a scythe on her shoulder, scanned all the powerful members of Luo Jia pirates with cold eyes and said lightly. 0. Luo Jia, you came at the right time, join hands with me, and we will kill him together. Berndy World shouted excitedly at Luo Jia. Luo Jia glanced at Berndy World coldly, then smiled at Uchiha Madara and said, We are not Uchiha Madara looking for you to fight. Aren't you looking for me to fight? What do you mean? Hey, Luo Jia, what are you doing? He's one of Yi Si's subordinates, join hands with me to kill him, and I can give you the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Berndy World felt that something was wrong with Luo Jia's attitude and quickly shouted. Shut up, Berndy World, Rayleigh snapped coldly. I have already greeted Yi Si, we are not here for the design of the Pluton battleship, we just want to kill Berndy World. Luo Jia explained to Uchiha Madara. If you don't explain, Uchiha Madara will definitely shoot them. Really? Uchiha Madara nodded upon hearing this. Of course, if you don't believe me, Yi Si will testify, Luo Jia said solemnly. No need. Uchiha Madara said flatly, he is these people and will not deceive him into it. 074 Whitebeard vs Senju Hashirama. Luo Jia, I know that you want the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. If you kill me, Yi Si, you will not let you go. Join forces with me. Let's kill Uchiha Madara. I will personally send you the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. When Berndy World saw that Luo Jia and others put killing intent on him, he immediately felt very bad. I said Berndy World, I'm not interested in the design of the Pluton battleship, I just want to kill you. Luo Jia pulled out the Western knife and said solemnly. Kill me? Why? Berndy World frowned and asked in doubt. He thought he had never offended the Luo Jia pirates, why did the other party prefer not to have the blueprint of the 813 Pluton battleship, but to kill him? Tom is my good friend Berndy World, I have no objection to you stealing the design of the Pluton battleship, but you killed him, Luo Jia said solemnly. If Berndy World just snatched the blueprint of the Pluton warship, Luo Jia would not be so angry. But Berndy World should never have done it, so it killed Tom. Luo Jia is the man who values friendship the most, and he can't tolerate someone killing his best friend. You mean the shipwright? Berndy World demanded, remembering the name Tom. Yes, Tom, the shipwright of the 7th Water City, is my good friend. That's just a shipwright, Luo Jia, there's no need to have such a big hatred for me, now you'd better join hands with me, otherwise even if you kill me, Yi Si will definitely not let you go. Berndy World said with a gloomy face. Yi Si will not let me go, you don't need to judge Berndy World for this kind of thing, you just need to know that you are going to die here today. Luo Jia rushed towards Berndy World with a Western knife in his hand. You be asterisk 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 D. Berndy World rushed towards him angrily. I thought that Luo Jia came to help him, but unexpectedly, Luo Jia's goal turned out to be to kill him. Uchiha Madara was watching the battle, and many powerful Luo Jia pirates rushed towards Berndy World, and there was a fierce battle between the two. Advertisement however, many strongmen of the Luo Jia pirates gang beat Berndy World, so naturally they suppressed him. The other side battle of Senju Hashirama and Whitebeard. Senju Hashirama has not been in this world for a short time, so he is not weak now. But Whitebeard is also a very talented strongman in this sea. Even if locks fell, this did not affect his development in the slightest. Senju Hashirama covered his arm with armament hockey and rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard also swung his arm towards Senju Hashirama. Boom! The fists of the two collided, and the vast and turbulent airflow swept all directions like a violent storm. The fists of the two collided for a few seconds before retreating. Is Yi Si here this time also for the design of the Pluton battleship? Whitebeard asked not far from Senju Hashirama. Yi Si is somewhat interested in the design of the Pluton battleship, but it's not Yi Si who wants to come to North Blue, it's the 5 Elders order. Senju Hashirama said in a calm tone. 5 Elders. Whitebeard muttered to himself when he heard the name, frowning slightly. The 5 Elders are the supreme leaders of the world government. Even a strong man like Yi Si needs to obey the orders of the 5 Elders, which is enough to prove how terrifying the 5 Elders are. Edward Newgate, if the purpose of your coming here is also to get the blueprint of the Pluton warship, then I advise you not to think about it, because it is destined to be something that does not belong to you. Senju Hashirama warned. Whitebeard was silent after hearing this. He must have some interest in the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Advertisement, but Yi Si is also here, and he knows that the probability of him getting the blueprint of the Pluton battleship is very small. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama didn't talk crap to Whitebeard. Beside him appeared a huge wooden dragon with a long hooked nose and barbed spines. The wooden dragon roared and charged at Whitebeard. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki with both hands, the veins in his arm bulging. Kong Yunki was covered with the ability of shock fruit, and smashed towards the huge wooden dragon. Boom! The huge wooden dragon collided with Whitebeard's Kong Yunki, and a terrifying airflow erupted immediately, and the horizon at Whitebeard's feet suddenly dropped several meters. Ka. Countless cracks began to appear on the body of the huge wooden dragon, and the cracks continued to spread, and then 2.6 completely shattered. At this time, Senju Hashirama jumped up high, waving his fist and smashing towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard reacted quickly and shook his fist too, writing that Senju Hashirama's fists collided together. Boom! The two fists collided, and the ground exploded directly. Senju Hashirama possesses terrifying strange power and is unparalleled in power. But Whitebeard's strength is also not weak, because he is a talented monster, and his strength is physical skills. In the battle between the two, in a short period of time, no one can do anything to the other. 0.075 Marines' 4 powers arrive. On the other side, Yi Si, who has activated Sharingan, is still fighting fiercely with Golden Lion. But at this time, Yi Si has almost completely mastered the opponent's swordsmanship and his abilities. Snapped. Yi Si slapped his palm on the ground, and countless sheets of paper were formed on the ground. Boom! On the ground behind the Golden Lion, a huge lion head made of paper appeared. You have mastered my ability. Golden Lion looked at the lion's head gathered by paper behind him in surprise. He didn't expect that Yi Si could unleash a lion head that was as capable as him. The wool is almost finished. Yi Si nodded in satisfaction looking at the lion's head growing on the ground. Yi Si has now mastered Golden Lion's sword skill 15, as well as some of the opponent's abilities. After all, he is not a lion fruit ability user like Golden Lion, so there are some things that he can't learn even if he wants to. Golden Lion waved the blade in his hand, and after destroying the huge lion's head behind him, his body flew backwards, watching Yi Si vigilantly. You can go, Shiki. The long knife in Yi Si's hand slowly separated into paper and drifted away with the wind. Are you going to let me go? Golden Lion asked in disbelief. He wanted to leave just now, but Yi Si didn't agree at all, but now why the other party agreed, this made him very puzzled. Of course. Yi Si said very casually. He has already mastered all the opponent's abilities and sword skills, so Golden Lion has no use value for him, and there is no need to keep him. Advertisement. Golden Lion stared at Yi Si's eyes solemnly, and asked in disbelief, are you really going to let me go? Don't you want to go? Yi Si laughed. No, why did you turn me off all of a sudden? No matter what Golden Lion thinks, he doesn't understand Yi Si's motive for letting him go. He has a feeling that Yi Si wants to play with him. Yi Si said verbally that he would let him go, but it is possible that Yi Si would sneak up on him as soon as he turned his head and wanted to leave. So when Yi Si said abnormally to let him go, he was a little afraid to go. I let you go, you owe me a favor, this kind of business is not bad for me at all, Yi Si said calmly. The strength of the Golden Lion is below him, so he is not worried that the Golden Lion can pose a threat to him at all. With cheat, his strength increases rapidly, and those whose strength is below him will never be able to surpass him. Okay, I owe you a favor, Yi Si. Golden Lion nodded, looked at Yi Si vigilantly, and then flew away quickly, but after flying for a while, he wanted to see if Yi Si behind him had caught up. He knew that Yi Si's ability could hide his aura. If the opponent directly attacked without him noticing, it would be terrible. But flying all the way to the end of the sea level, Golden Lion turned his head and found that Yi Si still hadn't caught up, and immediately felt relieved, and sped up to escape from this place of right and wrong. The Golden Lion had just left. At sea level, they sailed to attack several marine warships. The marine battleship kept approaching, and finally reached the coast completely. Bernard Issan, how's the fighting going? Sengoku jumped from the boat onto the island and asked. Do you think we will win? Yi Si said calmly. Advertisement? Bernard Issan, who were you fighting just now? Sengoku pressed. Seeing the mess on the ground, he knew that Yi Si had just fought with someone. Shiki. Yi Si said calmly without hiding. Shiki? Where is he now? Sengoku looked around and found that the Golden Lion was not nearby. He's gone. Can he escape from your hands? Sengoku said in surprise. Yi Si's strength is powerful, which is recognized by the world. The Golden Lion has the ability to escape from Yi Si's grasp. But thinking about it carefully, it is not surprising that Golden Lion can run away. Golden Lion may not be as strong as Yi Si, but the other party is a lion fruit capable person after all. The escape ability is top-notch, and it is normal for 087 to escape. Where are the other pirates? Bernard Issan, Crane asked as he walked to Sengoku's side. They should still be on the island now. Yi Si responded by turning his head and looking into the distance. He's been fighting the Golden Lion, so he doesn't pay much attention to the others. It has to be said that this island is really big enough and has a strong ability to withstand pressure. After so many of them bombarded in turn, the island has never sunk. If the island of the Valley of the Gods had the anti-pressure ability of this island, it must not sink into the sea. Go, Garp, for arresting them. Sengoku yelled at Garp behind him, who was eating a snack. Here we come. Garp stuffed the snacks into his pocket and followed. There are not a few strong Marines here this time. Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Admiral Zephyr, Marine Vice Admiral Garp, Marine Vice Admiral Crane, and countless elite Marine Vice Admirals are here. Their purpose is to deal with the pirates who came this time to compete for the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. 076. Berndy World body North Blue, huge island. Berndy World is coming to an end. Luogia said coldly, stabbing Berndy World in the body. Berndy World held his chest, took a few steps back, and gasped heavily. The powerful members of the entire Luogia pirate group surrounded him, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Luogia was about to cut off his head, but Uchiha Madara stopped him and said, "Don't kill him yet." After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he walked towards Berndy World and asked indifferently, "Where's the blueprint of the Pluton battleship? Do you want it? But it's not with me." Blood flowed from Berndy World's mouth, but at this time his face was a bit ferocious, with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. He is in a doomed situation today. One-on-one he is no match for Luogia, or Uchiha Madara. Let alone so many people beat him up, he has absolutely no ability to resist. He knew he couldn't survive today, and he didn't want to put down his face and beg Luogia to live, so he might as well speak a little harder. "Where is he?" Uchiha Madara pressed the sickle to his neck and asked in a deep voice. "My crew has already taken the Pluton ship plans and shipwright to a safe place," Berndy World sneered. Cough cough. He spit out a few mouthfuls of blood from his mouth and then continued. "You may not know that when you were chasing me, my crew had already captured many shipwrights in the Seven Waters. It won't be long before they will be born with the finished Pluton warship. By then, your world government will be destroyed." The wound on Berndy World's abdomen is continuously bleeding out, and now he needs to gasp for breath whenever he speaks. "Kill him, Luogia." Uchiha Madara stopped interrogating and walked aside. "Time to say goodbye, Berndy World." "Shua." Luogia stepped up, holding the western knife tightly with both hands, and directly chopped off Berndy World's head. Advertisement: the head rolled to Luogia's side, and the headless corpse was constantly spraying blood. Luogia flicked the blood-stained western knife, and then inserted it back into the scabbard. "Thank you very much." Luogia thanked Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked indifferent, did not speak, glanced at them, and was about to find Yi Si. Luogia. A group of Marines rushed out from the forest not far away, and the leader was Garp and others. "Is Berndy World dead? Who got the blueprints for the Pluton battleship?" Sengoku stared at the Luogia pirates and Uchiha Madara with some doubts. Luogia is a pirate, and Uchiha Madara is Yi Si's subordinate. Why didn't Uchiha Madara attack the Luogia pirates? "Madara, what are you doing?" Garp yelled at Uchiha Madara. The two had fought against each other several times before, so there was some friendship between them. "Yi Si didn't order me to attack Luogia." Uchiha Madara responded indifferently with a scythe on his shoulder. "They're pirates," Garp yelled. "I only listened to Yi Si's orders." Uchiha Madara responded slowly. "Now, who owns the blueprint of the king's warship?" Crane asks a crucial question. The Berndy World is dead today. The blueprint of the Pluton battleship can only be in the hands of one of Luogia or Uchiha Madara. Berndy World does not have the blueprints for the Pluton battleship. Uchiha Madara shook his head in response. "No." Sengoku was slightly startled when he heard this. He was a little worried at first, but Uchiha Madara got the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. Advertisement: because the order above is to let the Marine stop Yi Si from getting the blueprint of the Pluton battleship at any cost. If Uchiha Madara gets it, the Marine will inevitably fight him. "Wait a minute, if he doesn't have it on him, who has the blueprints for the Pluton battleship?" Zephyr asked, frowning slightly. "In the hands of his crew," Uchiha Madara responded. "It seems that we are destined to consume a lot of time in pursuit of the design of the Pluton warship." Sengoku pushed his glasses and said helplessly. "Although the blueprints for the Pluton battleship, it's a good thing for them that they didn't get Uchiha Madara. But the plans for the Pluton battleship are in the hands of the Berndy World crew. Once he asked his crew to produce the blueprints for the Pluton battleship, it would still be very troublesome." "Brothers, it's time to go," Luogia shouted. "He has, deservedly, killed Berndy World. His goal has been accomplished. There is no need to stay here. Otherwise, if Marines people catch him, they will be in trouble." "Run!" Rayleigh yelled, too. Many crew members of the Luogia pirates quickly ran towards their ship without stopping for a moment. "Put them all in jail," Zephyr yelled at the surrounding Marines. "Yes," many elite Marine vice admirals shouted in unison. Then everyone rushed towards Luogia's position quickly and began to chase Luogia. Uchiha Madara glanced at them, then set off to find Yi Si. "His battle is over." 077 The battle is over on the other side, Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama. "It's time for me to go." Whitebeard glanced at the surrounding sea area and retreated backwards. He retracted Kong Yunki and then began to wave his fists. Crack. The air barrier around the fist burst into spider web-shaped cracks instantly, but as the fist was retracted, the explosive air barrier disappeared instantly. He didn't mean to stop. He kept punching, retracting, punching, retracting. The air barrier was constantly shattered and then recovered. It wasn't until the fifth time that the fist was retracted that the ground began to vibrate violently, the earth split open, and the seawater rushed out from the huge crack, and the area was still spreading at an extremely fast speed. "Is this the trick again?" Senju Hashirama looked at the surrounding sea. The sea level continues to rise, forming a huge tsunami, and the tsunami is constantly rising until it covers the sky and the sun. Then the tsunami surged downward like a demon with its bloody mouth wide open, trying to swallow the entire island. 910. "You are demon fruit power. Using this trick, how are you going to get rid of Edward Newgate?" Senju Hashirama stared at Whitebeard calmly and questioned. Whitebeard used this trick before when the Locks pirates fought against the Luogia pirates. At that time, they did not know how to escape. This time Whitebeard used such a move again, making Senju Hashirama very curious about how the other party got away. Capable people are landlubbers, and they will lose their strength when they are swept by the sea, and they will be completely weak. In this case, there must be some skills to escape. "This is my secret, Senju Hashirama." Whitebeard laughed. Marine, who was chasing the Luogia pirates not far away, suddenly noticed an abnormality. The ground was breaking apart, and when he looked up, he could see the tsunami above. Advertisement. This is Edward's ability. Damn it, why does he use this ability again? Sengoku felt the ground shake. The tsunami is about to land, and they can't catch up with the Luogia pirates. Damn it, why did that be ********** D. Edward Newgate use this ability again? Now we can only watch the Luogia pirates run away. Zephyr couldn't help but angrily said. We came all the way to North Blue for nothing, said a Marine Vice Admiral. Does Edward want to use his ability to escape again? Yi Si said calmly, looking at the tsunami above. Yi Si. Uchiha Madara's voice came from behind, and he finally found Yi Si. Have you got the blueprint of the Pluton battleship Madara? Yi Si turned and asked. No, he doesn't have the blueprints for the Pluton battleship. Uchiha Madara shook his head. Really? Yi Si didn't ask too much. If you don't have it, you don't have it. He just has some interests, and he doesn't force it if he can't get it. The huge waves swallowed the entire island in an instant. At this moment, all the noises disappeared, and only the sound of the waves remained instead. After a while, the waves have receded, and the huge island has been torn apart, and it won't be long before the entire BFFG island will sink into the sea. On the surface of the sea, only the wreckage of some marine battleships could be seen. Yi Si grew wings behind him and flew into the air. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and others also flowed out of the sea one after another. Yi Si. Not far away, an intact marine battleship was heading this way. Advertisement. When the tsunami hit the island, Akunalagia left the area in a boat, so he was not swept by the waves. With a wave of Yi Si's hand, a pair of wings grew on everyone's body, and everyone returned to the marine battleship. This battle is considered to be over. Are you all right? After landing on the boat, Yi Si began to ask how they were doing. I'm fine, and the pirate named John has been killed by me, Yunohana Retsu said while wringing the seawater stained on her clothes. The old man also killed a pirate. The old master patted his wet clothes and said. Edward Newgate, I think he's gone. Senju Hashirama took off his wet shirt, put it on the rail of the boat to dry, and rubbed his wet hair. Whitebeard was able to use this move to escape the last time, and this time is sure to be no exception. Just run away, he won't pose any threat to us. Yi Si scanned the sea area in front of him and said lightly. No one was injured by Long Wan and others. Yi Si asked them to go back to the house and change their clothes. Have you got the blueprint of the Pluton battleship? Akunalagia approached several people and asked curiously. Akunalagia is still very interested in the ancient weapon Pluton battleship. After all, this thing is said to be able to destroy the world. Pluton's battleship blueprints are not in Bernard world, on his crew, so we don't have them. Uchiha Madara shook his head. It seems that they have already made it in secret, Guoyuan said with a slightly changed expression. It's just a battleship, no big deal. A trace of flame appeared on Yi Si's body, but this flame didn't burn him and dried his clothes quickly. 078 Madara. It turned out to be Kaido who was beaten by me before. Although the Pluton warship has terrifying power, it has not yet reached the level of truly destroying the world. Now Bernard world is dead without his devil fruit blessing. Although the Pluton battleship was terrifying, it wouldn't make Yi Si panic. It's time to go. Yi Si looked around to make sure that all the crew members were on board. The boat is moving slowly, ready to leave here. Wait a minute, Bernard Issan. Suddenly there was a shout from the surface of the sea. I saw Garp floating out of the water all wet. Garp? Yi Si stared at Garp suspiciously. He almost forgot the Marines people also came here, except their ship was not destroyed. Almost all other ships sank, including Marines. Garp uses the razor step to walk through the air and lands on Yi Si's boat. Puff puff. Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr and others also emerged from the sea one after another, including many elite Marine Vice Admiral. They also used Shatterkong and landed on Yi Si's boat. Damn Edward Newgate. Not only did he fail to catch up with the Luogia pirates, but he also destroyed our ship, Zephyr said cursingly. It was the first time he fell into the sea in such a mess. Edward Newgate should have sunk into the sea this time, and there are no nearby islands for him to land. Garp squeezed his wet clothes. Shen Guang looked around and said. Looking around, there is a vast expanse, all of which are oceans, and there are no islands at all. Edward is a person with abilities, and it can be said that he is hopeless if he falls into the sea. Advertisement. That be ********** D. Edward Newgate used seaquakes like this last time, destroyed the island, and survived in the end. Who knows how he did it? But I probably won't be able to survive this time. After all, no one with any ability can survive in seawater, a Marine Vice Admiral said. Suddenly a huge Sea Kings appeared on the surface of the sea, and Whitebeard was riding on the Sea Kings. He's Edward Newgate, a Marine Vice Admiral said in surprise, pointing at Whitebeard riding on top of Sea Kings. Did he tame the Sea Kings? But how did he do it? Does he understand the language of the Sea Kings? Another Vice Admiral was also very surprised. Marine Vice Admiral talked a lot and was very surprised. Only Yi Si saw a little strangeness. It was not the Sea Kings under Whitebeard, but Kaido. Today's Kaido is in the form of half fish and half dragon. It looks a bit like 4 different shapes, so it will be regarded as Sea Kings by everyone. It is hard to imagine that Whitebeard has some friendship with Kaido. I felt a familiar breath on that Sea Kings. Uchiha Madara stared at the Sea Kings carrying Whitebeard and said. Uchiha Madara always felt that the breath of Sea Kings was somewhat familiar. I also have a familiar feeling. I always feel that I have seen this Sea Kings. Senju Hashirama on the side put his chin in his hand and mused. That guy is Kaido. Yi Si laughed. Is he Kaido? Uchiha Madara was taken aback for a moment, and then turned his attention to Sea Kings. No wonder there is a familiar feeling. It turns out to be Kaido. the pirate he beat up many times. I remember that guy wasn't human before? How did he become sea kings? Senju Hashirama asked suspiciously. Eating devil fruit in this world can turn into different species. Have you forgotten, Hashirama? EC responded slowly. No, wouldn't using devil fruit make him a landlubber? Why can he stay in seawater? Advertisement. Asking for flowers. There are many kinds of devil fruit in the world, and some capable people are not afraid of seawater, EC explained. Kaido's fish fruit is an alternative. It can stay in seawater, and can fly after the devil fruit has been developed to a certain extent. EC remembers that in the original world, when the fruit of Yu was not released yet, there was an old man in the post who joked about it. The fruit of fish and fish can't breathe when it goes ashore, and it drowns directly in the sea. I don't know if the old thief Oda was inspired by netizens and arranged a fish fruit for Kaido. 0. Goodbye, EC. Whitebeard smiled and waved to the marine battleship with Kong Yunki on his back. Damn Edward Newgate. Fire me up and sink him, the interpreter shouted angrily. Whitebeard's words are completely provocative to them. But before the marine battleship fired, Kaido took Whitebeard and left here. It has to be said that Kaido's speed in the sea was really fast, and he disappeared at the end of the horizon in less than a while. The Battle of North Blue was over, Bernard World was killed, but they did not get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. If during this time, no one finds the crew of Bernard World, then the ancient weapon Pluton battleship will reappear in the world. If a warship that claims to be able to destroy is born, the entire sea will surely not be calm. Although no one pays attention to the man who built the warship and the crew of Bernard World, the birth of the Pluton warship is destined to be a treasure robbed by the strong in the sea. Yi Si and others returned to the holy land of Myriad on the marine battleship, and the battle finally came to an end. 079 This era is Bernard, Yi Si Holy Land Myriad. Along with the return of Yi Si and others, 5 elders also asked Marine for information on the battle. Knowing that Yi Si did not get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, several people breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who gets the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, Yi Si must not get it. Once Yi Si gets the blueprint of the Pluton battleship and becomes rebellious, then their world government forces need to fight Yi Si. At that time, both sides can only suffer, which is the last situation 5 elders wants to see. Yi Si returned to the holy land of Myriad, his own castle, and took a change of clothes. He walked into the artificial 023 hot spring. He hadn't soaked in the artificial hot spring for a while, and the Bernard World issue has now been resolved. But it's not completely resolved, because although Bernard World is dead, the blueprint of the Pluton battleship is not in his hands. But in the hands of his crew, Bernard World meant that before his death, his crew had captured many shipwrights from the 7th water capital during this period of time. Now that the Pluton battleship is being secretly built, his men must have found a very safe place, and the bottom of the ship is enough to build the main battleship. They don't have to take the risk of capturing the shipwright anymore, so it's bound to be very difficult for Marine to find them. Tap tat tat. Yi Si stepped into the path of the artificial hot spring, and only he can come to this hot spring. At the entrance of the artificial hot spring, a group of maids had been waiting for a long time. They were all wearing simple clothes and standing on both sides of the road. Seeing Yi Si approaching, they stood respectfully, bowed slightly and said in unison. Owner. Yi Si waved his hands slightly to make them flatten. Advertisement. For some reason, Yi Si really feels like an ancient emperor now. There are many maids around her, all of whom are top-notch and pretty. Master, we will open the door for you. As Yi Si approached, the maid who was near the entrance of the artificial hot spring put her thin hand on the door and gently pushed the door open. Yi Si nodded and walked in. Several beautiful maids glanced at each other and then walked in. The remaining maids stayed outside. They are serving the master for the first time. We should not go in today and leave the opportunity to them, Rosminion said. Okay, Miss Minion. The surrounding maids didn't have any objections. The maid who just walked in was given to Yi Si by Kehimandolasheng's father a few days ago in order to express his apology. When they came here, Rosminion had already told them the rules here. They were not disgusted, but rather eager to try, so Rosminion and the others gave them the opportunity to serve Yi Si alone. This can be regarded as the rule among their maids. The maids who have just arrived here have the opportunity to serve Yi Si alone. At this time, Yi Si was already in the artificial hot spring, and footsteps came from behind him. Several maids stood behind him, but there was no movement for a long time. Yi Si turned his head slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Master, what should we do? What? A maid asked with a blushing face. Advertisement. They were prepared for it, but when they entered the artificial hot spring, they were too nervous, and their brains became hot, and they forgot what to do. Give me a massage. Yi Si ordered. Yes, master. The 2 maids came up behind Yi Si with reddish faces and began to massage him. The other 2 maids glanced at each other, remembering what Rosminion told them to do. Crash. A maid got into the water a little nervously, and came to Yi Si, stroking her hair. It was the first time she did such a thing, so she was a little nervous. Can I, master? The maid asked, remembering what she was about to say. Yi Si nodded without refusing. A battle harder than training has begun. On the second day, brand new news was released. After the First World War in North Blue, some reporters rushed to the scene to observe the situation, and they salvaged some corpses. Then the news was released that many people died in this battle: Bernard World, John, Ochaku, Silver Axe, and 4 others. Bernard World is the man who snatched the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, intending to build the Pluton battleship, and John, Ochaku, Silver Axe, and their masters are all cadres of the Lox pirates. The 4 people who died on 1.6 can be said to have greatly weakened the power of the pirates. The balance of the world was originally tilted towards Marine and world government. Now 4 outstanding pirates have died, and the prestige of the world government and Marine is unprecedentedly strong. Of course, the improvement of prestige is indispensable to Yi Si, because it was he who led the summoners and killed so many pirates. Just for this battle alone, countless countries in New World chose to join the world government. And because of this incident, many pirates also avoided the edge for the time being and dared not challenge Zhang Yang. This era can be described as the era of the world government, and also the era of Bernard Issan. Point 80. The new member spell returns to the world Gojo Satoru. After soaking in the artificial hot spring, Yi Si returned to the house with a tired face, and soon fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, a system notification sounded in Yi Si's mind. Ding, the mining times have been refreshed, please dig in time. As the system beeped, a property panel popped up in front of Yi Si. Host. Bernard Issan digging level. 2, 400 500ths, number of excavations. 1, 0 15ths. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced body art, 100%, ninja art. Meiotic regeneration, 45%. Increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 75%, Tornado, 40%, Akunologia, 49%, Unohana Retsu, 40%, Ji Kunichi, 35%, Senju Hashirama, 40%, Laoshinchi, 37%, Rem, 15-25%, Ram, 25%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 2000 5000ths, Mara Fruit Awakening, Purple Color Temperature Increase, Conqueror's Haki, 100 2000ths, Armament Haki, 1400 2000, Observation Haki, 1000 2000. Inheritance. Susano, Sage Mode, Wood Style, Sharingan. Digging Position. Positioning can be turned on, Warehouse, none. Yi Si simply glanced at the panel, without any hesitation, opened the positioning. Turn on positioning mode, ding, the bottle has been opened. Still as usual, when the system beeped, a virtual map location template popped up in front of Yi Si. This time the location is not far away, just near the Holy Land Mariajoy, so Yi Si didn't intend to wake up others, and decided to go alone. Advertisement. After about tens of minutes of flying, Yi Si had already arrived at the destination. As usual, this time it was still a black square. Now his excavation level is still 100 experience short of breaking through. Hope to dig something good, Yi Si muttered, then walked over, and a shovel appeared out of nowhere among him. He approached the black square without any hesitation, raised the shovel and started digging. Boom! The shovel touched the black square, but the square remained motionless. Bang bang bang. Yi Si beat continuously, but not for long. The system prompt came to Yi Si's mind, making him stop swinging the shovel. Hint. Get character card X1. Prompt to get the selection inheritance card. Use the ability to choose the character card by yourself. Open black lens bracket. Hint. Gain experience 50. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Gain experience 50. Ding dong. Congratulations, host's digging level has increased. The current level is 3. Next time digging will get more rewards. The excavation level is already level 3. I believe that the next excavation will definitely dig out better things. Yi Si doesn't know what kind of good things will be unearthed when the excavation level is 3, but it will definitely not be bad. In addition to the improvement of experience during this excavation, he also obtained a character card and an inheritance card. He first set his sights on the character card. Advertisement, ding, are you sure to use it? Sure. Yi Si replied directly without too much hesitation. Ding, the character card has been consumed successfully. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the source, spell return battle, in the world, Wuju Enlightenment. Would spells return to Wujo Wu of the world? Yi Si mused. Gojo Satoru is not a simple person, he is the strongest magician in the world of magic fighting, and he is also the first-year head teacher of the Tokyo Metropolitan Higher School of Magic. He is a super conjurer, born in the Wujo family of the Yusan family, and acts as the real representative of the Wujo family. He is a person born with no lower limit warlock, because he was born with 6 eyes, he is a very powerful monster. His strength is so strong that even Sunuo may not be an opponent. His appearance broke the balance between the magician and the magician. He is powerful enough to clean up the entire high-level conjuration, but he did not do so, because he wanted to cultivate future generations in his own way, and change the conjuration world with OOO replacements of generations. His terrifying strength has always been deeply feared by the cursed spirit, so the cursed spirit has been trying to find a way to seal Wujo Wu, and finally succeeded in using the prison gate to seal Wujo Wu during the Shibuya incident. In fact, the reason why Gojo Wu was able to seal it was entirely because he was too strong, so he was forcibly sealed by the author. While Yi Si was still thinking, a group of white light particles appeared in front of his eyes, and the light particles slowly gathered into a group. Finally, the appearance of Gojo Satoru was formed. He had fluffy white hair, was dressed in black, and wore a black eye patch. This is really an interesting world. Wujo Wu smiled and put his chin on his hand, looking around curiously. Even though he has seen and experienced the sealing of combat power in the world of fighting back for spells, he was still a little surprised when he encountered such a thing. Nice meeting. Welcome to this brand new world, Gojo Satoru. Yi Si greeted him. 08 Okuno. A competition. Nice meeting, Bernard Yi Si. Gojo Satoru also greeted Yi Si with a smile. On the way he came to this world, the system had told him something and the name of the person who summoned him. I believe we can become very good friends, Yi Si laughed. Of course. Gojo Satoru nodded amiably. Do you want to go back? I'll show you the other members, Yi Si asked aloud. Aside from me, are there other people who have come to this world? Wu Jiaoyu said with a little surprise. He thought that he was the only one who had experienced this kind of thing, but he didn't expect that there were other people. Of course, they are all from different worlds, but don't worry, their personalities are very easygoing, and you can get along well with each other, Yi Si explained. Your ability has already exceeded my cognition, you are very unusual Yi Si, Gojo Wu said with a smile. Although my abilities are not average, I am a freewheeling person, Yi Si shrugged and smiled. I can tell. Gojo Satoru nodded. Let's go, Yi Si said. Gojo Satoru nodded, and followed Yi Si, and the two returned to the holy place of Myriad. Yi Si returned to his castle with Gojo Satoru, and everyone was already gathering in the living room to prepare for dinner. Yi Si, where did you go in the morning? Longwan said with his hands on his hips, pouting his mouth. Advertisement, it's morning now, but Yi Si didn't come to eat for a long time. He went to Yi Si's house to look for it, but he didn't know where Yi Si went. Because Yi Si didn't come back, everyone hadn't eaten yet and was waiting for him. Sorry, I just went out for something, and I brought back a new friend, Yi Si scratched his head and explained. Where is the new friend? Tornado asked curiously. Hello. Gojo Satoru appeared behind Yi Si, and greeted Longwan and the others. Huh? This person is not simple, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the sofa, saw the first sight of Gojo Satoru, and felt that there was a terrifying power in his body, which was not easy. It can be seen that his strength should not be weak. Senju Hashirama was also carefully observing Gojo Satoru. I want to compete with this guy, he should be very strong. Akunologia is also full of interest in Gojo Satoru. Although Gojo Satoru has just arrived in this world and can only exert 20% of the original world's power, his strength is not weak either. His name is Wu Tiao Wu, and he will be our companion from now on, Yi Si introduced to everyone. Everyone in the living room also introduced themselves to Gojo Satoru one after another. Because Gojo Satoru himself is a very easygoing person, he quickly became one with Senju Hashirama and others. It's really interesting that this kind of thing happened to us. Gojo Satoru, who was talking while eating, suddenly laughed and said. I was a little surprised at the beginning, but now I have adapted to life here, and this world is no worse than my previous world. Akunologia said while eating. Advertisement, I believe you will get used to life here in a short time, because this world is still very good. Guoyuan picked up an apple once he was full, lay down on the sofa, and said while eating. I also think the world here is very good, after all, there are interesting people like you. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. He is also a person who cares about strange things. When encountering this kind of thing, he didn't panic, but felt very good. After all, the feeling of being able to talk to people from different worlds and talk about different lives is very good for him. Would you like to compete with Gojo Satoru? Your strength should be very strong. Akunologia suddenly put down his chopsticks and said. Ah, I'm very weak. Gojo Satoru scratched his head and said. Do you think I believe your nonsense? Akunologia admitted with a joking smile. I always feel that when I come to this world, my strength is weakened, and I may not be your opponent. Gojo Satoru explained with his chin resting. He always felt that his strength had been weakened a lot. Although he could release all kinds of moves, his strength had obviously regressed a lot. It's normal, because it was the same when we first came to this world, Hana Retsu explained. The companions summoned by Yi Si, who come to this world, the ones who win the king, cannot directly display 100% of their combat power. You need to fight to slowly recover your strength. As that's so, Hana Retsu's explanation also made Gojo Satoshi clear up a doubt in his heart. How about it? Do you want to compete with Gojo Satoru? I want to see your strength. Akunologia continued to ask. By the way, Akuno, I remember when I was in North Blue, didn't Yi Si promise you to fight 10 times with you after the battle? Guoyuan 10 suddenly thought of something and said. Don't you say that I almost forgot, Yi Si, do you want to have a competition now? Akunologia stood up and asked. 082 Yi Siv's Akunologia, wait until I finish eating. Yi Si responded while eating. He had fought with Luogia and others in North Blue 2 days ago, and now he has to fight again, although it will be very tiring, but there is no way, he has promised Akunologia to try. By the way, I still have a useless inheritance card, Yi Si muttered to himself. Not only did his excavation level increase this time, but he also revealed a character card and an inheritance card. Yi Si set his sights on the attribute panel and the inheritance card in the warehouse. Use, ding, successfully used. Please choose the inheritance ability. A. Tornado. Superpower, BG Guoyuan 1. The breathing method of the sun, C. Hana Retsu. Keto, D. Rem. Ghost form, E. Gojo Satoru. The power to stop spells. Yi Si observes briefly for a while, and chooses C. Keto from the world of Hana Retsu. Keto is in the world of Hana Retsu, Shinigami, 910, an advanced spell that only Shinigami can use, and is divided into 3 types. Hado, Bakudo and Kaido. Has terrible power. After choosing Yi Si, I feel that a brand new memory has entered in my mind, which is about Keto. Okay, Akuno. Yi Si stood up and said, do you want to start here? Akunologia had a smile on his lips, and he couldn't wait. No, you can't fight here, or you will destroy this place. Longwan floated between the two with his hands on his hips, reminding dissatisfiedly. Whether it is Yi Si or Akunologia, the abilities of both of them are undeniably terrifying, and they have terrible destructive power. If they are allowed to fight here, they will. It would be easy to ruin this place. Advertisement. So they must not be allowed to fight here. Do you want to destroy this place? BFED, Akuno. Guoyuan smiled. The battle between you must be able to destroy half of the Holy Land Myriad. The old master stroked his beard and joked. There is an island nearby, how about we fight on that island, Akuno? Yi Si asked aloud. Of course there is no problem, where to go? Akunalogia nodded in agreement. Let's go. Yi Si separated the paper behind him and gathered a wing. With the flapping of the wings, he floated out first, followed by Akunalogia. Do you want to go and have a look? Senju Hashirama asked the people around him after dinner, looking at the backs of the two leaving. Go over and have a look. I don't know who will win the battle between the two of them. Guoyuan stood up, wanting to watch the battle between the two. I have no objection, Uchiha Madara said slowly. I'm going too. Tornado raised his hand and said. Ram is going to. Ram is going too. Let's all go then, Hanaretsu laughed. Tornado uses superpowers to levitate everyone in midair and then follows Yi Si and Akunalogia. Yi Si took Akunalogia to a deserted island not far from the holy land of Myriad. There is no human habitation on this island, only a group of wild beasts. So the two can have a good time on this island. Advertisement. Not long after they arrived on the island, the tornado rushed to the island with everyone and landed in the distance. Are you ready, Akuno? Yi Si stood on a huge rock, separated the paper and gathered a long knife in his hand. It's already ready, let's start fighting, Akunalogia said excitedly. It is good. The long knife in Yi Si's hand gathers the power of armament haki and gathers Conqueror's haki. Behind him was a pair of paper-converged wings that were flapping, and he approached Akunalogia at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Yi Si's long knife collided with Akunalogia's fist, and the ground below them burst open, like a volcano erupting. Countless pieces of rubble flew into the sky after being shaken by the aftermath of the two's attacks. Has Yi Si become stronger? Ram asked in surprise when she saw the scene in front of her. Yi Si is getting stronger all the time, don't you notice? Yi Si will train alone every day, Hanaretsu reminded. Although Yi Si is strong enough now, he has been training day after day, so his strength is constantly getting stronger. Akunalogia's brute force is very strong. Yi Si's ability to compete with his brute force is enough to show that Yi Si is strong. His day-to-day training has not been in vain. Guoyuan observed the battle between the two sides. Guess who will win this battle? Senju Hashirama suddenly said. Yi Si is very strong, but Akuno is not weak either. The outcome of this battle is doomed to be hard to tell. The old Tianchi put forward his point of view. Bang bang bang. Yi Si's long knife collided with Akunalogia's fist continuously, and the place where the two figures passed was destined to be completely destroyed by the battle between the two. 083 Keto. The wings behind Yi Si kept flapping, moving away from Akunalogia at an extremely fast speed. Swish swish swish. He kept waving his arm and made countless slashes. This is exactly what Yi Si borrowed from the Golden Lion's move to make dense slashes in an instant. The figure of Akunalogia kept flashing in midair and began to dodge these attacks. If he couldn't dodge, he covered his arms with armament haki to resist damage. Akunalogia's physical hardness is very strong. After using armament haki, even Yi Si's attack is difficult to cause effective damage to him. Is such an attack ineffective against you? Yi Si floated in midair, staring at Akunalogia, who had no trace of blood on his body, and said. Some effects make my arms a little numb. Akunalogia responded truthfully. Although he resisted a lot of Yi Si's sword energy and didn't suffer any damage, his arm was a little numb from the shock. It seems that this move is only suitable for cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers, Yi Si muttered to himself. Although he was able to unleash countless slashes in an instant, the strength of the slashes was relatively scattered. For a powerhouse of the same level, such an attack was not strong enough. Let me see if Luojia's moves are effective for you. The corners of Yi Si's mouth rose slightly, and he held the long knife tightly with both hands. His body was in midair as fast as an afterimage, and then quickly approached Akunalogia. God avoids. The veins in Yi Si's arm bulged, and he swung the long knife vigorously, swinging it forward. A terrifying sword energy struck out, rushing towards Akunalogia like a wild beast. Akunalogia covered armament haki with his arm and blocked in front of him again. Boom. Advertisement. His figure was blown into the distance, smashed into a huge rocky mountain, and his body sank into it, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the broken stones fell to the ground. This trick is indeed very strong. The power of God's avoidance is to gather the power of the whole body at one point, and it can burst out the power beyond the limit of the body. The power is very powerful. Although powerful, this move consumes a lot of physical strength and haki. After all, if it can be released with a small amount of consumption, mastering this move is almost invincible. This trick is powerful. Akunalogia flew from a distance, patted the dust stained on his clothes and said. Luogia is more useful than Golden Lion. Yi Si sighed unconsciously. Although the swordsmanship ability developed by Golden Lion is only used to clean up miscellaneous soldiers, his understanding of swordsmanship was copied by Yi Si, and the effect is obviously good. Let you see the stronger one. Yi Si laughed. Hado no 90 no black coffin. Yi Si didn't need to chant to release Keto, and above Akunalogia, a black cuboid appeared instantly, similar to a coffin. There are also countless spikes crossed in the black cuboid, integrating confinement, control, damage, and space into one. Black coffin smashed towards Akunalogia in an instant. Boom. Black coffin pressed on Akunalogia's body, bringing his body directly to the ground. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and a puff of smoke rose. That's Keto's ability. Seeing this scene, Hanaretsu's face changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. He almost forgot that the man who uses this ability is Yi Si. Yi Si can use various abilities, and it is not surprising that he can use Keto. ****** 7 advertisement. Did Yi Si win? Rem asked curiously when he saw that Akunalogia was covered by black coffin. No, Akunalogia is not so easy to defeat, and his strength is also very strong. Guoyuan sat on a rock, shook his head and responded slowly. Crack. Click. Countless cracks appeared on the black coffin, and finally exploded completely. Akunologia covered Haki all over and appeared in front of everyone. Black Coffin's power is terrifying, and it caused a little damage to Akunologia. There are many bloodstains on his body, which were caused by Black Coffin's spikes.
I'm serious, Yi Si. Akunologia said solemnly. Come on, Yi Si said calmly.
In the hands of Akunologia, a group of black ability light clusters appeared. The light clusters contained terrifying abilities, distorting the surrounding space a bit. After the black ability light group gathered, it rushed towards Yi Si. Splitting void of Bakudo 81. In front of Yi Si, a huge defensive wall was instantly formed, and this black wall possessed a top-notch defensive power. Boom! Akunologia's black energy light group hit the black wall, and a strong air current erupted immediately. At this time, there were waves of waves in the distant sea area. And the ground level in the middle of the two suddenly dropped tens of meters, forming a big pit. The black wall was blasted with countless cracks by Akunologia's attack, but it still stood in front of Yi Si. Boom! Akuno waved his fist, broke the black wall, and rushed towards Yi Si. 084 The man who evolved Akunologia into a dragon paper was separated from Yi Si's body, forming a crossbow in his hand, and a bow and arrow with purple flames was also separated. Call out! Facing the attacking Akunologia, Yi Si bent his bow and shot an arrow carrying purple flames. Boom! The arrow hit Akunologia's body, and an explosion occurred the next moment. Shish! Yi Si kept bending his bow and shooting arrows, hitting Akunologia's body, causing bursts of explosion sounds. Akunologia's physical body is very strong. He forcibly resisted Yi Si's attack, and kept approaching Yi Si. 740. Kuno's physical body is really pervert. He was hit by Yi Si's attacks continuously, but it didn't seem to have much impact on him. Senju Hashirama calmly analyzed with his chin in his hand soundtrack. Have you forgotten? He is a man who evolved into a dragon, and his physical body must be terrifying. Uchiha Madara reminded. Akunologia was a human race before, but after slaughtering countless dragons, he was bathed in the blood of various dragons, and finally evolved into a complete dragon. This is the past of Akunologia. After his evolution, his physical body has become very perverted and his defense power is extremely high. Akunologia's defense is very strong, but Yi Si's speed is very fast, coupled with Wuha 8 Gate's many abilities. This battle is destined to be very interesting. Yunohana Retsu folded her hands on her chest, squinting her eyes to observe the battle. Bang bang bang. Fighting close to each other, Yi Si's long knife kept slashing at Akunologia's body. But the same Akunologia also swung his fist and threw it towards Yi Si. Advertisement, Shua. Yi Si's long knife slashed at Akunologia's body. Boom. Akunologia's fist hit Yi Si in the face. Yi Si flew backwards, but quickly stabilized his figure. There was a red mark on his face, which was Akunologia's fist mark. However, as a cloud of white steam flashed past, the injury on his face recovered as before. It has to be said that Akunologia's strength is really strong. If it wasn't for Haki covering his face at the critical moment, otherwise Yi Si would vomit blood with this blow. Yi Si possesses the ability of ninja art, meiotic regeneration, so his resilience is very pervert. As long as he is not broken into a piece of mud, he can recover in a very short time. Now there is a conspicuous scar on Akunologia's body, which was just cut by Yi Si. Your resilience is as pervert as ever, Yi Si, Akunologia complained. After finally punching Yi Si, unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the other party had already recovered. Isn't this the same as not being hit? He was stabbed in vain. If you don't have recovery power, you will be exhausted sooner or later. Your defense is too strong. It's not easy to cause harm to you. Yi Si spread his hands in response. Even Kido Black Coffin and Luojia's ultimate move didn't do much damage to Akunologia. It is enough to prove how pervert Akunologia's defense is. Yi Si, what you said is wrong. Look at how many bloodstains I have on my body, but you don't have any injuries at all, Akunologia complained. The point is that this kind of damage is useless to you. Yi Si shrugged and smiled helplessly. Advertisement Akunologia has rough skin and thick flesh. It is extremely difficult to injure him. Yi Si, have you stopped fighting? Senju Hashirama shouted from afar. Seeing that the two had been talking, he thought that the fight was over. Go on, Akuno. Yi Si turned his head and glanced at Senju Hashirama and said. Akuno nodded, and then rushed towards Yi Si at an extremely fast speed. His physical strength is very strong, so when he didn't use his ability, he chose to fight Yi Si in melee. Akunologia kept waving his fists, while Yi Si kept waving his blade, and the attacks of the two collided constantly. Hitting from the sky to the ground, then hitting the sea level, and then returning to the island to fight, the two of them are like perpetual motion machines, possessing unlimited physical strength and can attack uninterrupted. The afterimages of the two people can be seen in midair, as well as the sparks produced by the collision of the attacks. In less than a moment, half of the huge island was completely destroyed by the two people, whether it was trees or animals, all were destroyed by the attacks of the two. Purple Dragon Fire. Yi Si's long knife was covered with purple flames. He swung it vigorously towards 0.3 in front. The long knife rubbed against the air, making a violent roar. A long purple dragon flew out. It had a frightening aura all over its body. The terrifying high temperature distorted the surrounding space a bit. It opened its bloody mouth and approached Akunologia at an extremely fast speed. Akunologia's face froze, and a mass of black energy fluctuations gathered in the palm of his hand. Boom! He touched Zilong's body with his palm, and the black energy fluctuations touched Zilong together, like two giant beasts roaring, bursting out like a storm. The high-altitude clouds were all shaken away, and waves rose several feet above the sea. 085 Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands vs Black Dragon Form. This battle lasted for several hours. During this period, Yi Si hit Akunologia's body countless times, but the opponent's physical defense was really strong, and Yi Si was still unable to cause fatal injuries to him. And Akunologia's attack does not pose much threat to Yi Si. No matter what kind of injury he receives, Yi Si can recover quickly. In a few hours, most of the island has been completely destroyed. Countless large pits appeared on the ground of the island, and countless trees and beast corpses were mixed in the soil. Hato's 88 flying dragon striking thieves shocking sky thunder cannon. Yi Si didn't perform any chance, and gathered a group of blue rays of light in the palm of his hand, gathering 15 terrifying powers, and then launched them out. A huge group of blue light beams rushed towards Akunologia with the momentum of overwhelming and destroying everything. Dragon transformation. Faced with this powerful blow, Akunologia was also unambiguous, and directly chose to become a dragon. His body changed in an instant, from an ordinary person to a huge terrifying dragon that covered the sky and the sun. There are blue and white patterns on the body of the giant dragon. After he transformed into a dragon, his whole body is full of strength. His hard scales seem to be able to resist all injuries. A mass of black energy matter gathered in his mouth, and after a short period of gathering, he suddenly spat it out. The black energy matter collided with Yi Si's Genshinlong cannon, a ball of white light flashed, and a violent explosion occurred. The dazzling light made people unable to look directly at it. After the white light slowly receded, one could see that a huge bottomless pit appeared on the ground under the two of them. The attack of the two men almost penetrated the ground of the central island. Advertisement. Fortunately, the two of them were not allowed to fight in the holy land of Myriad, otherwise our castle would have been destroyed directly. Tornado stood in the air, with his hands folded in front of his chest, thankfully said. Seeing the way the two fought, Tornado knew that if the two of them were to fight in the holy land of Myriad, at least half of the holy land of Myriad must be destroyed, and their castle will also be reduced to ashes. The strength of Yi Si and Akuno has improved too fast. Guoyuan sighed as he looked at the scene in the distance. He has also been seriously training his swordsmanship, but his strength still has some obvious gaps compared with the current Yi Si and Akunologia. This is also normal. Yi Si has a cheat, and Akunologia's strength is constantly being unblocked. After all, the combat power of the world where Akunologia is located is much higher than that of this world. If Akunologia is restored to its heyday, it may reach the point of destroying the world. Yi Si's talent is already terrifying, and it's normal for his strength to increase quickly. Akuno's talent is not weak, but the main reason is that his power has been continuously unblocked, so his strength is so terrible. Senju Hashirama calmly analyzed from the side. I don't know how long the two of them will fight. Uchiha Madara sat on a stone, put his face in his hands and said. The difference in strength between Yi Si and Akunologia is not too big, so it is bound to take a lot of time for them to decide the winner. After going back this time, I need to practice sword harder, Ji Guoyuan secretly said. He's not weak now, but he doesn't want to be used too easily by Yi Si and others. Shua. Yi Si quickly approached Akunologia, brandished the long knife in his hand, and hit him hard. When, there was a sound of metal collision, and Yi Si's heavy blow only cut a bloodstain on Akunologia's body. Advertisement. This defensive power is too pervert. Yi Si couldn't help complaining. His full blow only caused a little damage to Akunologia. It has to be said that this terrifying defensive power is really terrifying. Boom. Akunologia waved his claws, and hit Yi Si heavily. Yi Si's long knife was pressed against his body, colliding with his claws. Akunologia's strength was very strong, but Yi Si was not weak either. The aftermath of the two's attacks distorted the surrounding space a bit. Boom. In the duel of strength, Akunologia was the better, and directly drove Yi Si into the huge pit underground. There was a burst of dust in the depths. Sage mode. Yi Si quickly went into sage mode. A cloud of eyeliner appeared around his eyes. Sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Boom. An extremely huge Buddha statue suddenly appeared at Yi Si's feet, and the Buddha statue slowly grew out of the ground, making a huge roaring sound. Behind the Buddha statue, there are thousands of arms. Compared with the size of the Senju Buddha statue, even Akunologia in the form of a black dragon has no advantage. The size of the Senju Buddha statue is taller than a mountain. 086 The scary Senju Buddha statue, full order. Yi Si stood on top of the huge Buddha statue, and the Buddha statue exuded an extremely frightening aura. The body of the Buddha statue is so huge that even standing on the sea level can clearly see his huge body. I have long wanted to see the power of this move. Facing the Senju Buddha statue, Akunologia showed no panic, even eager to try. When he was in the Valley of the Gods, he had seen Yi Si use the Senju Buddha statue, and the aura exuded from the Buddha statue made even he feel threatened. Now it's finally time to fight Yi Si's Senju Buddha statue. It's been a long time since I used this trick. Standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue, Yi Si muttered to himself. For him, the Senju Buddha statue is one of his trump cards. Today he is competing with Akunologia, but Akunologia must be able to play well. Yi Si, do your best, don't worry about me, of course, I will do my best to attack you. Akunologia yelled at Yi Si. Of course, I will fight with all my strength. Yi Si nodded and said. He knew that Akunologia had very strong defense and recovery power, so he was not worried that his own attack would kill him. The roar of the black dragon. A group of extremely powerful energy balls of black matter gathered in Akunologia's mouth. This move can be said to be the strongest blow of the black dragon. As a Dragon Slayer Magister, he can skillfully use the Dark Dragon Slayer magic. And now the energy gathered in his mouth is the purest dark matter. When dark matter gathered in his mouth, the sky changed color, and the sky that was originally clear and clear suddenly became cloudy and cloudy. Advertisement. Yi Si stood on top of the Senju Buddha statue, frowning slightly. Obviously he felt the threat of the black substance. Is Akuno planning to make a bigger move? As soon as Guoyuan looked at the gathered black energy light group in Akunologia's mouth, he couldn't help but feel palpitations. He could feel this terrifying sense of oppression even at such a distance, let alone Yi Si. This should belong to Akuno's powerful blow. After all, I have never seen him before. His ability can reach this level. Senju Hashirama carefully observed the battle situation in front of him and said, "Are they going to decide the winner?" Uchiha Madara stood up, staring at the two people in the battlefield with great interest and said, Yi Si used the Senju Buddha statue. Uchiha Madara has a deep understanding of the power of the Senju Buddha statue. Because in the original Hokage Ninja world, Senju Hashirama used the Senju Buddha statue to defeat him. Senju Buddha is Senju Hashirama's most powerful move. Senju Buddha is very interested in who will win the battle against Akunologia, who has become a dragon. Boom. With a thought in Yi Si's mind, countless huge arms started to hit the black dragon Akunologia. The black energy matter in Akunologia's mouth also gathered and spit out towards Yi Si. Boom. An unprecedented big explosion sounded in the island, and the surrounding sea area suddenly exploded, creating waves of more than 10 feet, and the dark clouds in the sky were constantly rolling. It's like a doomsday scene. The giant arm of the Yi Si Senju Buddha statue was immediately blown into pieces by the black energy fluctuations spit out by Akunologia. Advertisement, but don't forget that the Senju Buddha statue summoned by Yi Si has thousands of giant arms. Although the black energy fluctuations spit out by Akunologia just now destroyed countless huge arms and almost pierced through the body of the Buddha statue, the arms were not completely destroyed. Boom. The huge arm behind the Senju Buddha statue waved and smashed towards Akunologia. Bang bang bang. Akunologia was directly smashed to the ground by the giant arm, and the remaining giant arm of the Buddha statue was bombarding him in turn. A larger deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground, as if it was about to penetrate the island. Did Yi Si win? Seeing the scene in front of her, Rem hurriedly asked Daoyun. He saw Akunologia's huge dragon body being crushed and beaten by Yi Si's Senju Buddha statue, thinking that Yi Si had won the victory. It's not a victory, it can only be said that Yi Si gained the upper hand in this round of battle. Senju Hashirama shook his head slowly and said, Akuno's vitality is too strong, and it is impossible to win or lose in a short period of time. Yuno Hanaretsu added. Akuno's vitality is like a wild beast. It's not easy for his Dajiaos to win the battle with him. The old master squinted his eyes slightly, and really observed the battle situation in front of him. Although Yi Si's Senju Buddha statue crushed the black dragon Akunologia, but Akunologia's aura was still very strong, and he was not seriously injured at all. Boom. Yi Si was standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue, bombing in turn, but a massive black matter struck, destroying all the remaining giant arms in an instant. Akunologia in dragon form flapped his wings and slowly floated from the pit to the sky. There was a lot of dust on his body, and he looked a bit embarrassed, but Yi Si's attack did not cause any effective damage to him. 087 The battle is over, the outcome is unknown, full order. Ka. Countless cracks appeared on the island under the two people's feet, and then the seawater rushed up, and the center of the island was pierced by the two people. The island seems to be sinking. Yi Si murmured to himself, looking at the surging water below his feet. Do you want to continue fighting Akuno? Yi Si asked, standing on top of the tattered Senju Buddha statue. In this battle, we can't say who won the battle, it's just that Yi Si had the upper hand just now, and the price of gaining the upper hand was that his Senju Buddha statue was also smashed. I had a great time playing Yi Si this time. The island is sinking, so let's go back first. Akunologia returned from the dragon form to a human form, and said. He didn't have any injuries on his body. With his physique, he can recover quickly without the help of external force. This is the power of a dragon. Okay. Yi Si nodded and took back the Senju Buddha statue. Behind him, the paper separated and converged into a wing, and he flew towards Senju Hashirama and others, and Akunologia followed behind Yi Si. Who wins among you? Gojo Satoru asked with great interest as soon as he landed on the island. He thought that the two did not fight because the winner had already been roughly decided. If I continue to fight, I may lose, Yi Si shrugged in response. He was not joking. Senju Buddha statues can be destroyed by Akunologia, and other abilities are not very good in front of Akunologia. The combat power index of the world where Akunologia is located is really high, but now Akunologia's progress is not low, so it can explode with terrifying power. Advertisement, since you will lose? Gojo Satoru said with a little surprise. In the whole battle, Gojo Satoru felt that Yi Si played very well. After all, he didn't have any injuries until now. He also briefly suppressed Akunologia with the Senju Buddha statue. He thought that if he continued to fight, Yi Si would win. As everyone knows, Yi Si used almost all of his whole cards. Akuno is too strong. Although I have a slight advantage in the current situation, using those abilities will consume a lot of my physical strength. If I continue to fight, my physical strength will not last. Yi Si spread his hands helplessly rode. In terms of physical strength, how could he compare to Akunologia? I see. Wujo nodded slightly with his chin in his hand. Be humble, Yi Si, if you continue to fight, the outcome is unknown, and I may also lose. Akunologia heard Yi Si's words and thought he was too modest, so he spoke for him. I'm not that strong. Yi Si laughed. Yi Si's growth limit is very high because he has a very terrifying talent, and he can also inherit the ability to summon people. It's hard to say about the future, but now it's really difficult for him to defeat Akunologia. Since the battle is over, do you want to go back to Yi Si? Tornado asked, floating beside Yi Si. Then let's go, the island will sink soon, Yi Si said as he turned his head and looked at the turbulent water behind him. Before long, the seawater will fill the entire island and sink the island into the sea. Advertisement, Look at you fighting for so long, BFDC. I'm hungry now. Guoyuan yawned and said. Minion called me just now, saying that she has prepared meals and is waiting for you to go back. Cao Mu said softly from the side. Let's go. Yi Si rubbed Rem's head and smiled. Everyone used their abilities to leave here and return to the Holy Land Myriad. Not long after they left, an invisible ship slowly emerged on the sea. They are members of the World Government CPO organization. They use the fruit of invisibility to hide on the sea to observe the battle, and use the live phone bug to broadcast the scene to the 5 elders. Is this the true strength of Bernard Yi Si? A member of the CPO organization, looking at Yi Si and others who had already left, couldn't help but gasped. Yi Si left the world government abnormally, and the 5 elders heard the news, so they sent them over to monitor what Yi Si and the others wanted to do. No one expected that they would actually watch a competition in the prosperous age here, and their shocking mood is still hard to calm down until now. Their battles can even sink the island. Such strength is too terrifying. Even if they are well-informed CPO organizations, they have a strong heart. But watching Yi Si fight Akunologia with their own eyes, it is difficult for them to keep calm. Even though they were far away from the island, the rippling waves generated by the aftermath of the battle almost overturned their boat into the sea several times. I remember that Bernard Yi Si also sank the island of the Valley of the Gods. His strength is too monster. It's not just Bernard Issan himself, the subordinate named Akunologia who fought against him is equally pervert. 5 elders have been wary of Bernard Issan, it seems not without reason. His strength is enough to threaten our world government. 088 The 5 elders negotiation. It's a good thing they didn't attack us with all their strength at North Blue, or it would have been bad. A cadre member of the CPO organization felt chills down his spine when he recalled the events of the past few days. They all knew that Yi Si was very strong, and his subordinates were also like monsters, but they didn't expect that Yi Si and his subordinates were already so powerful. If Yi Si's subordinates in North Blue fought against them with all their strength that day, at least half of them would have been killed or injured. They thought about it carefully. The previous trip in North Blue was really a trip in the Gate of Hell. If Bernard Yi Si has the intention of rebellion, then the world government will carry out a major reform. An I member of the CPO organization said in a deep voice. Today, the top leader of the world government is 5 elders, and I am as the manipulator. If Yi Si chooses to rebel, then Yim has only 2 choices, either to fight or give way. However, members of the CPO organization do not think I am will choose to step down. Yim has survived for a long time, and although he does not care about the government, it is impossible for him to be ridden on his head, even if Yi Si is celestial dragons. How can a person who has been in a high position all year round succumb to the strength of others and be inferior to others? If nothing else happens, it won't be long before the world government will undergo a reshuffle. The captain of the CPO organization stood at the bow of the ship, looking solemnly at the tumbling sea ahead. Which side are we on? A member of the CPO organization asked cautiously. Advertisement, on the side of justice, Sanctuary Myriad, the highest temple. Here are the 5 old men, after they saw Yi Si fighting Akunologia. Without exception, their faces were very heavy. They still underestimated the combat power of Yi Si and his men. The battle between the two can not only change the weather, but also destroy the island. This level of combat power makes it impossible for them to keep calm. Even if Yi Si didn't get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship, the battle strength shown by the 2 of them is enough to pose a huge threat to us. The bald old man stood at the window and said solemnly. Yi Si's growth rate has exceeded our imagination. Not only has he himself made great progress, but his subordinates have also made great progress. The old man with a scar on his head said solemnly. I always feel that Yi Si's strength is far beyond this, and he will improve even more. His talent and growth is the scariest I've seen in hundreds of years, echoed another 5 elders. How should we deal with Yi Si? An old man asked a crucial question. After his words fell, no one in the entire hall spoke. They were all thinking about something. They don't know how to deal with the character Yi Si. They valued Yi Si very much before, and Yi Si has a very good heart. It seems that he has no interest in power at all. They always want to push Yi Si to the top, but Yi Si always chooses to refuse. It is precisely because of this that they appreciate Yi Si even more. Because they can see that Yi Si is not the kind of person who will do whatever it takes to pursue rights. It is precisely this attitude of wanting nothing. Advertisement, that's why they think Yi Si is a very good successor. Because people who have no desire, and no interest in rights inherit their positions, not only can deter the world, but also have no influence on I am.
Seeking flowers, 0. But since Yi Si chose to go to North Blue, and after Bernard World released the news, they have a little wariness towards Yi Si.
The reason why they are on guard against Yi Si is to put an end to anyone who might pose a threat to Yi Si. Could it be that our thinking was wrong from the beginning? The old man with long straight hair said suddenly. What do you mean? The bald old man was slightly taken aback and asked hastily. Have you forgotten what kind of person Yi Si was before? He has always been undisputed about rights. Although he did have some problems going to North Blue, isn't Yi Si himself a person we can't figure out? Are we looking at Yi Si from the wrong starting point? The long straight-haired old man added. What you said makes sense. One of the 5 elders savored this sentence carefully and nodded. Yi Si may not have the intention of rebellion. Is it all because we think too much? Another old man said in a deep voice. Maybe our direction towards Yi Si has gone wrong, an old man said with a sigh. Whether Yi Si will rebel or not depends entirely on him. Maybe we think too much, but it's also possible that he really has this idea, but at least he hasn't betrayed us now. We need to find an opportunity to talk to Yi Si about putting him in the position. Whether he agrees or not, we need to push him to this position first. He disagreed maybe because of a higher status, such as replacing Lord I Am, but as long as he is in the position, it is possible to assimilate him and let him serve Lord I Am. 089 Teaching Yuan Yi swordsmanship. After the discussion, 5 elders is going to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with Yi Si, to see what Yi Si really thinks, and to guess them out of thin air. It is impossible to know Yi Si's true inner thoughts. After Yi Si fought Akunalogia, he returned to the Holy Land after Myriad Joy. Several days passed. During this period, in the backyard, not only Yi Si was training himself, but Guoyuan was also seriously training his swordsmanship. During this period of time, the sea was relatively calm, because in North Blue, those big pirates once again deeply realized the strength of Yi Si. Yi Si deserves to be the man named God by the 140 world. His strength is enough to suppress countless pirates in the world. Because of his existence, almost no one dared to show their heads and make waves on the sea during this period of time. This period can be described as the heyday of world government and marine, and the balance of the world is completely tilted towards them. Now the number of pirates in the sea is decreasing rapidly. Yuan Yi, that's not how swords are played. In the backyard, Yi Si was bored and taught Guoyuan Yi how to practice swords. Huh? Is there something wrong with my actions? Guoyuan asked doubtfully. Let me demonstrate it to you. Yi Si nodded and said. Yi Si's swordsmanship was not bad before, but after copying Luo Jia and Golden Lion's swordsmanship, the swordsmanship theory he has mastered now can definitely be called the strongest one in the world. Therefore, he is still qualified to teach Guoyuan Yi how to practice swordsmanship, and Guoyuan Yi's swordsmanship talent is very strong. Not even under Yi Si, but Yi Si relied on the power of Sharingan to master such a powerful swordsmanship. If Sharingan hadn't been used to see through the sword skills of Luo Jia and Golden Lion, then Yi Si's current sword skills should be almost the same as Guoyuan Yi. Advertisement: the two happily practiced swordsmanship in the backyard. As for Akunalogia and Uchiha Madara, they were sleeping in the shade of a tree. It wasn't that they didn't work hard, but that they were already strong enough. There's really no need to continue to improve their strength. So that's how it is. Guoyuan watched Yi Si's movement of swinging the sword in his explanation, and quickly understood the profound meaning of swordsmanship. Let's demonstrate it again, Yi Si said. It is good. Guoyuan held the blade with both hands, constantly pondering what Yi Si said just now, as well as his actions. Shua. He exerted a little force on his arm, imitating Yi Si's movement, and swung a knife towards his eyes. A sword energy struck and rushed towards Akunalogia. Akunalogia, who was lying on the chair and sleeping, sensed the danger, and suddenly woke up, covering Haki with his arms, resisting Guoyuan's sword attack. Are you trying to murder me? Akunalogia said abruptly after glancing at the two of them. No, I'm teaching him swordsmanship. You continue to sleep. Yi Si spread his arms and smiled. He didn't expect Guoyuan to blow out the sword energy. You know all day long that if you sleep and don't train Akuno, your strength won't improve. Guoyuan shook his head while holding the sword. My strength is already strong enough, Akunalogia said nonchalantly. You keep being lazy like this, and I will surpass you, Guoyuan said firmly. No, you can't, Akunalogia said with a wave of his hand. No, you can't. Advertisement, no, I can. The two quarreled with each other, but this was not considered a quarrel, it was just a daily bickering. The relationship between Akunalogia and Guoyuan is very good, and sometimes they like to bicker like this, but the two will not conflict because of bickering. Yi Si. Just as the two were arguing, a voice came into the ears of several people, interrupting their conversation. Several people heard the reputation and saw the tornado wearing a nice dress, floating towards Yi Si. What's wrong? Yi Si asked. Do you think my clothes look good? Long Wan walked around in front of Yi Si and asked expectantly. Well, not bad. Yi Si nodded and commented. What? Is it just not bad? Tornado suddenly clasped his hands in front of his chest in dissatisfaction, and muttered with his mouth puffed out. Her clothes were chosen for him by Rosminian, Ram, and many maids. She thought she would get a compliment from Yi Si, but unexpectedly, all she heard was a good one. Very good looking 5.0. Guoyuan took a look and praised. Well, it's really beautiful. Akunalogia lay on the chair, glanced at the dragon circle and praised it. They all know it looks good, but you don't, Tornado muttered dissatisfied. It looks good. Yi Si smiled helplessly while spreading her hands. Perfunctory. Tornado snorted coldly. Did you come to me just to show me your clothes? Yi Si pinched her face and smiled. I'm not just here to show you your clothes, but by the way, your lunch is gone, Long Wan said with a puffy face. 090 encroachment on Wanokuni New World. Wanokuni, the sea on the shore. Wanokuni is a powerful country in the New World. This country is closed to the outside world, does not accept outsiders, and does not join the world government. It is a country that even marine warships cannot enter. One day on the shore, a pirate ship came slowly. Captain Kaido, Wanokuni is ahead. The pirate at the helm shouted to Kaido behind him. I see. The tall Kaido slowly walked out of the cabin. After the disbandment of the Lock's pirates, he has been trying to grab the territory. Later, because he was trying to grab the design of the Pluton battleship, he missed a lot of time in class. Now that the Pluton battleship design is no longer relevant to him, he just gave up his idea of snatching it. The New World used to be very chaotic, even the Lock's pirates of the countries that joined the world government dared to attack. But now because of the existence of Yi Si, the balance of the world is tilted 15 to world government and marine. Even he did not dare to attack the franchise countries of the world government at such a juncture, nor did he dare to develop his own strength clearly. Because it is easy to be targeted by marine, so he inquired about Wanokuna's information. Wanokuni is not a member of the world government, and has been in a closed state. Even if he invaded here and regarded it as his territory, the outside world would not know his development at all. Let's go, little ones, Kaido shouted from the bow. He wanted Wanokuni to be his first place. Advertisement. The crew of the ship shouted in unison, all armed, ready to land at Wano Kuni. The pirates on the ship were all recruited by him during this period, because Kaido offered a lot of bounties, and he had the identity of the former leader of the Lock's pirates. It is not surprising that some pirates have been recruited in a short period of time. These pirates are not very strong, but they are not weak either. Captain Kaido, I heard that Wano Kuni has many powerful samurai. Is it inappropriate to attack directly? At this time, a fat man came slowly from not far away. What can you do, Quinn? Kaido turned to ask Quinn behind him. Today's Quinn is slightly fatter, not as fat as in the future. We can't attack openly, but we can choose to temporarily live in Wano Kuni and slowly develop our own power secretly, Quinn suggested. Although Wano Kuni has been closed to the outside world, Quinn doesn't think that Wano Kuni's people are weak. Wano Kuni has a large number of samurai and a leading general. No one knows what kind of strength Wano Kuni's general has. Attacking Wano Kuni rashly may not be worth the effort, and it will also cause heavy losses of its own troops, which is not worth the candle. That's right, Kaido said after being silent for a moment. We can make friends with Wano Kuni people first, make a good impression, and then develop our own power secretly. Where there is a country, there will be political wars. Wano Kuni only has one general. We can find available opportunities to become generals. Kai, come to wish us a helping hand, Quinn continued. It has to be said that the current Quinn can be said to be Kaido's think tank. He has calmly analyzed a lot, and now he has a smart mind. Advertisement, I need to master the whole Wano Kuni alone, and I don't want anyone to be my equal. Kaido shook his head slowly. Kaido is an ambitious man, and he is bound to become the overlord of New World in the future. If they join forces with Wano Kuni's people, the final result can only be equal to Wano Kuni's generals, which is not what Kaido wants to see. No, Captain Kaido, we are not looking for a powerful person to be the general, but a puppet. Let him tell us about Wano Kuni's situation, and we will slowly support him to become the general. Of course, we will firmly control this puppet. Naturally, Quinn can let Wano Kuni's people be on an equal footing with Kaido, the captain of their pirate group. They need a puppet who is familiar with the whole Wano Kuni by heart. Can you make this matter 100%? Kaido said after a moment of silence. Although he didn't know Quinn for a long time, Quinn paid him a lot of attention. For example, in the North Blue battle a few days ago, with Kaido's strength, it was impossible to grab the design of the Pluton warship from the hands of many strong players. But Quinn gave him an idea and told him that a deal could be made with Whitebeard, who is a demon fruit power. Participating in the North Blue battle, it is very difficult to escape unscathed. Kaido can meet Whitebeard in the sea. When Whitebeard grabbed the blueprints of the Pluton battleship, the two held their hands for a while. Although Whitebeard did not get the blueprint of the Pluton battleship in the end, Kaido rescued Whitebeard, which made Whitebeard owe him a favor, and he did not lose. Of course, leave this kind of thing to me, Captain Kaido. Wano Kuni will be the first stronghold of our pirate group, with a reputation far and wide, Quinn said with a slightly upward corner of his mouth. 091 Yi Si meets 5 elders. Tornado follows Holy Land Myriad Joy. On this day, Yi Si still taught Ji Guoyuan Yijin as usual. It has to be said that Ji Guoyuan's swordsmanship talent is terrifying. Yi Si uses a move that Sharingan only learned, and Ji Guoyuan has almost touched the threshold after learning it for a few days. I believe that it won't be long before Ji Guoyuan will be able to master the profound meaning of the Golden Lion swordsmanship. Yi Si. Rosminian trotted towards him from the backyard door. What's wrong? Yi Si asked with a glance at her. Someone is looking for you outside, Rosminian Wei reported. Someone looking for me? Who? They claim to be a CPO organization, Rosminian said softly. CPO organization? Hearing the name, Yi Si Wei Shizheng. He didn't know why the CPO organization wanted him. Did they say they wanted me for something? Yi Si asked after a moment of silence. No, Rosminian shook her head and said. Is the CPO organization the same organization that had conflicts with us in North Blue? Ji Guoyuan asked as he inserted the knife into the scabbard. Yes. Yi Si nodded. Before Yi Si went to North Blue to dig, the people organized by the CPO insisted on going. There was a conflict later, and now it can be said that they are in a hostile relationship. Why did the people from the CPO organization seek him? Do you want to fight with us? Ji Guoyuan raised his lips slightly. After being guided by Yi Si, his swordsmanship strength has improved a lot, so he can't wait to find an opponent to test the results of his training in the past few days. Advertisement, who knows backquote, Yi Si shrugged. I'll go out and have a look, you continue to practice sword here. Yi Si patted Ji Guoyuan on the shoulder and instructed. Okay. Ji Guoyuan nodded. Guided by Rosminian, Yi Si came to the front yard of the castle. Outside the door, strong men from the CPO organization are waiting for him. What's the matter? Yi Si stepped forward, glanced at the few people lightly and asked. Dear Bernard Issan, 5 elders, please come over. The leader of the CPO organization bowed and said respectfully. Huh? May I go over there? Yi Si asked with some confusion. Yes, Bernard Issan. What do they want from me? Yi Si asked. Our mission is to invite you over. As to what 5 elders wants you to do, we don't know about it. Okay. Yi Si nodded. Lead the way. This way, Bernard Issan. The captain of the CPO organization said respectfully. Yi Si. Where are you going? Just as several people were about to leave, the sound of a tornado came from behind. 5 elders has something to do with me. I'll go out for a while. Yi Si turned to look at her and said with a smile. What can I do for you? Tornado asked while floating beside Yi Si. I don't know about that. Yi Si shrugged helplessly. I'll go with you. Long Wan folded his hands on his chest and said. What are you doing? I just want to go. Advertisement. Sorry, 5 elders only let Bernard Issan go alone. the head of the CPO organization said in a respectful tone. Yi Si, I want to go, Long Wan said coquettishly. The key is what are you going to do? Yi Si pinched her face and smiled. Don't worry about you going alone, Long Wan said with a puffy face. Before Yi Si went to North Blue to dig, the actions of the CPO organization let Tornado know that the 5 elders were wary of Yi Si. Yi Si is powerful, and there are strong people like them by his side. 5 elders may also be worried about Yi Si's betrayal, and now they ask Yi Si to meet him alone. This made Tornado a little worried about Yi Si's safety. What if the 5 elders want to get rid of Yi Si? Although Yi Si is very strong, but the 5 elders can reach the level of the supreme leader of the world government, and their strength will definitely not be weak. Bernard Yi Si is a person dubbed the title of God by the world, and 5 elders also appreciate Bernard Yi Si very much, so it will not be against him. Since you want to go, let's go together. Yi Si rubbed Long Wan's face and smiled. The captain of the CPO organization seemed a little embarrassed, because 5 elders had told him to only let Yi Si go there alone. Now that Tornado wants to go there too, he doesn't know how to dissuade her, because Yi Si has already agreed to let her go. Lead the way. Yi Si set his sights on the strong man, Li Zhao, of the CPO organization, and ordered lightly. The strong members of the CPO organization peeked at each other, but they still led the way for Yi Si. Yi Si agrees that Long Wan will go with him, and it is impossible for them to change Yi Si's mind. If they try to dissuade him more now, they will only offend Yi Si. The strong CPO organization brought Yi Si and Tornado to the gate of the highest hall in the Holy Land Myriad. You wait outside first, Yi Si instructed while looking at the tornado. Although I don't know what the 5 elders are looking for him for, this meeting is only for him. If the tornado also goes in, there is still something wrong. Okay. Long Wan nodded obediently, then sat on the sofa not far away and waited for Mr. Yi. 092 Yi Si becomes the 6th old star. Ka. Members of the CPO organization opened the door of the highest hall for Yi Si. There are 5 elders in the highest hall, and they are the 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government. You're here, Yi Si, the bald old man said while sitting on the sofa. What can I do for you? Yi Si walked to the center of the hall and asked. I came today to explain something to you. The old man with long straight hair said slowly while stroking his beard. What's the matter? Yi Si asked slightly puzzled. You are now the 6th old star. The old man with a scar on his forehead said solemnly while sitting on the sofa. Huh? Lu Laoxing. Yi Si was slightly taken aback when he heard this. What happened? How did he become a 6th old star? To Yi Si, now your status is equal to ours. Your strength and your contribution to the world government are enough to take this position. The old man holding a sword in his arms explained. Is it too early? I'm not old now, Yi Si shrugged helplessly. This is a symbol of status. As the 6th elder star, your status in the world government will only be lower than Lord I Am. The old man in a suit said calmly. We have already consulted Lord I Am for instructions on this matter, and he also agreed with you to take this position. They knew it was impossible to hold Yi Si firmly now. Their current approach is to push Yi Si to their current status, announce to the world that Yi Si has become the 6th old star, let him taste the sweetness, and then subtly assimilate Yi Si's use and want him to work for Yim. Advertisement, this is the result of their serious discussions. Sorry, I don't want to be a so-called BFBH old star. Yi Si responded with a faint shake of his head. Why did you reject Yi Si? This is a symbol of supreme status. 5 elders asked with a slightly puzzled brow. Yi Si chose to refuse, which made the 5 elders a little uneasy. They thought that Yi Si chose to refuse because he wanted to pursue a higher status. Such as Im's position, it's too troublesome to become a 6th star. Yi Si responded with spreading his hands. Trouble? How can it be trouble? Several old men asked suspiciously. Their current position is at the highest level of world government. This is a status that countless people want to pursue but can't reach, why Yi Si finds it troublesome. I like to be free. If I sit in your position, I need to deal with documents every day, isn't it too troublesome? The reason why Yi Si refused to become 5 elders was because it felt too troublesome. He only likes to be free and has no pursuit of status. No, you can entrust us with the processing of documents. You are the 6th old star in your name, and you have the same status as us, but you don't have to be as busy as us. The bald old man responded slowly shaking his head. Yi Si, if you sit in this position, not only will there be no harm, but you will taste the sweetness of power. The old man in the suit said solemnly. Come with us and serve Lord Yim, Yi Si, the old man with the sword in his arms said. Now they have to figure out a way to get Yi Si to agree to take their position. Advertisement as long as Yi Si agrees to sit in this position, the 5 of them can often find reasons to have tea and talk with Yi Si, and change his inner desire to rebel. Let him obediently serve I Am. Okay, Yi Si nodded after thinking for a moment. After becoming the 6th old star, Yi Si doesn't have to deal with documents, and these old men won't pester him all day long to try their best to get him into position. At the same time, it can also eliminate 5 elders' concerns about him. He really has no idea about overthrowing the world government. In other words, he doesn't do things he is not sure of. If one day in the future his power is so large that he can destroy the world, then he will choose to rule the world. After all, he has nothing to lose by ruling the world. You agree? Hearing Yi Si's answer, the bald old man was slightly startled and asked in disbelief. They thought today would be a tough verbal battle, but Yi Si agreed. I agree to take this position, but I won't handle any documents. I'm still me. Even if you have any troubles, don't come to me. Yi Si stated his conditions. Okay. 5 elders agreed. As long as Yi Si takes this position, everything will be fine. Since there is nothing else, I'll go first. Yi Si glanced at them and said. Of course. 5 elders nodded, and did not dissuade Yi Si from staying. After all, he has agreed to be a person of the same status as them now. Ka. Yi Si opened the door and left the hall, leaving only the 5 elders in the highest hall. The boy Yi Si will be of the same status as us in the future. We must assimilate him well and let him obediently serve Lord Yim. The bald old man looked at the background of Yi Si's departure and smiled. As long as Yi Si becomes a person of the same status as them, wouldn't they have a way to assimilate him? 5 CDO93 news that shocks the world will be released. How about Yi Si? Did they make things difficult for you? As soon as Yi Si pushed open the door and left the gate of the highest hall, Long Wan immediately sat up from the sofa, quickly floated beside him, and asked with concern. What are you thinking? Why are they making things difficult for me? Yi Si laughed. What did they tell you? Long Wan asked. It's not a big deal, let's just say that I have become a 6th star, Yi Si said flatly. 6 old stars? What is it? Long Wan asked with some doubts. It's about becoming people of the same status as them, Yi Si explained. Oh, Long Wan nodded. What is the use? It's useless. Yi Si shrugged, smiled. It's time to go, I guess you're about to give up, Yi Si reminded aloud. Yi Si, who has become the 6th old star, has no waves in his heart, and he has no intention of pursuing the highest status. He only likes freedom, and only likes to be a salted fish. Now that he has become the 6th old star, he doesn't have to manage the government, and he doesn't have to deal with the big and small things in the world. So why not? Anyway, 5 elders has been trying to push him to the top, and he might as well follow 5 elders' wishes. Let's go. Tornado nodded. The two left the place after a few words, leaving only the members of the CPO organization who were still in place. 6 old star. Bernard Issan became a 6 old star? A member of the CPO organization looked shocked, and his voice trembled slightly. The Holy Land of Myriad has only had the 5 elders since they joined the world government. Advertisement: they are the supreme leaders of the world government, possessing the supreme position of power, and no one has ever been able to become a figure of the same level as them. They didn't expect that Yi Si could become a 6-year-old star. You must know that Yi Si is still so young. But now his status can be said to be under one person. In the whole Holy Land of Myriad, or the whole world, the status of Yi Si will be only under Yim. This is the position that countless people dream of pursuing, but no one has ever been able to achieve it. Bernard Issan has actually done it. Another member of the CPO organization was also very shocked. The reason why they guard here is because they are afraid that Yi Si will conflict with the 5 elders in the highest hall. But unexpectedly, not only did Yi Si not conflict with the 5 elders, he even became the 6 elders and became one of the top leaders of the world government. Based on Bernard Issan's strength, influence, and his contribution to the world government, he is indeed qualified to be the supreme leader of the world government, the captain of the CPO organization said solemnly. He had seen Yi Si's strength with his own eyes in the past 2 days, and his terrifying strength could even penetrate the island. And the people around him are also not weak. It is not surprising that Yi Si can become the supreme leader of the world government and the captain of the CPO organization. But at such a young age, it is impossible not to be shocked. After all, the top leaders of other world governments all became 5 elders at a very old age. Yi Si looks like an alternative. Why'd I feel that he is not too happy to become the 6th old star, and even feels that it is not as important as eating? A member of the CPO organization recalled Yi Si's words just now. He found that Yi Si has become the 6th old star, so it is said that there is no trouble. Support is not as important as his eating. Asking for flowers. Bernard Issan's mind is not something we can guess at all, reminded another member of the CPO group. Advertisement. Ka. The door of the highest hall was pushed open, and an old man glanced at many members of the CPO organization and spoke out. Contact the people from the news agency. Bernard Issan has become a 6-star since today. This matter needs to be known to the whole world. Yes. All members of the CPO organization bowed and said respectfully. Although they have just learned from Yi Si that he has become a 6 old star. But now that the original 5 elders say that Yi Si has become the 6th elder star again, they still couldn't help being shocked. I believe that after this news is released, the number of pirates will decrease a lot again, the old man muttered to himself. Yi Si was originally dubbed the title of God by the world, as the god of war, to suppress the pirates of this era, and now he has become the supreme leader of the world government. Yi Si's name will once again spread throughout the world. During this period, not many people will dare to have the intention of sailing. After all, no one is not afraid of Yi Si's name. Go ahead and do it, 5 elders enjoined. The fact that Yi Si became the 6th old star is of great importance, and the whole world must know the news quickly. Yes. The members of the CPP organization left here quickly, and they began to quickly contact the whole world, all news and intelligence agencies, large and small. Let them do things with high remuneration and spread the news quickly. I believe that within a few days, the news that Yi Si has become the top leader of the world government will spread throughout the world. 094 This era is named Bernard, Yi Si. The second day. The speed of news dissemination is beyond everyone's imagination, and there are all news agencies in the world, large and small. All received the benefits of the world government and released the news that shocked the world. This news shocked the whole world almost as soon as it was released. New World, a certain shipyard. Whitebeard sat on the shore. After the Battle of North Blue, he returned to New World quickly, and he planned to build a ship first. He has been in the Locks Pirates for so long, and he still has a lot of treasures on him now. Daddy, not far away, a pirate ran towards him in a hurry with a newspaper, 167. What's the matter? Whitebeard asked, taking a sip of his wine and cutting him a look. You read the news, said the pirate and handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Is there any interesting news? Whitebeard took the newspaper from the pirate and unfolded it. As soon as he glanced at the title, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Celestial Dragons Bernard Issan became one of the top leaders of the world government. Whitebeard read the news from the newspaper to himself. The status of the supreme leader of the world government is the highest, higher than the status of the king of any joined country in the New World. Issan's current status in the world government has reached such a level. Advertisement: Father, let's stay out of the way for now. Bernard Issan is in the limelight now. According to the news we got, Marine is arresting pirates in New World today. The pirate reminded worriedly. Issan became the top leader of the world government, and Marine, in order to express his congratulations to Issan, directly arrested pirates in New World. Today, countless pirates in New World are hiding in their own territory and dare not go out. The next era is the era of Issan. Whitebeard threw the newspaper into the sea and said in a deep voice. It can be said that Issan was born out of thin air. When the Locks pirates came to the sea, they had never heard of Bernard Issan at all. But since the appearance of Issan, their Locks pirates hit a wall everywhere. Their captain Locks was killed by Issan in the Valley of the Gods. In the Battle of North Blue, John, Ochaku, and Silver Axe were all killed by Issan's men, including Bernard World of course. There aren't many powerful pirates in New World these days. Pirates are now at a disadvantage in the sea, and many people have even given up being pirates. As a pirate before, it was very profitable to plunder the sea. Although it was accompanied by certain risks, it still couldn't stop those lunatics. But it's different now. Although the profits gained from plundering by pirates are still as large as usual, the risks are extremely high. Father, Marine's people are coming. A pirate ran over in a hurry from a distance. Marine? Whitebeard frowned upon hearing this. Father, according to the news we got, Marine will arrive at this island in a short time. Let's run quickly, the pirate said in surprise. Go get someone else, just borrow a boat and get out of here first, Whitebeard ordered. Advertisement: they stayed here to let the shipbuilder help them build a ship, but now that Marine is here, they will not be able to return to this island in a short time. But shipbuilding will not stop. Yes. After the pirate's words fell, he quickly went to inform the others to leave. On a certain sea area in New World, there is a huge pirate ship driving here, and this ship is exactly the ship of the Laozi pirate group. In the Battle of North Blue a few days ago, they were about to be caught up by Marine's people, but Whitebeard caused a seaquake. Out of luck, they got rid of Marine, ran to the boat, and left North Blue. It has to be said that Laozi is really the son of luck, full of luck. If God doesn't let him die, he just won't die. Has that kid Issan actually become one of the top leaders of the world government? Laozi laughed while looking at the newspaper in his hand. There are only 5 top leaders in the world government, so they are called 5 elders. Now that Issan has joined, they should be called 6 elders. Jabba looked at the newspaper in his hand, and lit a cigarette out loud. The top leader of the world government. I heard that only very good celestial dragons can be elected, so it's not surprising that Issan is in this position. Rayleigh pushed his glasses, leaned on the rail of the boat, carefully read the 3.6 newspaper in his hand. Issan terminated Locks, and his men killed 3 famous pirates in the Locks pirates, Silver Axe, John, and Devaluation. The appearance of Issan has caused countless pirates to panic, and can suppress pirates of an era. With such achievements, they were not surprised at all to be elected as the top leader of the world government. Now the balance of the world is tilted towards the world government and Marine. We pirates are having a hard time these days. Jabba suddenly thought of something, and said helplessly. There are not many big pirates left in the sea now, and there are not many big pirates who can challenge the people of world government and Marine. 095 Golden Lion. I put the base in the sky. Times will always change. In the previous era, Locks was the overlord of the new world. In this era, it is Issan, but there will always be a new strong person who takes the position of Issan. Laozi looked at the sea in front of him, with a lot of meaning the voice channel. According to common sense, what he said is indeed correct, because people will always grow old one day, and their strength will always decline. But Issan is different. His strength cannot be regressed. He has a terrible talent, and a powerful cheat. His strength and influence will only continue to expand. As long as Yi thinks about it, even after decades, this era still belongs to his era. I hope so. Rayleigh nodded, his expression a little serious. For some reason he always had a bad premonition. Captain Laozi 15, someone seems to have discovered the text of history in the Bimoto country of the New World. A crew member rushed to the bow of the ship and reported to Laozi. Historical text. Laozi was slightly taken aback, and then shouted, it's time to work, brothers. Since the fall of Locks, they have inadvertently obtained a piece of historical text, which is about the hidden truth of the world government for 100 years. They are very interested in this, so they have been looking for historical texts in the sea during this time. New World, an island. Golden Lion invaded this island and used it as their base. They are recruiting Marine these days. He also saw that Issan became the supreme leader of the world government. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't take it seriously. Because he knew that it was reasonable for Issan to become the supreme leader of the world government. After all, Issan has terrifying strength and subordinates. It would be strange if he didn't become the supreme leader of the world government. Although New World now belongs to the Marine crackdown period, he didn't take it seriously and still recruited his own crew. Advertisement: in the depths of the island, in a palace, the Golden Lion is drinking fine wine with some famous pirates in the sea. These pirates are all for the Golden Lion, because the world government and Marine are too powerful now. These pirates are not easy to mix in New World, at least they have a guarantee following the Golden Lion. Anyway, Golden Lion is also a former cadre of the Locks pirates, so no Marine would take the risk to attack Golden Lion, right? Caw. The door of the main hall was pushed open, and a crew member hurried in, shouting hastily. No, Boss Shiki. What's wrong? I'm still alive now. The Golden Lion glanced at him and said coldly. Boss Shiki, it's dangerous, the crew gasped. Shua. Hearing this, Golden Lion instantly pulled out the two famous knives from his waist, stood up, and cut off the wine table in front of him. With a gloomy face, he glanced at the famous pirate on the sea in front of him and said indifferently, "What do you want to drive?" Golden Lion thought that the crew members said there was danger, meaning that these pirates wanted to sneak attack him. "You. What are you doing, Boss Shiki?" "We came here today to join you." These pirates were also stunned, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. "Yes, Boss Shiki, we came here today to join you. How could we harm you?" These pirates saw that the Golden Lion had murderous intentions, and quickly said that their strength is not weak. Advertisement, but compared to the Golden Lion, they are still far behind. They are all afraid of being killed by the Golden Lion. "No, it's not their Shiki boss, it's the people from Marine." The crewman gasped and waved his hands quickly and shouted. "Marine?" Golden Lion's pupils constricted violently when he heard Marine. Marine is so brave, directly broke into his lair? This is the territory of Boss Shiki. Marine dared to come here? Many pirates who had been drinking with Golden Lion were stunned when they heard that Marine was coming. Now that Marine is so strong, can he directly attack the Golden Lion's base camp? "Damn Marine, is it because of Yi Si?" Golden Lion asked coldly. "Because Yi Si has become the supreme leader of the world government, Marine wants to catch some pirate 310 to cheer up Yi Si. Yi Si, who has become the supreme leader of the world government, now has the highest status. Unless there is something important, he will not personally go out to catch the pirates. After all, which country's king personally went to battle to kill the enemy? Marine's approach is to make the area belonging to Yi Si calm and calm, so that all pirates dare not make up words. Boss Shiki, let's run, Marine's people are almost here." Seeing that the Golden Lion was thinking about something gloomy, the crew nervously reminded him. "What are you panicking about? Take the base to the sky and see if they can find us." Golden Lion lighted a cigarette with a calm expression and said lightly. He is a lion fruit capable person, and objects threatened by him can float in the air. Snapped. Golden Lion slapped the ground with his palm, and the ground began to shake, and then the island separated from the sea and quickly rose into the sky. 096 to the Fishman Island. In the past few days, the sea has been very unstable. Marine wanted to celebrate Yi Si becoming the top leader of the world government. A lot of Marine's high-level combat forces were dispatched to catch pirates on the sea. Even big pirates like Luojia, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion were captured by Marine. Not to mention those pirates who are slightly famous in the sea, Marine will not be merciless when encountering them, either beheaded on the spot or thrown into prison. The era belonging to Yi Si is destined to be calm in a short time. After Yi Si became the 6th Elder Star, all the celestial dragons in the Holy Land of Myriad rushed to visit, wanting to see Yi Si. But Yi Si ignored them completely and refused to let them in. In addition, members of the CPO organization were assigned to guard the gate of the castle. If anyone dared to break in rashly, he did not need to worry about their identities, and directly taught them a lesson. The duty of the CPO is to protect the celestial dragons, but now with orders from Yi Si, the supreme leader of the world government, they even dared to do anything to the celestial dragons. Although they received complaints from the celestial dragons, when the top leaders of other world governments knew that the reason why the people from the CPO organization took action was from Yi Si, they turned a blind eye. The back garden of Yi Si Castle. Yi Si, the people outside are so annoying, why are they always blocking the door? Tornado complained while floating in the air with a puffy face.
These days, celestial dragons are blocking the door every day, wanting to see Yi Si, but they cannot be driven away.
Although Yi Si took coercive measures, they were ineffective. Even though Yi Si became the supreme leader of the world government, he still couldn't kill the celestial dragons openly. They stopped after a few days. Yi Si said while teaching Guoyuan swordsmanship. "Yi Si, why don't we go out to play?" Long Wan suddenly rushed forward, took Yi Si's arm and said softly. "Going out to play? Where are you going?" Yi Si asked after glancing at her. "I heard that there are many beautiful mermaids on the Fishman Island, and the scenery there is also very good. I want to go and see it." "The Fishman Island?" Yi Si said to himself. Advertisement?
He has not been in this world for a short time, but he has never been to the Fishman Island.
"How about Yi Si? Let's go to the Fishman Island to play." Long Wan shook Yi Si's arm and said coquettishly. "You can go to Sister Lai, or Rimu Ram. I have to teach Yuan swordsmanship," Yi Si responded. "It's okay, I have almost learned swordsmanship." Ji Guoyuan inserted the sword into the scabbard, wiped the hot sweat from his forehead and said with a smile. "Sister Lai, Liemu and the others want to go, so why don't you go too, Yi Si?" Long Wan continued coquettishly. "Fine." Yi Si looked at Ji Guoyuan, asked out loud. "Yuan, do you want to go together?" "No, I haven't learned swordsmanship yet." Ji Guoyuan pulled out the blade from the scabbard at his waist and continued to practice sword. "Let's go, let's pack up and go today," Tornado said with a smile. Yi Si asked other people in the castle, and they all agreed to visit the Fishman Island. However, Ji Guoyuan couldn't live or die, so he had to seriously train swordsmanship in the castle. "It doesn't matter who persuades you. Has Yuan been in a daze recently?" Yi Si asked the others curiously. Since the end of his battle with the Kunalagia, Ji Guoyuan has been much more diligent than usual. Now he has even given up the chance to go out to play, and concentrates on practicing swords in the castle. "I don't know, he's really been a little weird recently." Uchiha Madara shook his head and said. "Maybe I suddenly worked hard and wanted to become stronger." Senju Hashirama expressed his point of view. Advertisement, get stronger. He's strong enough now, isn't he? Yi Si complained. Ji Guoyuan's Conqueror's Haki is profound, although his original ability has not been unlocked to 100%. But now his strength is almost at the level of Admiral, does he still need to become stronger? Admiral-level combat power is already the ceiling combat power in this world. Because in the original book Vice Admiral is at the same level. He may want to pursue a higher level of combat power, Wu Zhou said aloud. I heard that the Fishman Island is very beautiful, it's a pity not to go, Hana Retsu regretted. Forget it, we can't force him if he doesn't go, so let's give him some gifts when he comes back. The others also nodded, agreeing to bring some gifts back to Guoyuan. I have notified the people of the world government that the warship is ready for us, let's go, Yi Si said. Hello, Li Wang. Yi Si led the crowd to the front gate of the castle, and there were countless celestial dragons clamoring to see Yi Si outside the gate. Members of the CPO organization guard here and no one is allowed to enter. Bernard Issan. When Yi Si appeared at the front door, these celestial dragons couldn't wait to rush towards him. Suddenly a domineering force centered on Yi Si and spread towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. A semicircular red circle encloses all celestial dragons in an instant. Boom. A celestial dragon collapses unconscious. Bang bang bang. Countless celestial dragons could not bear the force and fell to the ground. 0.097 Garp. Who else in this world hurt Yi Si? In less than a moment, all the celestial dragons standing at his door fell to the ground and lost consciousness. With their weak physiques, how could they resist Yi Si's conqueror's haki? Even the strong members of the CPO organization standing beside him broke out in a cold sweat. Dear Bernard Issan, are you going out? The leader of the CPO organization saw a lot of subordinates standing behind Yi Si, so he knew that he was going out. You know, why don't you move out of the way? Yi Si glanced at him and said calmly. Dear Bernard Issan, please allow us to accompany you. No need. The leader of the CPO organization hadn't finished speaking before being interrupted by Yi Si. Get out of the way. Yi Si said coldly. Yes, Bernard Issan. The captain of the CPO organization stepped aside and said respectfully. Watching Yi Si and others leave the castle, the captain of the CPO organization called 5 elders. Soon 5 elders knew the news that Yi Si was going to travel 620. Yi Si is going out. 5 elders hung up the phone bug in his hand, looked at the 4 people around him and said. We can hear you when you call, so you don't have to tell us repeatedly, the bald old man said calmly while sitting on the sofa. Do you want to send someone to follow him? The old man with long straight hair stood at the window and asked. With that kid Yi Si's strength, do we still need to send someone to follow him? An old man asked. Advertisement, don't forget, Yi Si's current status is at the same level as ours, and the whole world knows the news. If Yi Si encounters an enemy on the way, wouldn't it be too cheap for him to do it himself? The old man with a scar on his head reminded. Yi Si's strength is recognized by them as strong, and he is also a man who has been dubbed the title of God by the whole world. He is now one of the top leaders of the world government, and his status in the entire world is only under I am. Yi Si, who has such a distinguished status, encountered the enemy himself, and if this news spread, it might not have a good effect. The CPO organization offended him because of the previous actions, so they can't let them follow, an old man said helplessly. In North Blue before, members of the CPO organization had conflicts with Yi Si's subordinates, and there were already conflicts between them. So it is impossible for Yi Si to let the CPO organization follow them. Then let the Marines go, an old man reminded. Call Kong and ask him to send a few people with Yi Si to protect him. They all know how terrifying Yi Si's strength is, and they also know that it is almost impossible for Yi Si to encounter enemies. But as Yi Si, one of the top leaders of the world government, isn't it shabby when he goes out to play without strong bodyguards? 5 elders quickly called Kong and asked him to quickly arrange someone to meet Yi Si in the Sabadi archipelago and be responsible for protecting his safety. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Kong hung up on Bug and called Garp. Boo. Bloom. Advertisement, Bloom. BFAB. Where are you now, Garp? Kong connected the phone bug, and asked Garp directly without saying any nonsense.
I just caught some pirates from New World, and now I'm in the Sabayati archipelago. Garp replied lazily.
It just so happens that I have a task for you, Garp. Kong said hastily when he heard that Garp was in the Sabadi archipelago. Forget it, Kong, those little pirates can make waves, I'm going back to my hometown to have a look soon. Garp refused. It would be fine if it was some big pirate missions, but Kong just didn't give him the mission to catch big pirates. He was only given a few missions to catch little pirates, which was really boring, so he wanted to take a vacation. It's not for you to catch pirates, and you have no authority to refuse this task, Kong said solemnly. What task? Garp asked slightly startled, although Garp didn't know what mission Kong was talking about. But from the phone bug refracting Kong's facial expression at this time, he knew that this task was not easy. Today, Bernard Issan, one of the top leaders of the world government, is going out for fun, and the people above want us to send some Marines to protect his safety, Kong said solemnly. Ha ha ha. Kong, are you kidding me? Who else in this world can hurt Yi Si? Garp laughed when he heard that the mission was to protect Yi Si. No, Garp, you have to know that Bernard Issan's identity is much more noble than before. He is not suitable to deal with the enemy. Although I think it is impossible for him to meet the enemy, he still needs to save face. Kong's complexion solemnly ordered. You must accept Garp for this task. After Kong finished speaking, he added another sentence. Okay, where is Bernard Issan now? Garp nodded and took up the task. On the shore of Sabaladi archipelago, the boat to the Fishman Island is ready, you just need to stay there, and Bernard Issan will pass by in a while, Kong responded. 098 The ability to hear the voice of all things. I see. Garp nodded, then hung up the phone bug and hurried to the shore of the Sabaladi archipelago. Kong felt that it was not enough to just send Garp to protect Yi Si, so he called the other main marines. Most of the main marines are hunting pirates in New World, only Zephyr is near Sabaladi archipelago at this time. Kong informed him to rush to Sabadi Islands as quickly as possible. Yi Si and others took the elevator in the Holy Land Myriad and soon came to the Sabadi Islands. His appearance has attracted the attention of countless people, and now Yi Si's status is even higher than before. Therefore, people on the way don't need to say hello, and immediately kneel on the ground when they see him, whether they are pirates or civilians. Yi Si and his party soon arrived at the shore of the Sabadi archipelago. Why are you here, Garp? When Yi Si came to the shore, he saw Garp sitting on a rock, as if waiting for him. I was sent to protect you, Bernard Issan, Garp said as he stood up. No need. Yi Si shook her head slightly. Bernard Issan, your status is very high now, it would be bad if you encounter some danger on the way, Garp said seriously. In fact, he didn't believe that Yi Si would be in danger at all. But as he said just now, Yi Si's status is very high now. In case Yi Si is provoked or attacked by people who don't have good eyesight, it will damage Yi Si's identity. Do you think I will be in danger? Yi Si laughed. I don't think so. Garp shook his head without thinking. Just kidding, Yi Si can end even locks. This era is also the era of Yi Si, who can put Yi Si in danger. That's all right, no one can put me in danger, so why do you still need to follow me to protect me? Yi Si spread his hands and smiled. Advertisement, exactly. Garp nodded in silence for a moment. There's no need to follow me. I just want to accompany them to the Fishman Island and I don't want others to follow, Yi Si ordered lightly. Okay then. Garp nodded. Let's go, Yi Si reminded everyone behind him. In front of their eyes, there is a huge ship, and the luxury of this ship is even better than that of the Celestial Dragons. Several people boarded the coated boat, and there was the world's best helmsman on board, who personally steered the boat for them. They soon left the Sabadi archipelago and headed for the Fishman Island. Only Garp remained in place. After a while, the Sabadi archipelago, a Japanese huge marine battleship was approaching here at full speed. Garp, where's Bernard Issan? Standing on the bow of the marine battleship was the Marine Admiral Zephyr. He obeyed Kong's order and rushed here quickly, but he only saw Garp, not Yi Si. He's gone, Garp said with a leap, landing on his boat. He's gone. Zephyr wondered, right, why didn't you go? Bernard Issan refuses to let me accompany you, Garp responded helplessly. Really? Zephyr nodded. Send me back to East Blue, Zephyr, I want to go back to my hometown and have a look, Garp ordered. Yi Si has already refused him to go with him, so he can't follow him by force. Okay. Zephyr ordered the ship to turn around and head for East Blue. Advertisement. Seeking Flowers 0 on the other side, Yi Si and others have already arrived in the deep sea. The Fishman Island is 10,000 meters under the sea, and it will take some time to reach it. On the boat, Yi Si overheard the conversation of the Sea Kings. Did you feel it? He has the breath of a king. I can feel it, even the aura on his body is stronger than that of our king. Is he going to meet our king? Our king isn't born yet, but it won't be many years. There is also a king in the distant sea, and there will be a time when the two kings will meet again. 0. In the future, this new king will also meet our king. Is someone talking? Yi Si murmured to himself as he scanned the dark deep sea. For some reason, he could hear all kinds of sounds when he came to the deep sea, but he still didn't know who the source of the sound was. Wait. Listen to the voice of all things. Yi Si suddenly thought of something and whispered. In One Piece world, there are indeed people who have this ability, such as Luogia Odin and others. They all have the ability to listen to the voice of all things. Hear the voice of all things and even communicate with Sea Kings, an ability even rarer than Conqueror's Haki. According to the original records, people with this ability can be counted on one hand. Yi Si didn't expect that he would also awaken this ability. Although this ability has no real function, it makes Yi Si feel very interesting. Can you hear me? Yi Si asked as she stood up from the boat and looked towards the dark sea. He seems to have overheard our conversation. The king has the ability to understand our language, it's not surprising. 099 King Poseidon, who protects the Sea Kings. Yi Si, who are you talking to? Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on a chair eating fruit not far away, asked with some doubts. Because he saw Yi Si facing the deep sea, and he didn't know who he was talking to. Follow Sea Kings. Yi Si responded. Sea Kings? Right. Can you talk to them? Senju Hashirama asked a little puzzled. Sea Kings are huge monsters in the sea, they have terrible destructive power. But he has lived in this pirate world for a long time, and he has never heard of anyone who can talk to Sea Kings. You can hear their language, and you can also talk to them about 040. You still have such ability? Yuno Hanaretsu asked, slightly startled after hearing this. He has been with Yi Si for a long time, but he never thought that Yi Si still has such ability. This is the ability I just awakened, Yi Si explained. In fact, he didn't know why he suddenly awakened such an ability. Talking with Sea Kings sounds like a lot of fun. Gojo Satoru laughed while lazily lying on the rocking chair. I also feel quite fresh, Yi Si shrugged and smiled. Then what are they talking about now? Tornado asked curiously. What she said was Sea Kings. I communicate with them, and they are thinking about how to reply me, Yi Si responded truthfully. Yi Si, I also want to awaken this ability to talk to them. You teach me how to awaken it. Tornado flew to Yi Si's side, his face full of expectation. Advertisement, this. I also awakened unintentionally, Yi Si scratched her head and said helplessly. He didn't know why he had awakened such an ability, and he didn't know how to teach it. Stingy. Tornado said, dissatisfied with a puffy face. I really don't know. Yi Si pinched her face and smiled helplessly. King, we implore you, when our king is born, you can guard her for a while. Suddenly a Sea King's voice came into his mind. The king they are talking about is Poseidon Shirahoshi, but according to the original line, Shirahoshi will not encounter any danger. But now because he came to this world, causing a butterfly effect, no one knows what will happen in the future. Why should I agree to you? Yi Si questioned lightly, looking into the dark deep sea. What did they say? Tornado asked curiously. She knew that Yi Si was communicating with Sea Kings just now. Sea Kings will have a king in the future. They may be afraid that the king born in the future will be in danger, so they want me to protect it, Yi Si explained. Then why don't you agree? Tornado asked. Why should I agree? Yi Si shrugged helplessly. He didn't get any benefits, why should he help these Sea Kings protect their king? The king of Sea Kings? Is it one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon with the power to destroy the world? Senju Hashirama asked. He has read books, so he knows what the 3 ancient weapons are, Uranus, Poseidon, and the Pluton battleship. Every ancient weapon has the power to destroy the world. And Poseidon is the king of the Sea Kings, and it takes 100 years for a king to be born. Right. Advertisement, could it be that 100 years have passed since the birth of the last king? Soon. Yi Si thought seriously. Yi Si, agree, we choose to protect Poseidon, and in the future, he can also be used by us. Senju Hashirama suggested. Poseidon has the power to summon the Sea Kings of the entire world, and counting the Sea Kings is enough to destroy the world. Senju Hashirama is still interested in Poseidon. Isn't it easy for us to protect Poseidon? Yi Si, why not agree to them? Uchiha Madara also agreed with Senju Hashirama's proposal. Okay then. Yi Si nodded and then spoke towards the sea in front of him. I can protect your king when she is born, but can I talk to you? It's too dark to see where you are. As his words fell, the sea current surged instantly. From what they could see, several Sea Kings with extremely large bodies appeared. The eyes of a close Sea Kings are as big as the battleship they are on. Their bodies must have been larger than the Senju Buddha statues released by Yi Si. Is it okay now? A voice from Sea Kings came into Yi Si's head and asked. The combat power of Sea Kings of this level is probably comparable to that of a Marine Vice Admiral, Yi Si said to himself, looking into the eyes of the huge Sea Kings in front of him. Sea Kings are well-deserved kings of the sea, their huge body is enough to destroy any ship at sea. Just imagine, if a big pirate like Luo Jia encountered a dozen huge Sea Kings. What will that be like? In terms of combat power, Sea Kings is definitely not the opponent of Luo Jia pirates, but Sea Kings can destroy his ship and drag them into the deep sea. 100 Jinbei and Tiger in childhood once pulled into the deep sea by countless Sea Kings, even a pirate of Luo Jia's level would be in trouble. Sea Kings have been born in the sea since ancient times, they're the overlords of the deep sea, and their strength is naturally not weak. Oh, this physique is really terrifying, the old Tianchi said with a little horror, his pupils shrinking slightly. The size of their ship is not small, but the eye of a Sea Kings is as big as their ship. The bodies of these Sea Kings are definitely above 100 meters or even 1,000 meters. It's the first time I've seen such a big Sea Kings. Uchiha Madara was also slightly surprised. The Sea Kings in the sea are really extraordinary. Poseidon, who has the ability to summon Sea Kings, is worthy of being called the power to destroy 15 worlds. Yunohana Retsu sighed. A Sea King's strength may be weak, but when countless Sea Kings gather together, the power is extraordinary. I really want to see Poseidon who has the ability to summon Sea Kings, Senju Hashirama said. It will take many years for Poseidon to be born, and it is impossible for him to meet Poseidon now. Is it okay? Sea Kings in the deep sea asked again. Sea Kings has appeared in the sight of Yi Si and others as required. They couldn't understand the words of other people on the boat, but they could only understand Yi Si's words. They saw that Yi Si hadn't spoken, so they asked again. Okay. Yi Si nodded and said, with his current status as one of the top leaders of the world government, it can be said that it is easy to protect a fisherman island. Since Senju Hashirama and others are somewhat interested in Poseidon, he naturally has no reason to refuse to protect Poseidon. Advertisement, thank you very much, Sea Kings thanked. Sea Kings has good strength, but they also have their own territory, and they will stay in their own territory when nothing happens. They can only go when Poseidon calls them, and they cannot accompany Poseidon anytime and anywhere. Now that there is a powerful Yi Si protecting their king, their hearts are still full of gratitude. Sea Kings left after thanking them. Yi Si and others rushed all the way to the Fisherman Island. The area of the Fisherman Island is extremely beautiful, and there are many beautiful mermaids there. They docked in a certain area and disembarked. Who are you? As soon as they docked on the ground, a voice came into their ears. Everyone turned around after hearing the prestige, and saw a fat man with blue skin, holding a harpoon in his hand, watching Yi Si and the others vigilantly. He was exactly Jinbei when he was a child. You're Celestial Dragons Bernard Issan? Jinbei looked at Yi Si above him in surprise. Although the Fishmen Island are 10,000 meters under the sea, the news supply here is still normal. They have already seen the news about Yi Si, and Yi Si's justice, as well as the news of the end of the Lox era, have already reached Jinbei's ears. What's your name? Yi Si asked with a smile. Although he already knew who the Murloc in front of him was, he still had to go through the process of getting to know him. I am Jinbei, Uncle Bernard Issan. You are our hero of the Fishmen Island, Jinbei said excitedly when he heard Yi Si take the initiative to greet him. Advertisement, hero. Yi Si was slightly taken aback, not knowing what it meant. Our Murloc species are rare, and we are often caught by pirates, but since you appeared, the number of pirates who came to capture our Murlocs has decreased significantly, even Lai explained. Yi Si's name today is too resounding, and the number of pirates in the sea is not that many anymore. The number of pirates decreased, and naturally, the number of pirates who came to catch their Murlocs decreased one after another. Really? Yi Si laughed. This little fat guy is kind of cute. Gojo Satoru stepped forward and greeted Jinbei with a smile. Hello. Jinbei greeted him a little shyly. 003 He is very familiar with EC, and has heard about the people around him. However, he really didn't have any impression of Gojo Satoru, which is no wonder, because Gojo Satoru only came to this world recently. Gojo Satoru squeezed Jinbei's face with a smile, and rubbed it for a while. Jinbei was a little dazed at this moment, but he didn't dare to resist. Who are you? Let him go. A figure appeared not far away. He saw Gojo Satoru needing Jinbei, thinking that the other party was bullying Jinbei, and said angrily. Brother Tiger. Seeing Tiger coming, Jinbei hurriedly greeted him. Are you intruders? Tiger stared at them with a harpoon in his hand. Although he is still very young now, his eyes are full of determination. No, Brother Tiger and the others are not intruders, they are friends of Bernard Issan. Jinbei Shi said while being pinched by Wechao King. Uncle. Bernard Issan? Tiger asked in surprise, startled slightly. 101 Charlotte Linlin breaks into the Fishman Island. Yi Si is the hero of the world, and also the hero of the Fishman Island, and even more so in Tiger's heart. Tiger set his sights on Yi Si with delicate features, his face was filled with joy immediately. He has read every newspaper about Yi Si, so he will never admit it wrong, the man standing not far from him is exactly that. Bernard Issan. Tiger said excitedly. Tiger? Yi Si said to himself, looking at the red-skinned tiger not far away. Tiger, whose full name is Fisher Tiger, is the founder and first captain of the Sun Pirates. Tiger was arrested on his last trip on the sea, became a slave, was imprisoned and abused, and fully experienced the madness of human beings. Tortured, he eventually escaped, but he thought of the holy place Myriad as a fellow Murloc slave. In order to rescue the fellow Murlocs who were taken as slaves by the celestial dragons, Tiger climbed up to the headquarters of the world government, the Holy Land Myriad with his bare hands, and made a big fuss. He liberated thousands of imprisoned slaves of different races. I have to say that he is really brave. The news that Bernard Issan came to the Fishman Island as a guest quickly spread throughout the Fishman Island. Even King Neptune of the Fishman Island and Princess Odahime entertained them personally. The Fishman Island Palace. Bernard Issan, you are the hero of our Fishman Island, so what is your request when you come to our Fishman Island this time? Just ask, I will do my best to help you. Neptune, King of the Fishman Island said with a smile. His words are not polite, but sincerely want to help Yi Si. No, I'm here today just to show them the Fishman Island, I don't have anything to do. Yi Si shook his head and said. He didn't have any other purpose, he just wanted to come and see what the so-called the Fishman Island was like. Then I'll send someone to introduce us to you, the Fishman Island, Neptune said. Advertisement, no need, we want to take a look around by ourselves. Tornado shook his head slowly and said. Okay then, but Bernard Issan, would you like something to eat? Can. Yi Si nodded. Neptune directed his gaze into the distance. Come here and bring the food. Following his words, several Murlocs served delicious food. These foods are made according to the taste of the land. Mr. Bernard Issan, you can try it. Odahime beside Shipton began to smile softly. Yi Si was not polite either, picked up the food on the table and ate it. By the way, I forgot to mention one thing. Yi Si suddenly stopped holding the food in his hand and said. What's the matter? Neptune and Princess Odahime looked at each other and asked curiously. Your next generation is Poseidon, right? Yi Si opened a bottle of fine wine on the table and said. This. Hearing this, Neptune felt a little distressed. He didn't know what Yi Si's purpose was, so he didn't dare to answer this question hastily. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards her. On the contrary, I will protect him, Yi Si said calmly, taking a sip of the wine. Really? Neptune said excitedly. Yi Si's strength and status are supreme. With his protection, who else in this world would dare to harm her next daughter? Of course. Yi Si said calmly. He has already promised those Sea Kings, so naturally he will not go back on his word, but to be honest, he is also somewhat interested in Poseidon. Advertisement, thank you, Bernard Issan, Neptune said solemnly. He was still worrying about how the future Poseidon was born, how to guard against the strong outsiders. But now with Yi Si's words, the big stone in his heart suddenly fell. It's just a matter of little effort, Yi Si responded lightly. As long as he orders to protect the Fishman Island, the world government will arrange for him without his hands. King Neptune, there are pirates coming in. A Murloc soldier hurriedly rushed into the palace to report. What? Neptune was startled and stood up abruptly. Who is the intruder? Princess Odahime asked calmly. If there were intruders under normal circumstances, they would definitely panic, but now it is different. Yi Si, who was dubbed the title of God, is also here. With Yi Si here, do they have to be afraid of any intruders? The visitor is the former cadre of the Locks Pirates, Charlotte Linlin, of yours. The soldiers of the Fishman Island quickly responded. Charlotte Linlin? What is he doing on the Fishman Island? When Yi Si heard that the intruder was Charlotte Linlin, she was also a little taken aback. Is she trying to break into the Fishman Island to catch Murlocs and sell them for money? Charlotte Linlin, the weakling who ran away in the Valley of the Gods, Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. He had a fight with Charlotte Linlin in the Valley of the Gods before, but it ended up letting him run. Uchiha Madara didn't chase because she was too weak to pose any threat to his weaker Yi Si. So he didn't pay attention to her at all. Assemble your troops and go out and meet them, Neptune shouted. 102 Catch fishmen and reproduce. If it was a normal day, the cadres of the Locks Pirates invaded their Fishman Island, he must be panicked to death. But now he is not panicking. Charlotte Linlin, the cadre of the Locks Pirates, thinks it is difficult to compete. But it doesn't mean that Yi Si can't beat her. Yi Si can even end Locks in the Valley of the Gods, and even in the Battle of North Blue, he killed many cadres of the Locks Pirate group. With such a strong person around, what is he afraid of? However, the troops still need to be called up, at best, to make a show, and it would be fine to leave Rike to Yi Si. Let's go out and see what she wants to do, Yi Si said as he drank the wine in the bottle. Gojo Satoru and the others also stood up and walked outside, followed by King Neptune and Princess Odahime. In a certain area of the Fishman Island, Charlotte Linlin destroyed the marine battleship 810 on which Yi Si was riding, and continued to destroy the Fishman Island. Is there no Murloc with a better physique? Charlotte asked while destroying. He came here just to catch a Murloc with a good physique to marry him and to give birth to a Murloc with pure blood. Charlotte Linlin's dream is to form a world of nations, and now she is already preparing for it. Damn pirate, I'll fight you. A Murloc soldier stared at Charlotte Linlin in the sky with a ferocious expression. Charlotte Linlin's purpose is to find a strong Murloc, but at the same time, she is constantly destroying it. The Murloc's wife and child died in the ruins, and now he is full of anger, wanting to fight Charlotte Linlin desperately. You cannot. Charlotte Linlin glanced at him and said lightly. Advertisement she could tell, BFEE, that this Murloc's physique wasn't strong enough, and if she married him, she wouldn't be able to give birth to a perfect Murloc bloodline. Boom. A thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly killing the Murloc. Get out of my place, pirate. Neptune saw this scene in the distance and shouted towards Genlot Linlin. He didn't expect Charlotte Linlin to come to the Fishman Island and destroy it without any explanation. Seeing the tragic death of many people in the collapse of buildings, he was filled with anger. Charlotte followed the voice and saw the tall Neptune at a glance. Neptune is the king of the Murloc race, with a strong physique and a very pure Murloc bloodline. It's you. Charlotte Linlin smiled strangely and licked her lips greedily. She fell in love with Neptune and planned to abduct him, give birth to a child with Murloc blood and let him go. What are you doing here, Charlotte Linlin? Suddenly a familiar voice came into her mind. He followed the sound and found that in front of Neptune, Yi Si and others were all here. She suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He came today only to capture a Murloc to reproduce. Why is Yi Si here? You. How are you here, Yi Si? Charlotte Linlin said gloomily with cold sweat dripping from her forehead. Yi Si terminated her Captain Locks, and many former cadres of the Locks pirate group died in North Blue. All of them were killed by his men. Facing a lineup like Yi Si, she said it was impossible not to be afraid. I want to ask why you are here, Yi Si said flatly. Advertisement, I'm here today to catch only one Murloc and leave. Charlotte Linlin resisted the fear in her heart and responded truthfully. Catch a Murloc? What do you want? Yi Si asked with some doubts. Marry him and procreate. You look like this, who do you think would dare to marry you? Yi Si laughed out loud when he heard Charlotte Linlin's words. Now Charlotte Linlin's figure has become fatter, and she is very obese, which is not much different from the one in the original book. If you look carefully, you can also find that she looks a little scary. Who would dare to marry her with her appearance? Charlotte Linlin in the original book has always been robbing civilian men and taking them back, and then forcibly having S*X with them and procreating offspring. Abandoning it directly after giving birth, what she wants is a family who will not betray her. But she really doesn't care about the life and death of her family, as long as she doesn't betray him. Yi Si, I'll just catch one Murloc and leave, so I won't provoke you. Charlotte and Linlin lowered her identity and said. If this is land, he will try to escape, but here is 10,000 meters under the sea. In this place, he has to take a coated boat to leave. But the speed of the coated boat is too slow, and it is easy to be overtaken. So now if she wants to survive, she can only lower her identity and ask Yi Si. You destroyed my hometown and killed my people. Do you think I will let you go safely? You be ******** D pirate. Neptune, who was standing behind Yi Si, had a gloomy complexion and said in a deep voice with bulging veins on his forehead. Even if Yi Si chose to let Charlotte Linlin go, Neptune would not let her go. 103 Yi Si. Beating the disabled and imprisoning. We came to the Fishman Island today to visit. You ruined it. How do you want us to visit? Yi Si asked with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. If Charlotte and Linlin came today just to catch fishers, then Yi Si might be too lazy to talk to her. But when she caught the fishermen, she also destroyed the Fishman Island. Didn't they come to the Fishman Island for nothing? I have occupied a country. I can invite you to be a guest, Yi Si, and you can visit as you like in my country. Charlotte Linlin invited. Forget it. I don't want to go. Yi Si refused. Capturing fishmen to give birth to you, and destroying the Fishman Island. Your behavior is really disgusting. Tornado said angrily with his arms folded in front of his chest. Don't you think it's shameless to force this kind of behavior? Lei Mu said aggrievedly standing beside Yi Si. I'm talking to Yi Si. Can one of your maids intervene? Charlotte Linlin glanced at her and said coldly. She saw that Rem was wearing a maid outfit, so she mistook her, just Yi Si's maid. After all, he was also a former cadre of the Locks pirates. It would be too embarrassing for a small maid to dare to talk to her. He. Do you want to die, Charlotte Linlin? Yi Si sneered. Rem was summoned to this world by him, his companion. How dare a little pirate talk to his companion like that? Yi Si, if you like maids, I can give you some more. There is no need to fight with me over a maid. Charlotte Linlin saw that Yi Si was angry, and said quickly. She has been with the Locks pirates for a long time, so she has a lot of money stored in herself. You can buy a lot of supermaids for Yi Si. Rem is not comparable to a maid, Yi Si said coldly. Why talk nonsense with her, Yi Si? Why don't we just destroy her? Uchiha Madara asked Yi Si's opinion with a scythe on his shoulder. Advertisement, Rem is our companion. You, a pirate, dare to measure her value? Yunohana Retsu narrowed her eyes slightly, showing a hint of killing intent. We came today to appreciate the Fishman Island, and he actually destroyed the Fishman Island, which is really disappointing. Akunologia said with a look of disgust. Beat her disabled and put her in jail, Yi Si said. With Yisa's accurate words, Uchiha Madara did not hesitate. The arm and the sickle were covered with armament haki, and rushed directly towards Charlotte Linlin. Yi, are you going to fight against me for a maid? Charlotte Linlin looked at the rushing Uchiha Madara and hurriedly shouted. She's not a maid, he's my companion, Yi said with a cold face. Uchiha Madara swung his sickle and slashed at Charlotte Linlin. Boom! Charlotte Linlin's arm is covered with armament haki. She has copper skin and iron bones, and she is covered with armament haki. Her defense has reached a very terrifying level, but Uchiha Madara's brute strength and mastery over armament haki can still take a toll on him. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Besides Senju Hashirama, a huge wooden dragon appeared. The wooden dragon had a long hooked nose and was covered with barbs. It rushed towards Charlotte Linlin quickly. Prometheus. Seeing the huge wooden dragon approaching, she hastily shouted. Ask for flowers. A huge ball of fire appeared beside her, like the sun, spraying out hot flames, attacking the wooden dragon. Advertisement, but the wooden dragon's body is extremely hard, and the flames of Prometheus can't cause too much damage to the wooden dragon, nor can it stop its progress. Boom. The huge wooden dragon directly hit Charlotte Linlin's body, and her figure flew upside down in an instant. Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have admiral-level combat power. And Charlotte Linlin has not yet reached such a level. Zero Uchiha Madara alone can easily beat Charlotte Linlin. With the help of Senju Hashirama, isn't it a crushing situation to try to beat Charlotte Linlin? Damn it. Even though Charlotte Linlin was covered with copper skin and iron bones, and even covered with the power of armament haki. But Senju Hashirama's wooden dragon impact was so strong that it did a lot of damage to her body. Yi, as long as you let me go today, I am willing to give you all the treasures I have saved. The Locke's pirates have been rampant in New World for many years, so she naturally got a valuable treasure. But today, in order to survive, she is willing to give all her treasures to Yi. As a pirate, she can go to plunder if the treasure is gone, but if she is put in prison, then she may not be able to get out for the rest of her life. Why do I want money? Do you think I'm someone short of money? Yi laughed out loud after hearing Charlotte Linlin's words. His current status as one of the top leaders of the world government, with a supreme status, is he still short of treasure? What use does he want riches? 104 Group Battle. Today, are you unwilling to let me go no matter what? Yi? Charlotte Linlin asked with a gloomy expression. Pirates should go to prison, be caught obediently, and eat in prison. Damn it, she said with a grim expression. If she had known that she would not be coming to the Fishman Island today, she would never have imagined that all the members of Yi would be at the Fishman Island. She could see that, except for the two maids beside Yi, everyone else had the strength to fight her and even beat her. How does this make her fight? Fire-style dragon flame singing technique. Uchiha Madara spit out several fire, 947, dragons, and the 4 fire dragons rushed towards Charlotte Linlin from up, down, left, and right directions. Even though she has a good observation haki, this move completely blocks all her escape routes, and the hit rate of this move is 100%. Come on, Prometheus. Facing the attacking fire dragon, Charlotte rushed directly to Prometheus beside Linlin, trying to absorb the flames. But after absorbing the fire dragon, its body swelled up. The temperature of the fire dragon was too high and its power was too strong. Even though Prometheus is also made of flames, it still can't hold too many fire dragons, otherwise it will explode and die. 1 fire dragon was swallowed by Prometheus, and the other 3 fire dragons rushed directly to Charlotte Linlin. Boom! 3 fire dragons hit Charlotte Linlin's body in an instant, and her body ignited a raging fire in an instant. The scorching high temperature, even though she has copper skin and iron bones, she still feels hot for a while, so she had to cover another layer of armament haki to resist the attack of flames. It's so hot, Charlotte said with a ferocious expression on Linlin's face. Advertisement Uchiha Madara specializes in playing with fire, and his comprehension of fire style has reached perfection, and his power is naturally unparalleled. Napoleon. I'm at mom. The hat on Charlotte Linlin's head turned into a huge sword, appearing in his hand. She stared fiercely at the many strong men in front of her. Waiwo. Charlotte Linlin held Napoleon tightly with both hands, and then waved towards her eyes, and the surrounding space made a slight violent sound. A sword energy like a shark's fin instantly moved toward Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Waiwo is the ultimate move of the Titan family. The previous Charlotte Linlin lived in the Titan country, so he knows how to use this move. Her level of sophistication is naturally not comparable to other Titans, but he possesses terrifying brute force, and he can still exert powerful power. Wood-style tree world comes. Facing the oncoming purple sword energy, Senju Hashirama did not panic, and countless huge trees appeared on the ground under his feet instantly. The trees grew rapidly, and then gathered together, arriving in front of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Boom! The purple sword energy collided with countless trees, and a loud noise erupted immediately. Although the purple sword energy splits a large number of trees. But Charlotte Linlin didn't destroy all the trees released by the tree world's descending move. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood in place, staring at Jonlot Linlin calmly. Advertisement, I said Hashirama, don't destroy the ground when you fight. Yi suddenly stood behind him and complained. The power of the tree world descending move is naturally undeniably powerful. But the ground at the foot of Senju Hashirama has become ruins at this time, a mess, and the ground has been destroyed by the growing trees. Once a powerhouse of Senju Hashirama's level fights, the damage to the surrounding environment will be devastating. Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island, felt sorry for the damaged ground, but he didn't say much. After all, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are helping them deal with pirates on the Fishmen Island. I see. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and laughed. I have to find a way to lure her out of the Fishmen Island. Uchiha Madara didn't continue to do it, but was thinking of a way to lure Charlotte Linlin to a remote place. Let me do it. Gojo stepped forward with a confident smile on his lips and said. What are you going to do? Uchiha Madara asked curiously. Gojo Satoru rushed directly to Charlotte Linlin, and then slapped her on the body. The next moment, the two of them disappeared in place. Disappeared? Tornado asked in surprise when he saw this scene. Gojo Satoru and Charlotte Linlin disappeared in front of them completely out of thin air. What did Gojo Satoru do? How did the two of them disappear? Senju Hashirama asked with some doubts. Since they have been with Wuzhou Wu for a short time, they still don't know what Wuzhou Wu's abilities are. There is no aura of them nearby. Could it be that they have been pulled into another space? Yunohana Retsu slightly opened his eyes, scanned the surroundings and asked. At this time, even if they turned on observation haki to sense the breath around them, they still couldn't detect the breath of Charlotte Linlin and Gojo Satoru at all. 105 No lower limit spell. I remember this move seems to be an infinite warlock. Yi Si muttered to himself with his chin on his hand. In the original world, he still liked magic back to battle, so he also knew a lot about Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru has an ability, that is, no lower limit spells, which allow him to teleport long distances. Similarly, teleportation can also teleport with other people or items. Gojo Satoru just used this ability to directly make Charlotte Linlin disappear in place and appear in the distance. But where the two of them moved to for a long distance, Yi Si doesn't know. Just as Yi Si and the others were discussing, Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared in front of them again. Where did you go, Wuzhou Wu? Akunologia asked quickly when Wuzhou 15 Wuzhou appeared in front of them. Fighting here is not easy to destroy nearby buildings, so I took her away, Gojo Satoru explained. How did you do that? This is my ability, no lower limit spell. Where is she now? It should be on the edge of the Fishman Island. Take us there, Yi Si said. The Fishman Island was destroyed, causing them to be unable to enjoy the scenery of the Fishman Island. This revenge must be avenged, and she must be put in prison. It is good. Gojo Satoru used the no lower limit technique again. In fact, the no lower limit technique has three abilities, namely, Kang, He, and Bai. What Wuzhou Satoru used just now is, Kang, his ability is, absolute attraction. The effect is to create a strong suction force, which can shrink the distance between multiple destinations. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to compress the space of two places, thereby producing the effect of displacement. Advertisement Gojo Satoru compressed the space of the two places again, and brought Yi Si and others to the area where Charlotte Linlin was. This ability is very convenient. Yi Si reached the edge of the Fishman Island and couldn't help but praise this ability. As long as Gojo Satoru can determine the destination, he can compress the space and arrive at the fastest speed. For example, he is now in the Fishman Island. Let Gojo Satoru look at the map of Sabaody Archipelago. Gojo Satoru can take them directly to Sabaody Archipelago in a short time. Boom. When Yi Si and others landed, Charlotte and Linlin had already launched an attack on them. Thundercloud Zeus floated in midair and summoned a powerful thunderbolt to strike down. Boom. Around Yi Si and the others, a golden barrier appeared, which was the golden light curse of the old heavenly master. The thunder and lightning fell on the golden light spell, but did not break through the defense. It seems that you can't wait to go to prison, Yi Si sneered. A ball of black energy fluctuations gathered in Akunologia's hands, exuding terrifying power. The black energy wave directly hit Charlotte Linlin and landed heavily on her body, causing a big explosion. Charlotte Linlin possessed terrifying defense power, but under this move, she was still vomiting blood from the shock. Akunologia's current progress is not low, and it can explode with very powerful power. Damn it. Charlotte Linlin took the blow head on, and her body couldn't help but fall backwards. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and stared at Yi Si and the others with a gloomy expression. Zeus, Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin yelled. Zeus and Prometheus, who were floating beside him, fell into a state of rage in an instant, and their faces became hideous. Advertisement, Flame Jet. Prometheus spit out raging flames and attacked Yi Si and the others. Shua. Yunohana Retsu suddenly pulled out the blade at his waist, and slashed in front of him. The flames that hit him were instantly cut in half. Thunderstorm. Zeus in a berserk state rushed directly into the sky, exuding a terrible thunderstorm all over his body. Shua. But before he landed the thunder and lightning, a sharp sword energy struck Zeus, and his body was instantly cut in half by the sword energy. Mother. Zeus said in Horror 733 that it found that its vitality was constantly disappearing, but within a short time, Lei and Zeus completely disappeared. Has been killed by Yunohana Retsu's sword energy. No matter what abilities Charlotte and Linlin use, they are no threat to Yi Si and others. It can even be cracked easily. Mom, what should we do? Although Prometheus fell into a state of rage at this time. But when it saw Zeus being instantly killed, it was also very frightened. Although they are created things, they also have the thoughts of normal people and would be afraid. Shut up, Charlotte Linlin said with a grim expression. She didn't know what to do. It was really unlucky to meet Yi Si and others today. Don't you give up and want to continue to resist? Uchiha Madara asked with a sickle on his shoulder. Charlotte Linlin's strength was too weak for him, and such strength made him have no interest in fighting. 106 Brutal Charlotte Linlin. Damn Yi Si, Charlotte Linlin said angrily. It's not me who hit you, why scold me? Yi Si shrugged and smiled. The paper was separated from his body, and then a long knife was gathered in his hand. The long knife was covered with the power of armament haki and conqueror's haki. He approached Charlotte Linlin step by step. It's my turn to hit you next, Yi Si sneered. God avoids. Yi Si rushed towards her suddenly, holding the long knife tightly with both hands, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. Shua. A purple slash surged out, rushing towards Charlotte Linlin with overwhelming momentum to destroy everything. Dense cold sweat appeared on Charlotte Linlin's forehead, her arms were in front of her body, covered with the power of armament hockey. Her figure was hit by Yi Si's sword energy and rushed back more than 10 meters, leaving a long chasm on the ground. Blood dripped from her arm, and even Charlotte Linlin's defense could be easily broken by the power of divine evasion. It hurts. Charlotte Linlin frowned, her face was a little hideous. Can't even this knock you down? The defense is really scary enough, Yi Si praised. Charlotte Linlin was a born king, and even possessed a terrifying talent. When she was 5 years old, she killed an elder of the Titan clan. It's a feat that even Whitebeard couldn't achieve. This pirate is not simple, Wujo praised with his chin resting on his hand. She resisted a lot of attacks head-on, and she hasn't fallen down until now. Advertisement, anyway, he is a former cadre of the Lock's pirates, and his strength is definitely not simple, Akunologia responded. Give me the donut. Charlotte Linlin, whose face was grim because of the pain, suddenly fell into a state of rage. What's the matter with her? Yunohana Retsu could see that something was wrong with Charlotte and Linlin, and asked suspiciously. He suffers from cravings, and he should have fallen into a state of rage, Yi Si explained. Charlotte Linlin, who suffers from cravings, will fall into a state of madness once she has an attack, destroying everywhere, and even killing her own son. She'll keep having seizures unless she tastes what she wants. Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte had an attack of Linlin's cravings, and she exuded a terrifying aura all over her body. Every time she took a step, the ground shook. It also left a huge footprint in place. Give me the donut, Charlotte Linlin yelled again. Hurry up and get rid of her. Although this is the edge of the Fishman Island, it cannot be destroyed by her, Yi Si reminded aloud. Virtual formula open black lens bracket see close black lens bracket. This is Gojo Satoru's strongest technique. It is a combination technique of Kang and He, which makes positive infinity and negative infinity conflict, so that the power can be tilted out. A mass of energy gathered in Gojo Satoru's hands, and the surrounding space was somewhat distorted, which is enough to prove how terrifying this power is. Hato's 88 Flying Dragon Striking Thieves Shocking Sky Thunder Cannon. A group of blue energy fluctuations also gathered in Yi Si's hands, exuding terrifying power. The others also used their abilities, attack Zhenlot Linlin. Advertisement along with the huge sound from the edge of the Fishman Island, half of the Fishman Island shook for a while. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. At the edge of the Fishman Island, Yi Si and the others stood there calmly. Before their eyes, there was already a somewhat bloody Charlotte Linlin. Although her defensive power is terrible, the damage that Yi Si's abilities can cause is equally powerful and outrageous. Yi Si took out the phone bug and called the world government officials. Let them come over and lock up Charlotte Linlin, and bring a warship over by the way. Because their warship was destroyed by Charlotte Linlin. A few people left here. Charlotte Linlin is now in a coma and definitely cannot escape. When Marines people arrived at the Fishman Island, they must have noticed the unconscious Charlotte Linlin. Because a large area here has been destroyed, there will be ghosts if they are not discovered. Well, it's all the fault of that pirate. Now the Fishman Island has been destroyed in a large area, and only a small part is available for us to visit, Tornado said with some displeasure. Although part of the Fishman Island was not destroyed, her mood was ruined when she saw the destroyed buildings. I originally wanted to bring Yi Si to play, but who knew that I encountered a pirate destroying the Fishman Island, which was really disappointing. At least it wasn't completely destroyed, otherwise it would be bad, Yunohana Retsu said. What a spoiled pirate. Uchiha Madara mentioned Charlotte and Linlin with disgust on his face. The crowd returned to the Fishman Island from the fringes. What happened to that pirate? King Neptune of the Fishman Island asked. Already dizzy, someone from Marine will come and put her in prison in a while. As for the loss of the Fishman Island, I will contact the world government to compensate, Yi Si said calmly. No need, Bernard Issan. We are already very grateful to you for helping us drive away the pirates. How can I ask you to pay for compensation? The king of the Fishman Island shook his head slightly. 107 The Fishman Island Shirley who occupies the future. The compensation doesn't cost me, so there's no need to be polite to me, Yi Si said flatly. He now has a high status in the world government, and it is still very easy to move some funds. On the contrary, it doesn't cost him money, he can pay him as much as he wants. Dare to ask the whole Holy Land Myriad, who dares to disagree? Alright then. Neptune accepted without saying any more polite words. With Yi Si's compensation, they can indeed save a lot of money. Thank you, Bernard Issan. Princess Odahime, who was standing beside Neptune, bowed slightly and said thankfully. Although Yi Si has the highest status and strength, he has no heirs and is very easygoing, which makes Princess Otaki have a high affection for Yi Si. Small things. Yi Si said flatly. Bernard Issan, I will try my best to be like you in the future. Tiger said with firm eyes, 433. I believe you will be a hero. Yi Si laughed, he wasn't talking politely, but he knew it. The future Tiger will be the hero of the Fishman Island and most of the slaves. Really? With this encouragement from Yi Si, Tiger suddenly became excited? Of course, in the future you will become a hero to many people, Yi Si nodded and said. I will definitely live up to Bernard Issan's expectations, and I will become a hero, Tiger said solemnly with his firm eyes and clenched fists. I like you. Yi Si smiled. Brother Tiger, I will always follow you. I also believe that you will become a hero, Jinbei on the side said solemnly. I have to say that Jinbei was very cute when he was a child, and he was very fond of Gojo Satoru. Advertisement, Bernard Issan, do you want to go back to the palace first? Neptune asked. No, I'm already full, and we're going to stroll around the Fishman Island. Yi Si glanced around and said. Although a large area has been destroyed, there are still many places where you can still enjoy the beautiful scenery. Alright then. Neptune nodded. Yi Si and others went shopping where the Fishman Island was not destroyed. On the other hand, the world government received the news that Charlotte Linlin appeared in the Fishman Island. They directly sent Garp and Zephyr to the Fishman Island to imprison Charlotte Linlin. Garp and Zephyr were supposed to go back to East Blue, but because of orders from above they had to go to the Fishman Island. When Yi Si and others were shopping, they met Shirley. Although Shirley is very young now, but according to her clothing and the crystal ball in her hand, Yi Si knew that this Murloc was the Murloc who could predict the future in the original book. Uncle. Bernard Issan. Shirley was slightly taken aback seeing Yi Si. Although she is still very young now, he still knows Yi Si. After all, Yi Si is the hero of the Fishman Island, unless it is a newborn baby in the whole of the Fishman Island, there is no one, BFDA, who does not know Yi Si. Oh, you little guy actually knows me, Yi Si laughed. Of course, you are the hero of our Fishman Island. Sha Xin nodded his head in affirmation. Why are you holding a crystal ball? Tornado asked curiously. It's something that allows me to make a fortune teller, Shirley explained. Zhanpu prophecy? Does anyone still believe in this thing? Gojo Satoru joked with a smile. Advertisement. It's true, everything can be predicted. If you don't believe me, let me tell you, Shirley said anxiously. Really, let me tell you where I come from. Gojo Satoru squatted on the ground, put his hands on his face and smiled. Okay, Shirley nodded and then began to perform the seduction. After a while, Shirley looked a little embarrassed, and his face was full of doubts. What's wrong? Gojo Satoru asked. Zan's servant can't come out, Shirley whispered. No matter how many times he tried to occupy the servant, the result was the same. There is no such person in this world, and there is no record of Gojo Satoru's birth. The conclusion he got from his interviews seems to be that there is no such person as Gojo Satoru in this world. Have you learned to lie at such a young age? Gojo Satoru pinched her face and smiled. I didn't. Shirley was on the verge of crying. Her usual accounts are 100% accurate. I don't know what happened today, but the accountants can't tell everything about Wujo Wu. Alright Gojo Satoru, don't bully her anymore. Seeing that Shirley was about to cry, Long Wan quickly pulled Gojo Bo aside. Let me take over. The tornado floated to Shirley's side, muttering softly. Who is the person who will marry me in the future? Tornado's voice was so small that no one could hear it. While she was talking, she fixed her eyes on Yi Si, and her face suddenly turned red. Shirley took one look at her, then began to poke at the crystal ball. After a while, the crystal ball began to appear, and Yi Si and the tornado appeared in the grand auditorium. Seeing this picture, Tornado's face turned even redder. 108 Garp and Zephyr arrive at the Fishman Island seeing the picture that appeared on the crystal ball in front of him. Shirley also raised his head and put his eyes on Yi Si and said, in the future, you can be with. Before she finished speaking, Long Wan quickly covered her mouth to prevent her from speaking. Woo, Shirley, whose mouth was covered, struggled hastily. Why are you bullying her, Maki? Yunohana Retsu narrowed her eyes and smiled. I didn't. Tornado quickly let go of his hand covering his mouth, and then whispered to Shirley, don't say it. I see. Shirley nodded sensibly, but did not say the information about the servant just now. What's wrong with you? Why do you feel like you have a fever? Yi Si asked with some doubts. Because she saw that Tornado's face was a little red. Just now, Tornado's voice was so low that he didn't hear what she was saying at all, and he didn't know what she was taking advantage of. No, it's nothing, Long Wan said calmly with his mouth puffed up. However, she was still very happy in her heart, and she very much hoped that the contents in the crystal ball could be realized in the future. Bernard Issan, do you want a servant? Shirley asked. No, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Yi Si shook his head lightly and said. The future is in his own hands. Although he knows that Shirley's predictions are very accurate, he doesn't want to survey the future in advance. Okay then. Shirley nodded. Is there anyone of you who wants to take a servant? This thing should be quite accurate. Yi Si turned to ask the people around him. I don't believe in this stuff, and I have no interest in it. Senju Hashirama shrugged and said lightly. Then let me take over. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and said. Who is stronger, me or Hashirama? Uchiha Madara squatted in front of Shirley and asked. Advertisement. After Shirley heard about it, she began to take messages from the two servants, and after a while she said, it's you. Hearing this answer, the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth rose slightly, and he looked at Senju Hashirama with a proud face, as if showing off. I know I am not your opponent Madara, Senju Hashirama said indifferently. He fought against Uchiha Madara when he came to this world, he is not Uchiha Madara's opponent. Senju Hashirama doesn't matter which of the two is stronger. You heard Hashirama too, I'm better than you. Uchiha Madara smiled smugly. When hearing this answer, Uchiha Madara said in his heart that it is impossible to be unhappy. Although both of them came to this world and let go of their previous grievances, he still has the desire to compete with Senju Hashirama in his heart. Just when Uchiha Madara was proud, Shirley spoke again. But, the future will not be you. What? Upon hearing this answer, Uchiha Madara turned his head and gave Shirley a sharp look. Just this fierce look almost scared Shirley to tears. You scared him Madara. Yunohana Retsu reminded. Conscious of his gaffe, Uchiha Madara tried to make his eyes soft and vocal. What do you mean? Why am I not in the future? I don't know. Shirley trembled with tears in the corners of his eyes. She just told Uchiha Madara the result he obtained from his occupation, Mu Ching who was frightened by Uchiha Madara's eyes just now. I am the strongest now, and so will I in the future. This is not accurate. Uchiha Madara clasped her hands on her chest and said. Asking for flowers. Zero advertisement, yes, no, Senju Hashirama agreed with a smile. But after his words fell, Uchiha Madara's face became even more gloomy. Okay, Madara is not allowed. We ignore her. Akunologia patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder and laughed. Although Shirley on the side wanted to say something, he didn't dare to interrupt. Is there anyone else who wants to occupy a servant? Yi Si asked. No, everyone shook their heads. Then let's go. Yi Si waved his hand at Shirley and smiled. Although Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are at odds now, they will be reconciled within a day. Zero Shirley nodded and waved towards several people. The other side, Garp and Zephyr drove 2 marine warships to the Fishman Island. As soon as they reached the edge of the Fishman Island, the two saw Charlotte Linlin lying on the ground. Her body was seriously injured and she was still in a coma. Oh, I have to come to the Fishman Island when Bernard Issan is on vacation. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zephyr couldn't help but mourn for Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin, as a former cadre of the Locks Pirates, is so powerful that there is no doubt about it. But meeting Yi Si is considered unlucky for her. In the current world, there are not many people who can compete with Yi Si. Not only was Locks killed by Yi Si, but the cadres of the Locks pirate group were also killed and injured, all thanks to the presence of Bernard Issan. Garp said while eating a snack. Their marine didn't play a big role in this era, whether it was ending Locks or killing the cadres who imprisoned Locks pirates. All are made by Yi Si and his companions. 109 tap to refresh, purple block. There is Yi Si who is destined to belong to their marine and world government in this era. Bring her aboard, Garp ordered. Many marine soldiers took out a large amount of sea stone from the ship and then tied it up for Charlotte Linlin. Then she was carried into the cell of the marine battleship. Shall I call Bernard Issan? Garp watched Charlotte Linlin being locked in the cell and asked about Fadao. Bernard Issan, he should be shopping with his friends now, it's inappropriate for us to talk to him at this time. Zephyr shook his head and said. Yi Si, Long Wan and others came to the Fishman Island just to have fun. If they talked to 940 at this time, wouldn't it interrupt their interest? So what are we going to do? Garp asked as he ate his snack. I haven't been to the Fishman Island for a long time, take a look around, and when Bernard Issan wants to leave, he will call us, Zephyr said slowly. The Fishman Island is a rare place with excellent scenery in the world, so he also plans to stay for a while. Okay. Garp nodded. Although he wants to go back to his hometown, he is not in a hurry to go back. On the other side, Yi Si and the others walked around the whole Fishman Island until night. King Neptune of the Fishman Island once again prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. Of course Garp and Zephyr are there too. Bernard Issan, Linlin, we have locked up and can leave at any time. Garp reported to Yi Sui. The reason why they didn't leave was that they were waiting for Yi Si to make a decision. If Yi Si didn't leave, they didn't have the right to leave alone. I see. Yi Si nodded. Advertisement, it's really fun to go shopping all day. Long Wan stretched his waist and said. Although the appearance of Charlotte Linlin disturbed their interest, but overall, the problem is not too big. Yi Si, when are we leaving? Senju Hashirama asked while eating his food. Tomorrow, it's getting late today, why don't you stay overnight? Yi Si said calmly, taking a sip of the wine. What do you think? Yi Si asked other people for their opinions. I have no problem, it doesn't matter where I spend the night, Hana Retsu said. The battle is not so tiring. Akunologia complained with his face on his hands. Ha ha ha. Everyone else said there was no problem. Yi Si and others are the guests of the Fishman Island, so Neptune, king of the Fishman Island, arranged the best room for them. Ding, the mining times have been refreshed, please dig in time. Yi Si, who was about to go to bed, heard a reminder sound in his mind, and his own attribute panel popped up in front of him. Host. Bernard Yi Si digging level. 2, 400 500ths, number of excavations. 1, 0 15ths. As the excavation level increases, the chances of excavation will increase. Physique. Advanced body art, 100%, ninja art. Meiotic regeneration, 45%. Increase the progress to obtain stronger recovery ability, activate cells, and enhance vitality. When it is increased to 100%, you can obtain regeneration ability. Characters. Uchiha Madara, 75%, Tornado, 40%, Akunologia, 49%, Hana Retsu, 40%, Ji Kunichi, 35%, Senju Hashirama, 40%, Laoshinchi, 37%, Rem, 25%, Ram, 25%. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening, Attribute Burning, 2000 5000ths, Mara Fruit Awakening, Purple Color Temperature Increase, Conqueror's Hockey, 100 2000ths, Armament Hockey, 1400 2000, Observation Hockey, 1000 2000. Inheritance. Susano, Sage Mode, Wood Style, Sharingan, Keto. Advertisement Digging Position. Positioning can be turned on. Yi Si simply scanned the panel and opened the positioning without any hesitation. Turn on positioning mode, ding, it's on, still as usual, after the system notification sounded, a virtual map location template popped up in front of Yi Si. Oh, coincidentally, this time it's located on the Fishman Island, Yi Si said to himself. He thought he would locate it far away, and he would go digging tomorrow, but he didn't expect that this time he would locate it on the Fishman Island. It just so happens that he is on the Fishman Island right now, very close, and he will be there soon. Yi Si went out quietly, and then separated the paper behind his back. He didn't want to wake anyone up in the middle of the night, but decided to go alone. He came outside the palace of the Fishman Island, then flew for about 10 minutes, and arrived at the destination. Purple Square. 4.9 The block this time is different from the previous block, showing purple, and now his mining level has reached level 3. The color has changed, so I must be able to dig out better things this time. Yi Si approached the purple square, and a shovel appeared in his hand. He held the shovel tightly, raised and lowered the shovel, and then hit the purple square. When, with one blow, the body surface of the purple square did not change in any way. Dang dang dang. Yi Si speeded up and dropped several shovels in a row, but there was still no crack on the surface of the purple square. This block is much harder than he imagined. 110 new member Mikoto Misaka. Dang dang dang. Although the purple cube is very hard, Yi Si's hand speed is also very fast, and he kept waving the shovel to hit the purple cube until the system prompt sound appeared. Hint, get character card X1. Hint, get character inheritance card X1. Hint, get ability evolution card X1. Hint, get experience 500. Open black lens bracket. Hint, gain experience 50. Close black lens bracket. Ability evolution card. It was the first time for Yi Si to get this thing, so he was a little curious about the ability of this card. Ability evolution card. You can evolve a certain ability you have obtained once. The system prompt came into his mind. This thing is not bad. The ability he acquired has always been very slow to advance to a level. Now that he has this ability advancement card, he can directly advance one of his abilities to a higher level. Use the ability evolution card. Ding. Are you sure to use it? Sure. Ding. Please select 15 abilities to be advanced. Abilities. Paper Fruit Awakening. Attribute Burning. 2000 5000s. Mara Fruit Awakening. 1000 5000s. Conqueror's Hockey. 300 2000s. Armament Hockey. 1400 2000. Observation Hockey. 1000 2000. Ability advancement cards cannot be advanced to inherit abilities. Yi Si carefully observes the abilities he possesses, the abilities he has obtained. Each ability has a good power. However, the progress of other abilities is in the thousands, only the progress of Conqueror's Hockey is relatively low. Advertisement. Yi Si before felt that Conqueror's Hockey, this ability is not very useful. Because it can only clear miscellaneous soldiers, but after Conqueror's Hockey Entanglement appeared, Conqueror's status in Conqueror's Hockey was directly improved. Right now it's the most useful. Yi Si thinks for a short moment, and thinks that it is best to advance Conqueror's Hockey, because his progress is very low and easy to use. Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, Yi Si said. Ding, Sleepy Host has successfully advanced. Ding, congratulations host, Conqueror's Hockey has now reached the completion level. Conqueror's Hockey, after the successful advancement, has now reached the top level of the pirate world. Now his Conqueror's Hockey is much stronger than the future red-haired Shanks. After using the ability evolution card, Yi Si turned his attention to the character card. Use a character card. Ding, are you really using it? Sure, Yi Si said without the slightest hesitation. It's nighttime now, and there's no one around, so when would you wait if you didn't choose to summon at this time? Ding, the use is successful. Congratulations to host for getting Misaka Mikoto in a certain scientific railgun world. Misaka Mikoto is the third among the only 7 superpowers in Academy City, the strongest electric user in Academy City, codenamed Railgun. A second-year student at Tokiwadai Middle School, an aristocratic girls' school known as Champondai Ace, and the most invincible Dengeki princess. Competitive personality, strong sense of justice, has a boy-like cheerful personality, but impatient, very frank. When Yi Si was thinking about Misaka Mikoto, a white light particle appeared in front of his eyes. The white light particles quickly gathered into a ball, and then the light particles slowly degenerated, and a woman appeared in front of Yi Si. Advertisement. She has short orange hair, wears a regular school uniform, and a gray skirt with safety pants underneath. It's amazing. After Misaka Mikoto came to this world, he looked around curiously. Even though the system had already said something about this world when it sent her here. But when she completely transmigrated, she still felt a little unbelievable. She's time traveled now. Believe in the situation of this world, it has already told you, Yi Si greeted her. Say, I've said it, you are Yi Si. Misaka Mikoto nodded. It's me. It's still unimaginable that this kind of thing will happen to me. Misaka Mikoto took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly, as if adapting to the air here. But this kind of thing has happened, just get used to it. Misaka Mikoto nodded upon hearing this, glanced around again, and asked. Where is this place? Although the system explained to him the power distribution here. But it is impossible to explain every country to him, so she doesn't know what this place is. This is the Fishmen Island, Yi Si explained to him. The Fishmen Island? Misaka Mikoto said to himself. Good. What a big fish. She suddenly saw a huge sea king swimming in the distance. It was the first time for her to see such a big fish, and she became a little agitated. We call such huge fishes sea kings, but sea kings of this level are considered small, Yi Si laughed. When they came to the Fishmen Island, the sea kings they met had a body of that level called huge. Just one eye is as big as their foreheads, 111 inheriting the stopping power of the spell. Is this considered small? Misaka Mikoto asked in surprise. The body of sea kings she just saw was dozens of times bigger than her. But unexpectedly, Yi Si said that the small one is, how big is the big one? She couldn't imagine. But this world is indeed as interesting as the system said. Although it is her first time to come to such a world, she is still very interested in this world. It's small. When you have a chance, I'll show you the bigger sea kings, Yi Si laughed. It is good. It's getting late, it's time to go back to sleep, Yi Si instructed. He originally wanted to go to bed and sleep, but today's excavation happened to be refreshed, and it was still on the Fishmen Island, so he naturally had no reason to sleep. The harvest of this excavation is pretty good. Conqueror's Hockey's ability has evolved to the highest level, and a new member has also been summoned.
Okay, Misaka Mikoto gave an okay gesture. The two return to the palace of the Fishman Island.
Almost forgot, they're all asleep. Yi Si suddenly thought of something and said helplessly. At this time, no matter the companions he summoned, or the king and queen of the Fishman Island are all falling asleep at this time. He didn't want to go to Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island, in the middle of the night to get him up to prepare a room for Misaka Mikoto. He has a deep understanding of the pain of being awakened from sleep. What's wrong? Misaka Mikoto looked at him strangely and asked in confusion. Now you can only squeeze a room with me backquote. Yi Si spread his hands a little helplessly. Advertisement, alright then. Misaka Mikoto nodded without saying anything. For some reason, she always felt that Yi Si had an inexplicable attraction, and it was this attraction that made her willing to listen to Yi Si's words. Squeak. The two came to a certain area inside the palace, and Yi Si pushed open the door of her room. As a distinguished guest of the Fishman Island, the house he lives in is quite big. However, in this huge house, there is only one big bed, and there are many decorations, and there is no sofa. Originally, Yi Si wanted to let Misaka Mikoto sleep on the bed, and he would sleep on the sofa, but this idea could not be realized. Is there only one bed? Misaka Mikoto said with his hands behind his back, looking around. I have no choice but to squeeze, but the bed is still very big. You sleep on the left side and I sleep on the right side. Yi Si looked at the bed in front of him and reminded aloud. The bed is big enough to sleep several people, even if two people sleep on the same bed, it doesn't feel crowded at all. Is it just a squeeze? Misaka Mikoto said shyly at this moment. After all, he was also a woman, and it was the first day he met Yi Si, so it was impossible for her not to be shy to sleep in the same bed so quickly. Otherwise, do you want to sleep on the floor? Yi Si asked rhetorically. Anyway, it is impossible for Yi Si to sleep on the floor. The floor is too hard and cold, so she can't sleep at all. If she wants to sleep, she sleeps on a big soft bed. Then I'll sleep on the bed. Misaka Mikoto shook his head, agreeing to sleep on the bed. The bed was big and very soft. Mikoto Misaka slept on the left side and Yi Si slept on the right side. Yi Si lay down on the bed, opened the attribute panel and focused on the succession card. He got an inheritance card and hasn't used it yet. Advertisement, use a legacy card, ding, are you sure to use it? Okay. Yi Si chose okay without any hesitation. Then in front of Yi Si appeared the abilities that could be inherited. A. Tornado. Superpower. B. G. Guoyuan 1. The breathing method of the sun. C. Rem. Ghost form. D. Gojo Satoru. Stop spell power of power. E. Mikoto Misaka. Super electromagnetic force. E. Old heavenly master. Golden light curse. The above abilities are all very good, which makes Yi Si hesitate, not knowing which one to choose. It would be great if we could pop out a few more inheritance cards, Yi Si whispered. What did you say? Misaka Mikoto asked in confusion after hearing Yi Si's muttering. It's nothing, go to bed quickly, Yi Si said perfunctorily and then continued to look at the inheritance ability in front of him. After thinking carefully for a moment, Yi Si chose to inherit Wuzhou Wu's ability, the power to stop spells. This ability can also be called no lower limit technique. The power of this ability lies in writing. The speed of life forms and objects that are closer to themselves will become very slow or even stop moving completely. With this ability enabled, it will be very difficult for other people to attack him. He can directly inherit this ability, instead of having to use the 6 eyes to assist him like Gojo Satoru. This ability is quite bug powerful. Yi Si decided to choose D. Gojo Satoru's stopping power after he confirmed his choice. A brand new memory flooded into his mind. The stopping power of the spell can be automatically turned on or off. The brain will automatically analyze which things can be close to itself and which things cannot be close to 0. And when analyzing it, the damage to the brain is very weak, and it won't even have any effect on him. This is the ability of the system, allowing him to inherit without damage. 112 Misaka Mikoto's railgun. Misaka Mikoto next to Yi Si didn't sleep well that night. Her attention was always on Yi Si. This man can't do anything in the middle of the night, but after waiting for most of the night, there is still no movement. When it was dawn, Mikoto woke up and found that Yi Si had woken up early. And before the man left, he gently covered himself with a quilt. As soon as Mikoto went out, he saw Yi Si sitting in the middle surrounded by a large group of people, all members of Yi Si's team. There is the stern and tall Uchiha Madara, and the Akunalogia with a deep and terrifying face. And Senju Hashirama was there, laughing at Ji Guoyuan next to him. A group of girls was standing next to them, arranging their new clothes. They spent a lot of money on the Fishman Island, but they also gained a lot. Seeing Misaka Mikoto, Remram came over with a smile and brought her into the team. Introduce yourself, it's also a meeting with everyone. In the coming time, everyone is a team in a whole, we still have a lot of things to do. Misaka Mikoto hastily introduced them, and he also knew the people in front of him. Such a team is something Misaka Mikoto has never experienced. Everyone has a different personality, but Yi Si is undoubtedly the core here. He sat there quietly and smiled silently, sometimes touching his chin, and sometimes smiling at others. It is said that Yi Si is still the skyman of this world. He is the highest status existence here, but he can get along well with everyone. Sister Misaka Mikoto, you have to show your ability before we talk, let's see how it goes. The tornado floated slowly over. As an existence with superpowers, Tornado is actually somewhat similar to Misaka Mikoto in some powers. In addition, there is such a beautiful girl Tornado in the team, and I don't want the man I belong to be robbed, although the possibility of being robbed is very high. Advertisement, do you really want to perform? But if there are no enemies, I don't need to do it. Misaka Mikoto was not that shy, but felt that if he did something suddenly, something might be destroyed. Yi Si could also see his worry. There is a place next to the Fishman Island, which is a place where some big rocks are piled up, and people often fight there. I believe that nothing will happen to the Fishmen Island recently. We will go there. If something is destroyed, I will compensate according to BFBH price. Under Yi Sis arrangement, they soon came to this remote place, where Yin's family stood. But if you want to perform, you have to find an opponent. At this time, everyone in the team is eager to try. Let me go. Tornado will be the first one to go up. It also has a similar super ability. Maybe he can perform better. No. Let Akunologia go up. Yi Sis arrangement surprised everyone. Akunologia's combat power is second to none among the crowd, but when he can become the perfect body of the Black Dragon, he has the power to destroy the world and destroy the world. Among the crowd, his physical fitness is almost the best. After all, in the fairy tale world he lives in, those dragons almost have an immortal physique. Even if they don't transform themselves, those dragons can often resist super strong damage. I really didn't expect to let this guy go up. Do you really want me to go up, Master Yi Si? Akunologia felt curious, but after Yi Si nodded, he walked up. Then you can do it. Akunorokia didn't say anything, and Mikoto knew that the opponent's arrangement must have a trace, so he immediately used his signature skill, the electromagnetic gun. Bursts of lightning flashed beside Misaka Mikoto, and Misaka Mikoto only had this game coin in his hand. She set the thing up and flicked it forward. The powerful electromagnetic force immediately begins to exert its effect, whether it is a strong impact or the energy increase brought by the entire electromagnetic field, it is very terrifying. Advertisement Misaka Mikoto manipulates a powerful electromagnetic field. A coin with a small electromagnetic force is instantly accelerated. The bullet is within a range of 50 meters. This thing can accelerate to more than 1 kilometer per second. If it hits a person, it will cause terrible damage, and even a steel wall can be punched with a big hole. If it weren't for the coin not being able to withstand the super strong electromagnetic force and the friction with the air, the distance of this attack would be even further. However, the Black Dragon Akam Nokia on the opposite side happened to be within 50 meters. Everyone saw a flash of light, but Akunologia moved. He was standing there in a relaxed and casual posture. When he saw the coin flying over, the Black Dragon immediately backed away. After talking about the latter, he found that he was not hit, because the flash of light had dissipated and disintegrated in the air. What a horrible attack on the little girl, it's amazing. Akunorokia seldom praises one person. There are naturally several strong players in the team, and they sometimes compete with each other. But the fighting power displayed by this girl is really surprising. Only this flash of light can hit the enemy for an instant, piercing the opponent's body. It's a pity that your attack distance is still a bit short. Akuno Nokia finally jumped up, but he still wanted to try the feeling of confronting this thing, knowing that the long-range attack was effective, but the arrogant Black Dragon kept approaching. Yi Si can also see clearly that the attack just now is almost invincible within 50 meters, because the speed is too fast, unless he concentrates on it early. None of the people present dared to say that they could completely resist. Especially the tornado who was going to play at the beginning was also taken aback. In fact, the super fast attacking tornado is not unstoppable. It doesn't matter if you arrange a powerful energy shield around your body early. Looking at the impact of the coin just now, my energy protection must be able to block it, but the speed is too fast. If I launch an attack in just a moment, I will be killed before I can organize the shield in time. I've already told you, in fact, Misaka Mikoto's ability is indeed very strong. He is almost invincible within 50 meters. Most of the enemies will be killed within a second. But don't underestimate her, the other party also has some long-range attack capabilities. What Yi Si said was gradually becoming a reality, and at the moment when the Black Dragon entered, countless iron slags appeared beside Misaka Mikoto. This thing is under the powerful magnetic force. Next to Ning Street is Misaka Mikoto's favorite skill, Iron Sand Sword. Seeing the opponent coming, Misaka Mikoto was not shocked at all, and waved the Iron Sand Sword in his hand to launch a sweeping attack. 113 electromagnetic strength and roar of the Black Dragon. The Iron Sand Sword in Misaka Mikoto's hand collided with the Black Dragon. At this moment, Akunologia has not changed. After hitting with the giant sword on his back, his whole body slammed to the side, knocking down a mountain next to him. Within a certain range, Misaka Mikoto's magnetic field power, even such a strong Yi Si, is constantly searching and thinking there. This is a very powerful force. If you can get it, and cooperate with some of the abilities you already have, you can definitely explode to a stronger state. And this magnetic field ability is really similar to a person's ability, that is, the later supernova Kid. Kid is also very powerful, ranking very high among the supernovas, and even in a later plot, it is very likely to become the E. His ability is also similar, electromagnetic force, which can gather all the metal fragments, swords and bullets to his side, turning them into arms, swords and walls. But the character who will appear after that incident, the current Kid, seems to have not been born yet. This era does not belong to their latecomers, but if Kid sees the power of Misaka Mikoto, he will be very, very surprised. It's really powerful. This ability to manipulate electromagnetic fields is very similar to superpowers. Tornado floated beside him, looking at all the movements of Misaka Mikoto, and he was also very surprised. Let me just say, Misaka Mikoto's fighting power is not weak. You guys have your own management, but Misaka Mikoto's electromagnetic field is very strong. In fact, the biggest problem is that he doesn't have a better way to protect himself and is not very sensitive. Of course Yi Si knows the strengths and weaknesses of everyone in the team. Those who are relatively strong, such as Tornado and the others, actually have absolute advantages in terms of ability or pure ability, but they are more fragile when they are under the ability. For example, the Black Dragon Akunologia has a very strong physique and is extremely terrifying. Advertisement Akunologia was approaching there with his strong body. Even if he knocked down a mountain, this guy would run out immediately, and he showed his strength in front of Yi Si again. For a long time, Akuno Nokia has the idea of challenging Yi Si, the most powerful captain and the most powerful hand, Akuno Nokia also wants to fight well with the opponent. At this time, Akunokia has turned into a dragon form, but it belongs to a relatively small dragon. If he changes completely, his huge body will extend 100 meters across here, coming down from the sky like a mountain. In that case, there will be no comparison between the two. Although Akuno Nokia has become a dragon at this time, it is not so terrifying and magnificent. The opponent flew over in the air, and there was already a huge energy ball in his hand. In the grasp of Akuno Nokia, 2 dragon claws grabbed the energy ball. Every second, this energy ball seemed to become Akuno Nokia, the strongest force in your hand. Accept the offer. Akunokia threw the energy ball over, and Misaka Mikoto had been waiting for it all. Misaka Mikoto can only use his other skill Thunderbolt at this time. This is a powerful current released through Misaka Mikoto's bangs, which can even reach 1 billion volt. This blue and white intertwined terrifying lightning is extremely powerful and can reach far places in an instant. It is also an attack that Misaka Mikoto placed high hopes on. The super powerful lightning flash penetrated the black energy planet in an instant. This is also because Akuno Nokia did not attack with all its strength. If Akuno Nokia released all the lightning power, the power would be much greater than imagined. But the power of this small energy ball attack is much smaller. After everything was pierced in an instant, the powerful energy beam hit Akuno Nokia's head, which made this terrifying and tyrannical dragon even feel a bit of fear. The super strong Akunologia shook his head, as if he felt the opponent's strong will and terrifying power, but the contest between the two never stopped. Maybe this matter is not so simple and easy to solve. What a powerful energy, it seems that I can only use my own divine power, little girl, I hope you can bear it. Akunologia just opened his mouth, quietly absorbing the surrounding air, and in an instant, this invincible black dragon doesn't know how many powerful and terrifying storms gathered in his body. The roar of the black dragon came. It was just a roar of the black dragon opening its mouth and an attack like a powerful storm. Advertisement, ask for flowers. In an instant, terrifying black energy swept across the world, and King Neptune, who was in the palace, was constantly shaking throughout the Fishman Island. At this time, he was startled again. All he knew was that Yi Si was fighting there again, the most unique character in this world government, which he respected and feared at the same time. The endless flashes of light in the distance are shining, and Tiger is also watching this scene. As the leader of the Sun Pirates in the future, Tiger's combat effectiveness is still very poor. The other party is very young, but anyone with some experience can see how terrifying the flash in the distant sky is. After a frightening flash, there's infinite energy shining on the world, and the whole world seems to be filled with this energy. He looked at this scene in shock, and he didn't know how to describe the surprise in his heart. The whole world was shrouded in it, and he couldn't believe it at all, but these things were very real. After a burst of bright and infinite flashes, another burst of light shot straight into the sky. This is Misaka Mikoto's last skill, the real lightning strike. Clouds of smoke in the sky changed into powerful lightning, and the maximum voltage in an instant had reached 1 billion volt. This was the final blow. If this skill is useless, Mikoto Misaka will definitely lose. In fact, now Misaka Mikoto can also see that this monster is not something he can handle. Under the impact of the thunder and lightning, the dark and bright thunder and lightning exploded together in the middle. At this moment, it seems that everything is devouring each other, from a complete state to illusory fragmentation. The whole of Fishman Island kept shaking. Yi Si finally made a move. He doesn't want the Fishman Island to be destroyed under such a powerful force, otherwise it doesn't matter if he wants to accompany these Murlocs to a new island. The key is that they basically live in this underwater world. Sending them to there is no good on shore either. Yi Si uses this unfathomable divine power at this moment. Countless pieces of paper attached to armament hockey floated in the air, forming a huge ball of paper in the center of the violent explosion. After the dazzling flash, these pieces of paper withstood the powerful impact and slowly swallowed up everything. 114 The Fishman Island's hooligans. The battle between the two members has now stopped. Although the black dragon Akuno Nokia did not enjoy himself, he also understands that it is meaningless for him to continue fighting. For Misaka Mikoto, who was shrouded in powerful energy at the last moment, Zu did not die, but he also felt the strength of the enemy. It seems that it is necessary to teach you something. It is best not to teach you how to deal with all this. Yi Si walked over and talked to the other party quietly. Such special reef work has actually appeared in this team several times. Yi Si once taught Guoyuan a method of using a knife. This is the pirate world, not the same as other worlds. There are many people who can use the power of hockey. There are also various physical attacks. For those who are physically weak, this is the best way to fight, allowing them to have powerful destructive power in a short time. 380. Misaka Mikoto's physical fitness is naturally quite strong, and she even has amazing physical strength. These superpowers are not like tornadoes, only this pure and weak body. Misaka Mikoto, in fact, you probably still have some power that hasn't been brought out, but you don't need to think about it so much now. The most powerful fighting forces in this pirate world are hockey and fruit abilities. It doesn't matter if you share some fruits to improve your combat power in the future, just grab them later, and I even think it would be the best if you have thunder fruit. Misaka Mikoto was taken aback when he heard that, and didn't know what thunder fruit was. But listening to this meaning seems to be inextricably linked with thunder and lightning, and it must be super powerful if you really get it in your hands. What you lack most now is to improve your physical fitness. Marine 6 can teach you. Hashirama will let you come. Aren't you very familiar with those taijutsu? You can even teach her some ninja taijutsu that you are familiar with. Is this really the case? Of course, physical skills need to be improved the most, and Misaka Mikoto has the ability to manipulate the surrounding magnetic field. If you make good use of it, whether it's flying, jumping or other actions, you can definitely do better. Advertisement. Next is the boring training time. Yi Si will not stop here with the team. The others will go to play again. The Fishman Island still has a lot of interesting things here, but they must not stay too long time. While walking here, Yi Si enjoyed this quiet and leisurely time very much and just caught Dama. That crazy woman will definitely cause countless waves in the sea, but now she should be transported to the big prison under the sea, unless something unexpected happens, but it doesn't matter if there is. Charlotte Linlin, this woman is very powerful, but generally speaking, she is more intelligent. If there is any fatal threat, Yi Si believes that this woman will last for a long time. Unlike that Kaido of the Beasts who is a pure lunatic who only knows how to fight and be killed by others, the two are completely different realms. While wandering here, Yi Si saw some very interesting guys. They were the bandits and hooligans in the Fishman Island. There are really a lot of hooligans among them in the Fishman Island. After all, there will be an army of 100,000 new Murloc pirates in the later plot. In the following plot, after the liberation of the Murloc pirates, the guy named Hody organized a new Murloc pirates. This Murloc named Hody is a very evil guy. He deliberately provoked a fight between humans and Murlocs, and even Princess Odahime was killed by this guy. I didn't expect to come here, Tornado said quietly. I heard from the previous Murlocs that this is the most chaotic street in the Fishman Island. It's not a good place. After we come here, it will inevitably cause some disturbances. Tornadoes are very annoying to those malicious beings, whether they are Murlocs or other things, they can all be blown away in a second. But after all, he was sitting here as a guest, even if the Murlocs next to him had any disrespectful intentions, Long Wan couldn't bear to kill them, and this wasn't the strange people in his world. There are many weirdos in the world where the tornado is located, not just humans. All kinds of strange creatures are classified into the level of weirdos. Many weirdos only have this idea of destruction. They often cannot control their desires and become that kind of thing. So many Murlocs looked at them with fear, and everyone had different expressions. Yi Si knows that this situation will continue for many, many years. Advertisement in the past many years, human beings have always regarded these so-called Murlocs as their prey, no matter whether he hunted and captured them, and exchanged these Murlocs for money. The feud between the two should last for a long time, but Yi Si still wants to settle it. You don't need to be so nervous. We're human beings. I believe you have seen it before. Our existence is not malicious. I will not hurt you. Yes, Master Yi Si will not hurt you, you don't have to worry. Ram also chimed in. After all, Yi Si is a master of celestial dragons. Although he is already very close to those ordinary people, these guys around him always look fearful and disgusted with humans. At that time, a group of Murloc children appeared next to them, and after they appeared, there was a burst of roosters running towards here from all directions. Some with knives and some with guns wanted to kill people. Unexpectedly, this kind of hatred really started from the hearts of children. Yi Si shook his head helplessly, and just when he was about to repel everything and let it stop, King Neptune came here suddenly. Hurry up and stop, this is Mr. Yi Si who has done us a great favor. You children only know how to fight here, but you don't know that this is the great benefactor of the Fishman Island. Seeing that King Neptune was coming, those children didn't dare to stay any longer, and all of a sudden they dispersed. Master Yi Si didn't bother you, right? These children really should be disciplined, but 4.0 is really difficult to deal with. This is the most chaotic place in the whole of the Fishman Island, and I don't have a good solution. I will spend as much time as possible to deal with it properly, please rest assured. It doesn't matter, you just say something happened again. Seeing you coming in a hurry, something must have happened. Indeed, the latest information came from the world government, saying that the Charlotte Linlin you caught last time seems to have escaped from prison with the help of her pirate group. Is that what his sons and daughters did? It's normal, but what I don't understand is, can't Jifa and Garp catch each other? Thinking of those two guys, how many people in this world are their opponents, especially the legend of Garp the Fifth Marine? It was someone who helped them, the same pirates under Locks. 115 The guys who appeared suddenly. Yi Si was a little surprised when he heard Locke's name. That pirate is certainly powerful, but it is already a thing of the past. This era belongs to Yi Si, and this matter cannot be changed. But it seems that the people around this old guy are still acting like monsters. Who the hell is it? Poseidon Neptune. I don't know Master Yi Si either, maybe you can know from your past. We Murlocs live in the Fishman Island all year round, and we don't know much about the outside world. Yi Si knew it was right after hearing what the other party said. The Fishman Island is here at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea. Most of the things in the outside world have little to do with this place. Those outsiders would be fine if they didn't come here to find work, and it's extremely rare for the Murlocs here to go out, so let them know about the outside world, don't even think about it. Then let's go and have a look. Yi Si returned to the palace of the Fishman Island under the leadership of Poseidon Neptune. 15 waiting here turned out to be a guy in a white suit. This is the CPO agent that Yi Si hates so much. As the so-called shields of celestial dragons, these guys are not all evil, but they're definitely not good people. They are always like one dog after another. Following around the celestial dragons is very annoying to these guys, but some people don't get tired of it. Lord Yi Si, Dao Hao. This guy was about to kneel there immediately. Yi Si glared at him. It's okay, it's useless to say such nonsense. This CPO agent has been in New World all the time, and he also knows Yi Si's temperament very well. He is completely different from ordinary celestial dragons. There is neither that kind of domineering airs, nor is there anything unique about it, but it is treated calmly, which actually makes this person very useful. Master Yi Si, the news we have now is that Captain John under Nox rescued Charlotte Trilling. This time it was Yi Si's turn to wonder. Advertisement. You mean that Captain John, didn't he die during the last North Blue battle? This guy can still be resurrected? Yi Si didn't dare to say that he actually saw his corpse, but the memory was still very deep, and it wasn't a very handsome guy. There are still a lot of crooked guys in the Locks pirates. This is especially true for Captain John, who has only one eye and one leg missing, and a big hook embedded in his hand, which looks like a pirate. But if such a guy is thrown in this world, there will be 8,000 instead of 10,000, and maybe Marine made a mistake in the end, who knows. Even if the other party is not dead, Yi Si is not too surprised. The other party is like a lost dog, and has nothing to do. Are you sure it's him? From the information we've got so far, and it looks like he's going to meet up with other people, and Vice Admiral Garp is following them. That's interesting. Isn't this sea still going to be calm? Then I'll go and have a look. Of course Yi Si doesn't plan to stay in the Fishman Island. It's a good place, but he doesn't need to put all his experiences here. The people who happened to fight came back, everyone had a good rest, and Misaka Mikoto also learned a lot after going through a battle. The squad members are all together now, and they all look at Yi Si. Yi Si's boat has been ready for a long time, and they will ride the wind and waves. Yi Si hates those world government people following around, so they will act on their own. Sitting on this boat, riding the wind and waves, they have come to the outside world. At this time, the sun is shining and the sea is rough. Yi Si now has several places to go, although Charlotte Linlin was robbed. But this woman shouldn't be able to overturn any monstrous waves in a short time. Kaido of the Beasts is similar, but that guy is also his own defeat. Is this the sea of Pirate World? It's really too vast. Misaka Mikoto stroked her hair and looked at the sea. I was surprised when I saw the sea for the first time. The tornado said with a smile, and then the seawater in the distance of a thought force instantly fluctuated, and the shock continued, and a tornado on the sea was directly created on the sea. Advertisement: the superpower of the tornado is too strong, a single thought can cause astonishing and terrible damage, and it will run endlessly there. If you mess up the water here, it will be difficult for us to go to the back. The nearest place should be Doris Rosa. Let's go and have a look. Yi Si and these people immediately drove the boat to the nearest country, Doris Rosa. Before this there was another area called Punk Hazard, but that island was just a marine base. There is a Marine G5 base there, which is used to radiate an area of New World, but this place is relatively miserable in New World. After all, it is watched by the so-called big pirates all the time. If there is an accident, there will be an accident here immediately. A large group of people will rush up and smash this place to pieces, killing all the people. It is not uncommon for such a thing to happen. So this piece of marine base is not very popular among Marine. Yi Si and the others didn't care about this place. He came directly to Punk Hazard, which is also the kingdom of love and passion. When I first came here, I saw a lot of toys around, as well as people coming and going. The current king is King Riku, a rather young man with 923 strength. Compared with the aging King Riku behind, all this is always under control now. At this time, King Riku was still very young, and he had just ascended the throne for a period of time, and he had also gone through quite a lot of hard work. The whole country is thriving. When Yi Si first came here, King Riku got the news from somewhere and prepared the welcome ceremony there. Seeing countless people waiting there, they are all welcoming the king of the world, who is now the strongest person in the world. It is also the existence of Yi Si, the leader of the world government, because it seems to give them unlimited motivation, and the opportunity to see an approachable king, but the celestial dragons used to exist very differently. These people are welcoming you, Yi Hushin. Rem said with a smile there, the two sisters are even more accustomed to such situations. Then go and have a look first, we still have time. Yi Si finally landed, and when he came down, countless people cheered, and the young King Riku immediately stepped forward and knelt down on one knee. Welcome to the highest authority in the world government and the leader of all of us, Lord Yi Si. Get up, don't be so formal, and don't kneel on the ground, I don't like such red tape. 116 The story of Doris Rosa, thank you. King Riku stood up quickly, he had heard that Yi Si was a different celestial dragons. King Riku had encountered many celestial dragons before, and each of them was in existence with an arrogant personality that was not quite right. They are often domineering, using the power in their hands to control everything. Anyway, there are not many good things, but the existence of Yi Si has greatly changed the public's perception of these guys, and perhaps these perceptions have only changed because of one person. King Riku. Let's go, I feel a little uncomfortable with so many people looking at me here. Yes, Yi Si scale. They naturally acted immediately. King Riku even prepared a very interesting event for Yi Si, which was the fighting of sword fighters in the bullfighting arena. But right now there aren't any overly powerful people or masters, so there's really nothing to see. Seeing the two guys below fighting each other, Yi Si was not interested. Seeing that Master Yi Si is not interested and unhappy, King Li Pu next to him immediately becomes nervous, and Wu heard that the other party is the strongest fighter in the world. Master Yi Si, is it because the two of them performed poorly? Should I change some other people to perform here? No, Uchiha Madara Senju Hashirama, let's go up and perform together. Okay. These two guys are old rivals and good friends. When they heard that Yi Si asked them to perform, they couldn't wait to jump on it. They can also be regarded as performing for these people. And Yi Si didn't bother to watch their fight. These two guys can always reach a very peak state when you come and go, but this time Yi Si wants them to fight in a small arena. He needs to carefully control his attack power. Advertisement. As for Yi Si, what he cares more about is King Riku in front of him, and he is interested in communicating with him. King Riku, you are the king of this country, do you have anything to say to me? Backquote? I have nothing to say, I am just a little king, and the country I am in is also a member of the world government. Now the world government is getting better and better. It not only protects the people, but also does a lot for the people. Most pirates, there's nothing better than that. The cheers of the crowd are precisely because of this. Those ordinary people naturally only want to have a safer and more peaceful life. The appearance of Yi Si has greatly changed the situation of the rampant pirates, allowing the people now to have a better life, and everyone is just happy and cheering. Actually, this country originally belonged to celestial dragons, you should know. I vaguely know something about this period of history. It seems that it really belonged to the celestial dragons earlier, but the celestial dragons left this country. Li Ku Wangjin knew some of the history here, but he didn't take it seriously. Later, when Doflamingo invaded, he was also shocked. He didn't expect the Celestial Dragon's Queen merchants to come back. Actually, this place is already under your control. You people have been working hard to maintain everything here. I think it's very good. I hope you will persevere. Don't worry, Master Yi Si, we will insist. King Liku didn't know why Yi Si said it, but Yi Si did have other thoughts about this matter. The new world of Darius Rosa exists in an extremely dangerous position. There will be many pirates operating here. I don't know when turmoil and battles will break out here. In the end, it will be a mess. Anything can happen. Next, Yi Si hopes to send some people over here to form a so-called garrison army to prevent any accidents and protect the people here. While the two kings were communicating, the ring exploded again and again, one after another, frightening the people around them. What kind of existence is that? Why is it so powerful? No, it's much stronger than the most powerful sword fighter. The people of these small countries have never seen any outstanding figures. Of course, they can only look at all this with their narrow eyes. They have never seen such an amazing battle, which naturally makes them a little surprised. Advertisement Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama seldom fight against each other these days. They used to have a hostile relationship, but now they're best friends. There is no need to fight each other to the death. But since Captain Yi Si said it all, they want to have a good fight. Everyone uses different powers. Both of them have Grandmaster Ninjutsu, some powerful and terrible powers. But at the same time, under such circumstances, it is the best choice for them to use physical jutsu to fight, because ninjutsu will only bring them a lot of damage, and may destroy many things around them at any time. The two of them used some melee combat methods very cautiously, and the relentless battle between you and me was very fierce. When they were fighting, the two of them stopped at the same time, and some strong people present also felt that there was another battle on this road, and it was a small island next to it. Yi Si also turned his head at this moment. His observation haki, which is unparalleled in strength, can hear that terrifying and shocking sound in an instant. This thing should be in the nearby. His observation haki immediately locked on that position. It was nearby, and it was extremely clear. Obviously there must be a battle somewhere. Go and have a look. Yi Si just said something silently, and the tornado flew towards there. After all, this tornado is the most powerful master and also has a strong combat power. Of course, he flew towards there immediately, at an extremely fast speed. As soon as Tornado arrived there, he saw someone fighting, and the forest had already been turned into a mess. A powerful guy is constantly destroying the surrounding things. I don't know what kind of monster it is, but it is super powerful and crazy. This is a very fat and strong guy. He is Quinn. He is the subordinate of the Kaido of the Beasts, and he does not know when he came here. In fact, Quinn left Wano-kuni precisely because he wanted to collect some herbs here to make some of the next biological weapons. He has a strong research ability and has been collecting various herbal substances for a long time. It is very effective to make some highly poisonous herbs with these herbs to attack the enemy, and even the virus it develops can infect many people in a short period of time, but at this time he has not had any real achievements. I heard that there is a special virus nearby. Because of his race, he specially came to see Zoo. This is just a survey. Unexpectedly, there was already a battle just after he came in. The guys in the jungle didn't seem to welcome him very much, and they knocked down several of his subordinates directly. The extremely angry Quinn turned into a terrifying Brachiosaurus form. 117 Yi Sis Trust, you guys dared attack my subordinates, I will crush you all to pieces. Quinn, who was burning with anger, was still rampant when suddenly a gust of wind fell on him, as if making him unable to move. It was the tornado that did it. Tornado hates such a guy who destroys everything without asking any questions. No matter how powerful the opponent is, Tornado hates it extremely. Quinn, a big fat man, was also walking in the new world. After joining Kaido of the Beasts, he found his place to play. This fat man is still very powerful. He is good at researching various medicines, and his fruit ability is quite good, but when he saw the girl who suddenly appeared at this moment, he was immediately startled. In many legends, this tornado has always been one of the most powerful under Yi Si. What are you doing? It looks like you are going to destroy this forest. Why don't I send you away first? The moment Tornado spoke, he stretched out his hand there, and that terrifying guy flew right here. Tornado possesses superpowers, a strange and powerful telekinetic force, and various extremely powerful control abilities, which others may not be able to bear at all. But Tornado can use this powerful force to do many powerful things. Quinn was immediately restrained as if he couldn't move, and it was very interesting when the tornado was approaching. You little girl, don't think that you are under that Yi Si, I'm afraid of you. Quinn smiled arrogantly, and the Prime Minister beside him immediately started to help, bringing him a gun directly. At this time, Quinn didn't have any steel arms, only his own ordinary arms, but the gun he developed was not bad, and it was able to release the power of the sea stone, and it had an amazing effect. Advertisement: when the tornado is shot, it feels like a gust of wind is blowing in front of it. The funny thing is that this kind of wind can't hurt the tornado, but the bullet is very accurate. The power of this sea stone bullet is much stronger than bullets generally imagined. Tornado immediately felt that something was wrong, and immediately created a strong barrier to ensure that he would not be injured. As expected, the impact of this bullet was quite beneficial. Tornado was taken aback. This kind of bullet was actually very efficient. It hit him right in front of his eyes. Even if there was an energy protection barrier, it was ineffective. How did the opponent achieve this state? Although Tornado is unknown, it can be seen that the opponent's strength is strong. You guy is beyond my expectation. I'm going to catch you and take you to see Lord Yi Si. When Tornado thought of this, he would naturally not stop. He must capture this person. Besides, it was very effective under Tornado's attack. A gust of wind swept out. Originally, this terrifying guy was still supporting as much as possible, but suddenly he felt a powerful force enveloped his body. Quinn is not weak, but he hates the feeling of being controlled very much. He feels as if he is in control of the opponent at will, and he seems to be unable to struggle even if he tries his best. Yi Si didn't come over, but he knew everything that happened here. The special battle information must have been left by Quinn. This guy is still very remarkable and his combat power is not weak. It's just that he didn't expect this person to come here, and King Liku next to him was even more nervous and embarrassed. He didn't want to bring any problems to this world-class king. Lord Yi Si, I will immediately send someone to arrest the criminal. Forget it, no matter how many people you send, it will be useless. By the way, I suddenly thought of someone after seeing this. Maybe you will need him in the future. 11. Seeing the other party's puzzled expression, he wanted to say something but didn't say it out loud. That is a guy who will appear in the future, and he can be regarded as the son-in-law of King Liku. Speaking of it, he is also a very powerful and special existence in the New World. It is really a good thing that King Liku has such luck. After all, this person has done the ultimate, BFBH protection of King Liku, people. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Only a real warrior can do such an amazing thing in the first place, and it is far from impossible for others. Actually, after thinking about it, there is nothing to say. King Liku can help me get in touch. There should be people from the world government nearby. Let them come over. Advertisement, understood. Master Yi Si, I will contact you as soon as possible. Are you going to take a rest? No, I took my own people around the city, especially the place where the battle was just now. No matter what, I have to look at the facade. Whoever is causing trouble here, and the guys who don't have eyes will also beat and beat. Yi Si walked out with people very flatly. Only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were left. These two guys fought endlessly. Although it is impossible to use powerful ninjutsu to fight easily and smoothly, these two people were when fighting, he used his own means freely and vividly. Especially this guy Uchiha Madara, his physical ability is no better than Senju Hashirama if he fights more quickly and hard. Uchiha Madara took out the fan she usually uses, which is also a powerful plant inherited from Sage of Six Paths. The power of this fan cannot be underestimated, and it is also a powerful and terrifying existence. Senju Hashirama took out a few swords from his weaponry. He is also a master of physical arts, and his power is quite amazing when using swords. Maybe others don't know all this, but he is definitely good at using electricity, with strong means. The current audience is watching this amazing battle, but they don't know that this battle will last for 2 days, and their mouths will be dry by then. These audiences will come and go. They don't know that these people will fight for 2 full days. You will come and go, and you will not give in to each other. These people can only come and walk, repeating the whole process again and again. They are not the opponents of the two in the middle at all. In fact, it is just because these two guys are naturally happy about this matter. The people around Yi Si are already walking in the city. Misaka Mikoto doesn't know why. This Yi Si is so calm. The few people next to him seemed indifferent. Master Yi Si, are you really so calm? Sister Longjuan has already gone to fight, and it looks like it will be a very difficult battle. Why are you so calm? Misaka Mikoto never imagined that the person in front of him would be so calm, as if the person who was fighting was not a member of his own team. Are you talking about the tornado? If he can't handle such a small matter, it's too bad. I believe she can definitely handle it. Don't worry. Hey, there are guests again. 118 Young Captain Dragon. While Yi Si was talking, a group of marine soldiers appeared here. They seem to have received the news of the battle, and they came here specially to support and deal with the matter. In fact, these people are ordinary existences, and they don't know how many there are in the pirate world. The reason why Yi Si is so interested is because there is the most special son of Garp among the people who came. This is very young. It is Monkey D. Dragon who appeared here. He is not yet 20 years old but has already become a soldier in Marine. He was even a small captain of the group of Marine. Dragon is now nothing more than a brave Marine who joined the Marines under the influence of his own father. But after seeing through the hypocrisy of the world government, he directly had more ideas to fight against countless powerful enemies, and walked out a firm path. The dragon actually came, which surprised Yi Si, but the other party also saw Yi Si. Long still admired Yi Si very much. It was an indescribable adoration. He brought his team members here and knelt down respectfully. Master Yi Si, you are here. Don't make such gestures. I'm not interested in it. You are here to catch criminals. Yes, Lord Yi Si, when we were operating here, we heard the information from above. It seemed that someone was making trouble here, so I brought people over here. As long as we can't hurt Lord Yi Si, it's a good thing. The person who did it is on the small island next to him. It seems to belong to the 100 Beasts Sky Bandit group. Quinn is a senior cadre under that Kaido of the Beasts. You can go and catch him. Understood. These soldiers, my lord, will stay here to protect you. After the dragon finished speaking, he stepped on the ground and rushed forward. He used Marine 6 styles. Looking at this young man who is less than 20 years old, he has mastered all these skills very well. When stepping on the ground, he uses the skill of shaving to continuously accelerate. This guy walked like the wind extremely fast, and jumped behind in a blink of an eye. Advertisement: the dragon walked towards that place at the fastest speed, and the small island next to it was already in sight, but there was still a river passing through it. Yi Si also followed directly. He wanted to see how this guy was doing. Among the younger generation of Marines, this dragon is still very powerful. When I came to the bridge, I found a betta with malicious intentions rushing out. There are many creatures called bettas near this bridge. They are very ferocious things. They will attack all people who walk across the bridge, and launch the most violent impact. You can see people's lives in a blink of an eye. This kind of creature with a strong killing intent is still very annoying, and many people have suffered from it all the time. Seeing this thing rushing out, I seemed to be stunned, and didn't make any moves. Sure enough, the dragon jumped right away, and kicked it when it came back. The dragon's kick was astonishingly powerful, as if the most terrifying shell had hit directly, and the head of a fighting fish next to it kicked the thing far away. This unlucky guy was kicked away before he had time to launch the so-called attack, but the loss was justified. For this kind of creature, it is still very strong with its rough skin and thick flesh, but it is far behind the top powerhouse. The dragon kicked the thing away, and in the distance, the huge betta slid across an arc and landed directly on the ground. Master Yi Si, are you alright? The other party was very nervous, and said with trepidation, after all, the dragon is to blame for the injury of the highest-ranking person in the world. Don't worry, you are the best bodyguard, of course I won't get hurt, let's continue, there are still many things here, and they will come one after another. As Yi Si said, those huge and terrifying things jumped out one by one, all of which were very terrifying and violent betta fish. After these extremely huge creatures jumped out, they launched an impact, as if they only had this kind of attack method and they had nothing else to say. Long finally used his most proud attack, the Dragon Claw Fist. This extremely powerful and terrifying boxing method is actually a powerful attack made with his firm will, turning his palm into the shape of a claw. This is the real Dragon's Claw, which can crush all powerful enemies. Advertisement using the power of Dragon Claw Fist to crush the first attack, as if everything was accompanied by a loud cracking noise, this big monster flew out directly. Ask for flowers, a huge fighting fish has been blown away, this thing looks fragile, the hard scales on its body have been pinched and smashed, and only a dragon can achieve this level, beating the opponent as easily as a child into this appearance. He can knead the thing in front of him as if it were a toy. After killing the fighting fish, the dragon at this time still has the energy to stand there and release a powerful airflow. Even though he is young but has amazing abilities, this burst of powerful and mighty air current is also extremely powerful, very violent and very terrifying. The impact of the airflow was very powerful, almost everything was blown away in just a short moment, and the damage caused was also extremely terrifying. 0. This may be the unique fruit ability of the dragon. Even in the original book, what kind of fruit ability the dragon has is still unknown, and almost no one knows or has seen it. I only know that every time he appears on the stage, the sky and the earth change color, and the wind and clouds change. It seems that his ability is related to manipulating the weather, or can affect some changes in the surroundings, etc. At this time, the dragon directly forced all the Bez to the distance by changing the surrounding weather factors, so that these beasts dare not approach, and it can also make the people in front of them safer. Master Yi Si, don't worry, these things want to hurt you and just step over my dead body. I'm glad to have a stalwart fighter like you, Main Electric, you've done a good job. Yi Si looked at the other party with admiration, but at this moment, there was a huge monster rushing towards here, it was the Crazy Quinn. It seems that the battle on the other side did not solve this guy, and the tornado seems to have failed, but in Yi Si's view, it is very likely that this guy used some means, or that the tornado was playing a game. Even his boss, Kaido of the Beasts, may not be able to win the tornado steadily, not to mention the big fat man in front of him is so far behind that he doesn't even think about some things. This guy has turned into the form of a dinosaur, an ultimate ferocious beast. Although the transformation state is not much, it can be seen that it is extremely ferocious. This guy had already arrived here, and suddenly he saw the person standing on the bridge, who had already stunned Wong. 119 Dragon and Quinn Long stood there first, facing this guy without any intention of retreating. Get out of the way, you people, I want to go, I want to get out of here. Quinn, who was burning with anger, kept yelling, but looked at him like watching a play. This guy's crazy rage is meaningless, at most it is just a show, and he is not afraid. Seeing the other party's indifference, Quinn was finally furious. This guy opened his mouth, and actually shot out a strange burst of intense flames. He has always transformed a part of his body. For example, after her abyssal mouth has been transformed, it has extremely strong destructive power. The flames fired by opening the mouth are very violent, full of power, and the intensity of destruction is already very strong. This is a powerful skill that Quinn has after transforming his body, and the instant fire is also a violent, 347, attack with infinite manpower. He seems to be able to destroy a lot of things in this instant, and his mighty power is really impressive, and after the fat man's blow, the dragon is still standing there unswervingly. This man seems to have thought of it long ago, no matter how many things he encounters, he will not retreat, and he also uses the skill of Dragon Claw Fist. Don't look at the young dragon's Dragon Claw Fist that can be attached with a layer of armed color. Haki is so powerful that it directly blocked the opponent's terrifying laser. Not only that, this dragon also made an attack of its own, and his Dragon Claw Fist directly exerted its effect, unexpectedly adding a touch of long-range damage. It was as if something suddenly exploded above the opponent's head, and after the huge Quinn felt the terrible pain, he shook his head and retreated directly to the side. No matter how powerful he is, he feels even more insane from the severe pain and torture. You people won't let me go. Quinn, who was burning with anger, went crazy. Powerhouses like them can always burst out with 200% power at the end of their anger and madness.
He is not much different from a lunatic, and it may be because he became a lunatic that he burst out. The power is really strong, and this guy acted again amidst the roar.
He seems to have rolled up countless smoke and dust, brought in thousands of divine powers, and rushed over abruptly. Advertisement originally, the body was huge, and it was even more powerful when it rushed over, but unexpectedly, it turned into a human form again when it rushed nearby, with an extra machine gun in its hand. Countless bullets came out like a storm, and they hit there with a rushing sound. This is the kind of thing after Quinn's modification. He didn't modify his arm, and he might not have been injured, but he was able to instantly output a huge amount of firepower through the modified gun. The bullets shot out are like a violent storm attacking at an endless speed. He immediately drove back the dragon in front of him, and the tornado floated to Yi Si's side. Are you all right? Long Wan asked, with concern in his eyes. What can I do? But the two of them are fighting very well, so don't interfere, just let this dragon compete with each other. Long Wan nodded, he was still very obedient by Yi Si's side. The battlefield here has become a battlefield that belongs to dragons. For him, what he is facing in front of him is an extremely powerful existence of the high-level cadres under the four emperors. Long was very cautious when dealing with each other, but this big fat man was even more cautious when fighting. Both of them had to try their moves. Especially for the fat man Quinn, it is naturally different from what he thought. His mind is still very clear, and he doesn't make too many stupid and reckless actions, and he just fought hard when he was angry. Did he know that if he didn't have this kind of attack, he would be finished, and he would be trapped here to death? So simply use all your will to fight here, even if you lose, it will be worth it. Hurry up and grab it, you can't escape. Don't talk nonsense, no matter who comes, I will not surrender, I will fight with you until the last moment and kill you. Advertisement Quinn is not very old, and the confrontation between the two seems to have reached a very intense level. Quinn's various hockey powers are not weak. For those of us who can be four emperors cadres, even at the age of 20, the power emperors we possess are not comparable to those of ordinary sea people. Such a fierce battle is still very interesting, but at this time EC is thinking about another thing entirely, why this big fat man appears here. What exactly is the Kaido of the Beasts doing? What kind of preparations does he have behind his back? This is the most curious thing. Or is the Kaido of the Beasts already around here? EC felt that those things within hundreds of miles around him seemed to be close in front of his eyes, and he didn't find any traces of Kaido of the Beasts, unless this guy hid like a very cautious existence. But Kaido of the Beasts is obviously not this character. Whenever there is a fight, this guy will be the first to run out, no different from a lunatic. It is also extremely crazy and brutal when fighting. There is no trace of him here, so he must not have come, only a so-called pirate under him. Maybe this guy has other ideas. There are no other enemies here. Let these two guys compete. Maybe they will have an answer in a short time. In fact, I still admire them, especially this dragon. He has this kind of ability at a young age. He is still the son of Garp the Fist, and he will still be a master in the future. After some special changes, I believe he will not have that kind of stupid idea. Long Wan always felt that Yi Si's words made him a little confused, and he couldn't explain certain things clearly, but it was clear that Yi Si seemed to see through everything about human nature. The battle was very fierce, but this dragon was amazing. He jumped up high, when the dragon claws in his hand suddenly fell down.
This may be a certain skill in Dragon Claw Fist. Yi Si doesn't know what it is, but the 4.1 opponent's attack is very strong and fierce, and the speed is super fast.
Under this powerful blow, everything seemed to have flown up. This blow just hit Quinn's head. The opponent was fat and strong, but after being hit in the head, he couldn't help howling and feeling the pain. Back again and again. After this guy pushed to the back, he finally stopped, but he only wanted to continue to support, and there was no possibility of a comeback. This might be the gap. Quinn's body was huge, but under the powerful attack, he kept shaking and was about to fall from a high place. There were countless streams of water below, and it would fall into the water and be swallowed by the powerful fighting fish. Bring him back. As soon as Yi Si gave the order, the dragon immediately jumped out and grabbed the big fat man who had fainted. 120 Torture Quinn. Is this the Kaido of the Beast's subordinate? It's really fat. A group of people looked at the prisoner. The big fat man has passed out and can't move. Everyone was not afraid of him, and beside Yi Si, everyone watched the prisoner's every move with peace of mind. Until now, this terrifying fat man had no intention of waking up. It was actually hit by a flying dragon in the Dragon Claw Fist. This is the latest skill created by that dragon. At least he has arranged such a strange name for this skill. After being hit on the head, this guy passed out directly, and it was quite miserable to be honest. After fainting, Quinn was left lying here to sleep. He was not in a good state and had no energy to speak of. He seemed to be the calmest guy when he was lying down, and he didn't have any intention of resisting. He is indeed in existence in this world. It also woke him up. In fact, I want to study this guy. When he fought with me, he didn't seem to be affected by any superpowers. The fruit ability users in these 15 worlds are also powerful. Tornado is very interesting to study the opponent. After all, Tornado's superpower can easily penetrate the defense of the opponent's mind and hit the vital point directly. In other words, the Tornado's mental attack is so powerful that ordinary people can't bear it at all. But many people in this world can use their own strength to resist all this. For example, Quinn, the big fat man in front of him, seems to be able to hold on. I don't know how he practiced it, but Yi Si's opinion is that if these zone fruit ability users reach the awakened state, they may have this ability, which can make their spiritual will very strong. This is also the most fundamental reason why these people can survive in this terrifying environment. They should be zone fruit capable users, and they will have these effects after awakening. Misaka Mikoto is also a superpower. She can even pass through a magnetic field similar to electromagnetic waves, and has the ability to read the other person's mind. She tried to analyze it. Although this Quinn fainted, his body's recovery ability is quite strong. Advertisement: this recovery ability even includes the ability of mental resistance in the body. Tornado's mental attack is unparalleled and powerful. It can directly knock down a person in an instant, but the fat man in front of him has recovered some of his mental strength, so he can survive in this environment. Do you really want to continue studying this fat man? There's no need to wake him up. I happen to have a lot of things to ask him about Tornado. The Tornado was very obedient, so Quinn woke up. It was just some simple mental stimulation that made the fat man slowly wake up, but when he woke up, he saw that there were so many people around him, and he didn't act rashly. So many of you finally caught me. You are very powerful, but it is impossible to make me surrender like this. I am very loyal to the captain. Okay, I'm not interested in knowing about your loyalty. I just want to ask why you came here. I'm here to collect herbs. I'm going to configure a new biological weapon recently. With these herbs, I can make this thing. Quinn is very proud of what he said here. He is the inventor of all the pirates. When others are still focusing on exercising their physical fitness and continuously improving their combat effectiveness, Quinn has already been able to achieve a very high level and make some incredible things. However, in Beast's pirates, he doesn't seem to have much use for him. After all, Kaido of the Beasts prefers head-to-head combat, and killing the opponent with one blow is the most enjoyable thing. And Quinn's path is completely different. It belongs to the kind of another path, like walking a small path. With such a big gap between the two, naturally what Quinn did made people think a little more. What you want to research is just some biological weapons. To be honest, I don't think much of it. Guys like you can make things that are useful, but relying on external force is not a good choice after all. Quinn was 100% unhappy when he heard Ys's words. Isn't this just mocking himself for being stupid? The path we take is not correct, but no one can tell whether the path is correct or not. Don't act like this, it doesn't make any sense to be angry. Next you have to lead us. We're going to Wano Kuni, where your boss Kaido of the Beasts is supposed to be. Didn't you go to Wano Kuni? Advertisement. When Quinn said this, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The reason why he is so nervous is because he knows that Kaido of the Beasts once lost to the master of this pirate group called Uchiha Madara. In other words, Ys has a lot of strong men and talents. Even if his captain lost to Ys's men, he didn't even think about it. There was no comparison at all. If the opponent kills Wano Kuni, it is estimated that Kaido of the Beasts will be over. You don't have to be so nervous. It's still early for us to go back there. By the way, I still have a small question for you. Say it. Quinn became a prisoner and suddenly became very conscious. I want to know who has been wandering around in the sea recently, who saved Charlotte Linlin last time. Although they say it is Locke's 513 subordinates, I don't believe it myself. That Locke's is dead after all. The end of an era is already in the past. If that guy is still alive, he shouldn't appear so easily, but is waiting slowly in some places. Don't you really know? There really aren't any Locke's remnants out there, but there's another guy helping out. The guy suddenly laughed, very secretly. You mean the Wano Kuni guy? When Quinn was still laughing, he stopped abruptly, because Ys was right. It was Wano Kuni's people who were behind all this, and only they could pretend to be someone else without being noticed. Let me think about your expression to prove that I guessed right, and there must be very few guys who can pretend to be someone else with this kind of camouflage ability. Probably a clone fruit capable user. This time it was Quinn's turn, and the clone fruit ability user was completely missing. Only a few people knew how this guy guessed this matter. He felt more and more that this person in front of him was really a monster. No wonder his boss, Kaido of the Beasts, kept secret about this person. Kaido of the Beasts didn't want to mention his past experience, especially about this Ys, but the other party is really so scary. 121 restoration works among the clone fruit capable users in the original book. Only Wano Kuni's Kurozumi Orochi has one. That Kurozumi Orochi is also a very remarkable character in the plot, not because of how powerful he is in combat, but because he is quite unique. He is a master of forbearance, no matter how long he can bear it, and then wait for an opportunity to fight back. Kazuki Oden died at the hands of this guy, and it can be said that he died very badly. It was designed for him, the country was lost, and everything was gone. Although the Kurozumi family is a traitor, but in terms of resourcefulness, this guy has definitely reached an unparalleled situation, doing much better than others. Now that this guy with clone fruit appeared, Tien Yuhachi has a deep connection with Wano Kuni. Ys always wanted to go to Wano Kuni, he wanted to visit there. Although he doesn't know what interesting things are waiting for him there, but Ys is playing here, and he has a panoramic view of everything. This is clearly the most interesting game, nothing more. Although Quinn really wanted to resist, but this big fat man really didn't have the ability now, and he couldn't beat the few people in front of him, so now he could only become a prisoner. But the time in Doris Rosa is relatively short, and it is impossible to stay here forever. Of course, the meaning is to leave here. It still has a bit of love for this passionate country, but it has been staying here. It is impossible not to have just arrived in the south and suddenly discovered another thing in the city. It turns out that the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara has never ended. These two guys are good friends as well as best rivals. When they fight, they often don't care. At first they can suppress the fighting flames in their hearts in the ring, but after Ys left, they're almost like crazy. The two people's back and forth attacks almost blew up the entire vicinity of the arena. This kind of destructive power is still very surprising. Advertisement. Originally, the bullfighting arena was relatively solid, but under the battle of these two guys, almost half of the entire arena had been destroyed, and the area under their feet was completely destroyed. These two guys have almost destroyed this place, and now that King Liku is sending more soldiers to constantly repair this place, anyway, he is very speechless for this king. He couldn't afford to defend the guy in front of him, especially Ys. The bullfighting arena has spent so much energy and time building it, and now it is in ruins, and he can only send someone to repair it here. Seeing those people constantly repairing Ys, there are two guys standing in front of them. One is Senju Hashirama and the other is Uchiha Madara. I've been thinking, you two still have the courage to stand in front of me. Do you know what you did wrong? The two strong men lowered their heads. They are both the top strong men in the world. Famously, there are not many people in the world who are their opponents, but at this time they can't even raise their heads. Why don't you talk? This means that what you did was right. You should dismantle the bullfighting arena, right? Of course not. The two said in unison that they didn't mean to directly destroy, but they couldn't hold back their own strength when they fought. After all, these two guys are the top figures in the Hokage world with super fighting power. If they attack, there are not many people who can block their attacks, so the destructive power of these two guys is huge when they attack. If it is too strong, it should cause the destruction of the entire area. I don't care about anything else. I'm leaving here in 2 days. I only have one request. You restore all these things to their original state. If the two of you can't do it, I will deal with it properly. You two must not let me down. If I am disappointed, I don't think you can bear it. Advertisement. These two guys acted immediately. As ninjas, their mobility was still very strong, and they jumped out of the window directly. The two of them jumped back and forth among these buildings, and soon came to the distance. When they just stopped, they looked at the arena that had been almost bombed. These two guys use the shadow clone technique at the same time, that is, to summon many clones instantly, and these clones will have certain powers of their original deities. However, the real combat power is definitely not much, and it will dissipate immediately after being attacked, but with the help of these clones, the repair work begins in an instant, and the speed is quite fast. The surrounding avatars began to carry more things, stones and wood, and all construction equipment began to operate rapidly. King Liku was shocked when he saw this scene, and the speed of these two guys was too fast, and when they kept running around, the speed of this piece had already recovered a lot. Especially these two guys, although they are not professional construction engineers, but all the movements are done super fast. It can't be said to be perfect, but it's not much worse. The ring in the middle of the bullfighting arena has been repaired, but these two guys are still moving rapidly, as if they will not stop at all, but they are constantly working hard and starting to transport more timber devices. To restore everything here as much as possible, seeing these two people working so hard, Yi Si smiled in admiration at this time. Of course it's a good thing that they worked so hard, and the bullfighting arena was almost restored soon, and as the leader here, King Liku, I'm really happy at this time. The restoration of the bullfighting arena is of course a good thing. Moreover, this Yi Si is very different from the celestial dragons and the leader of the world government, Zhao Zhao, he imagined. He is really a very special character. Solve problems in your own way. He won't ruin everything about the other party, but he still shows a bit of calmness. What he should do means that he will definitely do it. This is exactly what his character is. The bullfighting arena was finally repaired. At this time, these two guys had come to Yi Si's side. They asked for credit to see their appearance. They seemed to think that it was a good thing that they had restored everything to the original state, so the ones displayed at this time all faces are interesting. Looking at this, do you feel that you have returned to the original, which is worthy of surprise and admiration? That guy has already repaired everything, and Yi Si and others have to go on the road again, but at this time he saw a boat near the port and became interested. 122 nobles of the White Town. This ship is quite interesting, because the owner of this ship is none other than a nobleman from a remote island. You guys get these things on board. These things are very effective, and we're going to sell them. 1. If you can't succeed, then it won't work. Remember to work harder for me, otherwise you won't be able to get your wages. The nobleman, with a whip in one hand and a pistol in the other, was quite vicious and cruel to these people. This noble is indeed very speechless, because celestial dragons can be said to be the most disgusting place in the world, but the nobles of these small countries are not much different. As long as they have good things, they will go crazy. It is also very cruel and cunning to treat those common people. In their eyes, common people are their own playthings, slaves, as long as they want to deal with them, so these so-called nobles are the most annoying. At this moment, these nobles are oppressing these common people, and Yi Si walked over with the people around him. There's no need to do that to the porters, they're just doing their jobs. Who are you? You are qualified to talk to me, get out of here. The guy spoke quite forcefully. Of course, this person is not ordinary. In many countries in this world, almost no one wants to offend this person in front of 630, because his name is especially poor in the White Town. The White Town is a special town that will appear in the future, because this town has a lot of special ores, and the rulers of this town sold these ores. This is just a normal transaction, but it takes a lot of effort to mine this kind of ore, and this kind of ore has a very terrifying property, that is, it is highly toxic, and once touched, it will transmit this toxicity to the body inside. If it is a short-term contact or a person's slow contact, it will not be too serious, but this toxin will accumulate and be passed on to future generations through genetic reproduction. This exacerbated the poisoning of the descendants, and the famous Trafalgar Law with the name of the D-clan was from the White Town. Advertisement: he hasn't been born yet, but when he is born, he will face the most painful world because after he was born, those so-called nobles have sold almost all the mine cloth in the whole city. But all the common people have already been infected with the poison. At first they were just miners collecting ore to survive, but in the end, BFBH, they became the objects of abandonment. After collecting the ore, they lived a very miserable life. In fact, this is really sad and sad. No matter how hard these ordinary people try, they can't change their lives. Everything is controlled by a group of even more disgusting guys. It's not that the common people don't want to resist, but they don't have weapons and fighting power in their hands, and they can't do anything about these sorrows at the last moment. Ordinary people can only wait to die in this place. Rafalgaro was born in such an environment, and he himself suffered endless torture and pain. What are you thinking? Get the hell out of here. If you want to block Laozi's way, I will kill you without hesitation. I have enough money. Even if I kill you, no one will hold you accountable. I'm Marine. Nor will it. Captain Long is next to him. This is the son of Iron City Garp. If he encounters any situation, he will definitely stand up, even if it is just a commoner. He would go up to help ordinary people, not to mention the man with the highest status in front of him. If something happened, Long would definitely be the first to jump out, because the one these people wanted to hurt was Yi Si. This is the helm of the world government. In case of any damage to him, everyone on the entire island cannot afford compensation. Yi Si shook his head at them and refused to let them come. Okay, let's get down to business. I think you seem to be a nobleman from a White Town, because the ore you have here, I know very well that these things must come from a White Town. The other party just nodded. If you know the goods, these things can be obtained with great difficulty. Platinum lead ore can only be found in White Towns, and all these good things are produced there, and ordinary people can't buy them even if they want to buy them. It's really a good thing. It is said that this special ore can be used to make tableware, paint, and even dessert seasoning. Some people seem to be able to make weapons. It's a good thing. I just don't know if this thing is harmful. Advertisement: when hearing the word harm, the dark color of the other party will immediately become bad, because the mining of this kind of ore will bring serious air pollution, which will cause severe and terrible life damage to all people. No one dared to imagine what this terrible loss of life would bring. Anyway, no one wanted to know or ask about it. What are you talking about? How can there be any harm in mining this kind of ore? These ores are the most special things in the world. As long as they are used properly, they will have amazing effects and benefits. If you want to buy it, I can sell it to you, but because you are not polite, your price will increase by 10%. It turns out that it will continue to rise. If the price is like this, then how much is it worth if I buy some of this ship's ore? No matter how you say it, it should be worth 2 billion. The price of 2 billion is not low. In fact, the ore on this ship is really not worth that much money. At most, there's about 1.5 billion. This guy is 100% a lion. So that's it, then I want this ship. If you still have it, I want 10 ships. This guy's eyes immediately brightened. Even if he is a nobleman, such a large amount of business also cheered him up. After all, his entire net worth is not even 10 billion, and this guy's mouth is 20 billion big business. I can also increase the price and buy some more, by the way. Such a large amount cannot lower the purchase price. Once back and forth, I made 7 or 8 billion from this 20 billion business, just like a joke. Is that what you said? Do you really want to buy so much ore? If you really want to buy it, I can get you some with difficulty, but you have to tell the truth. There is no truth or lie. I really want to buy so much ore. Don't worry, I can afford it. It meant that he beckoned from the side, and Ram immediately brought the bank's voucher, which showed 10 billion funds.
Almost no one forges bank certificates. They are all printed by banks under the jurisdiction of the world government and have absolute effectiveness. Forgery of this thing is a formal war with the world. 100 means courting death.
You can verify that there is Bank Li Wang who is the chief here, and she can also know that this thing is true. I have such a small friendship with him. 123 Arrival at Freevers, of course. The nobleman in front of him couldn't believe it. He seemed a little skeptical from his appearance, but he still found someone to verify it, and he didn't expect it to be a proof of 10 billion property. What if I give you this thing as a deposit now? Okay, I can still give you a discount. I can charge you 19.8 billion for the 20 billion payment, right? Yi Si smiled. Of course he knew that this guy was just cheating money on purpose. I like a straightforward person like you very much. It makes me very happy to do business, but I have a little request. Since I have already done such a big business, I just want to go to the White Town to see it in person. Look. The face of the other party is very strange. Isn't it similar to being sick to go to the White Town? The real dignitaries know the problem there. The ore mined in the White Town has caused serious pollution. Many common people have suffered from that strange disease, and even the noble officials there have moved to other places. It's just the beginning now, and it will be more serious in the future. These nobles will actually leave after earning enough, but I didn't expect someone to go there to have a look. In fact, the most serious problems in the White Towns will not erupt until more than 10 years later, and then will cause the most serious and most terrifying things. Trafalgar Law has not yet been born, so the current White Towns are only at the beginning of mining this kind of ore. But since you want to go and have a look, there's really nothing to care about. If you want to go and have a look, maybe there will be something very interesting. Do you really want to go and have a look? I never lie. If I want to go and have a look, that is to go and have a look. Seeing that the person in front of me is so determined, there is nothing the other party can do. Then when are you going to go there? I will send a boat to pick you up. I'll go with you now. I have a few bodyguards, and I have my own boat, so it's no problem. Although the other party was skeptical, they had already started to prepare, and Yi Si returned to the team. Advertisement. You are divided into 2 teams. Some people will go to the White Town with me, and some people will wait by the side in a boat. This boat is too obvious. I need another boat so that it won't attract too much attention, kind of. Don't worry, my lord. King Liku is the leader here, and it will not be difficult to find another ship.
Senju Hashirama is very confident. He has communicated with King Riku many times when he was working, and he knows that the other party is also a warm-hearted person. It is definitely not a big problem to ask the other party for a boat, let alone Yi Si's business.
Soon King Liku drove a ship, but an ordinary warship in this country is not very powerful. However, compared to Yi Si's boat, this small boat is not very conspicuous, and it will not attract the attention of the nobles in the White Town. After solving these things, Yi Si will choose who to go with him. Tornado and Misaka Mikoto insist on following. As for Ram, there is no need for them. The 2 of them will help Yi Si clean up the boat. So the 2 of them really didn't follow, and the one who followed here in the end was Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is a good choice for the harsh and indifferent Uchiha Madara. This person is very flexible. Although he is not comparable to Uchiha Madara in terms of absolute resourcefulness, his mobility is not weak at all, and he has many enemies, all have crushing destructive power. The other people on the boat watched the big fat Quinn drive the boat slowly beside him. The nobleman saw that there was a new warship suddenly, but he was a little skeptical in his heart because it was so dilapidated, but he was willing to go with the other party because he thought that this was the god of wealth. By the way, an order has to be placed, and the miners there must step up mining to mine more ore in order to cope with this large transaction. The original name of the White Town was Frevens. This place is a small island in North Blue, and the whole city has a magical ink color white, and even the trees and the ground are like in fairy tales, white and flawless like a fairyland on Earth. If these things are not mined, the impact will not be great, but when they are mined, they will cause a terrible impact. It didn't take long for everyone to come here. When Yi Si came here, he saw a lot of strange scenery in the White Town. Many things were all white. It seemed like the mystery of this fairyland on Earth, but not very real. Asking for flowers. This piece of white looks pretty good, but in fact it makes one's scalp tingle. After all, behind the white is a terrifying toxin. Advertisement. The nobles have accumulated a lot of wealth through this kind of ore mining, and now the whole country has undergone more transformations, and the people who used to live well have smiles on their faces because they have also become very rich. The mind ore brought them a lot of wealth, but also damaged their health invisibly. Yi Si felt it as soon as he came here. He can listen to the voice of all things, and he can feel the physical state of others as soon as he comes here, as if it is the cry from the beating heart. Senju Hashirama, you feel it too, people here are very wrong. Point 0. Yes, my lord. It's all very strange here. After all, Senju Hashirama is the top powerhouse in the Hokage world, and his perception has already far surpassed the realm of ordinary people. The blood successor boundary he possesses is still the legendary wood style. So he is the most sensitive to the vitality and other basic forces. At first glance, she also felt that these ordinary people seem to be suffering from strange diseases, and there must be someone coughing all the time. But the nobles don't care about these, as if these ordinary people are in their hands, they are just so-called devotees, and everything must be dedicated, and no one will be left behind. And the nobleman kept shouting after he came here, and the appearance of yelling was disgusting. This guy didn't have the status of celestial dragons, but he was a bit more high profile and crazy than celestial dragons. You bastards, your leader is back, come and meet me quickly. Here we come, Lord Red. This guy is called Red, and he is one of the rulers in the entire White Town, and he is also one of the richest nobles here. He has amazing wealth and is also the magistrate here. His brother is the warden here, and if there is anything, the two brothers will do it together. However, the combat power of this sheriff is not very good, but I don't know what his younger brother is capable of. After all, the warden is also an amazing profession in the world of pirates, and occasionally there will be some super strong workers. 124 New purpose. Speaking of the current situation of the White Town, Yi Si really doesn't care about the future changes of the White Town. There is no need for his own management at all, and it can be seen from the fact that so many people under him are handling it. There is no need for Yi Si to worry too much at all. There were so many difficult things before that were not dealt with one by one. Now that we seize this opportunity, we should really give priority to deal with all the troubles. Let's go to 487. Let's get out of here, there are more interesting things waiting for us. Hashirama, go to the beach and build a boat. What kind of comfort I want, you should understand, don't I need to say it again? Now everyone is going to leave with me. Without my order, don't come back here. Every time Yi Si makes a decision, he is very straightforward, no matter what others say, he always has his own plan. Besides, these subordinates who belong to him around him are all summoned by him through the system, so what else can you worry about? As long as their situation is firmly grasped, and the follow-up matters are dealt with, it will be a completely relaxed situation. My lord, I don't know where we are going this time. Misaka Mikoto stood behind Yi Si and asked involuntarily. The matter in the White Town has just been dealt with, and now it is time to start the next step. If you really use your own experience to judge, it is difficult to get the best way to deal with it. It's just that for now, it's not sure which side of the situation will come to the end. Advertisement by Yi Si's side, everyone obeys orders, and no one will give contrary opinions. After all, Yi Si is in charge of everything in front of him. But Misaka Mikoto's character is indeed able to ask such questions directly, and he is much stronger than others. Going to Sabaldi Archipelago, I have interesting things to try, such a good location has been done for so many years, now it's time to take the site as my own. Yi Si weighed in his heart, and had completely determined his goal. Outside the Red Line, the important archipelago that connects the New World and the first half of the Grand Line is also a must for pirates to go to the Fishman Island in New World. As long as you grasp this point, it will completely cut off the connection between them. It is still the era of locks, the era of great pirates has not begun at all, and the strong in the major sea areas are also restricted to a large extent. So what I want to do is to pave the way for the next thing. Since the era has not yet started, in Yi Si's view, as long as his subordinates continue to expand, there is no need to start any era. Under the conditions of his own existence, what he does is the most righteous expression. The people under him all obeyed Yi Si's command, since they were preparing to retreat, of course they would not leave any traces on the scene, and all of them quickly disappeared in place. But in the follow-up of 4.1, it may be the real trouble to find it, after all, there are so many troubles in front of us. According to Yi Si's request, everyone came to the beach, Senju Hashirama put his palms together and made a mudra, and wood-style ninjutsu was launched directly. In the past, wood-style was only used for attacking ninjutsu. Even if he could create a certain degree of creativity, he never thought that Kaisho Hashirama would use wood-style ninjutsu to build a ship. 125 Subordinate bickering. After being completely summoned to this world, Senju Hashirama, directed by Yi Si, played the effect and level it should have.
Compared with Uchiha Madara's pure combat ability, Senju Hashirama is obviously superior, so if there is anything that needs to be brainstormed, Yi Si will generally leave it to Senju Hashirama to do.
During the continuous entanglement of wood-style ninjutsu, a large warship appeared directly on the sea. What kind of style can match Yi Si? Senju Hashirama is very clear. Every time I see such a picture, I feel unbelievable. Is it really made by you, an idiot? And it's still in such a short period of time? What kind of strange ability is it? After watching it for so long, I still can't adapt to it. Misaka Mikoto couldn't help scratching his head, he couldn't understand Senju Hashirama's approach and the effect he showed. Misaka Mikoto and Senju Hashirama don't exist on the same plane, and they can't empathize with and understand many things that happened in each other's plane. This is an inevitable result. When doing things, Yi Si knew that something like this was bound to happen. But Yi Si doesn't care about such things, anyway, as long as it's finally her, there will be no problem. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, as long as you know what I can do, you can't do it all. So every time there is a task, the adults will let me go out of the first time, this is the gap between us, why? Advertisement. After Senju Hashirama heard what Misaka Mikoto said, he didn't care about his image at all, and directly showed his stinky fart side. Normally speaking, it looks like you still want to make yourself endure. Who else can easily endure such a result? The electric light on Misaka Mikoto pointed directly at Senju Hashirama, and he knew at a glance that he was about to fight. But the simple murderous aura had no effect at all, but another powerful murderous aura came directly from his side. Of course, it is none other than Senju Hashirama's old opponent, Uchiha Madara. When Senju Hashirama expressed his importance just now, he included all the people around him, but he stood behind Senju Hashirama, without considering Uchiha Madara's feelings at all. When did your ability become the strongest? Who admitted this? If you really want to be the strongest, use all your strength to try. Senju Hashirama's direct expression made Uchiha Madara very unhappy. A little emotion can be brought out and have a great impact. Just looking at Uchiha Madara's appearance, it's just a threat to make a joke. There's no real 480 meaning to do it. After all, if it is really done, what is the situation now? Who has the answer? Okay, stop bickering, both of you. This is not a place to fight. If you really want to fight, I have prepared a new battlefield for you. Yi Si directly persuaded and said that under the current situation, one can understand how serious it is. The current Sabaody archipelago is not as appropriate as imagined. There are dangers everywhere. As long as you feel it with your heart, you can completely detect it. So Yi Si is also very curious about what will happen after he goes there. 126 Luoji is ideal. My lord, should I drive the boat this time? Uchiha Madara looked at Yi Si and asked what he meant. These people don't know the direction of the Sabaody archipelago. Even Yi Si has recorded pointers and nautical charts, but these guys' nautical ability is really poor. If it weren't for having his own privileged bodyguard as celestial dragons, he would really be in a place and never come back. Everything still depends on the ability to distinguish, and now Yi Si really can't believe them. Are you coming to sail? Do you know the Sabaody archipelago? Are you sure you can take us to the Sabaody archipelago safely? Facing Yi Si's questioning, Uchiha Madara didn't give a perfect answer even though he kept a cool look. After all, it is indeed very difficult for him to act. Sabaody archipelago. I really don't know this place, or tell me a direction. I can still grasp a direction. Adults can trust me. Uchiha Madara spoke carefully, not paying attention to what people around her thought. Advertisement. The other summoners might not understand what Uchiha Madara said, but Hashirama, who grew up with him, couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, Madara, when did you become so thick-skinned? You really dare to say it, can you say it? He was threatened by Uchiha Madara just now, and now hearing what he said, Senju Hashirama certainly would not give up this opportunity to suppress, and said it directly in mockery. I said what's wrong, do you know me? My sense of direction is much better than yours? For Senju Hashirama's ridicule, Uchiha Madara felt the most uncomfortable, as if he was ready to fight back at any time if there was a disagreement. It's fine for others to talk about it, but if he is looked down upon by his old opponent, this is something he can't bear. But fundamentally speaking, it will definitely not be their turn to perform the final task. As long as two people can execute it in time during the battle, it is enough, and this is what needs to be paid attention to. Let's go, let's get on the boat, someone will lead us the way. The members of the escort are navigators, they are all experienced in battle, don't need to care. Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara disliked each other and wanted to compete at any time, but once Yi Si spoke, everyone boarded the boat with peace of mind. Advertisement for this call, there are indeed many functional guards arranged. In the area of Redline and Myriad, Yi Si's appeal is very strong, even under such conditions, he still has appeal. At this moment, Sabaody is on top of the archipelago. Luoji and Whitebeard are all gathered in a small bar, pushing each other for drinks. Luoji, what Captain Locke said is very clear, I hope you will help us. You should be very clear about what our pursuit is. Why do you still feel relaxed when you are alone? Edward Newgate is also a person with pursuit. It hasn't been long since he was called Whitebeard. Now he is still a Nuo's Zhao, content to work within the organization and enjoy the convenience it brings. There is still a long way to go before becoming a real Four Emperors Whitebeard. After all, Locke's is still a powerful existence, and under the following conditions, there are still many things that can be done. Ha ha ha, Newgate, don't you understand me? What I really pursue is not who is the most powerful existence, but what I pursue is equal existence, achievable. 127 The Battle of Sabaody. When Luoji said it, his heart was very surging, and he was completely involved in it. Newgate looked at Luoji's crazy look, and really didn't know what to say. Newgate had heard of some legends about the country of D before, but speaking of the truth, no one could prove that it really existed, or that there were other circumstances. It's just a legend, not enough to express the real meaning. But looking at it now, there seems to be a big gap in it, and if you have a plan for the next step, you need to see the specific reason. Luoji has been pursuing the truth about the country of D for so long, so he is unwilling to join the Locke's team. Locke's is definitely a team of 270 with his own selfish desires. But in terms of the facts at hand, if you don't join, just relying on the current situation, it will be really troublesome. You know the strength of celestial dragons EC, if we are not united, the Locke's team may be suppressed. Just when Luoji and Whitebeard were chatting heartily and chatting about the next thing. Suddenly, the faces of these two powerful pirates change, and they set their sights in the distance. It seems that there is some terrible existence, approaching them little by little. Very powerful breath. Could it be that Yi Si and the others are chasing after you? Luoji's face was solemn, and there was an ominous premonition in his heart. With our current power, if there is a conflict with Yi Si like this, I can guarantee that we will be the ones who will lose at that time. Advertisement. Even Whitebeard, who has always been rebellious, felt uneasy at this time. I thought it was my illusion, but it turns out that you all feel the same powerful aura. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh too. At this moment, the three of them couldn't help but think of some anecdotes about Yi Si. It is said, beside this person known as the strongest celestial dragons, he saw many, many terrifying existences. If a person appears casually, he can have the ability to destroy the world and the power to call wind and rain. Not to be underestimated, How about it? Do you want to avoid the sharp edge first? Luo Jia's expression became more and more dignified. BFAI, this is for sure. This account, after we become stronger in the future, we will settle it with EC. Whitebeard took a gulp of his drink, emboldening himself. The two looked at each other and reached a consensus at the most critical moment. Leave this Sabaody archipelago first, however, I don't know if it's an illusion, I always feel as if someone is watching us from the dark. Advertisement Luo Jia seemed to be talking to himself. Is there anyone else here? No way. Whitebeard and Rayleigh stared wide-eyed, looked left and right, but still disappeared. They still believed what Luo Jia said. After all, it doesn't matter how you say it, Luo Jia's strength is very strong, and the strength of observation hockey is much stronger than the three of them. Moreover, Luo Jia would never joke about this kind of thing. I hope it's my illusion. Luo Jia shook his head and left here with a group of friends. What Luo Jia et al. Did not know was that, actually, that is not an illusion, because there are really people who see all their movements in the dark. And this person is Yi Si, whom they fear, and his subordinate, the mysterious strongman named Wu Zhou Wu. Prey found. Gojo Satoru, who was wearing a blindfold, chuckled, showing a strange smile, like a hunter hiding in the jungle, making people instinctively terrified. 128 approaching at this time. On the Blue Sea, a ship is approaching the Sabaody archipelago. On board, a young man with a relaxed expression was sitting. He is Yi Si. Suddenly, a voice that only Yi Si could hear rang directly in his mind. Hey, Master Yi Si, did you hear that? This is Gojo Satoru's voice. Huh? Gojo Satoru, what can I do for you? Yi Si asked. Prey, found. Luo Jia and Whitebeard are preparing to leave the Sabaody archipelago. Gojo Satoru Kaido, what? Yi stood up vigorously. Really, Whitebeard and Luo Jia are planning to escape from Sabaody archipelago? If these two guys are really allowed to escape, it will be very difficult to kill them in the future. Maybe others don't know how capable these two people are, but Yi Si knows very well that no matter if it's Whitebeard or this Luo Jia, they are all difficult existences. Especially Luo Jia. This existence known as One Piece in the future, although at this moment he is still trying to show his personality charm, and has not attracted a large number of people like later generations, but Yi Si believes that Luo Jia will have to give it a while. This person must be a serious trouble. If a few more years pass, Luo Jia's power will become even stronger. By then, it will be very difficult to completely eliminate this confidant's trouble. Advertisement Yi Si took a deep breath, turned around and said to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Now I give you a mission, immediately go after Luo Jia and Whitebeard, and kill them. Of course, capture alive is the best. Both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are warlike existences, and their favorite thing to do is fight. Fighting is the meaning of their life. Whitebeard is a good guy? The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised slightly, like a hunter smelling blood. Of course he is powerful, his strength is very powerful, maybe he is even stronger than you. Yi Si deliberately used the aggressive method to stimulate Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit. As predicted. After hearing these words, Uchiha Madara suddenly became full of fighting spirit, her hair stood up, and her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, said. Huh, stronger than me? This kind of thing is absolutely impossible, I'll kill that guy right now. Finished. Uchiha Madara burst out with a terrifying figure and disappeared in place like a black lightning bolt. Swish. The whole person disappeared, I don't know where to go. Master Yi Si, if I can kill Luo Jia for you, what reward do you have for me? Senju Hashirama coughed. It's really rare that you would make such a request. Yi Si was a little surprised. If you want some rewards occasionally, just think of it as motivating yourself. After all, this is work. Ask for flowers. Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head and laughed. Advertisement, that's it. After thinking for a while, Yi continued to speak. If you can really win Luo Jia for me, I can give you 1 billion Baileys as a reward. If you die, you must see the corpse, but if you live, you must see the person, how about it? I heard this. Senju Hashirama is thrilled, 1 billion Baileys. What an exaggerated reward. Please rest assured, Master Yi Si, I will leave this matter to me. I promise Luo Jia is dead. Zero Senju Hashirama followed suit. The two gods of ninjas fought against the pirates for 2 days. This picture really makes me look forward to it. Yi Si smiled slightly. It seemed that he had seen such a fierce battle. Sabaody archipelago. Luo Jia and the others are speeding up and fleeing, all of them bursting out at full speed, wanting to leave this Sabaody archipelago completely in the shortest possible time. When they arrive at District 19, suddenly, 2 figures carrying boundless silver meteors descended from the sky, descended here, and blocked their way. These 2 people, not others. It was Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara sent by Yi Si. These 2 are masters. Could it be that it's the pursuers sent by Yi Si? Rayleigh's pupils narrowed, instinctively feeling a little uneasy. 129 Where is this expert? That kind of powerful aura without anger and self-prestige is really terrifying. Whitebeard and Luo Jia, like Rayleigh, felt a terrible sense of coercion from each other. The 2 of them couldn't help but look at each other and saw the shock from under each other's eyes. Where did these 2 guys come from? It hasn't waited for Luo Jia and others to recover. A generation of lunatic Uchiha Madara took a step forward, and a terrifying aura erupted from his whole body. 017. Said to everyone with a condescending attitude. Luo Jia, Whitebeard, there is still snow, right? You all don't have to leave today, just die here. Remember, the one who kills you is called Uchiha Madara. These words are full of madness. If some cats and dogs said these words, then Whitebeard and Luo Jia would not say much, and Songjin treated it as a joke. Take them both. Just kidding. But the problem is, The madman in front of me who doesn't know his background really has a few brushes. Others may not be able to see it, and they may not have such a good vision. But how could Whitebeard and Luo Jia, the two seasoned veterans, fail to see the terrifying power hidden in this madman? That is a terrifying force that cannot be described in any words. Excuse me, is your Whitebeard? Advertisement? My name is Senju Hashirama, please give me your advice in the future. Senju Hashirama also stepped up. Like the Uchiha Madara, it exudes a particularly powerful aura. Now, Luo Jia and the others were completely stunned. Uchiha Madara alone is enough for them. It turns out that there is another character as powerful as Uchiha Madara? This is simply killing them. Yi Si is really powerful. I don't know where to find such powerful two peerless powerhouses. A Uchiha Madara, a Senju Hashirama, both are terrifying existences. If only these two people are okay, if there are a few more people, then we really can't bear it, maybe we will all die here. The more Luo Jia and the others thought about it, the more fearful they became. No doubt, they are now in a huge predicament. It's like a quagmire, it's hard to get out. Luo Jia, really? Let's go. Advertisement? I'm here to break it. Whitebeard suddenly made up his mind and uttered some lofty and ambitious words. What? You want to cut off the queen? Luo Jia seemed to know Whitebeard only today, and took a deep look at Whitebeard. Do you think I'm joking? Don't worry, I mean it. Whitebeard said flatly. Luo Jia didn't know what to say for a while, but now he was really touched. He really didn't expect that the other party would do this. Captain, we can't waste Whitebeard's kindness, let's go quickly. If we don't leave and delay the time, it will be bad news for us. Rayleigh exclaimed. Whitebeard, 2.6, you take care. Luo Jia took a deep look at Whitebeard, and admired him even more as an old friend. At this time, the image of Whitebeard in his heart became even taller. Perhaps, this is the so-called good friend. What are you still talking nonsense about? Let's go. Whitebeard looked disapproving, and laughed loudly while drinking the wine in one hand. 130 Luo Jia ran away. Luo Jia and the others were no longer mother-in-law. They immediately turned around and fled in another direction. They know they are sorry for Whitebeard, but they can only do this now. If the fight continues like this, not only Whitebeard, but even Luo Jia will have to answer here. This is for the bigger picture, seeing that Luo Jia was about to flee from here. Senju Hashirama is in a hurry. Before, Yi Si had specifically told him that he must kill Luo Jia. Can now, Luo Jia is going to escape from his sight? Can Senju Hashirama be 15 in no rush? Very urgent? B***************** D. In front of me, you still dared to escape? Have you asked about my ninjutsu? After Senju Hashirama roared, he decided to use all his abilities to confess his prey, Luo Jia, and never allow the latter to escape safely. Wood style. Tree world. The next moment, a vast force dominates the surrounding trees. Advertisement. Those aged trees came alive as if they had spirituality, and they approached Luo Jia and the others strangely. At this time, Whitebeard also made a move. Your opponent is me. With a roar from Whitebeard, one of Paramesh's strongest fruits, the terrifying ability called Shock Fruit, is fully displayed at this moment. Boom. The air seemed to be shattered abruptly, and there was a glass-like sound. Follow closely. An astonishing shockwave rushed towards those trees. The trees were instantly crushed into slag, making Senju Hashirama's offensive invisible. Also thanks to Whitebeard's shot, Luo Jia and others managed to get away from number 10. Hateful. My prey has escaped. Senju Hashirama, who has always been steady, can't help but look a little annoyed. Ha 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 ha, it's really interesting. Uchiha Madara, who was on the side, couldn't help making a mocking sound when he saw his old friend suffer loss. Of course, he likes seeing his old friend suffer loss the most. Even Uchiha Madara wished this situation could happen a few more times. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, advertisement? Are you sent by Yi Si? Whitebeard's sharp gaze, like a blade, swept across the two of them. Yes, the eldest in my family is Yi Si, what's the problem? Uchiha Madara Haki was exposed, in his trouser pocket, and showed no sign of being intimidated by Whitebeard. It stands to reason. After seeing Whitebeard, the average person will probably be scared to death. After all, that is the famous Whitebeard, one of the 4 pillars of the Locke's pirates. In the Grand Line, no one knows how many famous pirates died at the hands of Whitebeard. Not to mention being a pirate, even Marine, who is known as a teacher of justice, would not dare to offend Whitebeard rashly. After all, the latter is really powerful, not the kind of power on paper, but really powerful. But where is Uchiha Madara? What ordinary people, he, will be afraid of 397 Whitebeard. In this world, there is only one person he is afraid of, and that is Yi Si. Uchiha Madara is not afraid of anyone except the respected Lord Yi Si. I really want to know, besides the two of you, are there any strong people like you on Yi Si's side? Whitebeard was silent for a while and then said. There are a few that are as powerful as me. What, are you going to challenge us all at once? I think you take yourself too seriously. Uchiha Madara shook his head and said lightly, I don't know how good you are, I just asked casually. Whitebeard laughed. .131 Whitebeard versus Senju Hashirama. At this time, Senju Hashirama seemed to have reacted, his face became very ugly, and said, I was fooled. This Whitebeard, pretending to talk to us, is actually delaying time.
Whitebeard did not deny it, but admitted it openly, continued to laugh openly, and said, Senju Hashirama, right. You are really right, I really think so.
Senju Hashirama has always been calm. Many people admire him for his steady style and prudent character. Can now? He was already furious with anger. Stop talking so much nonsense with him, let's go together. Senju Hashirama confronted Whitebeard with a powerful move and spoke to Uchiha Madara. However, it is rare for Uchiha Madara to not make a move, standing quietly in place, looking like watching the excitement. I won't make a move, what can you do to me? Besides, I'm not in a hurry at all. Uchiha Madara chuckled. You, Senju Hashirama is going crazy. Look at the knife. At this time, Whitebeard slashed down suddenly, and at the same time, it carried the extremely powerful armament haki and a trace of the extremely destructive shock fruit power, which made the power of this knife very powerful. Faintly, the air was cut with a booming sound. Ordinary pirate powerhouses probably won't be able to stop this blow. Advertisement, however. What Whitebeard is facing now is not ordinary people. But that Senju Hashirama, wood style, break. Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu has reached a perfect state. All ninjutsu can be completed without relying on seals, and he completed his own counterattack almost in an instant. As the energy of ninjutsu spread out, dozens of tree spears with super destructive power formed in the midair, and flew towards Whitebeard in unison. Instinctively, Whitebeard drew the knife back to block the sudden onslaught of dozens of tree spears. The moment Whitebeard retreated, Senju Hashirama's furious blow landed on Whitebeard's head. Gallet. Boom. Whitebeard hastily grabbed his knife and blocked Senju Hashirama's blow. The two were fighting on equal footing, evenly matched. For a while, it was impossible to see who had the upper hand. You are so strong, you two, Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama each praised the other. And also smiled at the same time, advertisement in fact, in a sense. Whether it is Whitebeard or Senju Hashirama, they are all of the same nature.
He is a very combative person. If you insist on making a metaphor, the two of them slammed into each other like bison who didn't know where they came from.
Uchiha Madara in the distance, seeing all this in front of her eyes, couldn't help but smile slightly. Whitebeard? This name, I'm down, Uchiha Madara murmured. No one knows better than him how powerful his old friend, Senju Hashirama is. But, the man in front of him named Whitebeard was able to draw even with Zhao Dahao, Senju Hashirama. It can be seen how strong Whitebeard is. This power is not so simple that it can be described in words. Pungent, it was too intense as the Senju Hashirama and Whitebeard duo fought. As a result, it attracted a lot of powerhouses from other regions to watch the excitement. Look, isn't that Whitebeard? Am I not mistaken? That legendary existence actually fought a tie with a strong man who didn't know where he came from. 132 Dreadful Whitebeard. Wait a minute, what is the origin of that black-haired man? Why has the famous Whitebeard been unable to take down this man? This is simply an unbelievable thing. That black-haired man. And that weird trick, is it Devil Fruit's ability? The pirates who came to watch the excitement couldn't help but let out a sound of exclamation. All this before them was a very shocking thing, in their hearts. Whitebeard is a terrible existence, like a devil. But now, this devil-like existence was held back by a black-haired man who didn't know where he came from. 187. What's more terrible is that they still don't know the origin of that black-haired man with the same powerful strength. The weird trick even makes people guess whether it is the Logia fruit ability like Mumu fruit. Otherwise, this is really unreasonable. Boom. Boom. The fierce battle is still going on, and it will not stop at all because of the arrival of many pirates. The two figures that were so fast that even afterimages could not be seen clearly intertwined with each other. Collided together every time. Advertisement, there will be loud noises. At the same time, the surrounding environment, BFFB, has changed beyond recognition because of the confrontation between the two of them. I'm afraid that if this continues, the entire number 19 area will be destroyed. Just when everyone was shocked, suddenly, a swift and fierce figure suddenly disappeared in place. Flew towards Whitebeard, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara finally made a move. As soon as you make a move, it is the trick you are best at and most proud of. The giant fireball made of unflammable elements raised the surrounding temperature by several degrees. From a distance, it looked like a small spark, roaring towards Whitebeard. Because Whitebeard's full attention was on Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara's timing was so good that when the giant fireball hit him, Whitebeard had no time to dodge and was directly caught by the fireball. Hit by a giant fireball. Boom. Under the sound of a deafening explosion, a figure in a state of embarrassment was directly thrown out, wrapped in billowing black smoke, and fell down 100 meters away. Advertisement, the pirates here can't help but widen their eyes. Good, the figure that was knocked into the air was none other than Whitebeard, one of the four pillars of the Lock's pirates. Whitebeard actually suffered such a big loss. A pirate wiped his eyes with a look of disbelief. The other pirates present also had the same expressions. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real, and that Whitebeard would be in such a predicament. If this incident gets out, I'm afraid newspapers all over the world will be sold out. 2 to 1. What? Whitebeard staggered to his feet, compared to a paler face than before. Apparently Uchiha Madara's attack just now worked. No one knows that better than Whitebeard, how amazing and terrifying the power of that giant fireball was. If it wasn't because of his strong physical fitness, I'm afraid he would really fall to the ground now, and he wouldn't even be able to stand up. That blow was truly terrifying. Senju Hashirama was very dissatisfied with Uchiha Madara's sudden shot, saying, "Why did you make a shot? This is obviously my prey, you're breaking the rules." 133 The pirate in distress Uchiha Madara laughed loudly, and said, "Who said this is your prey? Don't forget, your prey has already run away, and this prey called Whitebeard is obviously mine." Senju Hashirama said cheekily. At that time, Master Yi Si just said that we should take down Whitebeard and Luogia, but he never said that I can't take action against Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard's head is in hand, Yi Si will naturally think that I killed him. Whitebeard, the credit is mine. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara suddenly became angry, and said, "What do you mean? Obviously your prey was let go because of your carelessness, but now you are going to snatch my prey instead? You are too big, that's too much? Senju Hashirama said with a smile. You can't say that, it means whoever has the ability can take the lead. Uchiha Madara was almost p***d off, and said, you. Whitebeard has mixed feelings. What is this? Those two people seem to think that they are determined, like him. You two, do you really think you can take me down? Whitebeard snorted coldly and said, oh. The two stopped arguing, and Chi-Chi set his sights on Whitebeard. Let the horses come here. Even if you two go up together, I won't be afraid.
Even in the face of two peerless powerhouses who are not inferior in the slightest, Whitebeard is still unsatisfied, and has the same arrogance as before, as if this matter is an easy thing for him.
Ha 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 ha, interesting, advertisement, are you going to challenge the two of us? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other and laughed. The two of them seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Do you think I'm joking? No, I'm serious. Whitebeard spoke seriously. That expression, that tone of voice, seemed to be true. This peerless pirate named Whitebeard really intends to challenge the two powerhouses at once. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. Senju Hashirama outrageous shot, Whitebeard, die. Uchiha Madara also slammed in, fire style, wood style. Destroy. One person releases an endless stream of wood elements with strong vitality, while the other releases a raging, burning flame that seems to never go out. When the two elements combine together, they form a terrifying joint attack. Rat. Fire and wood. The combination of the two elements has abruptly raised the power of the trick to a higher level. Advertisement, cut. Whitebeard exerted all his strength and poured all his strength into the next blow. A terrifying sword intent that seemed to be able to cut through the world, carrying the ability of Shockfruit, completely cut towards the past. Zero boom. When the sword energy and the flames came into contact, an astonishing aftermath erupted. Follow closely. That saber energy, then dissipated in the air. What? Whitebeard's pupils narrowed, when he slowed down. It is too late. Lai Yan, raging flames, has already arrived in front of my eyes. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard's figure was completely caught in the sea of flames. No one knew whether this legendary pirate with great reputation was dead or alive. After seeing this scene, the pirates in the distance gasped again. Whitebeard, isn't he dead? A pirate wearing a mask couldn't help but speak out the voices of everyone. 134 Whitebeard won't die, yes. That Whitebeard wouldn't just die like this? Different from others present. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are very clear, this guy Whitebeard is probably not dead.
Ha ha ha, you are really powerful. Accompanied by enthusiastic laughter, a tyrannical saber energy extinguished the surrounding flames.
Then, Whitebeard's figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. 0.70 inches is different from before. At this moment, Whitebeard has burn marks all over his body, his clothes are all in tatters, and he looks like a beggar who doesn't know where he came from. That's right, after receiving a blow from the two of us, he can still stabilize his figure. Senju Hashirama sighed first, and then spoke. I have to say, you do have the capital of arrogance. Uchiha Madara also nodded in praise. Whitebeard wiped the blood from his mouth, and said in a deep voice. I also have to say, I may have to take back what I said before, and I may not be able to beat you all by myself. Don't look at Whitebeard looking like he can still fight now. But in fact, already exhausted, advertisement. Originally, Whitebeard had lost a lot of physical strength due to the battle with Senju Hashirama.
Now, if I do this again, the physical strength that was originally not much will be bottomed out in an instant.
That is. If there are a few more attacks like one just now, Whitebeard might really fall down. This is not a joke, it is definitely something that may happen. Right now. A young man in brocade clothes with a leisurely expression came here slowly with his hands behind his back. The moment this person appeared on the stage, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who were still so rebellious before, suddenly became extremely respectful, like two tigers with their sharp teeth away. They spoke to the young man. Meet Master Yi Si. The sound of Master Yi Si caused a commotion in the audience. Whether it's Whitebeard or not, still came to watch the lively pirates. All of them stared wide-eyed, as if the eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, and put all their energy on Yi Si, the man with the title of the strongest celestial dragons. Every pirate present seems to remember Yi Si's handsome face in their hearts and souls. Is he that Yi Si? He looks more handsome and angry than the portrait. Strongest celestial dragons? To have powerhouses like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, that celestial dragons is really amazing. And I also heard that there are many special powerhouses gathered around that celestial dragons. Advertisement voices of shock and panic rang out in the 19 counties one after another. Whitebeard took a deep look at Yi Si. You, are Yi Si? Yi Si chuckled. Long time no see, Whitebeard. I guess we haven't seen each other in a while. When Whitebeard heard this, he was a little surprised, and subconsciously said, could it be that the two of us have met before this? Yi Si nodded. Of course I've seen it before. Could it be that you've forgotten it? Of course, it's a very distant thing, and it's normal for you not to remember it at 0.8. Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled awkwardly. Could it be that his memory is really showing signs of decline? He even forgot about this kind of thing, what a shame. Yi Si changed the topic. Where's your old friend Luogia, and really, have they all run away? As soon as the words came out, Senju Hashirama is embarrassing. 135 The arrival of Yi Si. After all, Luogia was his prey, and he slipped away like this, how could he be in a better mood? Lord Yi Si, I'm sorry, I caused Luogia and the others to run away in a moment of carelessness. Senju Hashirama apologized very much. Yi Si didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and said lightly, it's nothing, you just have to work harder next time. As a human, of course you will do a few things wrong, and of course the most important thing is, can you make it up? Yes, you are right. Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be punished by Master Yi Si. To be honest, from the very beginning, Yi Si didn't think that once he was 15, he would be able to successfully catch Luo Jia, a confidant. After all, no matter what, Luo Jia is a legendary figure who will be called One Piece in the future. If he was caught just like this, he might even wonder if the other party was a counterfeit for a while, and he was caught so easily by him. What's more, it's worth mentioning that this Luo Jia's luck has always been very high, and there will always be things favored by the goddess of fate. But, Yi Si thought for a second, he didn't think that Luo Jia's luck was really so heaven-defying and invincible. Believe that one day, he must be able to catch this Luo Jia. Afterwards, Yi Si stopped thinking about Luo Jia, but refocused on Whitebeard and interesting prey. Advertisement, Senju Hashirama, I'm giving you a chance now. Take Whitebeard, remember, I want to live, I heard this. Senju Hashirama rejoices, Whitebeard, our battle is only now beginning. As soon as the voice fell, Senju Hashirama let out a hideous sound, shot again, and rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight Senju Hashirama again. Yi Si was worried that something might go wrong, or worried that Whitebeard, a big fish, would slip away, so he ordered Uchiha Madara and other powerful subordinates, saying, pay attention, cut off the back of Ribbard. Uchiha Madara and the others nodded heavily, and completely blocked all Whitebeard's escape routes from different locations. In this way, Whitebeard is really hard to fly. Even if Whitebeard had a pair of wings, it would be difficult to escape from here. No doubt, today's Whitebeard is really in a crisis. Hateful. Am I really going to die here? Whitebeard was very angry and felt a little helpless. Advertisement, he doesn't want to see this kind of thing, but it's also something that can't be helped. Facing so many strong, he really couldn't think of any possibility for him to get rid of it. Whitebeard, surrender, Senju Hashirama yelled and shot. Surrender? That's impossible, 437 Whitebeard growled. Then, these two peerless powerhouses once again clashed fiercely. In this way, a fierce fight that completely surpassed everyone present kicked off again. Wood style. Wooden dragon technique. Senju Hashirama distributes chakra all over the body to the ground. In just a few breaths, the tree blessed by chakra grew rapidly and quickly turned into a very swift and terrifying earth dragon. The wooden dragon, like a real dragon, roared, and its sharp claws seemed to be able to cut through everything. Humph. Just this little toy, are you trying to knock me down? Whitebeard growled. 136 shock fruit. Not to be outdone, Whitebeard directly slashed down. This crisp and sharp knife cut the wooden dragon into pieces like tofu. Just as Whitebeard smiled, delighted at his masterpiece. Suddenly, the wooden dragon that was supposed to fall stood up again strangely and quickly recovered itself. What's worse, it seems that its size is much bigger than before. How is this possible? Whitebeard is dumbfounded. What exactly is this ability? Can it heal itself? Before Whitebeard recovered, the mighty earth dragon, under the control of Senju Hashirama, launched a deadly attack on Whitebeard once again. The sudden fatal attack caught Whitebeard off guard in an instant. At this time, Whitebeard is not the existence that the world will call the strongest man in the future. Although he has sufficient experience now, he has not yet achieved the insight to see through everything. It happened. After Whitebeard sighed secretly, his whole body was bitten by the wooden dragon, and he couldn't move. This bite hit Whitebeard hard. Whitebeard was already injured, and this blow made him worse. You are defeated. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama crosses his arms and looks at Whitebeard amusedly. If it's one-on-one, I will never lose, Whitebeard gritted his teeth. No matter what, you are defeated after all, aren't you? Senju Hashirama made a bold voice. Whitebeard hung his head a little dejectedly. Yes, he is already powerless revolving heaven. If you lose, you lose. What are you looking for with so many excuses, at this time?
Yi Si suddenly said, Whitebeard, are you convinced?
Nonsense, of course I don't accept it, Whitebeard snapped back immediately. Yi Si nodded slightly. Very well, I appreciate your fearless backbone, but have you ever thought about whether it would be a waste of your life to die here like this? Whitebeard frowned, seeming to have guessed Yi Si's intentions, and said, why did you say that to me? Don't tell me, you're going to persuade me to surrender. Advertisement. Yi Si shook his head, and said, a man of iron and blood like you, I'm afraid that no matter what I say, no matter how good the terms are, you won't surrender. Whitebeard smiled miserably, and said, it sounds like you know me very well, so what do you know about me? Right now. Sudden, 4 terrifying figures flew from afar. Whitebeard subconsciously cast his gaze over, trying to see who was coming. Then enter the purpose. They are the 4 old friends who are all too familiar. It's the old crew who fought alongside Whitebeard in the past, that is, the remnants of Locks. Captain John, Captain Ochaku, Captain Silver Axe, Captain Dorothy. These 4 people are all one of the top cadres of the invincible Lock de Li Jiao pirates in the past. Although his strength and fame are not as good as a pillar like Whitebeard, he can be regarded as a hero. Since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, these captains, who existed like mourning dogs, have fled around with their own subordinates, seizing the island while avoiding the marine, quietly developing their own power, and gradually developing their own power. Overlord. Coincidentally, the 4 of them happened to come to the Sabadi archipelago, and just happened to encounter such a thing. 137 What? Locke's remnant. It was also a very coincidence that I met such an all too familiar enemy as Yi Si. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. The once powerful Locke's pirates were destroyed by Yi Si, the celestial dragons. Let me ask, how could Captain John, the top cadres, let go of their hatred so easily, and thus give up the idea of revenge against Yi Si? Toro. The time seems to have come. By Yi Si's side, I didn't see Marine's 4 major events. That's ugly, Whitebeard, ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that you, 927, would have such a day. It doesn't matter, Whitebeard, let me avenge you today. HMPH, Whitebeard, you are really embarrassing to our Lock's pirates. The 4 Lock Sea Remnant Party cadres have different looks and tones, some are laughing, some are angry at what happened to Whitebeard, and some are expressionless, not caring about Whitebeard at all, just thinking about how to get rid of Yi Si, avenge old Captain Locks. Why are you here? Whitebeard's expression changed slightly. He really didn't think of it. These 4 old friends will suddenly appear here. Since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, advertisement. A group of partners in great trouble flies separately. I thought it was impossible to meet each other in this life. It was also possible to meet and impel down. But Whitebeard really did not expect that they would reunite in such a way and at such a place. This point Whitebeard never imagined. This is completely beyond the scope of his own imagination. Do you still need to ask why? We must come here for revenge? The tall man named Silver Axe laughed loudly. The huge axe on his shoulder was particularly conspicuous. That extraordinarily dazzling silver giant axe looked very heavy, and I don't know how many caddies it weighed. Brothers, it's time to come out, suddenly John called out. The voice just fell. A group of pirates like tigers and wolves came out from all directions, BFDF. Most of the people here are the vicious pirates recently collected by John and other cadres. They are all pirates with high bounties, without exception, they are all ruthless people. Picking out a person at random belongs to the kind of existence that kills without blinking an eye. Even in this one, there are a few more big pirates with a bounty of over 500 million. This is where John and others rely on, and it is also the source of their self-confidence. Advertisement with so many powerful subordinates, plus Yi Si didn't bring many subordinates today, why would they worry about revenge? Is he that Yi Si? Celestial dragons, damn it, kill all celestial dragons, kill all celestial dragons. Avenge Captain Locks, the pirates grinned grimly. When they looked at Yi Si, it was like looking at a delicious little white sheep. If eyes can kill, I'm afraid that at this moment, Yi Si has already died thousands of times. Even at this moment, Yi Si was surrounded by enemies, but there was no trace of fear on his face. If you want to ask why, because, by his side, looking at the subordinates who are unparalleled in the world. Shall I do it? I haven't shot for a long time, my hands are a little itchy. A silver-haired man wearing a black blindfold blew a whistle and slowly jumped down from the tree. He is Wujo Satoru, 138 but a group of defeated generals. Locke's remnants? A group of defeated generals dared to come back to seek revenge on me? It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Uchiha Madara is still the peerless strongman with haki exposed, his face is full of disdain, as if the pirates in front of him are waste among a group of waste. It's really troublesome, so many people are here again. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, although he said so, there was the same fighting spirit in his eyes as always. I thought someone was coming, but it turned out to be a group of reptiles. I was really disappointed. Tornado sighed. All the otherworld characters around Yi Si sighed. No matter the expression, still tone, or action. They all looked down on Captain John and others who came to revenge from the bottom of their hearts. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, these Locke's remnants are very powerful. But in the eyes of Uchiha Madara and others, they are like waste. A bunch of bastards, how dare they look down on us? The Locke's remnants are furious. Why can't they see it? Yi Si's subordinates can't even look down on them. Interesting. Let me go first and kill you all. Advertisement. A man named Deruoliu, with a cigar in his mouth, emitted thick fog all over his body. Obviously, Deruoliu is a devil fruit capable user. That thick fog is the best proof, smoky fruit ability user. It is worth mentioning that after many years, there will be a man named Smoker who will inherit the smoke fruit. Of course, that's all behind the scenes. Tornado, go ahead. Remember to clean up, Yi Si said lightly. Okay, leave it to me. The tornado floated in midair and flew over slowly. Seeing that Yi Si sent a little girl out, Deruo left the consciousness thinking that the other party looked down on him, and even sent a little girl to deal with him. Isn't this looking down on him or what? Oh, I'm angry too. You actually sent a little girl out, Yi Si, you really look down on me. Deruoliu was furious. As his anger rose, more smoke was emitted from his body. When Long Wan learned that the enemy regarded him as a little girl, his whole body went crazy. Advertisement, what did you say, I'm a little girl? Asking for flowers. Tornado pointed at himself and said in disbelief. If I'm not mistaken, you may not even be 15 years old. Deruoliu looked disdainful, and he never took the tornado seriously. However, different from Deruoliu, several other Locke's veteran powerhouses frowned, looking at Tornado with fear in their eyes. 0. Because they had reacted, and suddenly remembered about the tornado. In the recent battle of the Valley of the Gods, there was such a little girl who used her terrifying ability to call the wind and rain, and in a short period of time, dealt a heavy blow to the Locke's pirates. How could the veteran Locks have forgotten everything that happened that day? ##. Yes, that seems to be the name. The little girl floating in midair in front of them overlapped with a certain figure in their minds. Watch out for her, this woman is not simple. Even Captain John, who is fearless and has always been known as a madman, is sweating profusely at this time, kindly reminding his comrades not to be careless. 139. This woman is a bit powerful, isn't she just a little girl? What's there to be afraid of? You guys are overthinking things too much. See how I can blow this little friend up. Deruoliu thrust his waist, laughing wildly. This is courting death. At this time, the hair of the tornado has exploded. All stand up. Those who were familiar with tornadoes couldn't help trembling when they saw this scene. That woman is about to lose her temper. Uchi, 923, Wave Madara wiped his sweat. Indeed, let's take a few steps back first. Yi Si also spoke while wiping off his sweat. Say your name. Tornado's murderous intentions arose, and he looked at Daruliu with malicious intentions. My name is Dorothy, one of the top cadres of the Lock Remnant Party. Daruliu patted his chest, looking proud and complacent. Drolius, right? Go to hell, after Long Wan finished speaking indifferently. With the ability to launch quietly, just like the name's terrifying ability, it is fully unfolded at this moment. A terrifying tornado quickly formed, carrying boundless power, roaring towards Daruliu. Advertisement wherever you go. All destroyed. On the ground, countless large pits appeared. The surrounding old trees were blown down, scary, very scary. Even John and the others, who were separated by some distance, had to retreat. What a terrible tornado. Is this really a trick that people can use? What is this? It's so scary, it's broken. I don't know if Daruliu can block this blow. At this moment, we can only trust Daruliu. With its ability, it shouldn't die. After all, no matter how you say it, Daruliu is a person with the ability to smoke fruit. At this time, what others don't know is, Daruliu is panicking now. The current him, where does he still have that complacent look before? Calm, it's flustered, of course. Daruliu would not sit still. He immediately elementalized himself and turned himself into a cloud of smoke, intending to leave here to temporarily avoid the edge. But, this Dajaliu is obviously not very good at physics, or there is something wrong with his mind. In the face of a tornado, he dared to turn into smoke and escape. Is he courting death or what? Dajaliu, who turned into smoke, was swept into it by the tornado. A series of screams came from its center. Advertisement. No no no. Let go of me, after about tens of seconds. The sound stopped abruptly. The screams also disappeared. The tornado gradually dissipated. A body with a blurry face fell to the ground. Died. Everyone in the distance gasped when they saw this scene. Especially the members of Locke's remnants, they almost fainted from fright. What? Daruliu was killed in seconds. What an unbelievable thing. If you hadn't seen all this with your own eyes, I'm afraid everyone present would have doubted whether all this was a fake 5.3, otherwise, how could such a terrifying thing have happened? The Locke's remnants are very clear about how powerful their partner named Daruliu is. Result. Just like this, you couldn't hold it for even a minute, and you just got blown up? This is simply an instant kill. This is impossible. Ochaku, who has always been familiar with Daruliu, was both angry and shocked. 140 That's it. Ochaku is very clear. How strong is the strength of my brother? Not only has the powerful Yanyan fruit, but its hockey and physical skills are undoubtedly first class. But under the little girl's hands, Daruliu was as brittle as a piece of white paper and was immediately snapped. Let me ask, how could Tien Dun not be shocked at this time? Whitebeard, who was trapped by Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu, also quietly saw everything just now. This man, who will be called the strongest man in the future, was as shocked as everyone else. That 15 guy was killed in seconds? Terrible woman? The more Whitebeard thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Even he felt it. Even if Charlotte and Linlin make a shot, they may not be able to win the tornado. Can't do it well. The one who got knocked down was Charlotte Linlin. After all, that tornado is really awesome. As if asking for credit, Long Wan came to Yi Si's side with a grin and said, Master Yi Si, how am I doing? Good job. Yi Si is smiling. Really, that's really great. Hearing Yi Si praise himself, Teng Wan smiled like a flower, obviously very happy. Advertisement followed closely. Yi Si cast her eyes in the distance, on John and the others, and said coldly. So, you. Who else wants to make a move? Just let the horse out. As soon as these words came out, Locke's remnants are already trembling. Just a little girl beside Yi Si has such a powerful strength. One can imagine. How terrifying is this Yi Si's power? The cadres who were full of confidence at first couldn't think of a word what to say. If you want to ask why, they really don't know what to do with themselves. I thought, this is a great opportunity for revenge. The result now looks, this has become their own trap instead. Yi Si spoke again. Certainly, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a chance. As long as it is one-on-one, to defeat 10 of my minions. I can let all of you here go. Yes, you heard me right, everyone. These words. Advertisement the faces of Locke's remnants changed slightly, and each of them wondered if there was something wrong with their ears, so that they heard such absurd words. What? As long as you defeat one of your subordinates in a one-on-one way, will they be considered successful? This is unbelievable. You're not kidding, are you? Ochaku swallowed hard, and said in disbelief. Do you think I'm joking? No, I'm serious. I said it and I did it, Yi Si said seriously. That expression seemed to come from the heart. 71. 553 It is true. At this moment, Locke's remnants looked at each other, and they all saw the shock from under the other's eyes. This Yi Si actually came up with such a trick, really unexpected. Interesting. Just let me come first. John is walking with a big knife in his hand, every step of the way. I remember you. You seem to be called John. I remember that you were in the Valley of God's War. You should have died there, but why are you still alive? Yi Si was a little puzzled. HMPH, this is my secret. How could I tell you? John snorted coldly, very dissatisfied. However, it doesn't matter anymore. After all, you will surely die in the future, and it is impossible to be alive. 141 Gojo Satoru. 3 tricks for you. After Yi Si quickly said this, he cast his eyes on Wujo Wu in the distance, and said again, Wujo Wu, let you take the first shot and deal with this John. Remember to do it beautifully. After listening to these words, Gojo Satoru wiped his nose and smiled. Master Yi Si, you can just rest assured. Garbage and waste like this can't beat me at all. Beneath the hippie smile, there are ruthless mocking words. This changed the face of the always proud John, and there was anger burning in his eyes. Calm down, others are using aggressive tactics. Silver Axe beside him spoke. Calm down. Since the other party looks down on me so much, then I will definitely make the other party pay a heavy price. I must kill the other party, I said this. John was furious, looking at Wujo Satoru, as if looking at a dead person. Faced with a famous pirate captain like John, most people would have already turned pale from fright. But, how could Gojo Satoru be an ordinary person? Not only did Gojo Satoru not be afraid of Captain John, but he treated him like a clown. Ah yes, advertisement? I can give you 3 tricks first. After the 3 moves, I will make a move. So, please seize the opportunity, understand? Gojo Satoru held up 3 fingers and said with a smile. As soon as the words came out, John was stunned. The rest of the lock's remnants, too, were stunned. What? Give 3 moves first? Are you serious? After being stunned for a while, John came to his senses. Of course I'm serious, please come here, of course, I really won't even know how to fight back. I'll just stand still and let you attack with 3 moves. After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, he looked at Yi Si in the distance respectfully and said, Master Yi Si, I wonder if you would agree to my proposal. Yi Si smiled and said, I always agree with your ability, since you want to do it like this, go ahead and do it boldly. It is good. Gojo Satoru nodded, then turned to look at John, who was already burning with anger. You can make a move, Little John, this is Little John. Advertisement. It can be regarded as completely arousing John's anger. Blindfold B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈ he came from, took out a bottle of potion containing a mysterious potion, and poured it into his mouth. Grunt. Grunt. Under the mysterious potion, John's body size is getting bigger and bigger, and he has grown several times. From a distance, it looks like a small-eared man. That huge figure is daunting, just looking at it is inexplicable fear. It seems that as long as one kicks casually, a big hole can be stepped on the ground. In the distance, the remnants of the Locks, who seemed to know something, opened their mouths wide and let out one cry after another. It seems that this John was really in a hurry. He even drank that bottle of potion, of Wang Zhao's. This is not a joke. Has he really forgotten that the potion will bring what a big side effect? Captain Ochaku wiped his eyes and said in disbelief. The others present, like Ochaku, were puzzled and shocked by John's behavior. At this point, do I have any other choice? Yes, I am very upset about that blindfold guy named Gojo Satoru, but I have to say that the other party has very strong strength. 142 instant kill John. If there is a real fight, with my original strength, it may not be the opponent's strength, therefore, I can only do this now. John said in a low voice. Don't look at John's angry, brain-evaporated appearance. But in fact, John was calm throughout. He knew exactly what he was doing and what it would mean for him to do so. This blindfold guy named Gojo Satoru is very strong, very powerful. If he doesn't do this, then he can be sure that he will definitely lose. Have you finished your nonsense? Can I fight? Gojo Satoru scratched his head and said impatiently. Going to hell in such a hurry? That's fine, I'll let you do it. John made a grimace when he said this, and his huge 317 fist was like an invincible battering ram, and he swung towards Gojo Satoru with an indomitable momentum and terrifying power. This huge punch, coupled with John's powerful body, looks like a titan's fist. I'm afraid that no matter how hard the city wall is, it will be smashed to pieces by this punch. However, face this punch, Gojo Satoru was calm and composed. It even seemed a little cloudy and breezy. Advertisement. Boom. After the punch fell, an astonishing scene then occupied everyone's field of vision. The smoke cleared. BFCB, a tall figure stood there unharmed. Although he didn't move at all, he just stood there quietly. But with every gesture, it brings an invisible deterrent force to people. That terrifying sense of coercion is really not a joke. How is this possible? Incredible. John retracted his fist in surprise. To ask why he was so shocked, because Gojo Satoru, who was punched by his full force, was completely fine. Not only did he not fall down, but there was nothing wrong with it, not even the slightest flesh injury. The scene in front of him really made John doubt his life. Is this guy in front of you really human? How can it be so powerful? You still have 2 chances. I advise you to try harder. Gojo Satoru was calm and composed, and raised 2 fingers. That breezy attitude made John's face even uglier. Advertisement, hateful. Under the fury of John, he swung his second and third punches. Result. Without exception, all end in failure. Is it only to this extent? Gojo Satoru shook his head, looking very disappointed. I'm so mad. John gritted his teeth and threw his 4th punch. This punch is already where all his strength lies. The strength of the whole body, hockey, is being used to ultimate at this time. If you don't succeed, you will succeed, but at this moment. Gojo Satoru, move. Didn't I tell you? Only led you 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'm going to make a move. Accompanied by the cold and stern voice, Gojo Satoru's figure suddenly became insignificant. He was clearly standing there, but he felt like a ghost for no reason. It also has a special feeling like a transparent person. Then, the things that made John doubt his life happened to him again. I saw that his full-strength punch actually forcibly penetrated Gojo Satoru's transparent figure, and hit the ground directly. Relying on his terrifying strength, he smashed out a super brick that was nearly 100 meters away. Big pit. 143. Where did such a big person go? Why can't I hit this blindfolded B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** John was dumbfounded. For a while, I wondered if I had some kind of illusion ability. Otherwise, how to explain all this? It was obvious that his fist had indeed hit the opponent, but why did it give him a very uneasy feeling? Infinite technique. Open. Gojo Satoru clasped his hands together. Just a momentary thing. John, who looks like a titan, suddenly disappeared here, disappeared without a trace, as if he had completely evaporated in this world. No matter who he was, he couldn't see John. Gone. Totally gone. Such a big John disappeared in this world in a blink of an eye. Locke's remnants and others are like seeing ghosts like. Where's John? Why did he suddenly disappear? What the hell is going on here? Hey, come and tell me, it's not true. How did the John get there? It's not right, it's really not right. Why did the big old captain disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that blindfolded B************* D named Gojo Satoru did all of this? Advertisement. The Locke remnants were both shocked and deeply terrified. But in the blink of an eye, John, the man, just disappeared. Even alive, wouldn't be nice to go there either. Only a few people present could understand what happened just now. Ochaku and Silver Axe vaguely sensed something, but they didn't know how to describe what happened just now. Their mouths opened wide, but they couldn't utter a word. Such a thing is a miracle. It was a legendary pirate like Whitebeard who told everyone the truth. The man named Gojo Satoru. Could it be someone with abilities like Space Fruit? What Whitebeard said made the faces of Locke and others present change drastically. What is it called? A Space Fruit type ability user. Not bad, your eyesight is much better than others. However, this is not a fruit ability, but a spell. Gojo Satoru praised Whitebeard, then silently put on the blindfold to cover up his wise eyes. Asking for flowers. Tit. Whitebeard murmured the particular word. Advertisement, no doubt. The scene just now also brought a certain amount of shock to this legendary pirate. To be honest, Whitebeard has never seen such a shocking scene in his life. He has seen many strange things in his life, but like the scene that happened just now, he has never seen it before. All of this made him almost doubt his life. So, where did John go? A pirate couldn't help but speak. He is dead, Wujo Wu said lightly. Impossible. The pirate was unwilling to accept all of this and denied it all. Don't believe me? Well, I'll let him meet you, but before that, I advise you to be mentally prepared. Following Wujo Satoru's words, he just finished speaking. The infinite technique unfolded again. John, who was originally teleported to other spaces, returned here again. But, when everyone sees John again, the other party is already dead. The dead cannot die again. There is no vitality at all. .144 Crazy Ochaku. There is still a look of unwillingness and disbelief on his head. Probably even John himself did not think that he would die in such a way. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp. Although they had already prepared themselves, when they actually saw this scene, they still couldn't help but eat. You did a good job, Gojo Satoru. Yi Si smiled slightly. I still have to thank Master Yi Si of the 530. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my hand would be itchy for a while. Gojo Satoru also laughed. Then, Yi Si set his sights on the last two members of the four major cadres, Ochaku and Silver Axe. How about it? You two, do you want to fight? In plain words, but there is an invisible threat. I don't know why, but there seems to be an invisible magic power in such a soft sentence, which makes the Locke remnants present terrified. Some people, when they heard Yi Si's words, almost lost their balance and fell directly to the ground. Yi Si is no longer the young man he was back then. After going through so many things, he has gradually developed a kingly temperament that only those who have been in the top position for a long time can have. Even if it's just a small move, a word, it can put a lot of pressure on you. Advertisement. This is also the reason why Yi Si is called the strongest celestial dragons, and why so many people in today's sea are afraid of Yi Si. Without him, Yi Si, that's amazing, his ability is not ordinary. At this time, one of the four captains of the remnant party, Silver Axe's determination began to waver. If it was an hour ago, he might still have some confidence that with so many powerful subordinates, he could take down Yi Si, the great enemy. But now, everything is hard to say. After going through such a thing, Silver Axe no longer knows how to win. Whether it's Wujo Satoru, Tornado, or Yi Si's other subordinates, they are all the strongest among the strong by. Not to mention other people, even Wujo Satoru who just made a move is enough to kill his two brothers. Then, let alone other people? It's even bad to say, maybe it's on Yi Si's side. Is there anything stronger than Gojo Satoru? Unlike Silver Axe, Ochaku, a reckless guy, still has determination. Ochaku can't believe it, they really have no chance of winning at all? That is impossible. Ochaku took a deep breath, followed by an angry roar. Surrender. That's impossible. Advertisement, I can't surrender even if I die? For Ochaku, want him to surrender? You might as well just kill him. Oh, is it impossible to surrender even if you die? Interesting. Yi Si looked very interested, and then ordered one of his subordinates to attack. Misaka, are you confident to kill this guy? Misaka, who was named, was taken aback. Maybe she didn't expect that Yi Si would let her do it. 3.8. Yes. However, I'm afraid I'll strike too hard and kill him if I don't know. Or are you going to let me catch him? Misaka looked distressed. When everyone heard this, they were almost thrown to the ground by lightning. I thought, this cute girl will say things like she has no confidence. But I never thought that when I first came up, I said that I might not be able to hold Ochaku's words. 145 Ochaku shot. Ochaku fell. This made the remnants of Locke sigh once again. Why are the subordinates around Yi Si a group of monsters? You can do whatever you want, as long as you beat him. Yi Si laughed. That's it. That's fine, I'll do it. Misaka nodded slightly, turned around solemnly, and looked at Ochaku. On the body, the sound of thunder sounded from time to time, as if silently declaring Misaka's determination. Another girl. Ochaku frowned. Perhaps because the performance of the tornado just now was so shocking that even a reckless man like Ochaku had to change his original thinking and no longer underestimate any girl. Well, I'm ugly at the beginning, but I'm very good at 15. If you don't obediently surrender, you might really be electrocuted to death later. Compared to other people, Misaka's character is already kinder. Speak the truth. Although Misaka is very powerful and has experienced many battles, but no matter what, she is a high school girl after all, and the kindness in her heart has not disappeared. Misaka Ichiba's good intentions were misunderstood by Ochaku as friending him. Ochaku was shocked and angry. What is this?
He was actually looked down upon by a little girl.
It really makes no sense. Advertisement, let me go. Ochaku hasn't finished yet. A dazzling thunderlight has come through the sky. In the ears, there are thunder sounds. In the eyes, it is full of rage. The sound stopped abruptly. A battle-tested, pirate hero who can be described as having experienced many battles, fell heavily on the ground. Dying. Only one last breath left. Everyone present was stunned. This hasn't been played yet. Ochaku, down. Is Ochaku too weak, or is that woman named Misaka too powerful? Isn't this power gap too big? Suddenly the whole person disappeared. What could be more outrageous than this kind of thing? But what is a little reassuring is that Ochaku did not die on the spot, but was stunned alive, and it became difficult to get up even if his body could not move. What makes Ochaku feel even more helpless is that now even his tongue has been numbed by the electric shock, so that he can't speak a word, he can only whimper there. Take away. Advertisement. Yi Si waved his hand and asked someone to drag Ochaku away, ready to send him to impel down. With the defeat of John and others, the remnants of Locke, who were once so powerful and about to take revenge, were ashen-faced, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The original high morale no longer exists. Instead, it's extremely low-key. The whole atmosphere is very depressing. Silver Axe sighed, finally put down his weapon, and said helplessly, I'm willing to surrender. 770 inches as soon as the words came out. The Locke's remnants behind them dropped their weapons one after another, expressing their surrender. Some pirates didn't want to just put down their weapons and surrender, but turn around and plan to leave here. However, wait for the moment they just moved away. Waiting for them, it's a green and terrifying wooden dragon. On top of the wooden dragon, stood a man, Senju Hashirama. Everyone, where is this going? Han Hashirama smiled slightly, and looked at the remnants of Dolox, as if looking at ants. The faces of the pirates change, and they subconsciously wanted to change the direction. Since this one path doesn't work, then the second path will always work, right? 146 Revenge failed. The group destroyed Locks, however. When they go east, someone stopped them again. Only this time, the person who intercepted the shot was much more ruthless than Senju Hashirama. Exactly, I haven't had enough fun yet, let's just have fun. Uchiha Madara sneered, holding a fan handed down from generation to generation, and swung it vigorously. With every swing, a large number of pirates will die. But for a while, those pirates who wanted it all fell to the ground. Now, Locke's remnants are gone, no more power revolving heaven. Miracle? That's impossible, exactly at this time? Advertisement. Marine Shanshan is late. The leader is Yi Si's old acquaintance, one of the 3 marine admirals, Sengoku. Sengoku glanced around, and when he saw Whitebeard, his face changed slightly, and he couldn't help cheering, saying, Whitebeard, you have such a day too. Whitebeard turned his head away, not wanting others to see his ugly appearance. Although defeated, Whitebeard's proud posture is still there.
Then, Sengoku coughed, came to Yi Si, and said, Master Yi Si, I'm sorry, I came too late.
Before Yi Si could speak, the tornado on the side said angrily, How do you Marines do things? It took you a long time to fight, and your Marines just arrived? If this is on the battlefield, then you have already been bought. Although being angrily reprimanded by the tornado, Sengoku could only lower his head, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Who let the other party tell the truth? This is indeed what Marine did not do right, although it was only half an hour before and after, it also affected the overall situation. Sengoku is a general, of course he knows this time, if he is really on the battlefield, what a terrible thing will happen. Sorry, so sorry. Sengoku bowed his head deeply and apologized again. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. Yi Si waved his hand, looking calm and at ease. Advertisement. In fact, Yi Si never felt that the arrival of Marine would affect his layout. From the very beginning, none of his plans included Marine. If someone asked him why he was like this, then Yi Si would definitely answer that if his current subordinates were all gathered together, they might be stronger than the entire Marine. That is, the existence of Marine is dispensable. As long as Marine doesn't sabotage his plan, it's enough to provide him with information at critical moments. Of course, Yi Si will not say these things in his heart. After all, no matter how they say it, Marine is their force on the Celestial Dragon's side, especially Sengoku is still a high-end combat power. If there are some showy operations that lead to Marine and pirates joining forces, it will really change the situation in the world overnight. This is something Yi does not want to see. At this time, Sengoku's voice pulled Yi Si's thoughts back to reality, and said, Master Yi Si, I, deceived Zhao, can guarantee that things like today will never happen again. I promise. Sengoku repeated again to emphasize his determination. Okay, I'm willing to trust your hand. Yi Si patted Sengoku's shoulder and smiled slightly. Yes. Sengoku is very grateful. At this moment, Sengoku has a feeling that he is willing to die for Yi Si. As long as Yi Si has a word, Sengoku is willing to fight everywhere for Yi Si and crusade against all enemies. Advertisement 147 Sengoku who wants to be a marshal. If you want to atone for your crimes, then I can give you a small proposal. Not long ago, Luo Jia and others escaped from the Sabadi archipelago. If you can help them bring them back, I guarantee that the next marine marshal will be yours. Yi Si said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku once wondered if his ears heard something wrong, otherwise how could he hear such shocking words? What did you say? Shocked, Sengoku spoke in disbelief. Yi Si had no choice but to repeat what he said before, and now Sengoku was sure, and his ears heard correctly. Really, as long as I-923 catch Luo Jia and they come back, you will let me be the next marine marshal? Sengoku gets more excited the more he thinks about it. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Don't look at Sengoku's honest appearance, but in fact he wants to be the marine marshal more than anyone else. From a long time ago, Sengoku had a great ambition to become the marine marshal, but this dream was too far away, and he didn't want to be so high profile, so as not to be disturbed by other people, so he has been hiding it very well. People who don't know really think that Sengoku intends to be admiral for the rest of his life. In fact, Sengoku really wants to replace Kong and become the next marine marshal. If he, Sengoku, can complete the important task of exterminating pirates, then history will remember his name. Advertisement, of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking? Besides, you don't have to worry that my words are not convincing. I believe that as long as I say a word, that mysterious lord will obey me. Yi Si does have his arrogance capital. After all, behind him, there is arguably the strongest backstage, Master I Am. An existence like the co-lord of the world, I Am, has the power of life and death to dominate all life. And very coincidentally, Yim is very important to Yi Si. Almost all the power is handed over to Yi Si, in a sense. The status of Yi Si and 5 elders is equal. BFAH, even sometimes, Yi Si has more power than 5 elders in deciding some things. It is well deserved. Under one person, 10,000 people are right. Almost all celestial dragons want to replace Yi Si's current status and become the existence closest to Yim. But without exception, they all failed, not because Yi Si is too good. Go, do it well, I am very optimistic about you. Yi Si opened a mouth to speak. Yes, advertisement. Sengoku is happy to be out of here. Looks like he's trying to catch Luo Jia and the others. Yi thought about it. With Marine's power alone, they might not be able to catch Luo Jia and the others. Can't do it well. Not only have people not been caught, but even information has not been obtained. Gojo Satoru, you can secretly investigate the whereabouts of Luo Jia and the others, is there any problem? Yi thought. No problem, I'm good at spying on this matter. After all, I'm a warlock, ha ha ha. After Wujo Satoru finished speaking, his figure disappeared here, and he continued to do his old job and lost. Maybe for Gojo Satoru, this kind of thing is his favorite thing to do. Then, Yi Si cast his eyes on Whitebeard, and said with a smile, Whitebeard, have you ever thought that you will have such a day? Whitebeard took a deep look at Yi Si, and then sighed, as if he was so shocked by the matter. 148 Whitebeard is very unwilling. If I knew you were so powerful back then, I should have killed you in one fell swoop before your power developed. Otherwise, the series of things now wouldn't have happened. As soon as the words came out, Uchiha Madara, who was the first to follow Yi Si, refused to accept it. Yes. With me here, who would dare to hurt Yi Si? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and there was a hull in his eyes. The reason why Uchiha Madara is so excited is because he was the first to follow Yi Si. When he first met the Lock's pirates, he was also the one who made the move. Now Whitebeard is saying that. Wouldn't it be better to slap him in the face in public and say he is useless? Come on, if it's one-on-one, I will never lose to you. Whitebeard is still there, thinking he can beat Uchiha Madara. It's really an arrogant tone, I really want to fix you up. Uchiha Madara was very annoyed. After saying this, he turned his head and cast his eyes on Yi Si who was on the side, and said, Master Yi Si, please give me a chance to fight this guy one-on-one again. I will make him pay dearly. Uchiha Madara is getting more and more angry. If it weren't for Whitebeard, this person is a very important person, and he is valued by Yi Si. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would have made a move and cleaned up Whitebeard. Advertisement, okay, no problem. Yi thought, you promised to come down? Uchiha Madara was overjoyed. Yes, and it's still now. Yi Si said again. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara glanced at Whitebeard with some hesitation, gritted his teeth and said, Can I give this guy some time to heal his injuries before I fight him again? Yi Si shook his head and said, If that's the case, then it's too bad. Uchiha Madara said regretfully, Well, then I have to give up. In fact, Whitebeard wanted to say that if it is now, it is also possible. But he considered that with his current physical condition, how much success he could exert has become a very important issue. Therefore, Whitebeard has nothing to say. Can't he just bite the bullet and fight the opponent? Although he was very upset with this guy Uchiha Madara, he was quite convinced that the opponent still has a very strong strength, which is an iron-like fact. In that case, you, Uchiha Madara, push Whitebeard down to impel yourself. Ask for flowers. I'm worried that on the way, someone will come and steal Whitebeard. Yi thought for a while and said, Okay, of course there is no problem. Advertisement Uchiha Madara quickly agreed, and then gave Whitebeard a stern look. Whitebeard shuddered suddenly. Thinking with your toes, everyone knows that this guy named Uchiha Madara will definitely torture him after the next few days. Oh, just when Yi Si was about to leave Sabadi Archipelago, Several CPOs popped up here. Master Yi Si, the 5 elders have something important to ask for you. Finished. A CPO respectfully delivered the emergency phone bug. Oh, Yi Si picked up the emergency phone bug to see what 5 elders was going to discuss with him. Soon. The emergency phone bug made a sound. Hi, is this Lord Yi Si? The 5 elders spoke respectfully. It's me, what's the matter? Yi thought. It's like this. Master Yimu said that he is going to meet you, and it seems that there is something that he wants to entrust to you personally. Hearing this, Yi Si couldn't help scratching her head, feeling a little confused. Point 149 I am summoning. What is it that needs to find him in person? Is it very important? If there is anything, you can use the phone bug to get in touch. Yi Si couldn't help asking. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Lord I must have said that he wants to see you in person, and also said that this is a very important matter, and he hopes that you will go to the Holy Land to see her as soon as possible. 5 elders in the phone bug Kaido. Okay, I'll go back as soon as possible, the teacher said. Yi Si pondered for a while, then spoke. Alright, Master Yi Si, please have a safe journey and be careful in everything. Finished. The 5 elders just hung up. Yi Si fell silent. Original. He is planning to go to Wano Kuni next, to trouble Kaido. Or in other words, continue to chase Luogia. Unexpectedly, such an incident happened suddenly. Yim suddenly said that he wanted to discuss something very important with him, which caused a small problem in Yi Si's plan. If it was someone else, Yi Si probably wouldn't care about him, but the problem is that the person looking for him is not a simple person, but the master of this world, Yi Shu. Advertisement. No matter how much he controls the power now, he is a veritable regent. But, is still the master of this world. For Im's request, Yi Si can only obey the other party's wishes and go back to the Holy Land first. Go, let's go back to the Holy Land first, Yi Si spoke to the crowd. It is good. Many subordinates nodded, expressing their understanding. At the same time, on an island not far from Sabaody Archipelago, a group of outraged pirates gathered. Damn it, Dad was caught by that Yi Si. I don't know what the Yi Si will do to Dad. Now all we can do is to pray silently to Dad. What shall we do next? Damn it, did those goddamn celestial dragons, or rather nasty marines, kill Dad? The people here are all the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates.
Not long ago, advertisement. Their father, Captain Whitebeard, was captured by Yi Si in the Sabaody Archipelago.
After hearing the news, they were of course furious. For them, Whitebeard is the most important relative in this world, bar none. Even if they pay a huge price, they must keep their most important relatives. Marco, what should we do? A captain set his sights on Marco. Although this man named Marco is only in his 30s, his qualifications are not as good as the other captains present, but he is young and promising. Relying on his own strength and extraordinary efforts, he has won many with the help of his impressive record. He suddenly became the captain of the first team. It is precisely because of this that Marco has gradually become the backbone of everyone. In the hearts of many people, this person's status is second only to Whitebeard. No matter what, we must rescue Dad. Marco gritted his teeth and vowed 2.4. But what should we do? If I didn't inquire about the wrong information, Dad should be sent to Impel Down. A captain sighed and said very sadly, as soon as the words came out. Everyone present was silent. Impel Down, what's that place? It is one of the most hated places for pirates in this world. 150 Marco and Luogia are joining forces in this largest prison named Impel Down. Not only many pirates are imprisoned, but also has an iron-like defense. There is even a saying that spreads. As long as you enter Impel Down, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot leave Impel Down. Over the years, this common saying has gradually become the truth. Because since Impel Down was established, no one can escape from Impel Down, so you can imagine how dangerous this place is. Once you get in, you can never get out. This is a very dangerous place. Dangerously dangerous. 15. Actually, we have another way. That is to ask for foreign aid, Marco said lightly. Oh, foreign aid. Could it be, you mean Luogia and the others? The second team leader Wajien's face changed slightly. Well, what I'm talking about is the Luogia pirates. I heard that Dad died for their retreat. Luogia must be a very righteous person. If we say we are going to rob the prison, then Luogia will definitely help us, Marco wrote. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in blank dismay, and then nodded, agreeing with Marco's plan. Right now, this is the only way. Marco, I support you. Advertisement Foil was the first to express its opinion. I support you too. Hey, although I'm a little bit annoyed with Luogia and those guys, but right now, I can only do this to save my father. What about Impel Down? As long as we work together, there is nothing we can't solve. All the captains expressed their support for Marco. Marco nodded lightly, then cast his eyes on a middle-aged man and said, Josie, I know you seem to have contacted Luogia and their phone bug? This? Joe scratched his head and took out a phone bug. Marco took a deep look at the phone bug, and finally made up his mind, twisted the phone bug and started to contact Luogia. Not long after, phone bug connected successfully. A hearty laugh came from the phone bug. Ha ha ha, I wanted to contact you first, but I didn't expect you to be one step faster than me. When everyone heard this familiar voice, they quickly recognized that the person who said these words was none other than Luogia. Luogia, bright people don't speak dark words. Now we have to go to Impel Down to save Dad, what do you say? Marco wrote. Advertisement, coincidentally, I'm also going to take it to Impel Down to save people. How about we gather in the water capital first? Luogia suggested. Marco didn't answer in a hurry, but turned around, made eye contact with the captains, and then answered Luogia. Okay, that's it, well, then you guys come early. After Luogia finished the last sentence, he hung up the phone. 070 Worm. The atmosphere was a bit weird. Probably none of the pirates here thought of it. Someday, they would take the initiative to join forces with the Luogia pirates for the sake of their father. To know. Before that, they and the Luogia pirates belonged to that kind of rival relationship. They are both opponents and friends, such a relationship full of contradictions. Since Luogia is so sincere, we have no choice but to go. I hope this trip will go smoothly. Marco's eyes shone brightly, and he spoke to everyone. When everyone heard the words, they all nodded. 151 Luogia's abacus. The other side. The Luogia pirates, who are preparing to go to the Sea of Water, are also talking about it. I really didn't expect that Whitebeard would take the initiative to stay behind for the two of you. Jabba, who was not at the scene at the time, was a little surprised, as if he couldn't believe that all this was actually true. It does sound fake, but it's always been the truth. Come to think of it, if Whitebeard hadn't broken the rear himself, maybe you wouldn't have seen me and the captain today. Rayleigh rubbed his temples, looking distressed. Is it so dangerous? Jabba opened his mouth wide, still in disbelief. It is true. The situation at the time was very dangerous. The speaker, not Rayleigh. But Luogia. At this time, everyone noticed that Luogia, who was always laughing, was standing at the bow of the boat with a solemn expression, looking far into the direction of Impel Down, as if there was something very important there. Captain. Advertisement Rayleigh stepped forward and wanted to say something, but after he saw Luogia's sharp eyes, he still couldn't say a word. Or, Rayleigh doesn't know how to comfort Luogia now. Luogia turned around on his own initiative, and said to everyone, at that time, if it weren't for Whitebeard, Rayleigh and I might have died there. So, no matter how much we pay, we have to risk regardless of the risk. Whitebeard must be rescued. Jabba, who was originally in disbelief, after hearing Luogia's words, the doubts in his heart disappeared completely, nodded heavily, and said, Captain, I listen to you. Since you have said so, then I will follow you. Not just Jabba, but the rest of the crew too. The Luogia pirates are different from many pirates, they are very friendly people. Just be nice to them, and they'll be nice to you too. On the contrary, if anyone dares to attack their friends, the Luogia pirates will turn their backs on the spot and immediately transform into a terrifying demon, smashing all the enemies in front of them. This is the old tradition of Luogia pirates, now. Whitebeard, an old friend, took the initiative to stay and save the situation. This kindness, Luogia is definitely going to apply. Advertisement, wait for me, Whitebeard. He secretly said in his heart that he had already made up his mind to save Whitebeard. This moment, Whitebeard, who is being missed by Luogia, Marco and others, is being locked in a cage and forced to go to Impel Down. And the person who escorted Whitebeard was Uchiha Madara. Don't move around. What, do you want to fall into the ocean? Uchiha Madara said coldly, then you might as well kill me, I don't think of Impel Downs. Whitebeard looks like he's not afraid of your hands. Seeing Whitebeard's arrogant appearance, Uchiha Madara almost couldn't control his astonishing killing intent, and continued to say in a cold voice, if Master Yi Si, are you okay? Did not order me to imprison you until Impel Down, I'm afraid I'll do it long ago and tear you apart. Hearing this, Whitebeard was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing, and said, really? I don't think you have the guts to do it, you're just being stubborn. You, forget it, I'll bear it. Uchiha Madara didn't know where two earplugs came from, and she plugged her ears, not wanting to hear everything Whitebeard said. 152 Kaido is shocked. Seeing Uchiha Madara's aggrieved appearance, Whitebeard felt much less unhappy, and soon he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. At this moment, he thought of his partners, that is, relatives. Marco, Vista, and Josie, what are you doing now? I miss you so much, Whitebeard thought to himself. Soon, the news that Whitebeard was defeated and imprisoned in Impel Down quickly spread throughout the sea. All the forces who knew the news were shocked. Another Lock's top cadre, defeated by Yi Si. If things continue like this, I'm afraid that the former Lock C-167 bandit group will be completely finished and disappear from this world. This shocking news naturally spread to Wano Kuni. Although Wano Kuni has been blocked for many years, it is difficult to know the outside world, but Kaido has always been concerned about the outside world, and often sends people to inquire about what is going on at sea. After Kaido knew the series of news that Whitebeard was defeated and John and others were killed, his whole body showed a strange expression, and he didn't know what words to use to describe his mood at this moment. Should he gloat, or feel hurt? John, Ochaku, BFFB, ha. Kaido shook his head. Advertisement, think back then. When they were still in the Lock's pirates, these two people always looked down on him and often fought against him as a trainee crew member. At that time, he hadn't gotten the Yu fruit yet, and his strength wasn't that strong. As a result, he was always outmatched by these two and was beaten many times by John and Ochaku. Over the years, Kaido resented these two people more and more, thinking that one day he could make a move and kill these two opponents. But I never thought of it, it's not yet time for him to make a move. These two disgusting guys just died like this. Kaido stopped thinking about the two dead men and started thinking about Whitebeard. Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard, one dead, two imprisoned in Impel Down. Now, I am actually carrying the flag of the Lock's pirates? Ha 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 ha. Kaido gulped down the wine, and actually shed tears. Just don't know. Why is he crying? Mariajoy, at this time. Advertisement: an incomparably luxurious ship arrived at the Holy Land. At the port of the Holy Land, dozens of celestial dragons stood there respectfully, waiting for this supreme existence to arrive. Welcome Master Yi Si back. Welcome Master Yi Si back. A series of voices sounded one after another like landslides and tsunamis. In the past, what aloof celestial dragons were before ordinary people.
In front of this person named Yi Si, he looked very humble.
Obviously here, there are several celestial dragons with high qualifications, but in front of Yi Si, they have no heirs at all. It seems to them, Yi Si is one of the most important existences in this world. Yi Si, you are finally here. After the bald five elders saw Yi Si, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and strode over. Don't stay here, please. Yi Si glanced at the bald five elders and said calmly. Yes. The bald five elders nodded and bowed. From an outsider's point of view, this one of the five elders looks like an old butler. 153 reaching the Holy Land, op fruit, and Yi Si, like the five elders their master? After seeing this scene in front of them, the celestial dragons felt both envious and sincerely admired. Without exception, no one were shocked by this, maybe in their eyes. This is a very normal thing. Yi Si deserves such respect. If it wasn't for Yi Si, I would have died in the Valley of the Gods. A celestial dragon's noble said, yeah, we can still live here now, thanks to Yi Si. Another celestial dragon's noble also spoke. It is said that the Lord intends to make Yi Si the next master of the world. A respectable old celestial dragons with white hair suddenly spoke. As soon as the words came out, the audience was shocked. For the nobles of the celestial dragons, the word, world ruler, is nothing new. On the contrary, it is a heard word. Yin who wants to ask why is that Lord, the master of the world. If Yi Si is really allowed to take over from that Lord. So, what will happen in this world? A celestial dragon's nobleman wiped his sweat, looking as if a big event was coming. To this advertisement everyone is silent. That's right, they admired Yi Si very much, and knew very well that without the latter, their celestial dragon's hegemony would be further shaken. But, that doesn't mean they want to be ruled by Yi Si. In their eyes, Yi Si is too difficult to control. No one knows what this supreme being is thinking about, and no one can guess what the latter's next step will be. It is always so unfathomable and unimaginable. Yi Si stepped into the most important place of the Holy Land step by step. This place is very important. Many celestial dragons did not come to this place even until they died, so one can imagine how big this place is. If you want to ask why, because, here, lived a very big man. Dominate the world. In the brilliant hall, there's a big man who has lived for an unknown number of years, sitting quietly on the throne symbolizing hegemony, looking at the door from time to time, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Suddenly, accompanied by a burst of brisk footsteps, I saw a handsome young man walking slowly with his hands behind his back. Seeking flowers. Oh, this person, not someone else. Advertisement. Hey, you're here, Yi Si. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The woman on the throne smiled slightly. Long time no see, I am. Yi Si raised his head and looked at the supreme figure on the throne. Among the holy places. Whether it's celestial dragons, aristocrats, CPOs, or five elders. Facing I am, they all dared to respectfully say Mr. I am. However, only one person is an exception. This person is Yi Si. Yeah, it's been a long time. I haven't seen you for a year, have I? I am said. So, why did you come here in such a hurry? Did something happen? Yi Si frowned. Before I tell you this matter, I hope you are mentally prepared, because this matter is very important, and I guarantee that you will be shocked when you hear it. Hearing this, Yi Si couldn't help being even more curious. What is it that made the other party say zero in such a tone? 154 abdicating the throne for the virtuous. Tell me, what is it? Yi Si said lightly. Actually, I'm dying. Im's language was amazing. As soon as the words came out, Yi Si, who originally thought he would not be shocked by anything, almost fell to the ground in fright after hearing this sentence. What? I am. This old monster is going to die. Maybe many people don't know, but Yi Si is, 863, very clear. With the blessing of op fruit, the Yi Si in front of him has transformed into a statue that will never die or grow old. Terrible existence. Is such an immortal ruler of the world, but now he is saying that he is about to die? Who would dare to believe such a thing? Seeing Yi Si's expression in his eyes, I am sighed and said, maybe you may not believe it now, but it is always the truth. I am indeed dying, otherwise I wouldn't be like this urgently need you to come here. After all, Yi Si had seen a lot of big scenes. He quickly regained his composure, frowned, and said, tell me, what do you want to ask of me? You are indeed a very smart person, you guessed my purpose so quickly. I am admired at first, and then said, I want you to find the op fruit. As long as you can find the op fruit for me, I can abdicate and let you be the ruler of the world. Advertisement. As soon as the words came out, Yi Si was stunned again. He once wondered if the I am in front of him was a counterfeit, so that he heard such unreasonable words. That old monster who has been occupying the latrine and refused to abdicate, actually said that he was going to abdicate. And also said that he would give him the position of world ruler? In Yi Si's view, this is an impossible thing. This I am is a very ambitious person. Otherwise, I wouldn't do all kinds of greedy things. In order to be able to maintain her own longevity, she not only killed many of her fellow clansmen, but also killed all the big families that fought with her in the past. Just ask, will such a person abdicate? This kind of thing is impossible even just thinking about it. Here comes the problem again. That being the case, what is I am planning on doing? This, so unusual, advertisement. Yi Si fell silent. He really didn't know what I am was planning. In fact, from a long time ago, Yi Si faintly sensed Yim's hostility towards him, and did not know when, the master of this world had a little prejudice against him. Although, that kind of hostility is rare, but it can't hide from Yi Si who has always been keen. Perhaps, is it because his own light is too dazzling, making I am feel threatened? Are you hesitating? I am suddenly said. I'm not hesitating, I'm thinking about how to help you get the op fruit. Yi Si smiled slightly, and then spoke. Really? That's great. If you are willing to sell, I believe that op fruit will be at my hand soon. M laughed too. Are you really willing to let me be the master of the world as long as I really get the op fruit in 0.9? After pondering for a while, Yi Si continued to speak. Hearing this, Im's eyes flashed an imperceptible strange light, nodded heavily, and said in a deep voice. Of course I won't lie to you, I will do what I say. As long as you do me this little favor, I will naturally fulfill all my promises. 155 Im's condition. The conditions offered by Yim are indeed very attractive, but Yi Si doesn't feel at all that the other party will really fulfill this promise. Of course, the superficial airs still have to be put on, and he doesn't want to just fight against Im like this now. Under the lightning and flint, Yi Si has already figured out how to deal with it. That is to perfunctory the past. Yi Si's eyeballs moved, and then he spoke. No problem, I am Chen, I will help you with this favor. As for the ruler of the world, this position is too important, it's better for you old man to continue to sit down. I heard this. I am grinning from ear to ear, seemed satisfied with Yi Si's reaction, nodded repeatedly and said, you are really becoming more and more humble, however, I appreciate you for that. Yi Si secretly said in his heart. If you, an old monster, were not so powerful, I wouldn't be so humble at all, and just slap you to pieces. Psychological talk is psychological. Yi Si is still saying, please rest assured, Mr. I will find op fruit for you in the shortest possible time. Okay, you really deserve to be the god of war. Yim is more and more satisfied with Yi Si's attitude. After Yi Si left the forbidden area, his face gradually became a little dignified. Advertisement. He really didn't understand what the old guy was planning. It is clear. The condition of letting him be the master of the world is simply a temptation. Fine. He responded promptly and resolved the crisis. Even Yi Si was thinking, if he really wanted to agree, would have murderous intentions to kill him? The more Yi Si thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, and secretly broke into a sweat. This is not good news. After Yi Si walks out of the forbidden area, the 5 elders all smiled and leaned over, all asking Yi Si what orders Master Yimu wants to give. Why? Lord didn't tell you, she. But Yi Si only said half of what he said, making the 5 elders anxious. Is there anyone who only speaks half of what they say? Is this to catch their appetite? Master Yi Si, please explain clearly what happened. Yes, it seems that this is no longer a joke. We also sincerely support Lord and her hegemony of celestial dragons. Now that something like this has happened, can I not be sad? Advertisement. I'm really curious, what happened that made Master so anxious to summon you here? Please, tell me all this. Oh, the more I talk about it, the more impatient I become. The 5 elders begged for mercy again and again. It seemed that Yi Si could tell them all the truth about the matter as soon as possible. Seeing that you all said that, I can only tell the truth. Speaking of this, Yi Si changed the subject and said, of course, this matter is 403 very important. You have to promise me that you will never tell anyone else after you know this matter, understand? 5 elders nodded emphatically, feeling a little uneasy at the same time. Yi Si spoke so emphatically, one can imagine that the next matter will not be easy. Yi Si cleared his throat, followed by a startling expression. There's something you don't know. Master her lifespan is coming to an end. As soon as this word comes out, the faces of the 5 elders changed drastically, and all of them opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe it. What? Dying. End of life. 156 The shock of the 5 elders. At this moment, the 5 elders really felt like their minds were bursting. After all, the reason why the 5 elders have such a status today is largely because of Without their status would have to decline a lot, and they would be far from being able to control everything with their incomparably powerful power like they are now. To put it bluntly, if something really happens to or if he really dies, it might be bad luck for them, the community of destiny. This is an extraordinary thing. Master is she really leaving? Muttered the warrior 5 elders. This is impossible. Another 5 elders shook his head, unable to believe it was real. The other 5 elders also had almost the same expression. This incident was really a heavy blow to them, almost smashing them to the ground, and they could never get up again. You may not believe it, but what you need to know is, how can I lie to you about this kind of thing? Master told me this amazing fact? Could it be that Lord will lie to me? Yi Si spoke slowly. The 5 elders looked at each other, and they could all see helplessness from under each other's eyes. Their current mood is really too uncomfortable. Advertisement. I don't know what words to use to describe everything today. Don't blame us for not reminding you. If this matter gets out, you should know how terrible things will happen, right? Yi thought. I heard this. The 5 elders shuddered in unison. Could they not know what this means? Once let the world know. If that supreme mysterious existence is about to die. So, the centuries-old celestial dragon's hegemonic empire will be disintegrated in an instant. Celestial dragons who used to be high above will also turn into mice who can see the sun overnight, and will be hunted and killed for the rest of their lives from now on. Of course, not only that, but the 5 elders will also be hunted down by the world. It's not right, Master she is immortal, how could she die? The warrior 5 elders gritted his teeth and made his point. In this regard, the other 5 elders also chimed in again and again. I don't know why, anyway, I am as shocked as you are. Do you think that celestial dragons, will betray you? Advertisement. Yi Si spread her hands innocently. 5 elders. They thought about it carefully. That's true, in a sense, Yi Si is the same as them, who do not want the hegemony of celestial dragons to disintegrate. After all, Yi Si is the celestial dragons now. If the celestial dragons are finished, he will be finished too. Yes. Master said that, in fact, there is no way to stabilize our situation. Originally, the 5 elders were a little desperate, but Yi Si's words pulled them back from the abyss. Zhao Zhao. What? There is still a way. Say it. 5 elders with scars suddenly became excited, as if holding a life-saving straw, because of the voice. Find op fruit, it's that easy, Yi Si said lightly. 5 elders. Op fruit? They've been looking for this thing for a long time? As a result, 10 years have passed since the search, and the next op fruit is still not found. It's really disappointing. 157 Yi Si's decision to this end. They even gave orders to the major power units. Anyone who finds op fruit can have 5 billion Baileys. Even under such a large search effort, there is still no news at all. No stone sinks. It can also be said to be Haidilao. However, you can rest assured that I will definitely get op fruit for you. Yi Si is full of confidence. The 5 elders nodded repeatedly. That's true. Master Yi Si is the god of war today. We are willing to believe in you. Master Yi Si, if you make a move, you will definitely find op fruit. This old man is willing to trust you. If there is anything you need me to do or help, just ask. We will do our utmost to satisfy all your requirements. 153. I can see it. 5 elders really have great expectations for Yi Si. However, what none of them knew was, at this time, in Yi Si's heart, a seed called rebellion was planted. After Yi Si found a reason to stuff the 5 elders, he returned to his boat and began to think about the next plan. Now he has 3 things to do: advertisement chase and kill Luojia, go to Wano Kuni and kill Kaido, and find op fruit. No matter which one it is, it's not very easy to handle. Yi Si rubbed his forehead, looking very distressed. At this time, he wished that he could have an extra pair of wings and be able to fly around the world. Or in other words, you can have an extra clone that can handle everything for yourself. Yi thought about it, decided to concentrate on finding the op fruit. As for the other 2 matters, he can hand them over to others. Marine will help him keep an eye on Luojia. No matter how lucky Luojia is and how powerful he is, under Marine's relentless pursuit, he will not be as lavish as before. In addition, Gojo Satoru was still secretly helping him, staring at Luojia. So, all that's left is Kaido. Yi Si suddenly spoke. Senju Hashirama, where is it? I am here, swish. A green light broke through the air, BFDI, and turned into a human figure. Advertisement A. It is Senju Hashirama. I want you to go to Wano Kuni, okay? Yi thought. No problem, it's just a small problem. I just don't know. What did you ask me to go to Wano Kuni? Could it be that you want me to kill Kaido? When it comes to fighting, Senju Hashirama is full of energy, and he looks very happy. Go and kill Kaido's other subordinates first, and then kill Kaido. For safety's sake, Yi Si gave the order like this. Well, since you've said that, I'll just listen to you. Although Senju Hashirama was somewhat reluctant, he still chose to listen to Yi Si's words and decided to go to Wano Kuni to repair Kaido's men. After Senju Hashirama left, Yi Si stood up with a phone bug. CPO, come out. After about a minute, all the CPOs in this area gathered here. The leader bowed his waist and opened his mouth repeatedly. Master Yi Si, is there anything I can do for you? Yi Si glanced at this person and said indifferently. I will order you with the highest order. No matter what tasks you have at hand, just throw them aside. The thing to do now is to find the whereabouts of op fruit for me, understand? 6 CD 158 City of Water, assemble. The head of the CPO clasped his fists awe-inspiringly. Obey. I'll be sure to find out where the op fruit is for you. Yi Si waved her hand. Go, do not let me down. You know, I have great expectations of you. The head of the CPO nodded lightly to express his understanding, and then left with a group of subordinates. Water capital. The Luojia pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, the 2 major pirate groups today, are all gathered together for the same goal. In port, Marco and the others are walking around here, looking very impatient. What the hell are those Luojia guys doing? How come it's been so long and you haven't come yet? Marco couldn't help complaining in his heart, to know. They have been waiting here for several hours. As a result, there was no one in the Luojia pirates. Advertisement. This made Marco wonder for a while whether he had been deceived, otherwise, why couldn't he even see anyone? This kind of thing is too strange, as time goes on and on. Another hour passed. Still no one. Now, not only was Marco impatient, but even the other captains felt that they had been fooled. Is Luojia playing with us? Why hasn't he come after so long? They wouldn't just find an excuse to trick us here, and then find Marine to kill us all? I don't think Luojia is such a person, maybe he's just late. It's a little too late, isn't it? Let us wait for 4 or 5 hours. I don't think Luojia is really helping us. The captains couldn't help complaining. If it wasn't for Luojia, they wouldn't have teamed up with each other at all. Even Joes couldn't help sighing, and said what he was worried about. God knows if this drags on, Dad will die and impel down. What you need to know is that Yi Si is not a soft-hearted person. Maybe we haven't done anything yet, Dad has already been killed. Everyone heard this. One by one looked so sad. Yes. That Yi Si is not a simple character. Advertisement. As far as they know, this god of war, who is famous in the world, is a ruthless person, and he doesn't know how many famous pirates died at the hands of this person. Among other things, didn't even Lox, who was known for his cruelty in the past, fall at the hands of Yi Si. Asterisk 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 the celestial dragons with terrifying tricks, like a cunning old fox. Compared with many captains, Foil Vista seemed calm and at ease, and said indifferently, everyone, wait a little longer. I believe that Luojia should be a kind and righteous person, and he will not lie to us about this kind of thing. 0. Many captains sighed, not knowing what to say. Marco also comforted everyone, saying, wait a little longer, maybe the time will come. Not long. Luo Jia and others, whom Marco and others have been waiting for, finally appeared. Ha ha ha. Are you under that guy Whitebeard? Really strong? Luo Jia, as always, had a loud voice and a hearty laugh. Immediately after, it is Rayleigh, Jabba and other famous pirate powerhouses. Luo Jia, you are such a big shelf, you made us wait for several hours. Joe snorted coldly, and spoke, 159 two pirate groups joined forces. It can't be our fault. Before we came here, we had been trying to figure out how to get rid of Marine's pursuit. You may not know the Marine is now looking for trouble like crazy. I finally got rid of their pursuit and came here. Luo Jia wiped his nose, as if he didn't care about me. Then, before you came here, did Marine find out that you had come to the 950? Marco frowned and said, if Marine found out their whereabouts in advance. That's a really bad thing. Don't worry, Marine's group of idiots, except Garp and Sengoku who have some skills, no one can keep up with us. Luo Jia laughed out loud, as if he treated the Marines like fools. In this world, only Luo Jia dares to look down on Marine like this, after all, he is really capable. So good. After Marco breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes shone brightly, and said, then, you are all ready to wake up and prepare to rob the prison with us, right? Luo Jia patted his chest and vowed, although I am quite stupid and don't know the truth, I still know how to write the word, enching, at the Sabadi archipelago. If it wasn't for Whitebeard, I would have only I'm afraid that all of us will be imprisoned and impelled down together. I will never forget this kindness even in my death. Speaking of this, Luo Jia took a deep breath, the previous lazy look disappeared completely, replaced by a serious face, said, even if it costs me my life, I must save Whitebeard. Advertisement that appearance couldn't be more sincere, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like an act. The captains who had been complaining about Luo Jia and the others before had their hearts broken at this moment, and their grievances disappeared completely. If it's Luo Jia's group, don't worry, things can really work out. Marco slapped his thigh. Since this is the case, let's go without further ado, shall we? Luo Jia nodded heavily and said, at that time, our Luo Jia pirates will create a chance for you to rob the prison, and we will keep the other guards outside. Marco thought about it. Then, let's go deeper, shall we? Luo Jia said yes, that's all. That's it. The two most powerful pirate groups in the world are joining hands together and moving forward for a common goal, to save Whitebeard. In this regard, people on both sides felt a little unbelievable. They never imagined that they would join forces one day, and the person who saved was Whitebeard. Advertisement things like this. Could it be that God deliberately arranged for them to do this? At this time, Whitebeard has been imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down LV6. He is dressed in a prisoner's uniform, but he is still as energetic as ever. What surprised Whitebeard, though, in the prison opposite him, there was an all too familiar figure. Coincidentally, just as he was looking at 5.6, the other party was also looking at him at this moment. That picture is all too familiar, with a titan-like figure. And a cruel smile, and the iconic laugh. It can make Whitebeard reveal the identity of the other party in a short time, in the darkness. Yes, that person is not a stranger, it was a long time ago. 160 Charlotte and Whitebeard the pirate overlord who once fought side by side with Whitebeard in the Locks Pirates expedition, Charlotte Linlin. Lol, I really didn't think of it. We will meet again in this way. Known affectionately as the Queen of Cake Island, the existence of the crazy woman of all nations, burst into laughter. I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Thinking about it carefully, the last time we met was during the battle in the Valley of the Gods. Whitebeard leaned his head against the wall, sighing a little. It seems to be the same, thinking about it this way, maybe a year has passed? But I really didn't expect that a year later, we would all be imprisoned and impelled down. Ha 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 15, could it be that God destined us to fail here? Charlotte Linlin continued to laugh out loud. You, have a broken right arm? Whitebeard glanced away, only to realize that Charlotte Linlin was missing a hand. When talking about this incident, Charlotte Linlin became furious, and said, it's not the little girl named Tornado. She actually shot and broke my right hand. If I can go out one day, I must take revenge on her. At this moment, Charlotte, especially Linlin, became much more energetic, and a boundless aura of terror gushed out from her whole body. Coupled with her huge figure, it really made people shudder and tremble. Advertisement, so, you were also defeated by Yi Sis men? Whitebeard asked. Why do you use the word again? Could it be you too? Charlotte Linlin gave Whitebeard a suspicious look. Otherwise, besides Yi Sis monster-like subordinates, who else has the ability to put the two of us into Impel Down? Whitebeard shook his head with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting, really interesting. Charlotte Linlin was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed again. Not so long ago, the relationship between Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin has not been very good. Now, they actually developed a feeling of sympathy for each other. They are all poor people, so why make things difficult for poor people? No one wants to see this happen, advertisement. Charlotte Linlin seemed to be a little curious, and said, however, I really want to know, who called you here? What's the name of this person? Whitebeard opened his mouth wide when he was about to say something. Suddenly, accompanied by a burst of footsteps, a figure that disgusted Whitebeard appeared here. Zebo Madara. Hey, you two, how are you? After seeing Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard, Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly, her eyes were filled with contempt, as if looking at two ants. Asterisk 207 is you, Uchiha Madara. The two former pirate overlords called Uchiha Madara's name almost instantly. It seems that you are in good spirits. Uchiha Madara ignored the angry stare from Whitebeard and swaggered to a chair. What are you doing here? Whitebeard said coldly. He didn't have any affection for Uchiha Madara, his old enemy. What? You really don't want to see me? To be honest, I don't want to see you either. But the problem is, Master Yi Si insists that I guard you here for a while to prevent someone from coming to rescue you. 161 Guard impelled down. When Uchiha Madara talked about this incident, he felt a bit depressed. Honestly, this kind of guard job is really not suitable for him. What Uchiha Madara wants to do most is to fight against all kinds of powerful enemies. But, keep watch here, to the tail enemy, unless the prisoner robs the prison himself, or there are powerful enemies outside to rob the prison. If Lord Yi Si hadn't insisted on him doing this, I'm afraid he would have refused immediately. He would rather not do such a job, it's really painful. Don't be so sad, maybe people from my family will come here to save me? Ha ha ha. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Oh, if this is the case, then I will be very happy. Even if it is some miscellaneous fish, I am willing to fight with it. Of course, I will also release the water appropriately. Uchiha Madara raised her legs, looking fearless. This is impelled down. Whether it's people from your family or people from my side, it's impossible for them to come and save them. Whitebeard shook his head. The voice just fell. Advertisement alarm bells ringing for impelled down. An enemy is coming. Even though Uchiha Madara and others are at the lowest level of LV6, they can still hear the shouts of killing from above. Not only that, peerless powerhouses like Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin have strong acuity and excellent insight, and they can quickly detect a situation. On offense, impel down this fact. How is it possible? Someone really came to rob the prison. Who is it? It can't be someone from my side. Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard looked at each other, and they could see the shock from under each other's eyes. This was an unbelievable thing for them. As for Uchiha Madara himself, of course he jumped up excitedly, saying, "Good job, great job, my hands are itching." Currently, Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, suddenly appears here. He put his eyes on Uchiha Madara and said amazingly, "Luogia, yes." As soon as this word comes out, Charlotte Linlin's expression froze. Whitebeard was stunned too. What advertisement? What did they hear? Luogia unexpectedly came. At this moment, a very outrageous thought appeared in their hearts. Luogia could not have come to save them, could he? Luogia? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this big fish to be delivered to my door. Very good, I'll take him down. Master Yi Si must be very happy to hear that I killed Luogia and the others. Uchiha Madara was high-spirited, with undisguised fighting intent in his eyes, exuding an astonishing murderous aura all over his body. Magellan stopped Uchiha Madara and said, "If you leave, what will happen to these two people?" Uchiha Madara's footsteps stagnated. I fell into a short thought. Jiao jiao jiao, underscore. This is true. If he really ran out, he would trouble Luogia. What about Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin who are still here? You can't just ignore everything, can you? Thinking about it this way, Uchiha Madara doesn't know what to do next, so he can't just ignore these two important prisoners, right? Uchiha Madara pondered for a while, then looked at Magellan. You stay here and watch the two of them, I'll deal with Luogia. 162 Someone really came to rob the prison to Uchiha Madara's surprise. Magellan agreed without hesitation, saying, "Okay, that's it." Huh? Promised so quickly? Now, it was Uchiha Madara's turn to be surprised? He thought that the warden would have a long talk with him, and then told him not to make a move, to be careful and other mother-in-law principles. But I never thought of it. The other party agreed so easily. Almost without hesitation. In fact, what Uchiha Madara didn't know was that from the beginning, Magellan had such an idea, otherwise why would he come here in person? Brother Uchiha Madara, go ahead and give it your all. 313. I'm here and will block everything. Magellan took a step forward. The boiling poisonous gas seemed to silently declare his strong determination. Okay, I'll leave these two to you, don't let me down. Uchiha Madara crossed her arms, pleased with Magellan. Rest assured, Magellan said. Next moment, advertisement. Swish. The figure of Uchiha Madara turned into a black lightning and disappeared here in a short moment. Then, you two, I will take good care of you from now on. Major, BFCG, Loon glanced at Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin and smiled slightly. Humph. It's just a rising star, and you deserve to talk to me like this? If I have a chance to come out, I must tear your mouth to pieces. Charlotte Linlin put down her harsh words. Really? I don't think you have such an opportunity in your life. If you want to ask why, you are destined to stay here for the rest of your life, and there is absolutely no possibility of going out. Magellan said flatly. Huh? Can I understand that you are looking down on me? Do you really think that I am a vegetarian, and I really don't work hard at all? The more Charlotte Linlin said, the angrier she became. Her eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. I'm not looking down on you. I'm just stating a simple fact. What's more, you and Whitebeard are now locked in seastone handcuffs. Even if you can get out, how can you untie them? Magellan said. Charlotte Linlin was so angry that her veins almost burst out of anger. Although Magellan's words were harsh and irritating, it must be said that there was some truth there, which made her not know what to answer for a while. Advertisement, don't get too complacent, Magellan. You are still young, and you don't know that this world is a world full of miracles. Whitebeard spoke suddenly, speaking with a deep look. Really, I'll see, Magellan said, at this time. The Luogia pirates and the Whitebeard pirates headed by Marco were moving forward frantically. They want to rescue Whitebeard in the shortest possible time. Come on, go on, rescue Dad. Let these damn prison soldiers know how powerful we are. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** defending again and again as if they didn't know what the word fear was. Impel Down's defenders can be regarded as an elite army, but facing the offensive of these two big pirate groups, their defense line seems to have become a joke. In the shortest time, they were broken again and again. Brothers, hang on, marine reinforcements are coming soon. An Impel Down leader roared, 163 pirates, completely crazy. Just finished speaking. This leader died under Rayleigh's sword. Well, it's not bad, but that's all. While waving a sharp long sword, Rayleigh released an astonishing sword energy, destroying the surrounding defense measures. The jailer beast rushed up from the bottom, opened its mouth wide, and bit down on everyone. Go away, you beasts. Jabba sneered, standing alone in the front, relying on his own overpowering strength, forcibly blocked all the jailer beast's attacks, and knocked down one Jabba jailer beast after another with his own steel fist. Looking at it this way, I really don't know which side, it's the real beast. Although the jailer beast is fierce, but Jabba is stronger. In a short time, most of the jailer beasts fell. And the one who beat them was none other than Jabba. No, it's too weak. Jabba came back, stepped over the jailer beast, and directly surrendered. As the core character, Luogia is naturally not inferior to his two left and right hands. Holding a big knife, he is like a war god from the depths of hell. Every time he swings vigorously, a large whirlwind will be formed, which will be countless prison soldiers get blown away. Luogia, I want to order your head, advertisement. Several prison leaders plan to attack Luogia. However, they haven't come and shot yet, he was beheaded by Luogia. At this time, due to a series of changes caused by Luogia, Marco and others. Let the prisoners trapped here see hope, they look at Luogia and others, as if seeing salvation. Luogia, let us out, we are willing to fight these damn Marines for you. Don't worry, after I come out, I will never do anything to you. Let me out, I don't want to stay in this crappy place any longer. As long as you can let me out, I am willing to spend the rest of my life as an ox and a horse for you, please, let me out quickly. The prisoners have literally been stuck here for far too long. So long that they are going crazy, they gradually forget what the sun looks like outside. Years down, but it can only be in this kind of ghost place where you can't even see the sun. This would drive anyone crazy. Now, advertisement. The arrival of Luogia and others, to them, is like a bright sun shining in their hearts. Asking for flowers. At the same time, they are very clear that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when the next opportunity will be. Rayleigh glanced at Luogia and said, Captain, I suggest that these people be released. At this time, more combat power is a good thing. Luogia took it for granted, and then opened his hand, release all the internal criminals here. When all the prisoners here are released, the gap in combat power between each other has been pulled even bigger. Just because of you people, you want to come to rob the prison? Simply ridiculous, accompanied by a voice full of killing intent. I saw a terrifying figure slowly coming from the depths. When everyone turned their attention to the source of the sound, they were all stunned. If you want to ask why, the person who appeared before them was none other than Uchiha Madara. It's you, Uchiha Madara. Luogia's pupils shrank, and the moment he saw the other party, he felt that something was wrong. Why does Uchiha Madara appear in such a place? Advertisement 164 Holy Places and Territories. Since this tricky guy can appear here, will other subordinates also be here? The more Luogia thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and fear surged in his eyes. Captain, don't forget that our purpose is to break the prison, not to fight Uchiha Madara. Rayleigh reminded. Luogia nodded. Subsequently, the menacing Uchiha Madara fought against the May 10th, with Luogia and others. Although Luogia's side has a large number of people, the combat power is more dominant. But Uchiha Madara is like a god of war who becomes more and more brave as he fights, fighting more and more vigorously. You people, get out of here. Next moment, a huge phantom slowly emerged from behind Uchiha Madara. It's so tricky, Luogia sighed, at this moment. Marco sent them a code word. That particular code means exactly, Whitebeard has been rescued. Advertisement, okay, it's time for us to get out of here too. Luogia and the others looked at each other and left here one by one. Although Uchiha Madara speeded up, he still couldn't catch up with Luogia and the others, and could only watch helplessly as his prey ran farther and farther. B****************. He couldn't help but curse, Mariajoy. In a palace room, a young man with a leisurely expression was sitting quietly. He is Yi Si, Master Yi Si. Unfortunately, I was careless and let Luogia and the others run with Whitebeard. Uchiha Madara's voice came from the phone bug, I can see it. The king of dance was very upset and very angry about this incident. Regarding this, Yi Si smiled slightly and said, it doesn't matter, it's just a temporary failure. Come back first, I may have some things here that you must do.
Yes, Uchiha Madara hung up the phone excitedly, probably thinking about how to get back to the Holy Land as quickly as possible.
Yi Si was alone in the room, lost in thought. He is thinking about the next plan. At a certain moment, advertisement a bold idea then appeared in his mind. Fra, take advantage of this time to expand your own territory? When this idea appeared in my mind, it was out of control. The more Yi Si thought about it, the more he felt that it was time for him to expand his territory. Obviously he has so many subordinates and has such a great reputation. But there is no territory worthy of his status, this is so wrong. Yi Si, who made up his mind, picked up the phone bug and went to contact Saint Roswald. After the phone bug was connected, Yi Si went straight in and said, Hey, is this Saint Roswald? That's it, I plan to expand my territory, is there any problem? When Saint Roswald on the other end of the phone heard these words, he immediately wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. That Yi Si actually said that he wanted to expand his territory? Are you serious? Saint Roswald took a deep breath and spoke again. 4.3. Why? Does my tone seem to be joking? Of course I'm serious. Yi Si said slowly. What if I told you that this is impossible? Saint Roswald was silent for a while, and said, "Can you tell me why?" Yi Si didn't seem to be angry, and his voice was still as low as ever, without any emotional change, making it impossible to know whether Yi Si was angry at this moment. 165 Grab territory? No, the reason? I think the reason you should know very well is that each celestial dragons has its own territory, and your territory is already ranked 6th, only inferior to Roswald Street and the other 5 majors. The patriarch of the celestial dragons family. Saint Roswald said coldly. If that's the case, then just change this rule. Why is my territory so small? At least a few dozen miles must be added, right? As soon as Yi Si said this, Saint Roswald was frightened to death. What is this? What does it mean to add at least a few dozen miles? You might as well grab it, of course. Saint Roswald will not say what is in his heart. After all, the person who is talking to him now is not a cat or a dog, but Yi Si, who is known as the god of war. Today's Yi Si has a lot of prestige, so Master Yim is very optimistic about him, and there is a faint trend of becoming a big celebrity. If Mao Moran offends Yi Si like this, he will never have a better life in the future, that's for sure. Are you serious? Saint Roswald frowned, suppressing the anger in his heart, and spoke slowly. Haven't I said it many times? Of course I mean it. Advertisement. After Yi Si said this sentence, he paused again, and continued. Of course, if you disagree, then I can only think of other ways. After hearing this sentence, Saint Roswald was subconsciously shocked, and felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. What does Yi Si mean? What does it mean to think of something else? Could it be that you were planning to ask Mr. I.M. to solve this matter? Before Saint Roswald reacted and asked his doubts. Yi Si has already hung up the phone roughly and cut off the contact between the two. Now, the Roswald raid is real. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The uneasiness in my heart is increasing at a terrifying speed. Faintly, it seems that a storm is coming. What the hell is that guy trying to do? Saint Roswald wiped the cold sweat that was constantly flowing from his forehead. He didn't know when his back was already drenched with sweat. Advertisement. Afterwards, Saint Roswald regained his composure, called his confidant old butler over, and told the latter everything that happened just now. The old housekeeper of Saint Roswald not only has the task of taking care of the housework, but also is the confidant of the noble figure of Saint Roswald. There are a lot of big things. Whenever Saint Roswald can't figure it out, he will always ask himself, his most capable subordinate. Well, can you imagine what Yi Si would do? Saint Roswald asked. Sorry, Lord Roswald. After much deliberation, I can only think of 470 that Mr. Yi Si may use force next time. After the old butler was silent for a while, he said something that shocked Saint Blue Roswald. What? Saint Roswald's whole expression is a little bit wrong. He was stunned for a long time before recovering, and said, Are you sure? This Yi Si will really use force to solve this matter? Are you really sure? At this moment, Saint Roswald really persuaded himself crazily, wanting to calm himself down. But no matter how much he comforted him, his heart beat even more intensely. 166. The leader of the patriarch panicked. The sweat on the body has flowed even more. The old butler sighed, and said, Lord Roswald, I didn't lie to you. Think about what kind of person Master Yi Si is. This person is a ruthless and ruthless hero, and I don't even know it. How many pirate overlords have been defeated by him? Is such an ambitious big man really willing to have such a small territory? The answer is obvious, it is impossible. In this way, let me analyze, what will a man who is used to fighting and killing and is best at destroying pirates do next in order to get the fruit he is satisfied with? Having said that, the old housekeeper let out another long sigh, followed by a shocking statement. I have 80%. No, I have 90% guess that Yi Si might have a crush on the other celestial dragons patriarchs. Shoot. This sentence, like lightning, hit Saint Roswald fully activated. The body trembled crazily. He shouldn't do it like this? And, are we all celestial dragons? But please don't tell me that one day, Yi Si will find her too. Saint Roswald's complexion became paler. Sigh. I can't figure out what will happen next, but, if something like this really happens, then we can only ask Mr. Kong to mediate. This is the only thing that can be done. Of course, if even Kong, a respected old gentleman, can't stop Yi Si. Advertisement. The old butler hadn't finished speaking, but Saint Roswald had already understood what the other party meant. After a long silence, he nodded emphatically, and finished the last words for his confidant. Then you can only find Lord I.M., right? B1 certainly. Not long after, Uchiha Madara is back. Afterwards, Yi Si asked Uchiha Madara, if it was him, what kind of action would he take next? Ha ha ha. That is to say, to rob other families' territory, and then grow yourself, right? As soon as Uchiha Madara talked about the annexation of this kind of power, he became inexplicably excited, as if this matter was a very interesting thing for him. It was only then that Yi Si remembered that the Uchiha Madara standing in front of him at this moment was a decisive ninja overlord in his previous life, and his family gradually became stronger by killing all the way. Even after decades, the Uchiha family is still a terrifying force that people have to fear. Just hearing the name of Uchiha, people will turn pale and tremble with fright. Then what do you think I should do next? Yi Si pondered for a while, then asked.
Advertisement. Simple. One word. Type. Uchiha Madara is really worthy of his 10 openings are so domineering.
But, Yi Si loves this approach, although this method is a bit crude and simple. But, it's good, Nuo Majao, to use, okay, grab Yi. Yi Si smiled and nodded. So, Master Yi Si, which family do you think is the best one to attack? Uchiha Madara spoke up. Yi thought for a while, and after a while, he showed a mysterious smile and said the name of a family, Bartholomew. Among the many families of celestial dragons, there are actually differences in size. At the top of the list are the 5 celestial dragons families. 167 Bartholomew family. Bartholomew is one of the 5 great families. But at this moment, the Bartholomews, who don't know that the crisis has arrived, are still thinking about going to that island for fun tomorrow, and they don't feel a sense of crisis at all. By the swimming pool, Patriarch Bartholomew smoked a cigar, slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, and enjoyed the warm sunshine to the fullest. Suddenly, the iron gate was kicked open. After that, 2 figures walked in. There are enemies. Bartholomew's bodyguards quickly picked up their guns and aimed at the door. In addition, Bartholomew and others also felt somewhat unbelievable. This is Myriad. There can be no enemies. 890 Wait for the smoke to clear. Then 2 familiar faces appeared in everyone's field of vision, making them wonder if there was something wrong with their eyes, so that they saw a person who shouldn't appear here. Is it him? Ye see? Patriarch Bartholomew was so frightened that he didn't even know when the cigar fell to the ground, and his eyes fell on Yi Si's body from beginning to end. Hey, hello, Patriarch Beihan Lomu. Yi Si smiled slightly and strode towards Patriarch Bartholomew. Advertisement: the person following Yi Si is none other than Uchiha Madara. Anyone who met Uchiha Madara's eyes couldn't help shivering. For a moment, they felt as if they had fallen into hell, and they couldn't get up even if they wanted to. Yi Si, what do you want from me? Why, come here in such a special way? Patriarch Bartholomew instinctively felt that Yi Si would not come here to trouble him, but wanted to come here in a special way to attract his attention, just like that. I'll just say it straight, come here for nothing else. I want you to hand over half of your territory. Yi Si said lightly, as if talking about a matter of course. At this moment, everyone in Bartholomew opened their mouths. What? They heard right. Yi Si came here to claim, BFBA, their territory. Patriarch Bartholomew's face turned gloomy. If the other party is not a popular person in the eyes of that adult, and has supreme force and many masters to support him, I'm afraid he can't help it and slaps the other party directly. This simply did not put him in the eyes. Advertisement. Not only did he destroy his gate, but he also said he wanted to rob half of his territory? This is too much. Don't make me talk too much. It's time to apologize. Patriarch Bartholomew calmly took a cigar from his bodyguard and smoked it. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Yi Si seemed a little taken aback. Shouldn't you apologize for what you did wrong? Also, the joke you said just now was not funny at all. In the future, please don't make such jokes. Patriarch Bartholomew said slowly. A joke? No, I mean it. In this world where the strong are respected, since I have big fists, I deserve everything, don't I? Maybe my words are a bit heavy. A mediocre person like you doesn't deserve to have such a great leader. Yi Si laughed and said, as soon as the words came out. Patriarch Bartholomew was quite angry, it's obvious. This Yi Si, I think he is easy to bully, still keep saying that he is mediocre? 168 Patriarch Bartholomew was angry. Nonsense, just too much nonsense. I bother, don't you look in the mirror to see what you are? Also, if you keep messing around like this, I will have to tell the head of the Patriarch everything that happened today. Patriarch Bartholomew really didn't want to fight against Yi Si, but there was nothing he could do now. Since the other party was stepping on his chest, he couldn't give up, could he? Since the other party looks down on him, of course he won't give the other party good face? How do you say that sentence? I don't attack people, people attack me, I will attack people. This sentence probably said so. Patriarch Bartholomew thought so. The head of the many patriarchs in his mouth is Saint Roswald. Saint Roswald? He's a fart. Yi Si spoke slowly. As soon as the words came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. Did they hear correctly? Yi Si is so arrogant to such an extent that he regards Saint Roswald as nothing? Yi Si, are you crazy? Do you know what you were talking about just now? Quickly kneel down and apologize, otherwise, we will tell Lord Roswald what you just said. Bartholomew and the others were stunned for a moment, and then jumped up excitedly, as if they had grabbed Yi Si's sore foot, and cursed loudly. However, what none of these Bartholomew people knew was advertisement from the beginning to the end. In Yi Si's eyes, they are a bunch of clowns. A clown among clowns. I didn't want to do it. Since you are all like this, it seems that I have to do it too. Yi Si shook his head, as if feeling sorry for something. The voice just fell. The terrifying figure standing behind Yi Si no longer hid his astonishing murderous aura, and released it to his heart's content. That undisguised murderous aura, like its substance, made everyone present almost breathless. What are you going to do? Is it possible that you really want to do something to us, Bartholomew? Patriarch Bartholomew shrank his pupils and said in disbelief. Didn't I say it, if I didn't want to do anything at first? But if you insist on saying that and blocking my way, then I have to teach you a lesson. Do it, it is good. Next moment, the figure that looked like a killing god suddenly moved. Seeking flowers 0 kill. Advertisement immediately afterwards. Bartholomew's bodyguards who were still standing here fell to the ground like blank paper almost instantly. This is still the case of Uchiha Madara's light hands. If you use your full strength, these bodyguards might not even be able to keep their own bodies. They were directly beaten to death. Seeing this scene, everyone present could not help but gasp. 0. One by one, they all panicked. It's good no matter how you look at it. Yi Si, it seems to be true. He is going to make up his mind and attack them. Yi Si, do you know what it means for you to do this? Bartholomew's patriarch took a breath, and then summoned up his courage and said loudly. Of course I know what it means, but should I be afraid? Don't forget, Lord I Am is very optimistic. Don't talk about grabbing territory. Kill all of you, there is no problem, as soon as this word comes out. The audience was shocked. No matter who it is, it's amazing. Crazy, really crazy. Bartholomew's patriarch's lips are white. 169 Crazy, really crazy. Patriarch Bartholomew has seen many strange people in his life, and he has also experienced great storms. But now, he really couldn't help being surprised. And feel terrified. You, don't mess around. Could it be that you really want to attack me? Don't forget, I am Bartholomew's patriarch. Patriarch Bartholomew's voice sounded a bit frightening. The whole face is filled with the word fear. 187. I can see it. This celestial dragon's patriarch is really scared. Maybe he really didn't think that Yi Si really dared to do this. So, pay, or not, Yi Si said lightly. Uchiha Madara stopped at this time, just stood there quietly, but it made people shudder, as if facing an ancient demon god. That terrifying aura really makes people feel desperate. Just by looking at it, I feel inexplicably afraid. All the celestial dragons of the Bartholomew family present, they were a little afraid to look at Uchiha Madara. Advertisement it seems to be looking in, and I will be killed by the cold eyes. In desperation, Bartholomew's patriarch sighed and lowered his proud head. I can only give 1/3 of the territory, which is my biggest step back. Yi Si finally smiled and said, yes, one part of the item is one part. Having said that, he paused, and then his tone became a little low. Certainly, don't let me find out you're lying. Otherwise, I guarantee you will pay a heavy price. In his voice, there's the same murderous intent as always. Patriarch Bartholomew swallowed his saliva vigorously, his legs trembling uncontrollably. If someone else said these words, then he would probably listen to them, but now he really feels that the other party is really capable, and has the courage to do this. Relax, rest assured. I will definitely do the same, and tomorrow I will offer 1/3 of the territory with both hands. Patriarch Bartholomew wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in fear. Even stuttered once, Madara, let's go. Advertisement Yi Si turned around and left here with Uchiha Madara. After the two leave here, Patriarch Bartholomew and others who were still here breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it's not two people who left, but two monsters in human skin. They finally left. Woo woo woo, I'm really going to be scared to death. What kind of monsters are those two guys? Yi Si is such a terrible guy, no one knows what he will do next. I really didn't expect that he would do such a thing. He also asked us for a third territory. The celestial dragons of the Bartholomew family sighed. For this matter, they said that it is impossible to have no grievances at all. But the problem is, no matter how angry they are, there is nothing they can do about it. Who made their fists not big enough for each other? Patriarch 3.0, do we want to tell Saint Roswald about this? After celestial dragons hesitated for a while, he asked. This matter is really too big, I must tell Saint Roswald to him, alas, I don't know what will happen next. Speaking of this, Patriarch Bartholomew sighed again, and said, if even Saint Roswald can't settle this matter, then we may really have to hand over 1/3 of the territory, 171/3 of the territory. There is a lot of unwillingness in his voice. Bartholomew's patriarch is really helpless. Yi Si's doing so is clearly a grab. Too much, this is more ruthless than the pirates outside. Afterwards, Patriarch Bartholomew picked up the phone bug without even thinking about it, and told Saint Roswald everything that happened just now. On the other side of the phone bug, Saint Roswald was frightened to death after learning the ins and outs. Roswald Saint is really speechless, 15 turn out to be. That Yi Si is really no joke, he really intends to grab other people's territory. More importantly, the first attack seemed to be successful, forcibly snatching 1/3 of the territory from Bartholomew. Such bad behavior, honestly. Roswald Street is true, there's nothing that can be done about it. Do you just leave him alone? Do you really want to watch him take 1/3 of the territory from me? Or do you think I'm easy to bully? Patriarch Bartholomew vented all his anger on his old friend. Advertisement, do you think I have a way to stop all of this? You may not know that what that kid is after is not only you, but the entire big family. In other words, Yi Si is going to grab the territories of the 5 major families. Patriarch Bartholomew was stunned by Saint Roswald's roar. What? Yi Si intends to snatch 1/3 of the territory of the 5 major families at once. Hey, this is a joke, right? If he really did this, wouldn't he surpass the celestial dragons patriarchs of all generations and become the head of the largest family worthy of the name? Patriarch Bartholomew soon realized the key point and said in surprise. So, the next thing is really troublesome. Saint Roswald sighed long, with the word distress written all over his face. What Patriarch Bartholomew and Saint Roswald did not expect was. Just as Yi Si left the Bartholomew family, he found a second family, Andre family. At first, the Andre family, like Bartholomew, resisted. But, after Uchiha Madara shot, advertisement the Andre family gave up. Still made the same decision as Bartholomew, spit out 1/3 of the territory. Afterwards, Yi Si followed suit and did similar things to other families, forcing other big families to hand over their territories by force. After dealing with the other families, Yi Si quickly focused on the core goal, which is also the most important goal. If this person refuses to nod, then all his efforts may be useless. Good. Yi Si's next goal is Roswald Street 413, this moment. Saint Roswald has already sensed the coming crisis. The whole person was swaying profusely, walking back and forth in the room anxiously. In the eyes of ordinary people, how arrogant and lofty a celestial dragon's big shot is, but now he is as anxious as an ant on the side of a pot, with a very anxious expression. Every minute passed, Saint Roswald always turned his head, fixed his eyes on the old butler, and asked the same question. When will Kong come? Yes. The only way Saint Roswald can think of now is to ask Kong to do it. In addition to this method, there is no other way to solve all this now. Point 171 Please Kong. In Roswald Street's view, only Kong can hold the Tiger Yi Si steady. Besides, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could contain Yi Si. In addition to Kong, we may also invite 5 elders.
Street. Roswald's footsteps suddenly froze, and he said thoughtfully.
Presumably this matter is so big, the 5 elders will definitely know about it. However, they have never interfered with the internal affairs of our celestial dragons. Not long ago, I had already discussed this matter with 5 elders. They said. At the end of the old housekeeper's words, he fell silent and couldn't say a word. Say it, why don't you talk to the end? St. Roswald gets more and more irritable the more he thinks about it. 5 elders, they said, once Yi Si decides to do something, no one can stop him. The old butler sighed. What, even the 5 elders guys can't suppress this brat Yi Si? St. Roswald was really in a hurry. He was so furious that he couldn't help smashing the antiques he snatched from an ancient place not long ago. The Ross family, represented by the Roswald Sanctuary, is the scariest family in the entire Celestial Dragons family. There is even a saying that has been circulating. Better offend the Celestial Dragons than offend St. Roswald. Advertisement. One can imagine what a terrifying force St. Roswald and the family behind him are. Not to mention the pirates outside, or the Celestial Dragons themselves, or even Marine. No one dared to offend St. Roswald, after all. As long as you offend St. Roswald, there will be no good end in the future. But at this moment, on the Celestial Dragon's side, someone dared to offend St. Roswald. Not only that, but this person also wants to snatch a third of the territory from St. Roswald. This person, none other than Yi Si, after the duo of Yi Si and Uchiha Madara came to the Roswald Sanctuary house. But it was discovered that in front of the door, there were dozens of heavily armed soldiers standing here. A group of watchdogs, Yi Si sneered coldly. What kind of master is there, and what kind of slaves will naturally be there? After hearing the taunting words, these guard soldiers almost couldn't help but shot at Yi Si. Where is the wild boy? Dare to mock us? Get off, this is not a place for you to plan waste. Go away. Advertisement. I don't know what happened to these guards, they didn't even recognize Yi Si. The corner of Yi Si's mouth raised slightly, he glanced coldly at every guard, and said, don't you know who I am? Or, do you dare to speak like that when you know who I am? You even said that that fellow Roswald Street made you do this on purpose? Yi Si's words stunned the guards in front of him. They didn't realize what Yi Si's words meant, but I don't know why. Good Zhao. They are suddenly a little scared of the crowd. A strong sense of uneasiness instantly dominated their hearts. Make them very uneasy. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort like thunder rang in the ears of every guard. A bunch of goddamn guys. Dare to speak wild words? Is it true that I don't exist? Uchiha Madara said coldly, while releasing his powerful and boundless aura. 172 world-class guards at this time. Uchiha Madara really looks like a demon god. His terrifying aura, coupled with his invisible sense of oppression, and even the looming figure behind him, really make people feel desperate. The guards, who looked down on people with dog eyes, were suddenly frightened. Where did this monster come from? That's when they realized. I may have offended a very terrifying existence unintentionally. What's the origin of this guy? A guard murmured. Suddenly, the door that was tightly closed was suddenly opened. From it, a tall and mighty man walked out. What happened? The tall and mighty man frowned and spoke slowly. Boss, these 2 people uttered wild words 863, saying that we are all a bunch of trash. They even insulted St. Roswald. Yes, we must teach these 2 talents a lesson. Otherwise, people outside will treat us as fools. It's okay to insult me. The most important thing is not to let him insult St. Roswald. Boys, you are finished. The boss is here, and you will have to suffer. Advertisement. The people present made mocking noises one after another, looking at Yi Si as if they were looking at a dead person. The boss of many guards is the captain of the guard on Roswald Street side, named BFFF, Chardella. Chardella is very powerful. When he was young, he used his strength to kill hundreds of sea kings. Even in the New World, it has very good results. It is said that a small captain of the Lox Pirates was killed by his blow. The Lox Pirates, that's a superclass pirates. Even if one of the small captains is released, he is still a famous character. But Chardella in front of him has the strength to kill a small team leader. Then one can imagine how powerful Chardella is. It is indescribably powerful. Facing such a terrifying Chardella, most people would have been scared to pee their pants a long time ago. Ito. At this moment, the 2 people standing in front of Chardella are not like cats or dogs. Whether it's Yi Si or not, or Uchiha Madara, they don't know how many powerful enemies they have fought against. Advertisement. And why be afraid of Chardella? Oh. Are you going to fight me? Uchiha Madara suddenly laughed and took a big step forward. In his eyes, there is a playful meaning. Chardella frowned. I don't know why, he always felt that the 2 people in front of him looked familiar. It seems that I have seen it somewhere before, but for a while, he couldn't figure out when he had seen these 2 people in front of him. Who are you guys? This is the place of St. Roswald. Chardella sucked in a breath of cold air, and after forcibly suppressing the desire in his heart, he opened his mouth slowly. St. Roswald? Yes, I came here to find him. By the way, let's do the math, that's all. Yi Si shrugged his shoulders, as if he was talking about a matter of course. Although I don't know who the 2 big men are, my duty is to guard this place and prevent all lawbreakers from entering, so, I'm offended. Chardella still didn't dare to underestimate Yi Si and Uchiha Madara in front of him. Although he still couldn't figure out the identity of the other party, he still tried his best to say what he said now in a very tactful tone. 173. What kind of monster is this? For the sake of safety, Charles Della also gestured to a guard soldier with his eyes, asking him to go to St. Roswald and tell his master what happened now. Madara, you can make a move, however, my request is that you can't kill them all, understand what I mean? With her hands behind her back, Yi Si has the aura of dominating the world. Just like an invincible king, it brings boundless oppression to people. It is good. Leave this matter to me. It's just to clean up a group of ants. As Uchiha Madara said so, he slowly approached Chardella. Excuse me. Chardella first clasped his fists, followed by armament hockey covering his fists, as if stained with ink, and then like a cannonball blasting. Listen, Uchiha Madara. The power brought by this punch is very powerful, and it is not something ordinary people can resist. If an ordinary person receives this punch, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. But, Chardella is still a bit underestimated. The existence he has to face at this moment is such a big man. That's it. Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara didn't put the opponent in his eyes at all, and after a sneer, he didn't dodge, and abruptly received Chardella's punch with all his strength. Boom. Advertisement. The crisp bone-cracking sound resounded in vain throughout the audience. Then the scene that appeared in front of everyone made them doubt life, and everyone felt that the world was crazy. The injured person, not Lord Madara, it's Chardella. Ah! Chardella cried out in pain. The entire resolute face was distorted. I can see it. At this moment, the captain of the guard is suffering like hell. After seeing this scene, the guards around were dumbfounded. Is this impossible? Can't believe it's all true. Our captain, Chardella, is even worse than a dude of unknown origin when he meets the power pair. What is the origin of this guy? Also, what happened just now? The person who made the shot was our captain, but why was the person injured in the end our boss? The guards really don't know how to use words to describe the mood at this moment. Thousands of words turned into one sentence, speechless. Ask for flowers and, shock, even, fear, all the time. Advertisement in the eyes of many guards. Chardella can be described as an undefeated god of war. Aura. In front of this mysterious strong man, this undefeated god of war is as weak as a baby, not an opponent at all. The strength gap between the two is really too big, so big that people don't even know how to compare it. Zero. You, who are you? Chardella was shocked and furious. Me? My name is Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara. This special name immediately reminded all the guards present, including Charles Della. What? Are you Uchiha Madara? In other words, that young man is Master Yi Si. Charles Della froze in place for a long time. I haven't been relieved for a long time. The expressions of the other guards present are also quite exciting. Oh my god, did we offend that Yi Si? Chardella howled inwardly. He would rather offend the overlord of the pirates than Yi Si, who owns everything. 174 nodding and bowing lackey. In this world, as long as they are individuals, they can more or less know that Yi Si is the most terrifying existence in this world, none of them. Not only that, Yi Si is also a very vicious person. Anyone who offends Yi Si will probably end badly. Either be killed, or be exiled, even, all limbs are crippled. In short, no one can end well. It can be seen from this, what a terrifying character, 763, Yi Si is. So, is it time to make way? Yi Si said lightly. Yes, of course. Chardella seemed to be a different person immediately, completely different from the high-ranking guard captain before, more like a lackey who saw his master, nodded and bowed to Yi Si. The surrounding guards also reacted, bending over one by one, not daring to look at Yi Si. Don't even dare to look at it. Uchiha Madara once left such a sentence when passing by them. You guys are really a bunch of bastards. Of course Charles Della and the others heard this sentence, but they didn't dare to complain. They haven't forgotten what happened just now, advertisement. If Uchiha Madara really wants to kill them, then they will probably die here. When Yi Si and Uchiha Madara came to the study, Saint Roswald had been waiting for them there for a long time. You're finally here, Yi Si. Saint Roswald's face was complicated, and even his tone was a bit low. You must have learned a lot from other patriarchs before I came here, right? Yi Si didn't seem to notice Saint Roswald's strange look at all, so he didn't hesitate to find a chair and sat down generously. Yes. The other 4 patriarchs really hate you now, and wish you could die. After all, you snatched a third of the territory from their hands. Roswald Street, you were wrong. There is one place you were wrong. Yi Si shook his head and spoke slowly. Oh, what's wrong? Saint Roswald was a little puzzled. Not the 4 chiefs, but the 5 chiefs. Not only do I want to take the territory from their hands, but I even want to include your territory. Saint Roswald, don't pretend to be a fool here. My target includes you. Yi Si's tone was flat, but she uttered shocking words. Advertisement in this study. In addition to Saint Roswald, there are several confidants who have followed Saint Roswald for many years. These confidants are all high-level people in the world today, and they have been involved in many major events. It can be said to be in a high position, but now. They were swaying profusely, and looked nervously at Saint Roswald. It was discovered that their master now seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and his eyeballs were all red. Saint Roswald, angry, several confidants looked at each other, and confirmed all this through their eyes. Yes, as guessed by several confidants, Roswald Street, who is now 1.4, is really angry. Filled with anger, it is about to move like a volcano. Even, there is a trace of killing intent. Yi Si, do you know what you're doing and what you're talking about? Your hand stretched too far, it actually reached out to me? Saint Roswald slapped the table and stood up, looking very excited. 175 to pay or not to pay, Saint Roswald is furious. As the head of many patriarchs of the Celestial Dragons, he has always possessed a very proud dignity. In the Holy Land, Celestial Dragons, no matter how big, obey his orders. Certainly, except for one person, this person, none other than I am. But now Yi Si doesn't take him seriously at all, and treats him like a clown. Whether it is that attitude or that tone, as well as what he is doing now, Saint Roswald is extremely angry. Saint Roswald, I hear you have a son and children? Yi Si suddenly spoke. What are you asking this for? Roswald Street was confused at the beginning, and didn't know why Yi Si suddenly brought up this matter. But then, he, who has always been old and hot, seemed to smell something, his face gradually became ugly, and he said, You be asterisk 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 D, don't tell me, you plan to attack my relatives. Yi Si said lightly, Even if I do it, you can't help me. Saint Roswald was asked for a while, and he was speechless for a long time. Yi Si, are you going to declare war on me? Advertisement? Saint Roswald clenched his fists tightly, yes. Yi Si is calm and composed. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being so hard. Even if you have made great contributions to our celestial dragons, even eradicating locks and other remnants, but this does not mean that this is something you can mess around with. And, I'm afraid you're a little bit wrong, that's too conceited, really thinking of myself as invincible. Roswald clapped his palms just after he finished speaking. Accompanied by a burst of footsteps, I see, dozens of powerful experts came out from every corner. Everyone is the strongest among the strong, and they're all fully armed. This is a very big deal. You must know that in today's sea, there are very few people who can use weapons. After all, this is a very difficult technical job, not everyone can afford it. Conservative statistics, for every 100,000 people who use armament hockey, how many people can use this trick? One can imagine, how powerful is this armed hockey? Ha ha ha. How about it, Yi Si, advertisement, do you regret being my enemy? Saint Roswald laughed loudly, looking like he was sure of winning. Regret? I think the person who regrets is not me, but you. Yi Si shook his head. He really didn't know where Roswald Street got his confidence. Why did he think he was so powerful? Superior, take these two people down for me. Saint Roswald gave an order. Dozens of peerless masters hired at a high price made a bold move, and 677 roared like a pack of greedy wolves who smelled blood, with a boundless aura of rage. It seems that under that impact, no one will be able to stop it. Yi Si was calm and composed from the beginning to the end, maybe all of this is nothing in his eyes. Just a very small thing, not worth mentioning at all. Uchiha Madara, it's your turn, remember to do well. Yi Si spoke slowly. Can I kill someone? Uchiha Madara Haki exposed, grinning loudly. Yi Si thought for a while, and then Kaido. Of course it is, but except Saint Roswald. Row 176 Uchiha Madara, a group of jumping clowns. Then, Uchiha Madara suddenly disappeared in place. When it appears again, it was actually behind one of the peerless masters. Die to me. Uchiha Madara threw out furious fists, piercing the chest of this peerless master in an instant. Boom. This peerless strong man probably didn't even know how he died, and even death happened in an instant. This kind of thing is unbelievable. After seeing this scene, all the peerless masters who were going to make a move couldn't help but gasped, and felt their scalps go numb for a while. This guy named Uchiha Madara in front of them is much stronger than they imagined. The partner who died just now, among them, it can be regarded as the top 3 existence. Result. But he couldn't even block a blow and was instantly killed. The strength gap between the two is really not so simple that it can be described in a few words. Terrible, really terrible. As for Saint Roswald in the distance, he was also shocked after seeing this scene. Are all Yi Si's subordinates so pervert? Advertisement? Together, as long as we work together, this person will definitely be defeated. Indeed, as expected of the famous Uchiha Madara, it's no wonder that this person can fight against a peerless powerhouse like Whitebeard. But even so, we are not afraid. Rush, rush. Although a group of peerless masters hired with high salaries were shocked at the beginning, they quickly adjusted their mentality and prepared to fight against Uchiha Madara together. They are so convinced that as long as they shoot together, no matter how strong Uchiha Madara is, he will not be their opponent after all. However, just when they were about to make a move, Uchiha Madara took the lead. A powerful wave suddenly erupted in the void. A gigantic phantom looming slowly appeared behind Uchiha Madara. That powerful and boundless aura, just to make people look at it, is inexplicably chilling. As if, that's no phantom, it's the invincible god of war who really exists there. As long as you move a finger casually, you can let people know what real fear is. What kind of monster is this? The peerless powerhouses who were about to attack were all stunned in place, and couldn't help but be shocked by the phantom. Die. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, urging the invincible phantom behind him to kill a group of peerless masters. In front of this phantom, which can be called unparalleled in the world, even masters with powerful physical skills cannot parry it. Under the screams, without exception, all peerless powerhouses were blasted to death on the spot. Yes, he was directly bombarded, the whole process. There is no resistance at all, and it explodes from beginning to end. What's even more unbelievable is, a few peerless powerhouses saw that the situation was not going well, and wanted to turn around and run away, leaving this place. But what I didn't expect was Lee. They hadn't started to escape yet, but the invincible phantom suddenly moved. Wang Li's. And swung its terrifying fists, surrounding them. Saint Roswald, who saw everything just now, couldn't help but slumped on the ground. That originally proud face was already full of shock and panic. As if for him, what happened just now was an earth-shattering flash of lightning, which almost knocked him out of his wits. This is impossible. Possible. Saint Roswald couldn't believe it was real. 177. Here comes Kong of those peerless experts who were hired at a high price, which one didn't cost a lot of money, and is now a famous master in the sea. There is also a person among them, who used to be a certain pirate overlord, who was moved by his money and willingly became a running dog. But this group of such powerful masters didn't last even a minute, and they were directly blown away in less than 10 seconds. This is really scary. It makes people feel deeply afraid. How? Are you still convinced? Yi Si smiled slightly. VR. Saint Roswald opened his mouth wide, trying to swallow the words that came to his lips, but swallowed them back abruptly. He could think of insulting words, but he couldn't say a single word. You have only one choice now, that is, surrender. Yi Si changed the topic. Certainly. You can also choose not to surrender, but if you do this, I will really send you to heaven. Advertisement. As soon as this word comes out, Saint Roswald was dumbfounded. Both the lips and the complexion are as white as a piece of white paper. Subconsciously said loudly. I'm the head of many patriarchs of the celestial dragons. How dare you do anything to me? If I am knew about this, he would definitely not let you go. Yi Si shook his head, completely disagreed with Saint Roswald's words, and said surprisingly. I think you are a fool. You don't even understand such a simple truth. Lord I am, would you offend a promising celestial dragons by offending a dead person? Maybe after I kill you, I will replace your current one. Status and identity directly became the head of many families of celestial dragons. Of course, all of your territory is also quite delicious. Why don't you just die like this and fulfill my hegemony? How about it? Every word of Yi Si, like an invisible sharp sword, it penetrated deeply into Saint Roswald's heart. Saint Roswald was scared to death. Is this wrong, BFEC? Is it possible that the other party really wants to kill him? Advertisement. Just when Roswald Street was feeling hopeless. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded through the audience. Enough, Yi Si, give me face, leave Saint Roswald alone. The voice just fell. I saw a tall and mighty man, with his hands behind his back, walking in here with astonishing momentum. Saint Roswald breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the person coming, because he knew very well that as long as this person came, his life would at least be saved. If you want to ask why, just relying on the other party, is the commander-in-chief of the world today, Kong. Yi Si took a deep look at Kong, and said with a chuckle, I thought who it was, it turned out to be a big acquaintance of yours. I haven't seen you for a while, but when I see you now, you want to obstruct me. Kong sighed, and said, Yi Si, it's better not to go too far in some things after all. This Saint Roswald is the head of the Celestial Dragons family after all. If you kill him like this, I'm afraid that the entire Holy Land will cause turmoil. You are also Celestial Dragons, so you must be very clear about the price of doing this, right? Yi Si said seriously. Of course I know what the cost of doing this is, and I also know what it will cause. But what is it? Isn't it just changing the owner? Having said that, Yi Si paused, and pointed at Saint Roswald, speaking surprisingly. .178 Is it okay for me to admit cowardice? Don't you think I'm much better than this trash? Would you rather see a good-for-nothing in a high position than me in a high position? This sentence caused Kong, who had been determined to protect Saint Roswald, to fall into silence for a long time. Have to say, what Yi Si said really touched him. Make him feel a little different, yes, rather than letting a trash assume such a high position. It's better to just change to someone with better abilities. Not to mention, in fact, Kong has always had a good impression of Yi Si. Even if such an incident happened, he still favors Yi Si in his heart. Unlike Roswald Street, Yi Si is really capable. A big battle that happened not long ago has a direct relationship with Yi Si. To put it bluntly, the previous battles would not have been so easy without Yi Si. As the commander-in-chief of the world, he certainly wants to see world peace, and all of this needs the support of absolute force, and Yi Si is the one who provides him with force. Seeing Kong falling into silence, Saint Roswald suddenly panicked. Under the current situation, Kong is his only hope. There is no such a savior-like existence. Let me ask, how should he fight against Yi Si? Null. You can't help me. Advertisement. There was a bit of crying in Saint Roswald's voice. Kong looked at the trash in front of him, completely speechless. Waste is waste. Just cry there. But no matter what, Kong still decided not to change his original idea, intending to save Roswald Street. But, he also doesn't want to directly offend Yi Si. Kong began to try to convince Roswald Street, give him 1/3 of the territory. In this way, Yi Si won't do anything to you either. Saint Roswald wanted to refuse, but after he met Yi Si's cold gaze. My legs are starting to tingle again, damn it. Could it be that I really have no chance to win? Saint Roswald growled inwardly. 1/3 of the territory is the result of his family's accumulation over the years. If his ancestor Quan Sha knows, knowing that he gave away 1/3 of the territory for nothing, then wouldn't he be scolded to death? Ask for flowers. Advertisement. At this time, the unexpected figure is here again. 1/3 of the territory is really too much. How about, let's lead by 1/5? The person who said it, not Kong, not even Roswald Street. But just here, one of the 5 elders, the bald 5 elders. Actually, the 5 elders apparently don't care what's going on inside the celestial dragons. But in fact, they still have a lot to do with the matter of celestial dragons, and there is a faint intention to intervene in it. On the other hand, they are a bit afraid to offend Yi Si. No matter how retarded the celestial dragons are, they all know that the current Yi Si is the celebrity of that mysterious adult, and even told Yi Si all kinds of secrets such as op fruit. It can be seen how optimistic that adult is about Yi Si. Not only that, Yi Si has a superpower that can rival Marine. Those powerful subordinates are not ordinary things. Take out one at will, and it is also the top level in the sea. Take Uchiha Madara, the heaven-defying being. On Yi Si's side, there are quite a few masters like Uchiha Madara Shi. 179 If you say yes, then yes. Combining a series of factors, the 5 elders honestly don't want to offend Yi Si. Basically, their attitude and stand are the same as Kong's. After the unanimous decision of the 5 elders, it is still symbolic to send people to mediate. The arrival of the bald 5 elders today is obviously the same as Kong's mediation. At least don't make this matter too big, and they don't want to see civil unrest in the Holy Land. 410, persuaded the bald 5 elders, but Yi Si sneered and said, now the initiative is in my hands. I said 1/3 is 1/3, not less at all. A fifth, not enough for me at all. Speaking of which. Yi Si suddenly burst out with astonishing aura, his eyes became sharper, and he swept Roswald Street, Kong, and the bald 5 elders, and said coldly. Or, are you going to force me against you? As soon as this word comes out. Saint Roswald is about to cry. Kong gasped. The bald 5 elders went limp and nearly fell to the ground. No one wants to see Yi Si raise the flag of rebellion. Once Yi Si raised the flag of rebellion, this world is about to change. Advertisement 1 is not handled well. I'm afraid there will be an existence more terrifying than Locke's. Thinking of this, the bald 5 elders and Kong really couldn't help their scalps. The previous Locks had already given them enough headaches. If even an invincible existence like Yi Si rebelled, then they might as well fight and surrender directly. Okay, 1/3 is 1/3, but you have to promise me that you can't attack Saint Roswald. After the bald 5 elders sighed, in extreme desperation, he still changed his attitude and instead pressured Saint Roswald to change his attitude and spit out the fat around his mouth. Yeah, Saint Roswald, I'm rather stupid and I don't know how to use euphemisms. I'll just say it, we are not qualified to negotiate with Yi Si now. Kong also spoke. Saint Roswald, he knew these people were unreliable. Not long after coming here, they turned back one after another. Could it be possible? Is there really nothing he can do? Can you just obediently spit out 1/3 of the territory? Just when Saint Roswald didn't know what to do, he was in a hurry and upset. A figure like a white streamer suddenly appeared in the room. The leader of CPO, the strongest shield, advertisement. The strongest shield is an old dog raised by IM. This person's words are basically equal to IM's will. After seeing the strongest shield, everyone probably knew that IM had made a decision. How did you get here? Could it be possible, Lord IM planning to support me? Saint Roswald saw the strongest shield. The fire of hope that had been extinguished in my heart was ignited again at this time. If it is Lord IM, perhaps he will stand on his 0.1 side. After all, no matter what, the opponent is the ancestor of celestial dragons. And his ancestor is also IM's old friend, IM. You don't want to see the offspring of your old friend suffer such insults, do you? But after the words of the strongest shield, Saint Roswald gave up his heart completely. Master IM sent me to tell you something, just don't cause civil strife. 180 The position of Patriarch must also be handed over. Finished. The strongest shield figure disappeared. Comes like a shadow. When you go, you are like a shadow. Saint Roswald is about to pass out. Lord Im's meaning is straightforward enough. It means that he will not stand on anyone's side, but he just hopes that the conflict will not escalate further. Forget it. I give up. Saint Roswald lowered his always proud head, completely agreed to the matter, and was willing to hand over 1/3 of the territory. I heard this. Kong and the bald 5 elders also breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, for them, they are also happy to see. As long as the conflict does not escalate further and there is no civil strife, then it will be great. 15. Very good. You did one thing right. Yi Si smiled slightly and seemed satisfied. However, I have a request. Saint Roswald suddenly spoke. Oh, what request? Advertisement, Yi thought. From now on, you are not allowed to step into the Holy Land? Roswald's holy words were astonishing. Sorry, that's impossible. Yi didn't even think about it and directly refused. Why, I am. Before Saint Roswald could say anything, he was rudely interrupted by Yi Si, saying, What are you? What qualifications do you have to order me not to enter the Holy Land? If I want to go there, I will go there. Is there somewhere I can't go? Look at the whole holy place. I'm afraid only Yi Si dares to scold Roswald so badly. No matter how you say it, Saint Roswald, the waste among the wastes, the waste among the second ancestors, is also the head of the nominal celestial dragons. In the end, Yi Si didn't take Saint Roswald seriously. If this kind of thing gets out, I'm afraid that Saint Roswald will completely become a real clown overnight. A person who has been scolded like this doesn't dare to argue, is it a clown or what? What's more terrible is the matter. Saint Roswald is obviously very angry, and his eyes are about to burst into anger, but he has nothing to do about it, nothing at all. Who can't beat the opponent? This is really frustrating. Then just pretend I didn't say that sentence just now. Saint Roswald wanted to cry. However, just when Saint Roswald and the others thought that this was the end of the matter, Yi Si spoke again. Advertisement, what you said just now reminded me. It's a bit unsuitable for you, a waste, to be the head of the Patriarch. From now on, I will be the head of the Patriarch, and all major families will obey my orders. Is there any problem? Roswald Street. Kong, bald 5 elders, good guy. This yes intends to completely abolish Saint Roswald. I'm afraid that from the very beginning, Yi Si has been rushing to be the head of the Patriarch. What asking for territory is just an excuse to cover up his real goal. Alright, can I give it to you? I'm totally screwed. Even if it was such an outrageous request, Saint Roswald could only grit his head and agree, and gave Yi Si the important position that had been in his life for almost a lifetime. From now on, Yi Si has completely become the second in command of the Holy Land. Whether it is status or fame, it is ranked second. Second only to I am. This will change the division of power in the entire Holy Land. Believe. The situation will change. Dramatical 181 Artificial Fruit Project. After Yi Si leapt to become the head of the Celestial Dragons family and annexed 1/3 of the territory of the 5 chiefs, his territory was exaggerated, hundreds of miles in full. This is the level that other Celestial Dragons patriarchs can't catch up with. No matter how arrogant the 5 patriarchs were before, including Saint Roswald, under Yi Si's overpowering, they could only bow their heads and succumb to this overpowering power. Especially Roswald Street, who suffered the biggest loss this time. After the incident, the whole person became depressed, like a toothless tiger, staying in the mansion all day. According to others, Saint Roswald has not gone out for 3 full days, and his mental state is really getting worse day by day. However, this is also understandable. If this kind of thing is put on someone's body, I'm afraid it will happen. 1/3 of the territory was lost in one fell swoop, and the head of the patriarch, a good position that represented both glory and money, was lost in one fell swoop. Hateful. Is there really nothing I can do? It's really hateful, it's really hateful. Saint Roswald sat paralyzed on the chair and got up gnashing his teeth. If you want to ask who is the person he hates the most now, then he will definitely say the name Yi Si without saying a word. Advertisement. Since that incident happened, Roswald Sanctuary has almost become the laughing stock of the entire Celestial Dragon Sanctuary. Even the other 4 chiefs gradually looked down on him and did not respect him as before. Faintly, someone treats him like a clown. This feeling of falling from a height is really unbearable. Soon after, Yi Si, in order to further enhance his power, go all out to develop artificial fruit technology. In this world, devil fruit is definitely one of the most effective ways to improve your combat power. How many wastes have become first-class powerhouses because of the first-class devil fruit in their hands? If Yi Si can obtain artificial fruit technology to produce endless fruit, then he will be able to create a group of fruit-capable people who will be loyal to him. Yi Si is very clear. Today, in this world where the strong rule the world, only if one's own power is strong enough can all of this be decided. Don't look at him having a good relationship with I Am now. But in fact, advertisement, he has been very wary of I Am. And he is also very clear that I Am is only optimistic about him on the surface. Is he really regarded as his successor? This still has to be a question mark. Apart from I Am himself, who can know the specific thoughts of this person? Therefore, Yi Si is eager to expand his power. To put it bluntly, if Yim really wants to attack him that day, then he has a place to resist. The more cards you have, the more chances of winning. Yi Si, who made up his mind, began to plan how to arrange the overall situation. Amenities, money are enough. Only talent is missing. Good kings. Subsequently, a famous name appeared in his mind. Vegapunk. This scientist who is full of mysteries but has a great reputation is undoubtedly the #1 scientist in the world. No matter who it is, when they hear the name Vegapunk, they have to give some respect, and they dare not underestimate this top talent who is known as the #1 scientist. Others may not know it, but Yi Si knows it very well. 182 Vegapunk. For a long time to come, Vegapunk provided Marine with many powerful weapons. And the arrival of these powerful and weird weapons can change the situation of the battle. Yi Si still remembers it very clearly. The pacifist, this fearsome weapon from the not-too-distant future was created by Vegapunk. If he remembers correctly, this pacifist cost as much as a warship. However, it has a strong fighting power. Hitting a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions is almost like a beating. Thinking of this, Yi Si took a deep breath and decided to find Vegapunk. If you can get Vegapunk, why not worry about it? Yi Si looked it up. Discover the great scientist, now at work in one of Kong's scientific ventures. Immediately at 507, Yi didn't even think about it, and directly called and asked Kong to send this important scientific talent over. Hey, advertisement? Kong, I want Vegapunk. After hearing these words, Kong was still thinking hard. Vegapunk, who is it? Among them, is there such a #1 person? Otherwise, why didn't he have the slightest impression? It can't be blamed that Kong has no impression at all, because Vegapunk is not completely famous now, nor has the top, BFCI, fame like later generations, so until now, few people in the world know what the name Vegapunk means. After Kong pondered for a while, he agreed and said, no problem, you can take this person away. Now that Yi Si is going crazy, and is also highly valued by I Am, Kong not only does not want to offend Yi Si, but is also willing to sell a favor to Yi Si. Isn't he just a scientist? He has a lot here. Giving it to Yi Si is like selling favors. Kong thought about it, and even thought it was a very good thing. Did he still make money? At this moment, Kong still doesn't know what a heavy price he will pay for this decision. Advertisement not long after, under Kong's arrangement. The great scientist Vegapunk came to Yi Si. After seeing Vegapunk, Yi Si walked over enthusiastically and said, Hi Vegapunk, it's the first time we meet, please allow me to introduce myself. Vegapunk waved his hand and said, Yi Si, right? Who hasn't heard of your name? Even a bad old man like me has heard of your name more or less. Yi Si smiled slightly, and said, Since Dr. Vegapunk knows about my affairs, it will be much easier to handle, so I will say it directly. I am willing to provide a lot of funds and talents to let you study a technology. Vegapunk adjusted his glasses and said, I don't know what kind of technology it is. Yi Si said lightly, Artificial fruit. After hearing these 4 short words, Vegapunk couldn't help but gasp, as if shocked. I really didn't expect that. In this world, besides me, there is another person who has such an idea. After Vegapunk regained his composure, he sighed again. So, before this, you have already thought of the possibility of artificial fruit? Yi Si was overjoyed, as if he had seen the day when the artificial fruit would be realized. 1833 conditions must be met. Artificial fruit is only a theoretical matter. I haven't passed the relevant technology and experiments so far, so I can't be sure that this is a very possible thing, so please be mentally prepared. Vegapunk said lightly. Yi Si is of course full of confidence in this. After all, Kaido created a group of zone fruit abilities for himself decades later through artificial fruits. How could he think that artificial fruit technology is unreliable? I would like to give you time, whatever you want, I will give and give. Yi Si said boldly. Oh, seriously? Vegapunk's eyes lit up. Of course it's true, I, Yi Si, have always been a man of my word. Yi Si patted, on the chest, vowing. That's great. If you want to develop the technology of artificial fruit, there are at least 3 conditions. First, I need 50 billion Baileys. The second condition is that you have to give me a lot of time. This technology may take a while to develop. Come out. The third condition is the hardest. I want you to help me find 2 people to come over. Advertisement. One is called Guy Sakurong, and the other is called Judge. Take Vegapunk by surprise. When he put forward these 3 conditions, he thought that Yi Si would retreat in the face of difficulties, but the other party agreed without hesitation, and he simply did things in a muddy manner without any objection. No problem, just keep these 3 conditions on me. It's a very simple thing, Yi Si smiled slightly. As soon as the words came out, Vegapunk was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly, and said, You really deserve to be Mr. Yi Si. If someone else said such words, I'm afraid I would have regarded him as a fool. What Vegapunk said was true, not false. Yi Si does have such ability. The first condition of 50 billion Baileys is not a bad thing for him. After all, he is now the head of many celestial dragons. It is not a problem to search for tens of billions of Baileys, and it is very easy to get them. Even if it can be done, it can take several years. Will collect complete. Advertisement. The second condition is simpler. According to Yi Si's estimation, this research technology plan will take at least a few years. 5 years is also within his acceptance time. Ask for flowers. As for the third condition, it is a little more difficult. Whether it's Guy Sakurong or not, or Judge, they are all the kind of existences that are difficult to deal with. Especially Judge. This man is a powerful lord, commanding the army of evil Germa. It is said, under Judge's banner, there is already an artificial human army that has gradually become popular. If Judge is given a period of time to study, maybe he can really create an invincible artificial human army. After thinking for a while, Yi Si turned to Vegapunk and said, The other 2 conditions are easy to talk about, but I may need a little time to figure out the third condition. I think you should give me some time. Vegapunk nodded and said, Of course there is no problem. Anyway, I am not the one who is in a hurry. Without these 2 people for a day, I really can't develop artificial fruit technology. Speaking of this, Vegapunk seemed to think of something, and said again, Besides these 2 people, there is another person named Quinn, who is also a very powerful guy. You can bring this person back by the way. 184 to catch people. Target guy. Yi Si remembered what Vegapunk said in his heart, and then started his next plan. What he has to do next is very simple, that is to catch people. Uchiha Madara, we're going to arrest someone, Yi thought. Okay. Who is the target this time? Uchiha Madara rubbed his palms together, he loved this kind of fighting. Start with the weakest one, Guy Sakurong, Yi Si said slowly, 613. With the help of CPO, Gojo Satoru and others, Yi Si finally found the location of Guy Sakurong. An island with extreme weather. It is clear that there are thunderstorms here, but it has a very high temperature. People don't know what is going on with the climate of this island and why it has become like this. After Yi Si came here, he couldn't help sighing that scientists are really a bunch of weirdos, hiding in such a place. The moment Yi Si and the others set foot here, sudden. The entire island suddenly sounded alarm bells. There are enemies, there are enemies. Advertisement. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised slightly, and she glanced at Yi Si. Looks like we're going to fight next. Yi Si nodded slightly. However, try to be as gentle as possible. After all, Guy Sakurong is really talented. Don't forget that we are not here to kill Guy Sakurong, but to make him our side. Uchiha Madara patted his chest loudly. Don't worry, I don't know how to do this kind of thing. Rem said suddenly. If any enemy dares to trouble the master, then I will kill the enemy in an instant. Tornado interjected. Although the weather is a bit harsh, I can still release my abilities. Yi Si, how about it? Do you want me to release a tornado to blow away the thunderstorm? Yi Si pondered for a while, rejected the proposal of the tornado, and said, Anyway, we are sure of winning, so we won't do such a thing. Besides, this thunderstorm might be Guy Sakurong's masterpiece. Why can't we destroy his masterpiece first? Seeing that Yi Si had already said that, Long Wan couldn't say anything more. Uchiha Madara was a little curious. In its depths, might a terrifying strong man be waiting for him? What? Come quickly. Let me see how strong you are. Uchiha Madara muttered. Advertisement. At this moment, the blood in his whole body was boiling. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. Now he really wants to fight against a strong enemy. At this time, Guy Sakurong, who was studying poison gas technology in the house, changed his face slightly after hearing the alarm bell. Someone actually came here. Just who? Guy Sakurong thought about it, but he didn't think he had offended anyone recently. Master, should I make a move? The person who made the sound was Guy Sakurong's subordinate named Gainsborough. But, strictly speaking, Gainsborough, not human. But a 4.8 monster, 89. This monster named Gainsborough is actually an immaterial monster carefully bred by Guy Sakurong. Not long ago, Guy Sakurong had a new idea for a while, planning to combine his own poisonous gas with other wild beasts to give birth to 10 terrifying helpers. Current observed. The amount of poisonous gas that Gainsborough possesses is almost equal to 1/5 of what he destroyed with all his strength. 185 poison monster. Ordinary people would suffocate on the spot if they sucked up a little bit. Not only that, it would further cause the blood in the kick to be unoxidized, which is a very terrifying ability. Thinking of this, Guy Sakurong already had an idea. Now that an unknown enemy happened to attack, Why didn't he treat this attack as an experiment? Just in time for Gainsborough to try his hand at it. Even if Gainsborough himself dies, he can escape from here. Very good, Gainsborough, you go, do not let me down. Gai Sakurong smiled. Yes, Master Gai Sakurong. Gainsborough nodded emphatically, turned around and went to the place where Ice and others were. Just as Yi Si and others approached the depths, suddenly, the poisonous monster with a huge body and astonishing momentum suddenly fell from the sky, like a boulder smashed down. Yi Si seemed to have no time to dodge, just staying in place like this, motionless. Successful. The poisonous monster named Gainsborough has super high intelligence, not inferior to ordinary humans at all. But just when it thought it had killed an attacker first. Suddenly, advertisement and unexpected thing just happened. Want to hurt Yi Si? Have you asked me? Uchiha Madara suddenly grinned and kicked out, kicking Gainsborough into the air. Boom. The power of this kick is really terrifying and amazing. The strength it contains is 10 times that of an adult titan. Even a monster like Gainsborough couldn't stand it, and was kicked away by this kick. It flew 100 years away. Wherever you go, you leave scars. Well, what a scary guy. At the same time, Gai Sakurong, who observed the battle through the camera, couldn't help but gasp. His expression was very exciting. He is very clear. How terrifying is this monster that I have bred? Whether it is strength or speed, in today's sea, he can be regarded as a second-rate powerhouse. Although it is not as good as General Star and Three Calamities, it is still a very powerful existence. But even so, Gainsborough was still kicked away. Advertisement. What's more critical and terrible is that Gai Sakurong felt vaguely that the mighty man who kicked Gainsborough away didn't seem to have used all his strength, and that kick was just a casual kick. Thinking of this, Gai Sakuling couldn't help being a little shocked, and a sense of uneasiness began to surge in his heart at some point. Okay, why did such a group of powerful guys suddenly appear? What are these people doing here? Came here by chance? Or in other words, they came to him on purpose. If it's the former, that's good. If it's the latter. 870 Gai Sakurong is a little afraid to think about it. This is a terrible thing. The more I think about it, the more I get a headache. You actually hurt me. Gainsborough let out an angry growl. Venom is flying everywhere. All plants and trees that were exposed to this venom were quickly sucked out of their vitality. Is this poison? Uchiha Madara looked at his right foot suspiciously. Found in there, got some venom in there. Perhaps it was because his physical body was so strong that the effect of this astonishing venom was greatly reduced to him, only 1/10 of it. 186. Who are you guys? I want you to pay dearly. While roaring, Gainsborough burst out with terrifying speed. That bloody mouth is very wide open. It seems to swallow Uchiha Madara in one gulp. Under such circumstances, most people would hide away, not daring to fight. But Uchiha Madara is no ordinary person. He is one of the strongest existences in the world today. What about venom? Core death. Uchiha Madara gave a cold cry, and behind him appeared a figure like a demon, colliding with Gainsborough with great power. The moment the two collided, an astonishing sound suddenly erupted in the air. What is this? In the ensuing collision, Gainsborough, who had sufficient confidence in his own strength, was completely suppressed by this powerful phantom that seemed to be real. No. Possible. It's not that he's too weak, but this phantom, which is like a substance, is really terrifying. Scary to be frightening. What the hell is this backquote? Gainsborough, who was clearly a monster, spit out such a sentence. Advertisement. Yi Si suddenly spoke. Your master, where's Gai Sakurong? I heard this. Gainsborough asked with some doubts. Do you know my master? Yi Si nodded slightly. I'm here, it's mine. Please also tell me that I didn't come to kill him. On the contrary, I came to invite him out of the mountain to help me research artificial fruits. As soon as the words came out, Gai Sakurong under the camera frowned, as if he didn't expect Yi Si to say such words. What? This group of people came here. Did they really come to look for him? Not only that, but he came to study artificial fruits? Gai Sakuron once cooperated with Vegapunk, so he has heard of the concept of artificial fruit more or less. He has always felt that this is not only an impossible thing to implement, but no one will support this technology. Someone actually intends to cooperate with Vegapunk to develop this terrible technology? Gai Sakurong immediately felt that this guy is crazy. He must be crazy, otherwise how could he say such a thing? But, shock turned into shock. Gai Sakurong was still curious, and started talking to Yi Si through a microphone. Who the hell are you guys? Report your name. Advertisement. Yi Si took a big step and said seriously. My name is Yi Si. Yi Si. Gai Sakurong in the dark was taken aback. He didn't know when it started, and he was already sweating profusely. As if this name is such a terrifying existence to him. How could it be him? Gai Sakurong murmured. Can he not be shocked? If you want to say who is the most famous in this world, then the name is definitely Yi Si. Even he who has been in seclusion for a long time has heard of the name Yi Si more or less, and he is very clear about what Li Dejiao, love, stands for under this name. Subsequent feathers. Gai let out a sigh. In desperation, he made a very difficult decision. Go meet Yi Si. Okay, I'll show up to see you now. Gai spoke through a microphone. Very well, you did a very right thing. Yi Si smiled slightly. Not far away, Uchiha Madara was a little disappointed and put away his phantom. He knew that there was no need to fight anymore. After all, everyone was going to meet. 187 Gai Sakurong agreed. An elegant poisonous shadow suddenly flew from afar and turned into a human figure on the ground. The person who came was none other than Yi Si, the guy they wanted to meet. Yi Si, what do you want from me? Gai Sakuronza frowned. Actually, Gai Sakurong doesn't want to see Yi Si at all. Because he has heard more or less that Yi Si is a very scary guy. It is said, many pirates all died at the hands of Yi Si. Even a powerful pirate like Lox was defeated. It can be seen what a terrifying existence Yi Si is. To be honest, he really didn't want to deal with Yi Si, but now that the other party is calling at the door, he can only bite the bullet and come over to see Yi Si. Didn't I just say that? I'm going to cooperate with you 370 to develop artificial fruits together? Yi Si said with a smile. Artificial fruit? Well, that's not easy to study. Guy Sakurong, this is not a lie. It is because he is a first-class scientist, but knowing that thing is a very troublesome thing. If a study is not good, there will really be problems. Can't do it well. A small mistake can cost him his life, and he will go to hell on the spot. Advertisement, don't worry, Vegapunk has agreed to research artificial fruits. After a while, I can get you judge. Yi Si said lightly. Oh, the two of them also want to study artificial fruits? When Guy Sakurong heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. If these two people are also there, that would make things much easier. Guy Sakurong gritted his teeth, sighed, and said, it's impossible for me to help you, but you have to promise me one thing, unless otherwise, I will never agree. Yi Si said. Tell me, what is it? Guy Sakuling said surprisingly. I want 20 zone fruits. I believe this condition is not difficult for you, right? Yi Si said without hesitation. No problem, with his current connections and powerful forces, getting 20 zone fruits is not a problem at all. Even if you give him a longer period of time, let alone 20, even 100 BFBH zone fruits, he can get it. Certainly, you can't limit my freedom. I hate constraints. Advertisement Guy Sakurong said loudly. That's fine. Are there any other conditions? Yi thought. No, I promise to come down and study artificial fruits for you. Guy Sakurong agreed very readily. So good. Yi Si nodded slightly. Can't he see that Guy Sakurong has his own ideas? Certainly. Ambitious scientists, the regiment is a scientist. If you don't have other weird ideas, you really don't deserve to be called a scientist. Yes, just as Yi Si guessed, Guy Sakurong does have his own ideas. He wants to use this opportunity to study some great scientific research. Ha. This, for me, is an unprecedented good opportunity. I must not miss it. We must seize this great opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid there will never be such a good opportunity in the future. Guy Sakurong thought secretly in his heart. After taking care of the mad scientist Guy Sakurong, Yi Si has only one goal next. Judge of Germa Kingdom. 188 go to judge. This judge is even more difficult than Guy Sakurong. If Guy Sakurong is cunning, so, Judge is both cunning and powerful. The Germa Kingdom behind it is not a simple thing. Yi Si sent one of his men to bring Guy Sakurong back to his own territory and then went to find Judge. Tornado, I will leave this guy to you. Yi Si pointed to Guy Sakurong and said. Oh, well, Long Wan said a little aggrieved. Honestly, rather than guarding Guy Sakurong, she would rather stay by Yi Si's side. But since Yi Si said so, she had no choice but to follow suit. Not far away, Guy Sakuling couldn't help shivering, and for some reason, he seemed to feel an astonishing chill from this woman's oppression. Subsequently, ready to go to Germa Kingdom. Yi Si said loudly. Yes, Uchiha Madara et al., the sea. Advertisement: a big ship is moving fast. Its destination is Yi Si's territory. The person on board is Guy Sakurong. I'm seasick. Guy Sakuling rubbed his stomach, feeling aggrieved. Hold it, also, aren't you a gas fruit user? Can't you float in midair? Why do you get seasick? Dragon Wan was very puzzled. Ahem, floating in midair is really troublesome. Otherwise, I would have been floating in midair long ago. Guy Sakurong's eyeballs moved, and he thought of an excuse casually. Obviously, Dragon Roll is a very smart person. Being strong and intelligent, she soon noticed Guy Sakurong's abnormality. Guy Sakurong, I want to warn you, don't mess around. If I find you and do something terrible, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tornado said coldly. There is a killing intent in his icy voice. I can see it. Dragon Rolls are serious. If Guy Sakurong really dares to do something, it's not in her interest. So, advertisement: this mighty existence who looks like a little girl but is actually a queen will kill him mercilessly. Guy Sakurong couldn't help but shuddered. The previous contempt has disappeared completely. It was replaced by an unprecedented sense of fear. Asking for flowers. This woman is more powerful than he expected. Right now, a few pirate ships who didn't know where they came from suddenly collided and blocked their progress. Guy Sakurong's eyes fixed, and he recognized the origin of these pirate ships. It is the recently rising Snow Wolf pirates. This ship is very good. It belongs to our Snow Wolf pirates. Ha. 0. Take it. We just joined the Beast's pirates not long ago, and we were wondering how to present a gift. Unexpectedly, we found a big ship for us, which really surprised us. This must be God's favor for us, so he bestowed such a generous gift. The Snow Wolf pirates present laughed arrogantly, and looked at Tornado and Guy Sakurong as if they were looking at a disabled person or a dead person, not paying attention to it at all. Guy Sakura was trembling. What is this? Such a thing happened. Then, a fierce man with a big knife came out from the crowd, took a deep look at Tornado, and said with a smile, Woman, what's your name? Why don't you come and be my partner? 189 Snow Wolf pirates. This fierce man is none other than the captain of the Snow Wolf pirates, Alec Wolf. Alec Wolf is not a cat or a dog. It has only been 2 or 3 years since he went to sea. Relying on his own strength and personality charm, he gradually got mixed up in New World. From the original 10 million bounty to the current 500 million bounty, this is not something that anyone can do. Even 367 Kaido, who is in the limelight now, is full of interest in Alec Wolf and directly takes him under his command. It can be seen that this pirate named Alec Wolf is such an incredible guy. All the pirates present burst out laughing when they heard their captain's words. Trash, is it worthy of being my partner? Tornado said lightly. As soon as the words came out, the faces of everyone present changed, and the previous smiles froze in an instant. They were stunned for a while, then everyone yelled loudly. What do you mean? Didn't you take a snow wolf seriously? It's simply contemptible. Woman, I can understand that you are looking down on us. If this is the case, then I'm afraid you will have to pay a heavy price in the future. The snow wolf pirates were so angry that they wanted to tear the tornado apart. However, facing these extremely insulting words, Long Wan remained calm and composed, as if to her, this was nothing at all. Advertisement, didn't I tell you? A bunch of trash? Long Wan said these words with a calm face. Even words are fine. Still have a good expression. No one looked down on the snow wolf pirates present. B*****************. Who's going to take this man down? Alec Wolf became furious and called out for help. I come. A middle-aged burly man let out a laugh and rushed towards the dragon circle with astonishing speed. Court death. Tornado stood motionless in place, but his abilities had exploded. Swish. The wind knife that came from nowhere, in a short moment, cut off the middle-aged man's head. Yes, it just happens in a split second. What a terrible thing it is, dear. The snow wolf pirates in the distance quickly quieted down. The middle-aged man who died just now, but their mate. Advertisement: the strength is second only to the Captain Snow Wolf. Result. Even the other party couldn't hold on to one move, and was killed directly. It can be seen how powerful this person is. What is the origin of this guy? Alec Wolf put away his previous anger and contempt, and replaced it with fear. I can see it. This woman is no simple person, let alone other people. Even he couldn't understand what Tornado did just now, so that he could kill his deputy captain in an instant. This kind of thing is really shocking. Captain, you have to avenge our deputy captain. A crew member cried. 3.4. That is for sure. Since this woman dares to kill my partner, then I will definitely make her pay this extremely heavy price. I want to see how powerful she is. Alec Wolf stepped forward with a terrifying aura erupting from his body. I don't know when it started. His whole body is full of ink like armament hockey, like wearing a layer of black armor. It seems very powerful. 190 waist is waist, waist is waist. For a waist like you, I can kill you with just one move. Tornado said coldly, as soon as the words came out. The audience was shocked. No matter who it is, they once wondered if there was something wrong with their ears, so that they heard such lies. This woman is still saying that Alec Wolf is a waste? Even Guy Sakurong, who was standing beside the tornado, couldn't help feeling extremely worried, and said, Hey, that guy named Alec Wolf seems to be a very scary guy. Can you stop it? Stimulate each other again? Tornado gave Guy Sakurong a disdainful glance, seemed to be amused by the latter's attitude, and said, What, are you afraid? If you are afraid, you can roll off the boat. 15. Also, do you really think I'm a fool? With your strength, you could have escaped here long ago. But you never escaped from the beginning to the end. After hearing these words, Guy Sakurong couldn't laugh or cry. Yes, just like a tornado. Although the Snow Wolf group is very powerful, they still can't deal with him, a gas fruit capable person. Here comes the problem. That being the case, why did Guy Sakurong not escape? Advertisement: the reason is simple. The person he is afraid of is actually the tornado in front of him. Even though it has been a while, Guy Sakurong still dare not forget what Tornado said just now. If he dared to act rashly, who would know if the tornado would use powerful moves to kill him? Who can believe such a thing? Woman, I'll give you another chance to take back what I said before. There was a sparkle in Alec Wolf's eyes. If I say that, not only will I not take it back, but I will scold you one more nonsense? Tornado raised his head and spoke slowly. In that case, go to hell. Alec Wolf strikes in anger. Next second, whoosh. The figure of Alec Wolf had already arrived in front of Tornado. The clenched fist was swung away like a cannonball. However, it hasn't waited until this punch reaches the front of Tornado. I saw the incomparably powerful wind knife cut down suddenly, cutting off the fist swung by Alec Wolf abruptly. Oh! Alec Wolf yelled in pain, backing away one after another. Advertisement: when the pirates behind saw this scene, they panicked. Did something happen just now? Okay, why did the boss lose his hand all of a sudden? What good did that woman do? That woman is not simple. It's definitely not a simple thing to hurt the boss like this. Everyone present was amazed. To them, this is nothing more than a flash of lightning striking them. You, who the hell are you? Alec Wolf is very hard to believe. To know. His arm just now covered armament hockey, and ordinary boulders would not be able to leave scars. But that woman can do this with ease, one can imagine. This person is a terrible woman, and there is a special ability that I don't know what it is. All of these make Alec Wolf feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Me? My captain is called Yi Si. I believe you pirates have heard of the name Yi Si more or less, right? When the name Yi Si entered a group of pirates, 191 is she Yi Si's subordinate. The audience burst into an uproar. There was a sound of exclamation, and the madness set off.
The Snow Wolf pirates were very surprised. They never dreamed of it.
One day, I will provoke Yi Si. Yi Si? Is that god of war Yi Si? No wonder this woman is so powerful. She is Yi Si's subordinate. Things are really troublesome now. We actually provoke Yi Si's subordinates. If Yi Si finds out about this, will he send someone to chase us down? It's broken. It's really broken now, at this moment. The pirates who were so complacent before, are crying loudly now. You are from Yi Si? Alec Wolf nearly fell to the ground. In my heart, I am full of regrets. What a wonderful thing it would be if there was a medicine for regret in this world. All right, it's time for you to hit the road. Tornado folded his arms around his chest, and then flew into the air. Follow closely. A tornado that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, carrying a terrifying power, swept towards everyone. Hoo-hoo, under the sound of the wind, countless pirates were buried here. Advertisement they died inexplicably, and their faces were very pale. Maybe even they didn't think that they would have such a day. Even Alec Wolf couldn't hold on. Tat. A muffled sound came from Alec Wolf's mouth. AW. UB asterisk 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 D. UB asterisk 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 D. Alec Wolf fell to the ground unwillingly. The dead can't die anymore. Snow Wolf pirates, destroy. Seeing this scene, Guy Sakuling in the distance breathed a sigh of relief. He just knew it, this woman named Tornado is a terrifying existence. Luckily he didn't run away, otherwise, maybe I will end up in the same miserable end as those of the Snow Wolf pirates. Well, I didn't run away, I just stayed where you said I was. Guy Sakurong said with a chuckle. Tornado didn't bother to care about Guy Sakurong, and directly drove the big ship to the territory. At the same time, Yi Si and others are heading to the Kingdom of Germa. En route, the CPO has already told him everything about the Germa Kingdom through the phone bug. Turn out to be. Advertisement: the current head of the Germa Kingdom is not the judge he is familiar with. It was a man named Long Ji. If Yi Si's guess is correct, Longzi should be Judge's father and later the grandfather of Sanji and others. Longzi, what kind of person is he? Yi Si tilted her head, lost in thought. Honestly, it was the first time he had heard the name. After all, he only knows Ji and Sanji, two well-known characters. As for the others, he has never heard of it, just when Yi Si was lost in thought. Uchiha Madara and others next to him suddenly changed their faces, for money. Yi Si, you have murderous intent, Uchiha Madara said lightly. It seems that someone is staring at us. Like Uchiha Madara, Ram also senses the enemy's presence. Interesting, Yi Si murmured a few times. At this time, as expected by Uchiha Madara et al., there is indeed a force that is eyeing Yi Si and the others. Coincidentally, this force happens to be the Kingdom of Germa. 192 robot appears between seawater churning. A man in black suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the boat. Going forward, it will be the Kingdom of Germa. If you are travelers, stop the ship quickly, this is not where you guys came from. The man in black said coldly, you are not human? Yi Si's eyes were sharp, and he immediately noticed the strangeness of the other party. Good taste, yes, I am indeed not a human being. I am a man made human with a new life given by the great Master Fozzie. The cyborg who called himself number 100 spoke slowly. Since you are from the Germa Kingdom, it's easy. You tell the boss of 673 that Celestial Dragons Yi Si is here to visit. Yi Si said lightly, Celestial Dragons? Are you Celestial Dragons? When Android 100 heard this, his tone became a little low, and his attitude was much worse than before. Advertisement, haven't you heard of me, Yi Si? Yi Si pointed to herself and said in surprise. I've never heard of that name, but what I know is that we hate you celestial beings. You celestial dragons are a bunch of hell, one by one, let me die. The man-made, BFFJ, number 100 seemed to go crazy suddenly, and his body swelled up rapidly, as if he was going to explode himself. Want to play self-destruction in front of me? You look down on me too much? Ram snorted coldly, and flew over with a hammer, sending this Android 100 ahead of him. Boom! Android 100 was blasted into midair and then exploded like this. From a distance, it looked like a series of fireworks exploded in midair, bursting out with dazzling light. I didn't expect that in this world, there are still people who don't know my name, Yi Si. Yi Si can't laugh or cry. For him, this matter was really unbelievable. He originally thought that his fame was the top existence. But I never thought of it, someone else don't know his name. Perhaps because he is an artificial human, so he doesn't know your name. Advertisement Guoyuan stood up and took the initiative to smooth things over. So do I, Ram also stepped forward with empathy. But then again, what the hell is an artificial man? Could it be, is it really a machine? Uchiha Madara seemed to have discovered a new world, and there was an incomparable brilliance flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, but there is a group of, non-human, monsters who have been pestering him. Even at the last moment, it took his life, Black Zetsu, White Zetsu. And now, here, he actually discovered the existence of such a special life form? Yes. That guy just now is not a human being, but a life born entirely by the power of science. However, it seems that this technology is still a bit flawed. It seems to lack a little aura. Yi thought for a while, then spoke. No matter what, I want to meet more artificial humans. I really want to know what kind of power this is, so that new life can be born. For the first time, Uchiha Madara became interested in things other than fighting. Perhaps for him, this matter undoubtedly found him like an adventurer in New World, which made people very excited. Go, let's move on. I hope the people of Germa Kingdom don't treat us like fools. Yi Si shook his head, hoping that things will not get worse and that this matter can be settled safely. 193 Germa Kingdom. Here we come. Yi Si still doesn't want to be an enemy of the Germa Kingdom. It's not that he's afraid of the other party, but because right now, he doesn't have the need to be an enemy of the other party. After all, he hopes to gain the allegiance of the entire Germa Kingdom. Instead of rushing to defend them, I really want to get rid of the robot army at once. Grandpa Madara raised his legs, showing a haughty look. For a fighter like him, now, it is time for him to show his talents. How could he miss this once-in-a-thousand-time opportunity? Must hit hard. Otherwise, Grandpa may not be able to fall asleep for several days. Madara, I advise you not to have too much intention to kill. Yi Si is here to persuade the Kingdom of Germa to surrender, not to fight and kill. If you kill a group of artificial human troops, maybe Judge will resent us. Ram has always been understanding and immediately said what Yi Si thought. Is that so? Grandpa Madara took a look at Yi Si and found that Yi Si also nodded to agree with Ram's words. All right. I try to be as lenient as possible. Grandpa Madara lost interest, yawned, and found a place to lie down. Advertisement soon. Yi Si and the others had officially arrived at the territory of the Germa Kingdom. The fortress of the Kingdom of Germa can be regarded as a sea city. Here, there is a large amount of military equipment. Can go in and out, it's like a steel fortress. Just by looking at it, it is inexplicable. This is the Kingdom of Germa? It's like a fortress. The artificial human army, I always want to meet. Yi Si's subordinates spoke one after another. Misaka, go and be an envoy, and let the Kingdom of Germa know our kindness. Yi thought for a while, then opened the mouth to speak. Huh? Why me? Misaka was stunned. He was still reading a book, but Yi Si suddenly asked her to find people from Germa Kingdom. It's okay, you can release lightning, I don't believe those people can hurt you. Yi thought. This? Oh, well, I'll just listen to you. Misaka helplessly spread out his hands, put down the book, turned into a bolt of lightning, and flew towards the Kingdom of Germa. Advertisement. It would be great if I went. *** 720. Grandpa Madara said, very depressed. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities waiting for you in the future. Yi Si can only comfort Madara like this. Okay, I'll listen to you. Grandpa Madara said helplessly, at the same time. In the depths of Germa Kingdom, in the hall, a group of senior officials of the Germa Kingdom are discussing how to deal with Yi Si, who suddenly came over. Oh, Yi Si. That celestial dragon's known as the god of war? Why did he come here? Could it be that he came to trouble us? If he came here to fight against us, I would like to act as the vanguard, rush to the forefront, and take down Yi Si for Master Laozi. What are the celestial dragons afraid of? As long as we work together, I believe there is nothing that cannot be solved. It seems that without the company of Marine, this Yi Si is doomed to fail. The higher-ups of Germa Kingdom who were present started talking one after another. The strong Germas who have always bullied the weak did not take the celestial dragons or even Yi Si seriously. It may be in their eyes. I am the invincible enemy. 194 intentions are not good. Even a world-renowned powerhouse like Yi Si can't be their opponent. But in reality, is that really the case? Do not. Not at all. For a long time, the reason why the Germa Kingdom has been victorious and invincible. It's just that the forces they attacked were all third-rate forces and they didn't encounter any tough guys. Therefore, many Germa powerhouses really thought that 090 was the top force, and no matter how powerful others were, they could not be their opponents. Of course. There are also some higher-ups of the Germa Kingdom who are keeping calm. They know very well that with their current power and strength, to fight against Yi Si is undoubtedly a dead end. Lord Laozi, Yi Si, don't provoke me. A strong Germa sighed, and spoke slowly to the man on the throne. The man on the throne is none other than the current king of Germa Kingdom and Judge's father, Laozi. Although this man looks like he is in his 40s, he is actually in his 80s. It is just that he has been fighting on the battlefield for a long time, and he has cultivated a strong body, coupled with the use of first-class science and technology. Keep his body in peak condition from beginning to end, without any aging posture at all. Some people even say that Long Ji can live for at least several hundred years. Of course, this is just a rumor, and no one knows what will happen next. Advertisement. Long Ji fell into deep thought at this moment, his brows furrowed more and more tightly. How could he not know about this famous person? He also knows a lot about this person, it is said. This man can defeat Lox on his own, without Marine's power. Even Whitebeard and Luogia, one of the current overlords of the sea, can only temporarily avoid the edge when facing Yi Si. It can be seen from this, what a horrible guy Yi Si is. If they really offended such a terrifying existence, their Germa Kingdom might really be doomed, and they might be wiped out overnight. This is not impossible, but very likely to happen. The more Long Ji thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He was not like those warlike strong men, he really felt that Yi Si and the others were a bunch of idiots. Quick, send and tell Yi Si, our Kingdom of Germa welcomes them. Long Ji hastily ordered. Advertisement as soon as the words came out. Many experts in the Germa Kingdom were puzzled. King, you can't do this. If you let Yi Si in, it's like letting a tiger into a mountain, and it will kill us. Yeah, the reason why Yi Si didn't come in for a long time outside, must have seen that our fortress is extremely strong, so he didn't dare to attack us. Otherwise, he would have come in a long time ago. Don't let them in. A group of strong fighters from the Germa Kingdom jumped up as they talked. Looks very excited. Facing this group of militant powerhouses, Long Ji was very troubled. Normally, this group of people listened to him quite well, but now in 1.9, why doesn't everyone listen to him? Suddenly, someone stood up. Father, I think Yi Si should be let in. Everyone turned their attention to where the sound came from. The person who said these words was none other than the next successor of Germa Kingdom, Judge. Judge is clear, more sensible than many people present. 195 Judge is sensible. He knew that this time, he must not offend Yi Si. If you want to ask why, Judge is the current Minister of Intelligence of Germa Kingdom and the Commander-in-Chief of the three armies. The information he can grasp is more than most of the powerhouses of the Germa Kingdom present. Long Ji took a deep look at Judge. His excellent son will never make wrong decisions. The technology of the artificial human army has also been improved. Sooner or later he will die. Then, the future of Germa Kingdom can depend on Judge. It is good, I'll do as you say and let Yi Si in. Long Ji nodded slightly. Exactly at this time, an android soldier broke in and said 15 in a cold voice. Report to the generals. Yi Si sent an envoy to negotiate with us. As soon as the words came out, Long Ji was very interested and said, please come in quickly. Yes, soon. Followed by a group of soldiers. Misaka walked slowly into the main hall and appeared in the eyes of Ryuji and others. Are you the envoy sent by Yi Si? Advertisement a minister of the Kingdom of Germa couldn't help but speak. No wonder everyone was so surprised, because Misaka is only 15 years old and looks like a high school student. In the eyes of everyone, what kind of messenger is there? She is clearly an ignorant little girl. Some ministers even felt that Yi Si was deliberately insulting them, so they sent a girl over. Yes, my name is Misaka, it's the envoy sent by Master Yi Si. This time, they didn't do anything, but to express their goodwill. Master Yi Si also said that they will not come to fight against the Germa Kingdom, but to prepare for it. Talk to you about alliances. Misaka's last words shocked all the ministers of the Germa Kingdom. What? Yi Si intends to ally with them, really? Long Ji looked excited and stood up abruptly, if so. That is really a great opportunity for him, once you can get the help of Yi Si. #B. Their Germa Kingdom can plan ahead and return to North Blue. It is true, Misaka said seriously. Advertisement. However, several strong men in the Germa Kingdom did not believe that there was such a good thing. You celestial dragons must be lying to us. This kind of thing must never happen. Exactly, celestial dragons, get out of here. The three Germa Kingdom powerhouses were furious, and their eyes seemed to be able to spew fire. I don't know what other celestial dragons are like, but one thing I can be sure of is that Mr. Yi Si is a very special celestial dragons, and he is also a person who walks the talk. He will do what he says, it's here. He said he wants to form an alliance with your Germa Kingdom, then he will really form an alliance with you, and he will also guarantee that you will return to North Blue, 093. These words. Long Ji was deeply moved. Long Ji's heart has already set off waves. What? The other party not only wants to form an alliance with him, also willing to help them get back to North Blue? Back to the ancestral lands that long ago exiled them? The more Long Ji thought about it, the more excited he became. His father, as well as his grandfather, did not want to return to North Blue and continue to complete South Asia. And now, all of this may be realized in his hands. Let me ask, why is Long Ji not excited, why not happy? However, the powerhouses of the Germa Kingdom, who couldn't understand the air, stood up again. 196 Misaka's arrival, they didn't change their minds, they were still trying to persuade them, and they must not let Master Yi Si go. As he was talking, Misaka got a little annoyed. She really didn't understand what was going on with these three Germa Kingdom powerhouses. Why did they seem to be targeting her from the beginning to the end? What did she do wrong? The more Misaka thinks about it, the angrier she gets. Forbearance for a while is not the sea in the sky. But anger, afterwards, Misaka made a bold decision that even she couldn't think of. Challenge. It seems that the three of you are very unconvinced and hate Master Yi Si? Misaka's eyes flickered with anger. Yeah, that's right. One of the strong men of the Germa Kingdom puffed out his chest, as if speaking as a matter of course. Also, why don't you fight me openly, how about? Royal Sakamichi. Come on, I'm just afraid that you, a little girl, will be overwhelmed. The strong man from the Germa Kingdom gave a disdainful smile, not paying attention to Misaka at all. It might be in his eyes. Misaka is a little girl. Advertisement destined not to cause any disturbances. Not only this Germa Kingdom powerhouse thinks so. Most of the people present thought so, including Ryuji and his son Judge. Enough. Frost, back off. Seeing that his father's expression was wrong, Judge quickly stood up and reprimanded the warlike king named Frost. Frost snorted coldly and said, Prince, when did you become so cowardly? Now the celestial dragons are going to ride on our heads to shit, but you still have to stand there and talk to them? Don't you taken away by something? Judge was about to laugh out of anger and said, Frost, I want to ask you, when did you become so crazy? You don't even listen to me? Frost's face was gloomy, and under the power of Judge, he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. But at this moment, Misaka suddenly said, as long as you defeat me within 3 strokes. So, on behalf of Lord Yi Si, I can promise you all conditions. As soon as the words came out, the Germa Kingdom and others present were all stunned. Within 3 moves, defeating this little girl will make Yi Si agree to all conditions? Honestly, advertisement including Long Ji and his son, when they heard these words, their first reaction was that there was something wrong with their ears, so that they heard such ridiculous words. Are you serious? Not making claims? Frost seemed to have found a new continent, his expression was very excited, and he wished he could make a move now and defeat Misaka. What I said is real, it couldn't be more real. Misaka said confidently. On the surface, Misaka was still so calm, but in fact she felt a little regretful in her heart. Is she a little reckless? Although Yi Si gives her the right to decide everything, but in case she loses. Misaka didn't dare to think about it anymore, but at the same time, she didn't think she would lose. No matter how powerful these, Zhao Hao, people in front of them are, they cannot be her opponents. Whatever it is, she is capable of the LV5 electromagnetic gun, and she is not something that these cats and dogs can win. Even if all the people here add up, they may not be her opponent. Suddenly, the phone bug on Misaka's body rang. Grown-ups? Misaka was taken aback, and quickly released the electromagnetic net to isolate everything, so that everyone here did not know about the conversation between her and Yi Si. 197 Is she an ability user? The looming electromagnetic net stunned the powerhouses of the Germa Kingdom. What's going on? What? What is this? Something I've never seen before. Don't touch it, it always feels dangerous. All the powerhouses of the Germa Kingdom gasped, their scalps were numb. I don't know what's going on. They always feel that the electromagnetic net in front of them is a terrible thing. What technology is this? The top scientist judge was also shocked. At this moment, Misaka didn't know how much influence the people outside had caused because of her electromagnetic net. Misaka, did something happen? Or, the negotiations are not going well? Among the phone bugs, a familiar voice came out as always. Master Yi Si, this is how things go. Misaka wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and told Yi Si everything that happened just now. After hearing all this, Yi Si smiled at the phone bug and said calmly, I thought it was such a big deal, but it turned out to be this little thing. I decided to authorize you to have all the rights, and then do whatever you want. Advertisement. Your words are equal to my will. After listening to these words, Misaka is very excited. It is also very touching. Unexpectedly, Master Yi Si valued her so much and authorized her such great power. Don't worry, Lord Yi Si. I guarantee that the next negotiation will go smoothly. Royal Sakamichi. Very well, I appreciate your confidence. However, I'm a little curious. How can you make those people change their minds? Yi thought for a while and still asked curiously. Easy, use force. After Misaka said this seriously, he said again, if I'm not mistaken, these people from Germa Kingdom are a group of warlike lunatics, and it's pointless to reason with them. Force must be used, completely subdue them. Only in this way will they be willing to sit down and listen to our reasoning. Well said. BFEHEC, on the other end of the phone bug, agreed with Misaka's words and nodded in praise. So, you agree that I will use force to conquer them next? After Misaka was praised, she scratched her head, blushing a little. Advertisement, of course, but the Lord believes in you very much. Don't worry, do it, Yi Si Kaido. Misaka clenched her fists tightly. No matter what happens next, she must not let Yi Si down. She is determined to let the people of Germa Kingdom understand that everything is determined by the size of the fist. After hanging up the phone bug, the tension in Misaka's heart disappeared completely. She retracted the electromagnetic net, and then cast her sharp gaze on the strong man of the Germa Kingdom named Frost, playing with it. Taste. How about it, do you want to fight with me? Or, are you afraid? Misaka's last words are full of provocation. Hearing this, Frost, the warlike and strong man from Germa Kingdom, suddenly became furious. The other party clearly looked down on him. How can he escape? Hateful. How dare you look down on me? I want you to pay the price. Frost roared, and veins burst out on his forehead. Long Ji wanted to refuse at first, but at this moment, Judge lowered his voice and said to Long Ji. 198 Misaka. Let me give you 3 tricks first. Maybe we can use Frost's hand to see how powerful Yi Si's subordinates are. If we think about it, Yi Si's subordinates will not be so weak, so let's teach Frost a lesson. What we have to do now is to prevent this from being a fight to the death. Long Ji, who wanted to stop this battle, changed his mind after hearing Judge's words, and said instead, you two can fight, but I have to say the first thing yes, it can't turn into a deathmatch, no problem, right? Misaka spread out her hands and took the lead in expressing her opinion. I have always been indifferent, this kind of thing is nothing to me at all. Frost also expressed his opinion. Of course there is no problem. Of course I will not deal with a little girl with heavy hands. If this matter gets out, the soldiers will not know that they will laugh at me like this. Subsequently, Misaka spoke again, because you are too weak, I can't bear to defeat you all at once. How about this, I will give you 3 moves first, and you can deal with me first. I promise I won't make any moves, you can rest assured. Frost snorted coldly. Since you want to court death so much, then I will help you. 3 moves? I can handle you with 1 move? The moment the voice just fell. Shave. Frost exploded at an astonishing speed, leaving behind afterimages on the spot, and rushed towards Misaka in the blink of an eye. That figure looks like a terrifying beast, bringing boundless power to people. Advertisement, boring. Misaka sighed, she thought the other party was capable. Result. There is only such ability, really disappointing. At this moment, Misaka seemed to have no time to evade, allowing Frost's punch to land on her. But it didn't wait for Frost to come and smile. An astonishing amount of electricity, clinging to the arm like a lion majesty, followed by entering the king of the body. Frost was almost paralyzed by electricity. The body went backwards one after another, once back again. He took dozens of steps back, it's all back to the corner. After seeing this scene, everyone in the distance was dumbfounded and doubted life. Frost, why did he suddenly go backwards? Did something happen? Advertisement, electricity. Why is there an electric current gushing out of that woman? Could it be that there is also a battlesuit for androids on her body? What's going on? My god, come on and tell me someone, it can't be true. The powerhouses of Germa Kingdom present were dumbfounded. Those who once underestimated Misaka, now all put away their contempt, and never dared to look at Misaka again. I don't even know when to start. Misaka's figure, in their eyes, looked like a monster in human skin. Long Ji gasped. Not to mention other people, he couldn't understand what happened just now. Father, that woman, seems to be a demon fruit power. After thinking for a while, Judge spoke to Long Ji. What? Demon fruit power? If that's the case, isn't this woman a Logia-capable user? After all, she can release lightning. Long Ji was taken aback, looking very shocked. This is just my guess. It's very possible. In this woman, there is a transcendent ability that we don't understand. After being silent for a while, Judge spoke slowly. 199 Germa. Is this a human being? I didn't show my full strength just now, so this doesn't count as your win. Next, I'm going to use all my strength, just die. After roaring furiously, Frost took out a combat uniform from where he didn't know, and put it on in front of everyone. With the blessing of the battlesuit, Frost's strength has been greatly improved, and his momentum has gradually become violent. Compared with just now, they are simply two different. 307. What is shocking is that there is still a layer of flame elements surrounding him, which makes people shudder after seeing it. Cut. I thought it was amazing. Misaka raised her middle finger. You dare to raise your middle finger at me. Frost was P********** off. He has always been proud, but he has always looked down on women and children. As for Misaka, she is both a woman and a child. This made him very angry. How dare a mere woman look down on him so much? How is he not angry? I want you to die. Advertisement, death has no place to die. With a roar, Frost once again exploded at a frightening speed, and within a short period of time, he had already disappeared in place, and like a beast that was so enraged to ultimate, he pounced on Misaka. Originally, Frost's speed was not so fast, but under the blessing of the battlesuit, his speed has been abruptly increased by a large amount, which can be said to have been abruptly increased twice. It looks like a flash of lightning, dazzling people. Humph. But that's all, Misaka said lightly. Words just fell. A dazzling electric light flickered and hit Frost. What? Frost was hit by the sudden lightning, and then he flew upside down, flying 100 meters away. This blow almost killed him. Plop. Frost, who fell from a height, hit the ground like this, forcibly smashing 10 temple pits. I don't know if Frost is dead or alive, but one thing is certain is that he is covered in wounds and scars. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. After seeing this scene, the powerhouses of the Germa kingdom in the distance were all stunned, their expressions very frozen. Advertisement. The atmosphere became tense for a while. It was silent for a long time. Those powerhouses of the Germa kingdom who once looked down on Yi Si, thinking that the latter was a serious problem and harboring malicious intentions, can't say a word now. They just froze in place like this, speechless for a long time, and their hearts were very shocked. For them, what happened just now is simply unbelievable. This is the equivalent of someone telling them that aliens are coming. Even King Laozi gasped, his face full of unspeakable shock. He is very clear how powerful Frost is. After all, he is also a fierce general of their Germa kingdom. Its strength will inevitably be weak there. It was such a top 0.4 general who was as fragile as a piece of white paper in the hands of that woman. Thinking of this, Longji couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Is that woman too weak, or is Frost too weak? Then, Longji lowered his voice and asked Judge beside him, if it was you, how many rounds can you last? Judge sighed, and said bitterly, even if I have reached the battlesuit and showed my full strength, 200 Yi Si debuts, shocking Germa. I'm afraid, like Frost, he will be instantly killed by one move. Hearing this, Longji was even more shocked. Even the strongest in Germa kingdom said so? Misaka wiped her nose and laughed. How about it? I don't need to prove my strength, right? Is that enough to prove our sincerity? The audience was still silent. There was no sound. The person who broke this brief silence was Longji. Longji said, as the king of Germa kingdom, I approve the arrival of your master. Then, Longji immediately ordered that the guards outside should stop obstructing Yi Si and them, and let them go. 15 soon after, Yi Si led his men slowly into the hall. Master Yi Si, how am I doing? Misaka tilted her head, looking for compliments. You did very well. Yi Si smiled slightly and touched Yu Sakamichi. At this time, advertisement. The powerhouses of the Germa kingdom who were present all set their eyes on Yi Si, as if they wanted to keep this handsome young man in their hearts, and dare not forget this peerless face for the rest of their lives. At the same time, they couldn't help talking. This person is Yi Si? He looks so young. And he's so handsome, you can't see it at all. Is this the guy who killed the most vicious locks? I don't know why, but when I saw this person, my heart trembled inexplicably. What's going on with me? This person is the famous god of war. He is also the strongest celestial dragons. I don't know what is the purpose of his coming here today. Could it be that he really came here with sincerity to negotiate an alliance with our kingdom of Germa? The powerhouses of Germa kingdom who were present were discussing Yi Si. It may be in their eyes. Yi Si is the most mysterious and powerful existence they have ever seen in this life, right? Like everyone else, Ryuji was also carefully sizing up the strongest celestial dragons. Longji finally spoke. Master Yi Si, hello. I don't know what is your purpose for coming here today. As soon as the words came out, the G's around were stunned. Is this really the proud King Germa in their impression? Why is it so humble now, like a junior? Advertisement. Maybe others don't know, but Longji knows very well what a terrifying overlord this young man named Yi Si is. If he really offended the other party, let alone his life, the entire Germa kingdom might be wiped out overnight. This is no joke. I came here today to discuss cooperation with your kingdom of Germa. It's as simple as that. Yi Si spoke slowly. Collaboration? How does a collaboration act? Longji's eyes shone with 723 brilliance. It's very simple. I help you, and you help me. I will use my power to help you regain North Blue's position as the overlord. Yi Si laughed. The powerhouses of Germa kingdom are shocked. What is this Yi Si talking about? Said to help them return to North Blue to regain supremacy. This. Unbelievable. Oh, are you serious? Longji was a little surprised. Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking? Yi Si, am a man of my word and don't even bother to lie. Yi Si smiled slightly. Huh. Interesting. 201 Ryuji agrees. The more Longji listened, the more interesting he felt. How about it? Do you want to agree? As long as you promise me, I guarantee that your Germa kingdom can return to the glory of its former ancestors, and return to North Blue to rebuild its hegemony. Yi Si's voice is like a devil's voice, making people want to agree. Before Long Ji could respond, Judge suddenly said, I think there should be conditions attached, right? Yi Si sighed in admiration, and said, you are right, there is a condition for me to help you return to North Blue and regain the light of your ancestors. And coincidentally, this condition is related to you. I heard this. Judge froze. What, the other party's goal, is him? You, what do you want to do? Judge frowned, unable to think of the other party's specific purpose for a while. Vegapunk, is this name familiar to you? Yi thought. Of course I've heard of it. This uncle is a lunatic. No, he's a lunatic among lunatics. I've never seen such a lunatic. When Judge heard this name, it seemed that a very painful memory was brought back, and he was a little bit resentful. Advertisement, that's right, I came here today to let you cooperate with him to study the artificial fruit. Yi Si said seriously, as soon as the words came out. Judge fell into silence. He is thinking, are you going to agree to the other party? If you don't agree, I don't know if the other party will immediately turn around and take him away forcibly, or take the entire Germa kingdom as a hostage, forcing him to agree. If you agree, then you can only join forces with that strange uncle again. However, one advantage is that if he really agrees to the other party's conditions, then their Germa kingdom may really be able to restore its former glory and complete a great cause. Just as Judge was thinking, his father's voice suddenly rang in his ears, saying, son, for the kingdom of Germa, are you willing to sacrifice yourself? Judge heard this, raised his head subconsciously, and set his sights on Long Ji. I saw that Long Ji was more excited than ever, looking straight at him with a pair of eyes looking forward to it. Judge gave a wry smile. It seems, advertisement his father really wanted to agree. At this time, Judge is not the ruthless hero of the later generations, but now he still has a bit of conscience and kindness.
After thinking about it for a while, Judge still couldn't refuse such an attractive condition, so he agreed straight away, saying, all right, Yi Si, I agree to your condition.
Well, you made a good choice. Yi Si smiled brightly. You're really going to help our Germa kingdom get back to North Blue, right? Long Ji was looking forward to it. Of course. Besides that, there's one more thing I want to tell you secretly, but don't tell others. After Yi Si finished saying this, she approached Long Ji's ear, okay Zhao, and said this in a low voice. From now on, you're my dog at North Blue. When Long Ji heard this sentence, his face was a little dignified, but then he returned to normal. Others didn't know what Yi Si said just now, so Long Yu showed such a dignified expression. No problem. Yi thought. Oh, of course there is no problem. Long Ji sighed and agreed. 202 Germa surrenders. After saying this sentence, Ryuji leaned back on the chair like a deflated balloon. In fact, he wasn't too surprised by Yi Si's request, because from the very beginning, he thought that Yi Si would say such a thing. What Yi Si means is that the main thing is to tell him that your master is Yi Si, not 5 elders, let alone celestial dragons. Long Ji is not a fool, of course he understood what Yi Si meant, so he agreed. So, it's settled? Yi Si held out her hand. That's a deal. Long Ji stretched out his hand and held Yi Si's hand together. That's it. The kingdom of Germa completely surrendered to Yi Si's camp. Afterwards, Yi Si really didn't lie, he started to help Germa Kingdom 523 to return to North Blue. After all, no matter how you say it, Yi Si is known as the strongest celestial dragons. As long as he says a word, isn't it easy for the Germa Kingdom to become the overlord of North Blue? As for the several kings of North Blue who are dissatisfied and do not want to see the kingdom of Germa, Yi Si issued another order to force the kings to obey. Advertisement those kings were suddenly aggrieved. They never expected that behind the old enemy Germa Kingdom, there was such a big man standing behind him. This is that Yi Si. Later, the kings had no choice but to find 5 elders, and wanted the latter to help talk about love and solve the current predicament. Of course the 5 elders would not offend Yi Si because of this kind of thing, and they didn't want those kings to suffer too much, so they issued a vague order, which was barely an independent guarantee. So that those kings will not go there miserably, at least there is a way out. Without all obstacles, the kingdom of Germa is like a fish in water, occupying a large territory in North Blue, and achieving things that several generations could not do. Ha ha ha. Kingdom of Germa, back. Long Ji burst out laughing. A look of pride. At the same time, Vegapunk, Geisa, Judge, the 3 first-class scientists all gathered together and began to formally study the artificial fruit. Oh, I really didn't expect that I would join forces with you two again. Advertisement guy shook his head and said very distressed. Let's stop the gossip. Isn't it good for you and me to research the artificial human fruit? Don't think I don't know what you are thinking now. Judge said blankly. Really? Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Guy's eyes widened, as if he didn't believe you. Huh, do you really think that I can't see it? You plan to use this resource to study the technology you really want to master in your spare time? Artificial human fruit technology? You just want to fish? Judge spoke in surprise. V3. Guy saw suddenly couldn't say a word. If you want to ask why, because the other party has indeed said what he is thinking now. Okay, stop arguing and study hard. Don't forget, Master Yi Si is very optimistic about us. Beckpunk couldn't stand it anymore and said to the two of them. After hearing the special name Yi Si, Judge and Guy glanced at each other and decided to put aside the previous conflicts for the time being, and planned to work together to formally study the artificial human fruit. 203 The 3 great scientists at this moment. Yi Si came here suddenly, glanced at everyone, and said with a smile. How about it, are the resources I provide enough? Beckpunk nodded heavily. Honestly Kaido. The resources you gave are very sufficient, enough for the 3 of us to study for a long time. Yi Si said. That's good. Also, if you encounter some small troubles that need to be resolved, then pick up the red phone bug, and the staff will contact you when the time comes. Okay, I see. Baker Punk responded. However, speaking of which, how long will it take you to create this artificial human fruit technology at the earliest? Yi thought. Probably, it will take 2 or 3 years. Baker Punk thought about it and gave a very conservative figure. However, Guy Saw on the side didn't think so, and said, 2 or 3 years is too short, let's say 8. Judge became silent, because his scientific ability was the weakest among the 3, and he couldn't say a word on this kind of issue. Yi thought for a while, and said, anyway, as long as you can research it, I'm willing to give you a long time. Judge patted his chest, vowing. Don't worry, the 3 of us are the top scientists in the world. Is there anything we can't solve? Advertisement EC slapped a finger and laughed. I just appreciate your attitude, I am optimistic about you, don't let me down. At the same time, Mariajoy, Yi's actions also naturally spread to St. Roswald. After St. Roswald learned that the enemy had created the artificial fruit, he fell into silence, thinking about how to destroy it. However, his confidant, the old butler, believed that it was not appropriate to attack EC at this time. Why can't you make a move? It's not like you don't know how much EC has done to me. St. Roswald said angrily. Of course I know how excessive what EC did before, but you old man should know that with our current power, we are destined not to bring down EC. The old housekeeper sighed. Honestly, if it weren't for St. Roswald to be his master, I'm afraid he would have slapped him long ago, asking for flowers. Advertisement. Where can someone be so stupid and stubborn? Of course, these are all complaints from the old housekeeper's heart, and he will never say what is in his heart. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Is it possible that I can't take revenge in my life and can only watch EC grow up step by step? With the talent of EC, if you really give him a while, no, he really wants to take off. 0. St. Roswald rubbed his forehead and said with a headache. Please rest assured, Lord Roswald, EC is arrogant and rude. Even if we don't deal with him, someone will rush to deal with him. What we have to do now is to endure. If you endure until the end, then we must be the ones who win. The old butler spoke slowly. Oh, well, just listen to you. St. Roswald shook his head again and decided to listen to his confidant again. After all, the old butler has followed him for many years, and he doesn't know how many difficulties he has solved. For this person's words, he is still willing to believe. Since the old housekeeper said that the time has not come yet, it proves that the time has really not come. B204 5 elders is in a hurry.
Yi see, I'll be waiting for you to show your flaws.
Sooner or later, I will return the previous hatred to you in one lump sum with interest. St. Roswald clenched his fists tightly, with astonishing hatred flashing in his eyes. If you want to ask St. Roswald what the person he hates the most now, presumably he will directly say the name Yi see. At the same time, the other end of the Holy Land. When 5 elders learned from CP 880-0 the EC had started to invest capital and planned to research the artificial human fruit technology, their first reaction was to feel fear. What the hell is this EC doing? He also researched artificial fruit. It would not be a good thing for us if we were to develop artificial human fruit technology for this kid. After all, this person's power is already terrifying enough, and the combat power he has mastered is really getting bigger and bigger, so big that we can't suppress it any longer. If we continue to strengthen him, we're afraid that our status will be lost. But that kid is Celestial Dragons, and it just so happens that Lord IM values him. We can't really attack him, can we? If Lord M knows about this, I don't know how furious he will be. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, so what should we do? We can't just sit and watch this kid grow up, right? Also, as far as I know, this person not only wants to research the artificial fruit, but also ran to the kingdom of Germa as under the income camp. 5 elders are really in a hurry, anxious like ants on the side of the pot. Advertisement. Yes, that's right, EC has indeed made a great contribution, and even eradicated a confidant like Locks. But here comes the problem. What should they do when EC has grown into a force beyond their control? If it really develops to that point, will they listen to EC or IM? 4 of the 5 elders were talking about EC. But the samurai wearing 5 elders didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, he just sat there quietly drinking tea, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Aren't you really in a hurry? Then EC. Maybe one day, he will attack us. The bald 5 elders couldn't help but speak. What's the rush? Some things can't be rushed. 5 elders in samurai uniform calmly said lightly. Then what do you mean we continue to be transparent people and let EC grow? The bald 5 elders speaks for the other 5 elders. There's something wrong with your thinking. Advertisement. What if EC becomes the new master of the world? Don't forget, he's the Celestial Dragons. And the 5 of us are the stewards of the Celestial Dragons. He can't eradicate us, can he? 5 elders in samurai clothes spoke slowly. As soon as the words came out, the expressions of the other 5 elders froze. Good guy. No wonder the other party was so calm. It turned out that from the very beginning, this person thought that EC would be the new master of the world. Of course, we are still asking IM for instructions on 5.2, how to treat this matter. Samurai Clothes 5 elders made a proposal. The other 5 elders looked at each other, then nodded, and reached an agreement. We will go to meet Lord IM later, and see what the Supreme Lord thinks about this matter. By the way, try to find out what that adult thinks about EC. 205 targets, tin ore deep in the Holy Land. After listening to 5 elders report, IM fell into deep thought for a moment, and then slowly opened his mouth. Whatever they want, just such a plain sentence is enough to represent IM's current attitude. The 5 elders looked calm on the surface, but in fact they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Lord IM, why did you keep silent about such a thing? No doubt, what EC is doing now is to expand his power privately. Result. Lord I Am has no opinion at all. At this time, Im's eyes were sharp, and he seemed to be able to see through the inner thoughts of the 5 elders, and said lightly, I know what you are thinking, but I know it well. Yes. 5 elders bowed their heads and replied respectfully. After about a month, the group studying artificial human fruit suddenly encountered a little trouble.
BT. Advertisement. They have no tin ore. Master Yi Si, can you help me find tin ore?
Vegapunk asked amidst the phone bugs. Tin ore? What's that? Yi Si was a little puzzled. Vegapunk patiently explained. Tin ore is an extremely rare ore. Now our research needs this thing called tin ore. After listening to these words, Yi Si was silent for a while, and then said slowly. Is it possible that without this thing, you can't continue your research? Yes, you can understand it that way too. Vegapunk rode. Okay, I'll find a way to get you tin ore. Yi Si agreed without hesitation, vowing firmly. It is good. Vegapunk hung up the phone quickly. Yi Si then set out to investigate where tin ore could be found. Under investigation by CPO and Gojo Satoru. Today, in this world, the only place where tin ore is produced is in a country called the Kingdom of Yake. But here comes the problem. Not long ago, the Akko Kingdom was occupied by a female pirate named Katarina Depon, and gradually turned this once beautiful country into a pirate territory. Advertisement. I'm afraid that if it continues like this, there will be no Akko Kingdom in this world, only Katarina Depon's territory. Katarina Depon. This name is so familiar. After Yi Si searched the memories in his mind for a while, he finally remembered something about Katarina Depon. He said, how is it so familiar? Isn't this Katarina Depon one of the important crew members of the Blackbeard Pirates? It is said that this crazy woman is a ruthless pirate, famous for torturing and vicious and powerful, concentrating a lot of negative emotions on one person. Not only that, this Katarina Depon is also a 9-tails fox fruit capable user. 060 can change any appearance at will, and she also sneak attack Moria with just one trick. I really didn't think of it, meeting Katarina Depon. Yi Si was a little surprised. However, Yi Si soon regained his composure. No matter how powerful the opponent is or how troublesome the enemy is, in short, he must get the tin ore. After all, this tin ore is of great importance, and it has a great impact on the artificial fruit technology. He must not sit idly by and is about to get this tin ore. He wants to get this tin ore regardless of the cost. Is it the Kingdom of Akko? Yi Si's eyes shone brightly, and he already had a decision in his heart. 206 to the Kingdom of Akko then. Called by Yi Si, Uchiha Madara and others ended their temporary vacation and returned to the team. In order to be safe, Yi Si also called Wuchao Wu back, telling him not to monitor Luo Jia and others, but to return to the team for the time being. Yi Si, who are we going to fight next? Uchiha Madara raised her legs and smiled. Equals, V equals underscore equals hash. You, don't think about fighting and killing all day long, can't you take a trip? Rem couldn't help complaining. Of course I don't want things like travel, what I want is an endless battle. Only this kind of life is what I want most, ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara burst out laughing. This 1-month vacation was almost suffocating him to death. Uchiha Madara can't accept days without fighting. For him, he would rather die on the battlefield than stop fighting. Only the life of fighting to the end is the real life for him. Everything else doesn't matter at all. Yes, it really doesn't matter at all. Advertisement. Yi Si smiled at this, and wanted to stabilize Uchiha Madara, which was obviously impossible. Then, Yi Si said, don't worry, Uchiha Madara, this time is definitely the time for you to show your talents. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara was overjoyed and stood up. Tianfen said excitedly, really? Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Do you think I'm lying to you like this? Just don't worry. Yi Si laughed. Then I'm looking forward to it. Who is the enemy you will arrange next? Uchiha Madara's eyes shone brightly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and there was a killing intent in his heart. From his body, exudes an invincible aura that dominates the world. Everyone around can clearly feel the aura of an overlord. Akko Kingdom. It was a beautiful and prosperous country. But all of this, with the arrival of Katarina Depon, has undergone unprecedented daily changes. Katarina Depon brought her crescent pirates to the Kingdom of Akko and carried out an inhuman massacre. In a short period of time, the royal family of the original Akko Kingdom had been cleaned up. Advertisement. The tens of thousands of troops in the Kingdom of ACO were no match for Katarina Depon and the others, and were destroyed overnight. It's not that the tens of thousands of troops are too weak, but that these Crescent Moon pirates are too strong. In addition to Katarina Depon, a strong and perverted woman, there were 3 other strong men who showed their own powerful abilities, ruthlessly destroyed everything, and hoisted and beat the tens of thousands of troops in the Kingdom of ACO. The Kingdom of Akko is no different from being destroyed, and it gradually fell into the hands of Katarina Depon. Katarina Depon also naturally replaced the original royal status, ascended to the sky in one step, and became the new lord here. The people are miserable, but there is nothing they can do. Once some righteous men formed a resistance army. Li Wang Zhao planned to assassinate Katarina Depon. However, it hasn't waited for them to approach Katarina Depon's side. The people of the Crescent Moon Pirates had already taken the first step and killed them all. The Kingdom of Akko fell into a long period of darkness. The people here long for heroes. When will someone come to save us? Sheikh, my god, please send someone to bring down Katarina Depon.